Is it working? It's working! We have sound!
So Richard, is everything going all right?
No. We're working on it.
Fantastic.
Is that working?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on now. We definitely have to drop it like a little loud.
Well, Richard, I wish you
Try that.
Alright, yeah. You too, Jeffrey.
Let's close the door and...
Good young people.
Is he junding?
Hold on, this is...
Actual jund?
That's all he plays.
This is your volume.
me?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is it.
Alright, perfect. Thank you. Oh, it works. It works. There's a... Alright, we're adjusting the volume. So, first off, if the audio is bad, please let us know.
Yes.
Alright, so welcome to the ChannelFireball Legacy 3K. This is our quarterly? Monthly?
Quarterly.
So every once in a while we get a big Legacy event. Used to be a 5K, sometimes it's 4K, sometimes it's 2K. Today's a 3K. I don't know. I feel like they roll a dice for the numbers or something.
It's based on the projected attendance.
Yes.
And we are over attendance today, so it is 3K currently. There will be some announcement of how big the total prize pool is.
So 100 something people, like 106, 107. That's 7 rounds. 6 rounds?
It'll definitely be 7.
Okay, so we're doing 7 rounds of Legacy. FYI for anybody in the beginning, top 8, what we stream on the top 8 will depend on what the players do because they are allowed to split. If they're allowed to split the top 8, then that will be it for our stream. If we get Mr. Cyrus Corman Gill, Mr. No Splits Kills Them All, we'll get 3 to 4 more rounds of Legacy.
3.
3. Oh, we'll get 3 more rounds.
Yeah.
Of Legacy, so we will see.
If you want more magic, always root for Cyrus. Cyrus is he in the building? I didn't see him.
I think so. There are a handful of people in the Bay Area.
I would be surprised if he wasn't here.
There are a couple of people in the Bay Area known for no splittings, like Cliffy81, Michael Clifford, also known for not splitting. Eric Royfin, also known for not splitting. There's a couple of people that just like screw it, we'll go for it.
But there are tons of people that have to travel.
Yes.
And they would prefer the split. So it depends on who gets into the top 8 and whether or not they feel like driving 2 hours home.
Yeah. A lot of the times the benefit for us as players is after the top 8 is split, we all get food. Like a bunch of us just go in group and get food. Oh, Spice Train is Brandon Chang over in DC.
Hello.
Bay Area local, now over in DC for work. Fun fact, there's a Paragon City Games presence here today. The owner of Paragon City Games, I only know him as JBA in our chat, but he, like, for weeks and weeks and weeks, he was trolling me. I was like, oh, is the CFB event full? Is the CFB event full? Like, sure, whatever. He flew on a plane here yesterday, showed up, said hi, so he's here to play some Magic.
Do we know what he's playing?
No, they're known for playing some spicy things. They're the group of people that popularized the Nyx Fit deck.
Okay.
So they did that at like GP Santa Clara, the team event, and they didn't do so well. But I have no idea what they're playing. If they even get on feature match, we'll see. Okay. So I'm Richard. I host Bay Area Eternal over on Twitch, Bay Area Legacy. That's David. He works here sometimes. So we'll be our legacy commentators. We'll try our best. All that good stuff. So tournament starts at 11. Notoriously, tournaments never ever start on time.
Yeah, I believe we're doing a
player meeting.
A player meeting right now. I heard an announcement. It was a little muffled, but it sounds like some people are getting up and maybe moving towards a player meeting.
Yes.
Then we're going to get some, everyone's going to collect and turn in deck lists, and we are going to actually hold on to those deck lists. So we are going to have them for every match, and we can use them and tell you maybe a little bit about how many Miracles players are in the room, how many Grixis, how much Storm we got.
Us and the judges have a small over-under bet on how much Miracles we have. And how much lands do we have, because we're known for lands in this area.
Yeah, we have a lot of lands players.
I want to say somewhere between like 3 to 5 lands players, which is unique. But
there are some Tabernacles in the room.
There's a heavy amount. So I know for a fact there's at least 2.
So Jeremy has one.
Oh, 3. At least 3.
Yeah.
So Jeremy, Zach, Stefan, who's not a lands player, he's a green-black Pox player, but he plays Tabernacle.
Okay.
Those are the 3 I know of. And then
4-color Loam could play it.
4-color loam. Oh, you know what? Never mind. There's one more person I know who owns lands. Okay, there's 5 tabernacles in the room. You can judge your legacy events by how many tabernacles are in the room.
It is so yeah, we have over 100 players, and we definitely have lots of money in cardboard out there.
This is like almost Vegas level stuff right now.
And most of it will be just like being played with. You know,
Oh yeah.
There's not collections that people bring in. They're just playing with all these awesome cards.
Oh, so this would be fantastic. So for our guidelines for commentator booth, as much as we would love to be like GP level professional stuff, we're gonna keep it kind of grassrootsies. Like we're part of the community too. We're avid legacy players in the Bay Area. We're here to have fun. Like I had to cancel my pre-reg. I'm gonna move the camera down just a tiny bit. I had to cancel my pre-reg because I was asked to come in here and do the commentary. And I was like, great. That means that 100% of the Maverick presence is now over on Kevin Ligatum over for the East Bay, sitting in the back table.
Yeah, Kevin always representing Maverick.
Every single time. He's top 8 at several of these events with Maverick, too.
When Maverick is well positioned, you expect to see him. When it's not,
you still
expect
playing to see him.
Yeah. So, yes, we have, we have tons of players, and both of us would be playing if we weren't here. So
I have my decks in my bag right now.
I did not bring my deck because I'll just be sitting here all day.
If for some reason the stream crashed and we couldn't do it, and I'm like, sign me up, I gotta go. I need to do this.
Sign me up, give me the first round, loss, and then I'll battle it out.
Oh, you've top-aided a previous legacy, like 3K or 4K, right?
I have. Last year, we had a very special series, which was every event they would track your place and give you
the point leader
thing. Give you an arbitrary number of points, and I actually at the end of it came in first place, which meant I got an extra $500 store credit.
Nice.
So
that was really sweet.
It was like 3 events in a row that I managed to squeak into the top 8, and under the radar was Jack. Another Elves player.
That was the reign of Elves. I remember that.
So we had 2 Elves players like making top 8s repeatedly, and luckily there wasn't a lot of Elves hate post that. No one really decided to target us. But Carrie also did well. I think Carrie came in second.
I think that top 8 in general was like Elves and like Merit Lage based decks. That was like a crazy top 8.
Yeah, that was an era of turbo depths for us.
Yes.
Where there were just tons and tons of turbo depths.
Because I know it was like Jason Zudel was on turbo depths too, and he did like very well. Kevin Ligatum I think was also in the top 8 with like Merit Lage in his Maverick deck. So it was just like, I remember because we streamed the next week on Thursday over at Bay, and Kevin dropped by, and it was just like, we were counting how many dark depths there were in the top 8. So like Kevin has 1, Carrie has like 3 or 4, and Zach had like 3 or 4. So it was like 15 copies of dark depths in the top 8.
Yeah, I remember there was maybe around September. I think we had an event in September of last year. There was, I think, 3 turbo depths in the top 8, and there was I actually wanted to go catch a movie. I made the top 8, and someone no split, and I was like,
God,
okay.
Dude, I would like to concede that movie tickets.
Yeah, so we played. I played against turbo depths, and I thought that was great because the match is going to be fast. I am likely going to lose, and then I can go watch my movie.
There's a small group of us, like Sonoff, Zach. We have a sayings that first one to 03 scrub go gets food for everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, with 100 players here, oftentimes these players are carpooling.
Yeah.
You guys need to wait for everyone else.
Dude,
so
on Thursday and Friday nights, I got so many messages from people saying, "Hey, Richard, do you have a space in your car for the CFB event?" It's like, dude, I got to be there at like 9:30. Like, you're not gonna come down with me. 1 + 3 + 4 = 15. Math checks out. You know it. I may also be a science teacher.
Was that the math you did?
I don't know. There was just a lot. So for our fun little game in the box, what are the decks we are anticipating for this day? Like, so I'm anticipating a heavy amount of Turbo Depths, Miracles, Grixis Control. Those are like my top three.
I would. So I think Turbo Depths is a little bit on the decline. It's sort of slowed down. Maybe a medium depths, a slower depths with like Dark Confidants.
Oh, yeah, with Mox Diamonds and stuff.
And I don't know how. I personally have not been in the mind of a Turbo Depths player. I don't know why it's lowered in popularity, or maybe just lowered in conversion rate.
According to Carry or Solnox for like the Moto grinders and all that stuff, he says that with the rise of Miracles on Moto, the amount of swords to plowshares has gone up.
Okay.
So to combat the amount of swords to plowshares, you can't just go all in like turn 2, turn 3 anymore. So it plays a lot slower, grindier matchup. And this version of Green Black Depths, or Slow Depths as people call it, was popularized by several players on Moto, where they just like grind your opponent into dust. There's also like Negator playing the one of Stifle and Flusterstorms in the side, playing bug versions.
Some bug versions
like,
as well.
Some people are trying to splash. Basically, all of this is the fight against Miracles and Grixis Control. Like fight against almost 8 copies of Swords to Plowshares in the deck, and like multiple Diabolic Edicts and Grixis Control. So now they go like Dark Confidants, main board Sylvan Libraries. I've seen Planeswalkers in the side. I've seen Liliana Last Hope. I've seen Nissa Vital Force in the sideboard. Like,
Vital Force?
Yeah, animate your Dark Depths, attack you, and then if they try to wasteland it, you can Caracas your Dark Depths because it's legendary.
Legendary creature. I like that.
Like it's nice to see how Depths has evolved to like match the metagame. Same thing with Miracles. Miracles used to be all in on main board back to basics. Now with the prevalence of back to basics kind of on the decline because everyone's playing more basics now. So they swapped it over to the sideboard. Some people are playing Mentor main, some people are playing Mentor side. We've seen crazy things like Keranos. We've seen things like Baneslayer Angel. I've seen a Settle the Wreckage a couple of days ago. Somebody played Settle the Wreckage.
Settle seems awesome.
Seems great against like Grixis Delver, which is also on the rise.
Seems great against any deck that's trying to kill you.
Also, Settle the Wreckage kills True Name Nemesis because it targets player.
That's sweet. So back to the Turbo Depths. If they're just going slower and trying to outgrind, isn't there a deck that already does that in lands? Why?
Right.
So can you provide any insight as to why a player would play Vampire Hexmage instead of Punishing Fire?
From what I've heard from people, it's just easier to play. Like
Easier?
Lands is actually, it's a very strong deck, but you need to have a lot of practice with it. Also, sometimes people just don't own a Tabernacle. But I mean, we have like 5 of them in this room, so sometimes the price point is like, as much as we hate to say that buying into Legacy is a huge price point for people, it's actually true. Like dual lands are on the decline right now, which is great, but they're still like Underground Seas are $400, something like that. So, but lands is actually kind of tricky to play, especially if you don't know how to do it, know how to play the deck well. Like you can goldfish the deck all you want, but then what if you get hit by a surgical, or if there's a Rest in Peace on board? I was playing lands. I was learning to play lands one time, and then I got like pretty comfortable with it. And then Zach Wong, notable Bay Area lands player, comes over to me. He says, "Okay, take out the 4 loams in your deck." Why? Take them out. Now play a game. And the deck is miserable without loams. It is so bad. And it was like, this is what happens. You have to learn to play against surgical. If your loams get surgical. Oh, we have our round 1.
So
Sweet.
I think you can definitely play around surgical. And
we don't know who's on left on this already.
Yeah, so it's Alan Wu, and Wilson Yu.
Okay, Alan Wu is a GP grinder, right?
Yes.
Because he's fairly well known.
And he played.
I love how they don't fill out the top.
Yeah, the top is
for anybody who does not handle deck lists, we have to have the magic of understanding someone's handwriting, which is terrible. So Alan Wu is on Miracles, and I see the word back to bristles.
Wilson Yu is on the left side.
Wilson's on the left. Okay, thank you.
Wilson player. All right, you want me to type that in?
Yeah.
You can handle it?
Okay.
Come on in, Judge.
He needs to fix the mics.
Okay, so let's pull up Wilson. So Wilson, you is on. Ooh, blue-white Delver Blade.
Blue-white Delver Blade?
Have not seen this in a while. So this is a deck with 4 Stoneforge Mystic, Batterskull, Jace the Mind Sculptor, and 4 Delver the Secrets. Only 2 Snapcasters because this deck is very, very mana hungry sometimes. So we have what looks like a very grindy game 1 for us here. So we have blue-white Delver Blade, and on the other side we have Alan Wu on Miracles. Let's see, anything jumping out if I can read his handwriting. 1 Spell Pierce mainboard, 3 Terminuses. He's playing 1 mainboard Monastery Mentor, no Teferi, so interesting.
And Alan Wu did play. He was playing Death and Taxes, right?
Yeah, for a long time he was. But
And he made the Pro Tour, if I'm not mistaken.
yes, he was. He did. I think Death and Taxes has been on a decline. It was for, in the beginning, kind of the existence of Kolagon's Command and, check pile, like the dominance of the Deathrite Shaman check pile era, and the existence of just like 6 to 8 copies of Kolagon's Command kind of pushed it down. It's still very, very good, though new versions of Death and Taxes are popping up, which is here to combat Miracles, so it's very interesting. So this matchup, okay, number 1, without, just kind of on paper, I would say that Blue-White Blade, it's got a better, turn 1, turn 2, like early tempo start, so you can flip a Delver, get some damage in, and just kind of hold back on the protection spells, like the permission spells, like Force of Will, Spell Pierce, counter spells.
You seeing what I'm seeing?
Oh my god, is that a 1 of Moreland Haunt? Oh.
So Wilson Yu playing a 1 of Moreland Haunts.
You gotta fight.
So yeah, I'm not sure why that's in, but it will not serve him very well against Swords to Plowshares and Terminus. His creatures won't be dying too much. They'll be either exiled or put on the bottom.
Yeah, we'll save the sideboard stuff for afterwards, after the player sideboards, and we'll talk about what we're kind of expecting to see in some sideboards and some matchups. Now, we're never going to be 100% right because every person builds their sideboards differently. Everybody actually sideboards certain matches differently also, but this will be interesting. So they're actually doing a player meeting right now, so we'll have the round 1 a little bit. If you hear some muffling in the background, that's actually our head judge Kubo. He has our head judge today?
So Mark is our head judge.
But Kubo is going to be like the store judge. He's in charge of the mic and all, because it's a sultry voice.
So yeah, we will as soon as gameplay kicks on, we'll switch over to that.
Yeah.
But as he said, I will do my best, and we will all do our best in trying to predict what these players will be doing when sideboarding and playing throughout.
For anybody who watches our Bay streams, I am known for dad jokes and bad puns, so I will try to turn that down just a little bit.
I mean, we can have some dad jokes on this stream. Dad jokes allowed. But I'm not known for casting brainstorms, so we'll see how well we can anticipate what our blue mages are playing.
Yeah, this is great. It's like, hey, you want to cast the Legacy event? Yeah, sure. Get 2 green players to put in the box.
I mean, green is the best color, hands down, just in all of Magic.
Yeah. Have you seen green lately in Standard? It's broken. We got great cards like Tireless Tracker.
Not in Standard.
Not in Standard. But like
Jade Light Ranger,
Nissa Vital Force is showing up in like random places. It's fantastic.
I mean, it's hard to argue against Llanowar Elves in any format.
Turn 1 Llanowar Elves is too strong for most formats.
If you can go to a team tournament and it's each player is playing a Llanowar Elves deck, I think you're just inherently advantaged against the opponents.
Okay, I think let's swap over to
let's
our
see how we're doing.
Nope, not yet. So we unfortunately do not have a view of what's on the feature match table. So we're gonna. Oh, you know what? I think they're moving around. Actually, can you open the door to see if they're actually like moving? Yeah, where's our feature match? I see players playing. Where's our? Hey, call a judge over.
We have our players. They're over there.
Okay.
It might be a bit of a delay.
No, there's nothing showing up at all.
We haven't seen that.
There's no signal. No! Today's just filled with like weird little issues. Like there's no feed from the feature match area.
Is it on?
Let me go see. Let me run over there. Quick, fill time, David.
All right, fill time. So,
Do you want me to pause the feature match?
no, just let them run.
Yeah, you can let him go. Let me stay back.
All right, so here's what we're gonna do. Camera is not working, but I have to stay. I'm gonna stay on this view so that once the camera starts, once we get an update, I can figure that out. But what I can do is talk about the matchups. The matchup that we have here: Blue-White Delver Blade against Miracles. So Miracles is running Back to Basics and Counterbalance. So,
Is it back?
that was easy.
Oh, okay,
We're
perfect.
live.
All right.
Give him a thumbs up. So, because of those permanents, I think counterbalance will be good in the matchup. Back to Basics will be okay in the matchup.
All right, here, let me shrink this so we have a bigger screen to look at. Yes, perfect. Thank you. All right. Okay. Looks like it's turn 4 on Alan's turn.
So, looks like Alan potentially went first. And he's going with the turn 4 counterbalance. And like I said, counterbalance is probably going to be very good in this matchup. However, it is usually much better when Delver is not already resolved and flipped. Can we adjust the overlay? Spice, you got to be more specific.
All right. Looks like there's a brainstorm in response to the counterbalance here. So if he happens to find an answer for the counterbalance, it'd be great. Otherwise, it'll help manipulate his hand without needing to play into the counterbalance. That flipped over is going to do a lot of work, though.
Yeah, as soon as Alan finds an answer for this Delver, Wilson will be very far behind.
Yeah. And the step, AK for 1.
AK for 1.
Oh, we see Alan's playing Portent. Oh, Spell Pierce the AK.
Spell Pierce, blind flip. Unfortunately, polluted Delta.
Can't see the top with player names. It's there. Brandon, I don't know what you're talking about. It's there. It should be. Top of the overlay.
Go ahead and reload, Spice.
All right, so
Snapcaster, probably for Ponder, either to find an answer or set up counterbalance.
Wow. And Wilson's got a second copy of Spell Pierce in his hand, so if Alan goes for anything, he just gets Spell Pierce again. It might just be a good temple play. Ooh, play land. Oh,
land first.
That soul read on that Spell Pierce. Like, he had the land in hand, and he was just like, he targeted the Ponder and just thought about it. Just played an extra land, and then it just happened to play around the Spell Pierce. Oh.
So it looks like he saw Force, Counterbalance, and Fetch Land. Not spells that he wants to draw when he's behind on the board.
I mean, most of the time, Ponder is either manipulate the top of your deck and you don't really care what it is, or it's just shuffle your deck, draw a card. Ooh, another copy of AK.
Passes back. Wilson holds on the end step and fetches.
And so in this matchup, you're going to see Wasteland be essentially just a colorless source for a long period of time. This is, Miracles is one of the few decks out there that just plays a large amount of basics in Legacy. So we're not going to see it fired off unless Wilson haphazardly fetches like Volcanic, and then might as well just fire off the colored against the colored source here. But draw.
And Wilson draws removal of his own.
Oh, so Wilson's got a True Name here. He's got True Name plus Spell Pierce backup.
He has the True Name, but he has neglected to go for it.
I think he's playing around a True Miracle Terminus. So if he loses the Delver, then he won't lose the True Name in his hand. And he's also got that sick one of Moorland Haunt in his hand. I think he's sandbagging it just a little bit.
Well, it will not do much. It will be another colorless source.
All right. Ooh,
Alan Wu AK for 2. Finds another force. He
Wow.
does not have an answer to this Delver. And
Ooh, this is rough.
looks like the Delver is quite possibly going to go all the way.
All right, draw. Batter Skull. You can just hold on to that. Like, it's unfortunate. Usually want to pair Batter Skull with Stoneforge Mystic. That way, it's instead of a 5-mana spell, it's a 2-mana spell that's uncounterable.
Would there be anything wrong with casting the Batter Skull just for 5 mana?
I think if this Delver gets dealt with, I think just going 5-mana Batter Skull, and if that gets countered, he's got True Doom to back it up. But Alan's going to scoop to this Delver of Secrets, it looks like. Just could not find an answer for that, looks like turn 1 or turn 2 flip Delver. Just went all the way through.
Pro Tour champion Alan Wu. Beaten down by Delver of Secrets.
All right, so let's go.
Alan did not win.
Aha! All right, did I do it? Yes.
Ding.
Yay!
All right, so we have deck lists.
All right, sideboard.
You take care of miracles.
Okay.
I'll check out
Delver miracles. So I see here 2 surgicals, 2 flusters, 1 what looks like Call Pierce. 1 spell snare, 2 disenchants. The cards that stand out to me here are Vendilion Click, is really, really good. Is that a Stony Silence? No, that can't be.
Stony Silence.
Does that say Stony Silence?
I mean, it either says Story Seance or Stony Silence.
All right. Okay, so Fluster Storms are good in this matchup. It helps fight against permission spells, though the problem is really the Stoneforge Mystic and the True Name. So if you bring in too many permission spells for just the spells, the creatures will kind of run you over. The 1 Spell Snare is very, very good in this matchup. Stoneforge Mystic, Snapcaster Mage. Very just clean 1-mana answer. Disenchant's also very good. Deals with Batter Skull. The swords in general are not amazing against miracles, but if they land down unanswered, they're a huge clock. Especially with Batter Skull, a turn 2 or turn 3 Batter Skull can really like spiral the game out of control. So I'm expecting Fluster Storms, the Spell Snare, the Disenchants, maybe the Vendilion Click, because Vendilion Click in response to the Stoneforge activation is really, really good. What about Wilson? You over there?
So Wilson has a lot of the same cards. 3 Surgicals, 2 Fluster Storms, Vendilion Click back to basics, 1 Supreme Verdict, 1 Path to Exile.
Ooh, I like this unexpectedly absent. You can tuck Planeswalkers.
And I think I saw on Allen's there was a Gideon Ally of Zendikar. Wilson also has Gideon Ally of Zendikar.
It seems to be kind of like the choice white Planeswalkers for a lot of these decks. It's very good. You don't have to like decide, oh, do I want to plus this Gideon to save it or not? No, you just make a friend. Just make lots of friends. Sometimes he turns into a 5/5 and just punches you in the face.
Which player would bring in Gideon and which player would not?
I think Alan Wu on Miracles would bring in Gideon. I don't know if Wilson would bring in Gideon with Delver, because this deck is a very mana hungry deck. It requires a lot of blue. He's playing 4 Dazes in the Stoneforge deck, so getting to 4 mana sometimes can be a little bit awkward against because you're expecting to fire off your Wastelands. Though against Miracles, maybe he has the time for it. It's a nice filler for kind of like the mid game, but Delver's already kind of dominating the very early game. But we might see Alan kind of speed up his game plan by bringing in the Gideons and stuff, just kind of test the board state.
So isn't correct me if I'm wrong, but wouldn't you say that Wilson is the beatdown in this matchup, and Gideon would just be another threat that's hard to answer?
That is true. It doesn't. Gideon doesn't get hit by Terminus. That's actually maybe both players is bringing him in too.
He doesn't get hit very often by Terminus.
Oh, okay.
He can get hit by Terminus.
Now notice that we know that Alan's only playing 3 Terminuses and no more on the side. So maybe going wide for Wilson would be really strong here.
Yeah, and I did just peek at Alan's sideboarding, and it looked like he brought in another back to basics, or he was shuffling one up, which is interesting against the
it looks like he has
blue-white deck.
2 back to basics main board. Maybe just didn't take any out.
Yeah, didn't take any out.
I mean, it can be good on the play, especially.
So we have keep, Alan fetchland go, Wilson basic island go. Hold on to those. Alan with Basic Island Pass.
Unfortunately, Wilson doesn't have the turn 1 Delver secrets.
And Wilson
Stoneforge
blinks
Mystic.
first. He resolves a Stoneforge Mystic.
I forge a Batterskull.
Does he have any other equipment that would be good in this matchup?
Usually we see Sword of Fire and Ice.
Does Wilson have access to that?
We see one Umezawa's Jitte, one Batterskull. Wow, no Sword of Fire and Ice. It's just Jitte Batterskull. So Jitte's not even amazing in this matchup, but he might leave it in because this is oh wow, I'm actually very surprised about that. 4 Stoneforges, only 2 pieces of equipment.
Yeah, I guess he's just relying on Stoneforge being drawing those really powerful life gain equipments.
Yeah, you can imagine it kind of like a white AK for 1. That's a sorcery. It only draws you Batterskull.
Okay, that was very specific. So Alan decides, I don't want the Stoneforge to remain on the battlefield, and passes back and goes land go.
Ooh, he's playing the
over to Wilson.
Theme deck for Swords to Plowshares. Waste your Tundra for Wilson. There's not going to be a lot of places for him to use this Wasteland.
Not Strip Mine.
Oh, there we go. So it looks like Wilson floated 1 in response to the Wasteland. He's going to AK for 1 while his mana is still floating. Might as well value out that land.
Wilson has a Spell Snare, but doesn't want to trade it for...
You usually don't want to hit an AK for 1. You
want to hit this AK for 2.
Maybe even an AK for like 3. Like, it would be a really good tempo play.
So Alan missed his land drop. Wilson with the now 3rd mana source in play.
Stoneforge number 2. I wonder if he plays this Stoneforge number 2, I wonder if we're going to see like a fail to find. Though Wilson can play Brainstorm, put the Batterskull back. But then if the Stoneforge gets countered, it gets kind of look awkward.
Looks like he's shortcutting, saying, I'm going to fetch and then play this.
All right, so Wilson should be at 20. I think they're not doing the life totals. So life totals might be just a little bit off. So let's say AK for 2 in response.
Yeah, players are controlling life totals for us. We don't have any control of that.
Yeah, and this is competitive REL, so they have pieces of paper writing it down, and sometimes they just kind of forget. Ooh, daze your AK for 2. That's nice and efficient. I like that. Trigger, find a Jitte, I assume? It's like, yep.
Yep, the only other piece that he can find. Pass back to Alan. Alan does find a 3rd mana source.
I think, does he just plow this Stoneforge also? Just try to make the Batterskull as awkward as possible.
Yeah, but he would have to fetch another Tundra.
Ooh, oh, because that's a polluted delta. Can't fetch Basic Island. Or Basic Plains.
Right, back over to Alan. Alan doesn't have that 4th mana source, so he goes for a Brainstorm.
Yeah, Brainstorm solves everything, right? Ooh, Terminus.
Brainstorm fixes bad hands.
Now, I bet Alan's predicting that Wilson's just going to be efficient here and put in a Batterskull, so maybe setting up that Terminus would be really good, but it kind of depends on what Alan's going to figure out here.
Wilson correctly adjusts his life total for us.
Yeah. The awkward thing here is because the only other usable land for Alan to get a white source is that Delta. So if he puts a Terminus on top, he's opted not to fetch. Oh, he's going to fetch anyway. Ooh, okay. So he's not afraid of the Batterskull. I guess he's got double Swords of Plowshares, just Basic Island. Interesting. I wonder how many Tundras he's playing.
Tundra count, 1 Tundra.
1 Tundra. So
Alan Wu with the budget miracles.
This version was very popular online for a long time, and it's like, oh, you just play more basics, because he is playing back to basics main board. So unless he finds a flooded strand or an aired mesa, he's going to be stranded on colors here. It's going to be very awkward for Alan.
I wonder if Wilson can pick up off of that and realize that Alan doesn't currently have access to white mana.
Right, 1, 2, 3. There's an aired mesa. Ooh, Spell Snare. That Spell Snare is so late, though.
Yeah, it's unlikely that Spell Snare will be Germ in reserve. Germ just waiting in the wings. The Spell Snare for Alan, it's unlikely that it's going to hit too much. It might hit just a Snapcaster Mage from Wilson. But now that he's already played 2 Stoneforges, there's not too many targets for it.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting. Now, I've known some Delver players, or Delver Blade players, not just Delver players, but the people who play Blue-White Blade tend to sometimes they side out Delver secrets in like long matches like this. So that's a consideration, but if we see a Delver, then we know that they're left in. But
Alan disagrees with me and says Spell Snare worth keeping in hand.
Wow, Alan's really thinking. He's
Oh,
a
no.
little behind.
Okay, there we go. Spell Snare, shuffle back in.
So he's gonna put Jace Spell Snare back. Those are the most awkward cards in his hand.
But he does have that Terminus,
Yeah.
so he's not setting up Terminus.
I like the posturing for we can see because we can see Alan's hand, but all the white cards are on the top and all the blue cards are on the bottom.
Yeah.
It's like I can't cast these. Well, I can cast these.
All right, so he shuffled around, and it looks like he got rid of Spell Snare and Swords,
All right.
perhaps.
So 2 cards back. Oh, I think no.
Wilson-
Alan didn't play. Didn't play a land yet.
He has not played a land
Yeah,
yet.
I think they're just double checking. So Batterskull, and this is you have the swords as Batterskull. You have the swords as Germ, right? Or maybe just wait a turn.
4 damage does not look like it really affects
Now
that much.
the fear for Alan here is if he lets...
Alan did put the Terminus back on top. It's no longer in his hand.
Ooh, okay. So that choice here for Alan is either to Swords of Plowshares now before Wilson can draw supposedly another permission spell, or take 4 and then Terminus on his turn. It'll be very clean. It'll get rid of the Stoneforge and the Germ. But, he has to be a little bit worried about Force of Will or maybe another permission spell. Could even be like Brainstorm into Flusterstorm or something. Well, actually, no, Wilson's only got 1 mana. So he has to kind of try to figure out what's in Wilson's hand here.
I would just imagine tons of counter spells, which
Swords
would
of
be accurate.
Stoneforge. Spell Pierce your swords. Man, Wilson's hand is like stacked. It's double force. I think I saw Jace. Oh, wait.
Double Force Blue.
Batterskull attack you. 8-point life swing.
Players hopefully adjusting the life totals for us. Thank you.
Yes.
And Wilson does not have another mana source. He just has all spells.
Yeah, he's just gonna sit pretty here. A little Portent.
Let's see what Wilson can do. Oh, is he going aggro?
Deploy a mentor and just fire it off.
Deploy a mentor in the face of looming Jite.
Now, if Alan plays his mentor, if you're Wilson, do you just force it? Just clear the board state?
I mean, you have Violin the Jite and then
just
kill the mentors.
Just murder everything.
So I don't think mentor does too much.
So there's that Terminus that we saw Alan tuck earlier, and this is a Ponderous Jace Terminus back to basics. Unfortunately, all 3 cards uncastable. Well, okay, you can cast it back to basics. Just does literally nothing.
Yeah, I think we have a Portent in hand as well, so we could get that.
We get a shuffle
Terminus.
effect. He could.
We could get the Terminus to trigger on Wilson's turn.
Oh, that is true. Oh wait.
Yep.
Oh wow, deploying back to basics here. I'm kind of surprised about that. I would have, if I was sitting in Alan's spot, I would have tucked the Brainstorm or tucked the Terminus and tried to fire it off on Wilson's turn.
It's like a Brainstorm in response for Wilson. And again, Miracles player trying to resolve an enchantment when he's behind on the board. You need to start answering these creatures.
All right, 2 cards off. Brainstorm. Wow, like
Wilson's hand is many force.
Yeah, triple force all blue cards. Like he can, like the world is his oyster right now. There's like so many things you can do. You've got 5 power on board. You got healthy life total.
Yeah, he could flash in that Containment Priest just for beats.
Yeah,
it would eat his white mana, but just force everything else.
Does he care about this back to basics?
I don't think so. He's ahead on the board.
I think he's contemplating, force pitch Jace on the back to basics just so he has access to his white mana. Interesting.
I think this feels very speculative from Wilson. Like, I hope Alan fights over this, but seeing Alan's hand, he cannot fight over
Draw
this.
a card, hit for 5.
Looks like Alan goes down to 8. And we got 2 turns of Alan needing to find an answer. Here's the Terminus.
Terminus, trigger. Trigger resolves, I would like to pay white for my Terminus. You force this Terminus, right?
Absolutely.
Like this is a pretty good force. And if Alan fights back, then it's actually okay for Wilson because he's still pretty far ahead. Force pitch Spell Snare? Yeah,
I think if Alan fights back, I think the more Wilson forces, it's giving Alan a chance to get back in this game. Because he's just losing card advantage.
Yeah. Looks like a Portent for Alan. Target himself, probably. So
won't have access to these cards this turn, but you're just reorganizing cards.
And then the next upkeep, he gets to draw a card. So if he wants, he can fire off. Oh, I just saw a second copy of Terminus off this portent. So he can do a.
He does not have White Source, though.
Oh, that's awkward. Oh, wow. Getting that one Tundra Wastelanded.
Yeah, the Wasteland, usually not impactful against Miracles, was really powerful against the one Tundra.
Yeah, those are
Alan Wu build.
was impressively backbreaking here. So
here comes Flash Bear.
Ambush Viper, go! Flash Bear fight, upkeep, draw for portent. Wilson gets to draw for turn. Doesn't even look at the card. Goes in, attacks 4, 5, 6, 7. Take you down to 1. He's got Force back up in his hand.
So if Alan flips Terminus and had an answer to the Force of Will, Wilson would just be out. Oh, I guess he would be down to 1.
There we go. So upkeep or draw step, draw, trigger my Terminus. You just force this one too.
Force, or you could just flash in Snapcaster Mage for.
Oh, you're right.
For kill.
Yeah, force pitch snap.
Wilson says. No.
I'm a little surprised he force pitched the snap because if you pitch the Brainstorm at end step,
he doesn't have Brainstorm. He has Jite.
Oh, a Jite. Okay, so it's the only other blue card. Triple Force of Will. Wilson
and Alan says, "Good game."
Yeah, that's it. So Alan Wu, fortunately, rolling up into a little ball. God damn it! I keep hitting the wrong button. There we go. So a little bit slower start for Wilson, but wow, Alan just could not handle like the board at all. It's just
game 1 was a resolved Delver that Alan could not find answers for. He just kept drawing Force of Wills and counterbalances.
Yeah, it's just 3, 3, 3, 3. You're dead.
And then game 2, Alan had an early Tundra that got sniped and couldn't find more white mana.
He did find, 2 Terminuses, which is pretty good, but unfortunately Wilson had triple Force of Will, which is usually kind of a bad hand, but he was just so far ahead.
Wilson did bring in the Gideon.
Containment Priest to answer like Jaces and other Planeswalkers.
Yeah, Containment Priest, we see in the chat. Why bring in Containment Priest? I think mainly it is a flash threat.
Yes.
So it's a way to get creatures onto the battlefield. Text box is irrelevant aside from flash. Just get something onto the battlefield that hopefully the Miracles player has to use mana on their own turn.
Yes. It's sometimes being able to play at instant speed better than Miracles does, and applying pressure is just kind of key to this matchup. So we see Alan bringing in Supreme Verdict to answer the board. We see the Disenchant for equipment, Flusterstorm, the one of Spell Snare we talked about. Looks like he didn't bring 2 Flusterstorms. So yeah, ooh, nice game 1, or nice match 1. Right.
So yeah, certainly Containment Priest would be just. It would be just a worse Snapcaster Mage.
Oh, look how clean Wilson's sideboard is. 4 swords out,
4
Planeswalkers and answers for Planeswalkers in.
Yeah.
So clean.
Yeah, Wilson would certainly love more Snapcaster Mages, but the 2 mana 2/2 does things in other matchups, and the flash threat is much better than Swords to Plowshares against Miracles, who may or may not have answers. Threats to have castables.
I would say both of our favorite kills against Miracles is probably they Terminus and then they pass at end step. You fetch a Dryad Arbor there at 1, you attack them.
I've fetch Dryad Arbor and then Pendelhaven it for 2.
Yes, I've had a lot of fetch Dryad Arbors. One time I was playing against a Miracles player. They're at 3. I go end step, fetch a Dryad Arbor, untap. Green Sun Zenith for 1. You're like, 1? That's weird. Get Noble Hierarch. Green Sun Zenith for 1. That's weird. Get second Noble Hierarch attacking for 3. What?
I think one of my most memorable games against Miracles was on Magic Online. I was on the Elf side. I had an early Natural Order. It was for about 16. So I could attack a Jace, or I could attack them. I decide attack you, and untap, Wrath's my board. We do like a couple draw goes, and he resolves it to Fairy. And then on turn 7, I just have nothing. I fetch a Dryad Arbor, and Dryad Arbor lives to my turn.
Yeah.
And then I attack with Dryad Arbor, and he's activated Teferi twice, activated Jace 4 times now. And Dryad Arbor attacks for lethal. And I sit there wondering, what happened? What happened, Miracles player? And he said,
Flash creatures.
I can't beat a Dryad Arbor.
So I would say my Dryad Arbors are either the last creature that does lethal damage or the first thing that gets plowed. Like it happens so much. Like I need to get to 3 mana saw, end step fetch a Dryad Arbor, and then my opponent goes end step plow a Dryad Arbor. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Dryad Arbor is
the best creature and the worst creature.
I mean, it is definitely in the running for worst creature in all of Magic. Because it takes a land slot.
Yes.
You can't just, play it.
There's so many hands where you look at that and it's like 1 land, Green Sun Zenith. Oh, perfect. I'll just Green Sun for 0. First draw step is a Dryad Arbor.
Yeah.
You go, and you have to do the saddest turn 1 play is Dryad Arbor go.
Well, luckily I play 2 Dryad Arbors.
Oh god, it happens. Oh.
So if I draw the turn 1 Dryad Arbor,
but you get
hopefully I have another one in there.
But you always get Progenitus floating to the top because he wants to come out and play, right?
So that is one of the reasons why I do not sideboard Progenitus.
Because you just draw it all the time.
I cannot handle having that card in my hand. If it was just like always the bottom card of my deck, like just during shuffling, I just like left 1 card there and I'm like, that's the Progenitus. That would be awesome, but unfortunately, I would not be allowed in the tournaments.
Oh man. Proggy always wants to come out and play every single time, and it only ever happens on feature matches. You see this so much in feature matches.
It would be awesome if Natural Order could tutor from your sideboard,
some type of like Living Wish, but puts
yeah,
it into play.
If it was a tutor wish that you could find a creature in your main deck or your sideboard, and then you could play, you could play the Archons, you could play like a Rurik Thar.
Oh
you
man,
could play just plenty of crazy.
Can you imagine
green
how
creatures.
Like we're gonna assume that it only fetches for green creatures because that's the appropriate.
Yeah, that is the natural order of things.
Like,
Can you imagine
how different Legacy would be if we had that effect? It would be crazy. I would play like blue green, like some type of like weird natural order, like crazy, like 8 cards in my sideboard.
Yeah, there used to be natural order decks that outside of just elves.
Yeah, like no rug, like natural order rug.
No rug, Bant, and then potentially bug. I don't remember. But
I've seen some bug natural order builds sometimes. Yeah.
Definitely some noble hierarch into creature, into natural order, force backup.
Oh, Legacy was wild back then. Back when people didn't know what they were doing. But then again,
the good old days.
Then again, people sometimes still don't know what they're doing. Like I will say, like a couple of weeks ago, I was playing Grixis Control with 4 AKs in it because I wanted to test it to see how it is. And I sat down and someone was just like, this was against another Miracles player, Royfman. He goes, okay, end step, cycle my AK. And he's like, oh, missed the land drop. I'll cycle AK. Oh, found my land. I go, end step, AK for 3. And he goes, why are there AKs in your deck? Why not? That was good times.
Tech against Miracles.
All right, so
we have just finished our round 1.
Yep. We had Miracles get destroyed, which is something we both love to see.
You know what? To be fair, I might come to the defense of the Miracles threat.
You're throwing your 312 at GPs. That is correct. I do miserable at GPs. Harsh. I do terrible at GPs. No, I destroy side events for some reason. I don't know why.
Fair. Get those prize wall ticks.
Oh yeah, so many boxes.
So I like Miracles only because I'm a fan of decks that I consider good but not great. And for whatever reason, I don't think Miracles is. It puts up results, but I don't know why. I don't know how. I don't feel like the deck is great. It's just like tons of air, and it feels like if players were good at playing against Miracles, Miracles would never win.
I think every format and every iteration throughout the decades has always been this. There's always been a pure control deck. Standard, modern, legacy, vintage. There's always old school. There's always been a pure control deck, and it always kind of gravitates towards certain people. And whether the deck is good or whether the deck is bad, people just really love to play it for some reason. Like, you remember? So before Jace the Mind Sculptor got unbanned in modern, Blue White Control was a terrible deck. You played 4 Spreading Seas to like because you had to beat Eldrazi, and the deck was terrible, but people still played it. You play. I saw it was like 4 Spreading Seas, 2 Ghost Quarters, and Attack Edge, or like Feel the Ruin because that was like kind of new-ish thing. And I was like, why do people play this?
People love playing control decks. However, I thought for a while just Grixis Control was just gonna outclass and replace Miracles.
Everyone thought that, yeah.
And it seems like there's been a small resurgence of Miracles ever since Back to Basics was just like
also
the threat.
Death Right getting banned was big too.
Yeah.
Like a lot of Miracles builds were kind of heavily tweaked to fight against Death Right Shaman, but now with kind of the easy answer to Snapcaster Mage and just kind of like the 2 damage every turn. Now that that's gone, it's like, well, just put in Entreat the Angels in my deck and trim down on Terminuses. We see 3 Terminuses for Alan here. It doesn't even need the full 4. It's
3
like
Terminus, 2 Counterbalance.
Yeah, just go super long. It's like no one else will dominate the long game better than me, so I'll just go long. You just have to not die, but sometimes your opponent goes turn 1 Delver, it flips and you die. But happens.
People fans of Snapcaster Mage, just any deck that you can play for Snapcaster Mage, it's going to have certain people just foaming at the mouth. Oh, there's a 4 Snapcaster Mage deck.
Yeah.
I want to play it.
Like you always get. So I remember for a long time, the issue with what people had with Legacy was not that it's like hard to get into, but it's just that everything kind of became homogenized. You played blue, you played Brainstorm, Ponder, Force of Will, Snapcaster Mages, Jaces, and then you fill in the rest. Right? But now it's super wide. You can do almost anything. Almost anything. Don't do anything because you'll have a bad time.
I mean, that is true. If you just look at just like in the abstract, what kind of archetypes that you would want to play? Can you play creature combo? Can you play graveyard combo? Can you play spell combo?
Yeah, so much.
All of those work. Can you play permanent base combo?
You can play like Rest in Peace Helm of Obedience.
Yeah, Rest in Peace
in your blue-white control deck.
You could play like Enchantress style decks. You can play creature aggro. You can play. How we doing?
Do you need these back?
Yeah, that'd be great. Also, we're going to be ordering food soon. Do you guys have any food preferences, either yes or no? Anything you're allergic to, anything you don't want?
I don't really care.
We like food.
Food good. Something nothing too messy, I guess.
15 minutes left in the round.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. All right. Kubo.
Again, let me guys, you guys need anything, let us know.
Okay. So we can play tribal decks.
Oh yeah.
There's
various kinds of tribal decks.
Goblins have making resurgence.
Oh yeah.
Kubo, the guy that was just there, good at Merfolk.
Yeah, won the last Legacy 3K with undefeated with Merfolk. I know because I lost to him round 1. He went turn 2 Curse Totem, and I had Savannah 2 Noble Hierarchs.
So you're gonna have to remind me on Curse Totem.
It's the 2-mana artifact that creatures don't have activated abilities, or they can't activate their abilities.
Oh.
Yeah, and I looked at my 2 Noble Hierarchs,
including mana abilities.
Oh. So I was gonna go play a knight, and he goes Curse Totem, and I draw a card, and I say pass, and he goes Wasteland you, and I just died.
Yeah, I mean you can get the Exalted trigger still.
I can, and it doesn't stop true names.
Ooh,
so yeah.
And you can always play the aggro Delver side.
Oh yeah, there's that blue-red. Now online people call it blue-red wizards. It's just blue-red Delver. Yeah. But it's got wizards in it. Storm Chaser Mage is a wizard. Grim Lavamancer is also a wizard.
It's a wizard.
Yeah. There's also the new-ish 5-color humans deck being ported over from Modern into Legacy.
Yeah, people recognize that there's lots of humans that are disruptive, and there kind of is a deck already that plays a lot of these humans with Death and Taxes.
Yeah. So just put more humans in my humans.
Let's try and aggro up Death and Taxes and just get them dead instead of grind them out.
There's also there's elves. There's always elves, forever and always.
So speaking of Death and Taxes, you can play like a pseudo creature lockout deck.
Yeah.
You can play more of a permanent based lockout deck in the form of like Dragon Stompy, just like
dragons,
blood moons, and chalices.
There's Soldier Stompy.
Soldier Stompy.
The mono white Stompy Stacks deck that plays multiple soldiers that fetches more soldiers.
And you play weirdo decks like lands and turbo depths, which, depending on matchups, are like control decks or combo decks.
I've seen a resurgence of spirits
in
like
Legacy.
blue-black spirits. It's Spellstarter Sprite is a scary card sometimes.
Are we talking fairies
Or I've seen wizards list with Spellstarter Sprite, and I've seen fairies list with Spellstarter Sprite. I've seen both.
have we seen any of this? Slivers?
Oh, there's only one person that plays
Shadows to Slivers?
There's only one person that plays meat hooks, and he's really good at it.
Who's that? Is he here?
No, it's a Moto Grinder. I forget his name, but I've seen people play slivers, 5-color slivers. The deck is called meat hooks because they have meat hooks.
The traditional slivers look like they are the the weird predators
the old slivers
with the weird hooks, and then newer slivers just kind of look like
they just look like the
people.
predator. They just look like the predator to me.
Yeah, I mean they look more humanoid and they don't look that like weird snake monster.
What's an underrepresented tribe that we would like to see more in Legacy?
How about just mono blue wizards?
Oh man, Kubo's been playing that.
Yeah.
Patron Wizard's so good.
Patron Wizard, for those of you who don't know, just tap a wizard to force spike anything.
Yeah. And you play Spellstarter Sprite, that's also a wizard.
Yep, you play Venser, just like bounce your spell and then
force spike it.
Yeah, force spike other spells.
Oh, Legacy's fun. It's weird. Sometimes you're like, oh, I'm doing really good at the deck, and then you lose to like goblins and the wizards. Like, all right.
Yeah, so in the run I had last year, I was doing pretty well in Legacy, and then I showed up, played against Turbo Depths, played against Reanimator, played against Merfolk, and just 0-3 dropped. Peaced out, went home. Legacy is like that. You definitely... everyone in the room today has an appreciation for the format. You have to know what you're signing up for. You have to
anticipate some like weird brews sometimes.
Yeah, you have to appreciate the randomness. Legacy players, in general, are some of the least salty players that I'm aware of, because you just appreciate, hey, I'm going to get screwed over when I play Legacy. That's the format that I'm signing up for. That's the format that I appreciate.
Or like, it's like, oh, how'd you do your last round? It's like someone did it, a Wardgorger Dragon, I died to a Sunscorched Desert. Like, you get weird stuff like that.
Yeah, like,
they flickered this one land at ping.
Have you ever seen this combo before? And they're like, yeah, I've seen that. Well, I didn't, so I lost to it.
It's like, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's just a learning experience. That's all of what Legacy is.
It's great. It makes it fun, sometimes frustrating at like competitive level events. Like, I played, like, so Jund is the thing in all formats, but in Legacy it's bad, right? But I've lost to it. It used to be pretty good, or it used to be okay. But I lose to it repeatedly at GP levels. I don't know why. Round 2, I've always played against Jund. It's just always Jund. I've seen Jund with Life from the Loams, too. Like, a weird Jund Loam Pox deck. Oh, Jund.
Parallax Wave, Opalescence.
Oh, Leylines. Is Leylines a tribe? Like, is enchant? We can't say enchantments because that's enchantress. Is Leylines a tribe?
Is Leylines a tribal beatdown aggro deck? No.
I mean, it can turn 2 people.
I think it can turn 1.
Can it turn 1 people?
Yeah, your Leylines don't have summoning sickness.
Oh, because they're not creatures.
Yeah.
Oh.
So if you Sarah Sanctum, you have enough mana to cast your Opalescence and just attack them.
My God. I lose like 80% of the time. Yeah, that's true.
Shots fired.
I am a terrible player. Like, if anybody who talks to me normally about Legacy, I'm not a good player. I watch a lot of Magic though, but good stuff. Meh. I don't really care. It's fun.
We're gonna keep chatting, or are we gonna pause while we wait for next round?
That's a good question. We have like 10-ish minutes left.
Yeah, round 1 usually we have the dust coming off. Players will definitely go to time in round 1.
Oh, I know. Let's say any notable players in the room. So Cyrus Corman Gill, Eternal Weekend finalist and winner of the SCG team event legacy player.
Mhm.
He's in the room. So Ad Nauseam Tendrils. Brandon DeVera, top 8 from Eternal Weekend, Sneak and Show. Though he has a couple of different decks and he likes to bounce around back and forth.
He's played Check Pile in the past.
Yeah, he's played Elves before too.
Has he?
Yeah, he's played Delver. He top 8 with Sneak and Show. I've seen him play Eldrazi. He plays a lot of decks and kind of like bounces back and forth.
Alan Wu, who we just saw.
We just saw Alan Wu, GP champion or
Pro Tour champion.
Pro Tour champion. Pro Tour GP. Okay, Alan Wu, very strong Magic player from the Bay Area.
And in the team event that we just mentioned that Cyrus was at, who was Brett and
Did Vic?
I can't remember who the number 2, the modern seat was.
Ooh, I do not remember.
But Brett played standard. Some guy that I see around that I don't know his name played modern, and then some young kid played the legacy.
Oh, Nathan Stewart.
Nathan Stewart.
Yeah.
And who's the modern seat? Do you remember?
No, I do not remember. Oh, it was Richard Liu.
Richard?
Yeah.
Sounds right.
He's a GP Sacramento limited winner.
Yeah.
Richard Liu. I know Nathan Stewart's in the room. I don't know if Richard's in the room.
Richard Liu.
Yeah. Who else? There's a lot of people we know in the legacy meta for us that are like really good players, but like nationwide kind of like Magic Pro Tour level side, it's hard to kind of remember who's who.
Yeah, every time I see one of these players like do well at an event, I think, oh yeah, that looks like a guy that goes to my store.
Yeah.
Is that the same guy? Yeah, I think it is.
We also have, he's not known too much, but Zach Wong, one of the strongest lands players in the Bay Area. He's only played at 2 major GPs. GP Las Vegas, top 24, first GP. GP Seattle, 9th place, off of Breakers. And this year, the next GP, he's going to try to do his best. He's only been doing better, and he only plays lands, and he's really good at it. Plays noted Rug lands players, not just red-green, but one of the few people that play Rug.
Is he still playing? Is he still on Rug?
Yep, still on Rug. Though it's not as blue as it used to be. Now it's just kind of blue for Engineering Explosives and Talaria West, which you can like loop.
Not the Intuition?
No, Intuition's been out of the deck for a long time. He's playing Gambles again now. He's playing Gambles now.
Oh, speaking about Intuition, I just want to bring this up. Have you seen this new Intuition?
Oh, the Creeping Chill deck?
The Creeping Chill Intuition?
Oh, the deck is so bad, but I love it.
That is one of the coolest, just like, by the rules, this is how this works. It's coming from my deck, going into my graveyard. So Creeping Chill, new, we'll call it a standard card. It got slotted into Modern pretty fast.
Because it went into Dredge.
Yeah.
Like the new Dredge builds.
Yeah, it's basically a Dredge card. And it flips, like if you flip it over from your deck, like a normal Dredge player would.
If it goes from deck to graveyard.
If it goes from deck to graveyard, you can cast it for free.
Yeah, but you can't counter it because it's a triggered ability.
Yeah, you just kind of like put it on the stack. You're not actually casting it.
So you would like Intuition, and if it resolves, you like 6 your opponent for free.
Yeah, you do a double lightning helix. So
and then you brainstorm it back and you mill it off Searcher's Canto and you 3 them again.
Or just like brainstorm it and then have a life from a loam.
Or you thought scour it. I've seen people thought scour it.
Yeah.
I've seen someone on Moto go end step brainstorm, put 2 Creeping Chills back, thought scour himself, 6 your opponent, untap Gurmag Angular, and this was like turn 2.
I mean, that is awesome.
It's hilarious. The deck is just great. How many players are in the tournament today? There's about 100, 106, 107, something like that.
Yeah, 100 plus. We're packed house.
Yeah. The maximum capacity of the room is 107 from what I was told.
How we doing, Kubo?
So we're going to be, there's about 4 minutes left,
Yep.
and we hopefully won't be too hard in time. We're going to be ordering pizza. What do you guys want? We're going to be ordering pizza my heart. Do you guys have any
I have no preference.
preferences?
Cheese or meat?
Cheese or meat. Okay, great.
I have no preference.
Great.
Yeah. All right.
Thanks,
Thank you, Kubo. Fantastic.
So we have about 4 minutes left. I think we're going to pause for a little bit. Looks like we will likely be coming back in about 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah. The moment that the postings are almost ready, we'll come back. We'll get our round 2 started.
Yeah, and then so we're gonna go around. We got some questions about what's being played in the room. We're gonna go try and figure that out. We're gonna go steal some deck lists and do some
And we're also,
information gathering for you all.
competitive Magic is an endurance sport, also for the commentators, because we're here as long as they are also here. Sometimes longer.
Probably longer.
So, catch you guys in a little bit. So 10 minutes and hang around, hang out for a bit, and it goes that one, that last one.
We're gonna go to the last one. We'll be back about 10-15 minutes. We're trying.
All right, we're back. All right, so round 2 pairings just got posted. Our judge Kubo will walk in here and give us the deck list in a little bit.
We have a special treat lined up. We're not gonna spoil it yet, but we should be able to feature someone very interesting.
We were told about our feature match. I didn't even know he was here, so it'll be fun. I wonder what he's playing against. I don't know
what he is playing. I have one guess, but I don't want to spoil it because it would.
Part of me wants to say like Grixis Delver. I don't know why.
Well, he wrote an article that he.
Oh.
Do you guys have any thoughts on what we do if the match finishes like super early? You want us to try and find somebody else?
If you happen to see a match that is like they're sideboarding and it's like fast enough, you can like try to throw them in. Cool. Just like ask them to like pause. You see a call out for Slivers in the chat.
Slivers, we will be able to go through deck lists, but we will not. We cannot promise Slivers.
Yeah, I don't know. I've seen one person in the Bay Area play Slivers one time.
All right, so unfortunately, I don't know if we know left or right yet. So
yes, but we have.
Actually, we can figure out left or right. Let me just pop out, and I'll see left or right.
Oh, I was wrong about deck choice. Wow. All right. Okay. Then we have.
We got Matt on the left.
Can you tell me when you're done with this round? Can you let me know so I can fix our.
Matt is on the left.
Okay. All right. So.
Our Windows crashed, so for our computer.
Okay.
All right. So round 2, we have Hunter Van Brocken on. This looks like Turbo Depths or Green Black Depths.
Is it Van
Brocklin versus Matt Sperling, who I did not know was in this room, and he is on. I was 100% wrong. This is this straight up Miracles or is this? I see True Names, Medallion Click, Batter Skull, Delver Blade again. It's Blue White Blade again.
Blue White Blade. Oh.
Yep, he's on Blue White Blade.
With Delvers?
I do not see Delvers, but nope. There's actually no Delver secrets. So this is straight up just Blade.
So Stone Blade.
Yeah, this is straight up old school Stone Blade. Let me see here. 2 Jaces, 1 back to basics main board, 1 Batterskull, 1 Umazawa's Jitte, 1 Sword of Fire and Ice, 4 Stoneforge Mystics, 3 True Name Nemesis. So a little bit mid-rangey. 2 Crocuses. Wow, this is an old list. Now that I'm looking at this,
classic.
This is a very old classic list.
Sperling classic.
All right, and then we have Hunter on the new Slow Depths. We see 4 Mox Diamonds, which is a newer iteration to this deck. Turbo Depths used to play Lotus Petals and Elvish Spirit Guides, the Green Spirit Guide, but now they play Mox Diamonds.
So were we calling it medium depths?
I usually just do Green Black Depths because it's like some people call it like slow depths, some people call it medium depths, some people call it not as fast depths. It's dumb. Some people just call it depths, but essentially it is just a Green Black depths list. Any notable cards? There are 3 main board Hymn the Taurox, which is a little bit unique because I haven't seen it that often. 4 Thoughtseize, 4 Duresses is pretty normal.
2 Duress.
Oh, 2 Duresses, 4 Dark Confidant, 4 Vampire Hex Mages. So, who do you think is favored in this matchup? Because this is a very interesting one.
So, let me break it down. Hunter is making 2020s, which can be answered by Swords to Plowshares. Does that sound right?
Yeah, that sounds 100% right.
So I'm gonna go with the person on the left. Also, I'm not sure who Hunter is, but I've heard the name Matt Sperling before, and he's pretty good
just a little bit
at casting spells.
Just a little bit.
So, yeah, what people are posting in the chat, Matt Sperling wrote an article that was a Nick Fit deck.
Oh, the value fit deck.
Yeah, the value fit. So people were calling it, because Sperling has an article, Sick of It.
Oh, yeah.
They're calling it Sicko Fit.
Oh, that's where that name came from.
Yeah, so I was hoping Sperling was on a Sicko Fit.
Aw, boo. Instead, he's going to dust off tried and true Blue-White Stoneblade.
Yeah, the classic. So Owen Turtenwald played a Delver Blade Somewhat recently at some event. Was it Richmond? Is that the last?
GP Richmond was the last Legacy event, right? But that was in the United States.
Yes. So I believe a lot of players appreciate the very classic, tried and true blue-white mana base with Stoneforge Mystic to be a catch-all against just like random shenanigans.
That deck has been around for so long, and it's another one of those decks that people started playing a long time ago, and they just really loved it and just kept playing it. Ooh, Island Texas Ponder.
So we are off to the races. Matt keeping 7, Hunter on 6. Hunter likely looking for very specific pieces of his combo. And so Hunter is more of the slow version, so perhaps the mulligans won't matter too much as long as he can find one one of his haymakers.
Ooh.
Be it
Fancy Verdict Catacombs.
Yeah, be it Dark Confidant or something that can sort of recoup.
Yeah. So Hunter has kind of a choice here. He can either try to go as fast as possible because essentially he doesn't really know what Matt is on. So he can, just try to win as fast as possible, or he can kind of draw out the game a little bit. The problem is that the Blue-White Stoneblade deck plays mid-range and control very well sometimes, where the Green-Black deck now really has kind of two speeds, turbo and like mid-range. It doesn't really do that great long games. Thoughtseize, take your Stoneforge Mystic.
So Hunter, very unhappy to see Tundra in Matt's deck.
Yeah, and if you look at that hand, if the Stoneforge wasn't there, you would say, oh, it's Miracles, right? It's a very Miracles hand. But then you see Stoneforge Mystic and a True Name, and it's like, oh, okay, it's a very different breed. But he has to play around the same thing. Swords of Plowshares, Snapcaster Mages.
Hunter takes 2 off the Thoughtseize. Thank you, players. So we're back on Matt's side, and do we need to cast any cantrips for Matt?
No, he can wait. He's got the Brainstorm just in case there's another Thoughtseize, a Duress, maybe a Hymn to Torok. And he's got the active fetch line too, so he can use it to kind of fix his mana base. So Mox Diamond.
And Mox Diamond is going to be the tip-off. I was going to say, Matt might not know exactly what he's up against.
Could also be like a weird lands variant too, but Sylvan Library, very, very good against blue card.
Could be representing Storm, just like
a weird Storm list.
Bayou Thoughtseize. I mean,
yeah.
Storm plays Bayous.
Is Matt
gonna... Sylvan Library is a very powerful card in this matchup. Matt is not going to pressure the life total too much. Hunter can recoup some card advantage, pull some extra cards from this library. So Matt decides, time to brainstorm.
Now, did you know that Merit Lage plus Sylvan Library is essentially a combo? Because if you make your Merit Lage and they plow it, you have more life to draw cards off Sylvan Library.
That is quite the combo. Unfortunately, whenever I cast Sylvan Library, my creatures get plowed as 1/1s, so it doesn't pad my life total quite as much as a 20/20 would.
Sometimes sometimes you watch people play Sylvan Library and they're very conservative. They use it kind of like an old Sensei's Divining Top to kind of manipulate the top of your deck. Sometimes you just want to draw some cards because that's the three best combination of words in Magic: draw some cards or draw a card.
Draw a card. Best 3-word combination on any Magic card would contain some form of draw a card.
Fetch a basic island. How do you feel about Matt's snow-covered basics?
I like the look of snow-covered island. I haven't seen snow-covered plains, I guess, in a while.
A lot of people here play a lot of snow-covered basics. Do you actually know why they started playing snow-covered for a long time?
Well, to flex. Would be my first guess.
It's kind of dumb, but older versions of Miracles that played Predict, if you predicted your opponent and you named Island, and they flip the snow cover island, it doesn't work. You don't draw 2 cards. It's kind of dumb, right?
So, I mean, yes, I know it's very dumb. For me, so we got a True Name from Matt Sperling. For me, I really enjoy how players choose their basics as like a representation of
as themselves,
as
a player.
Either what era they started from, or sort of matching the theme of the deck. So, snow covered only have one art, which to me just kind of stinky.
So Sylvan Scrying for Hunter here.
Foil Sylvan Scrying.
That's like an F&M promo, I think.
Yeah, I think it's F&M.
Hey, what do you scry for? Either Dark Depths or a Thespian Stage. One of the combo pieces, I think.
Well, you should not get Wasteland.
Yeah, Wasteland's bad in this matchup.
So other targets would be Thespian Sage or Dark Depths.
Sometimes an Urborg too, if you're like a little worried about your colors. Like if Hunter, for example, had like a forest and a swamp and no Mox Diamond, Urborg is a nice choice. Yeah. It's not the best choice.
I don't mind the Thespian Sage. You can hide it from Wasteland with creating it, targeting a basic with it.
Yeah. True name, the Murderfish, getting in there for 3.
The Murderfish, is that?
It's the Murderfish.
Is that his given name?
It's his.
Is that his street name?
It's his street name, the Murderfish.
Yeah.
My name is true name, but all my homies call me the Murderfish.
So Matt Sperling has a few options: Ponder, Brainstorm, and he can snap a Ponder or Brainstorm. I don't think using the Snapcaster. Never mind.
Well, he's gonna Snapcaster.
You know what?
Away.
I'll go with whatever Sperling says.
He might be a little bit worried about land drops.
Yeah, but
I think he's worried about not having a Swords to Plowshares.
But why would he burn the Snapcaster? Because he has access to Ponder in his hand.
Dude, that Ponder is 3 lands. Usually he just shuffle that away. Unless he wants his 4th land for Jace, that will help him find a Swords to Plowshares. So I think because Hunter's Sylvan Scrying for a Thespian Stage, he's a little worried. He knows he's not dead the next turn because there's no way Hunter can put Stage and Depths into play unless there's a crop rotation. But he's just kind of worried about the next 2 or 3 turns because the true name by itself won't kill Hunter from 14. So I think burning the Ponder and also getting 2 more power on board is decent. It's not amazing. But he wants to find Swords of Plowshares. He's got the Force in case there's a crop rotation. But he also has to fight against the value off the Sylvan Library. There's a lot of things for him to consider here.
But is it not consideration to ponder off of 1 island, draw maybe a fetch, and then cast the Brainstorm already in your hand?
Maybe.
To get rid of things like Jace and Force, which are on the lower side in this matchup?
Matt might also be prioritizing putting more power into play just so he just has, that lessens the damage clock.
And it weakens Sylvan Library, which Hunter has just taken 1 card off of Sylvan Library each time. No additional cards, just 1 total.
Right, so Stage is the play for Hunter here.
Now it looks like he has Dark Confidant, Mox, crop rotation.
Ooh. So I think
he is threatening combo.
Yeah. Right? Hunter, we know he has a crop rotation, and with the crop rotation, he's able to get a Dark Depths and make a Merit Lage. But the problem is because Matt Sperling is on a blue-based deck, he has to be a little bit careful of like Force of Will,
Absolutely, you would Force of Will in this spot.
Yeah. When in doubt, if your opponent casts a crop rotation, you usually try to counter it. Not a lot of good things happen from your opponent resolving a crop rotation. There's a Jace. I think if Hunter wants the crop rotation, you do it in response to the 0, right?
Yep.
This is
hold priority.
Yeah.
On
So
the stack.
Response to Jace 0, and this is so that Matt doesn't have fresh new cards in his hand, so that if he already has a counterspell, then he has one. But if he doesn't, this is the one window for it.
Or he knows to look for and keep a Swords.
All right.
If Matt saw Swords and white Swords,
Bayou, float a green,
put it back.
Crop rotate, sack my Bayou.
And here we go. Puts Matt to the test.
Yeah, it's gonna Force Pitch Ponder. Looks like Force Pitch Brainstorm maybe.
I would.
You keep the Ponder, or do you keep the Brainstorm?
I would keep Ponder.
All right. Force Pitch Brainstorm.
Your hand is very low on cards. Brainstorm generally better when you have more cards in hand.
All right, so Matt's Brainstorm or Jace Storm resolves.
Oh yes.
Finds 2 more Force of Wills. Not so great in this right now, but good emergency buttons.
Do you know the flavor text on crop rotation?
Which one? Like the old one?
Yeah, the versus.
Whichever. I do not remember.
Maybe Lotus is next year.
Oh yeah. All right. So now it's Hunter turn. Untap.
So Hunter looks like he copied Bayou.
Yeah. You usually want to get as much activation out of your Thespian Stage. So copy Bayou so he has another alternate green-black source.
Yeah. What about potential wastelands from Matt? Do we not like?
Oh, that's a good question. Let's take a look. We have access to deck lists.
Yeah, Hunter does not, but we do.
Okay. We know that Matt has 0 wastelands in his deck, but he has 2 Crockuses.
2 Caracas.
So
Hunter is
not
gonna try his best.
not
in
in
this
a good
matchup.
position. But here's a Dark Confidant from Hunter.
Dark Confidant, a bold move in the face of True Name Nemesis.
He's kind of in the weird position of just dealing as much damage to himself as possible.
Yeah, is there... What's the highest that he could flip? I guess just a 2?
I want to say a 2.
I don't think there's many 3s.
Yeah, the average CMC of these new depths lists, I don't think there's anything that's at a 3. There's a lot of 1s, a couple of 0s, and I think everything's a 2.
Alright, well, it's all for naught because Dark Confidant trades with Snapcaster Mage.
Yeah, just to kind of stem the bleeding a bit. J Storm.
So Dark Confidant is Bob Maher, trades with Tiago...
Sabrito.
Not Sabrito.
Not Sabrito?
Chan? Is it
Chen?
Chen?
I don't know.
The
The invitational winner.
Yeah, whatever the actual name of that.
Yeah, but this is a Modern
Card.
Masters Dark Confidant. It's a Skrillex.
It is the Skrilliest.
Alright. Read some books at the library. Do I find an answer to this true name? I don't think Hunter has any mainboard answers to this true name. He's not dead next turn.
I mean, he could play like something to
Ooh. Well, this is after draw step.
In your draw step.
After library.
Let me
has
check
Chan.
what you got. Tiago Chan.
Thank you, Chat. Now, Vanadium Click does not take lands. So, if Hunter has the Dark Depths in his hand and Matt's not prepared,
Concede in response,
Hunter
Hunter?
could just... Yeah, you just keep it.
All right, keep it, and I'll definitely kill you on my turn. So.
Yeah, and now this game is essentially over. The only out I think Hunter had there was to have a Dark Depths, and then even then he would have to like main phase it to block the click, and then might get Swords to Plowshare.
Well, he can't main phase in the face of Jace bounce.
Oh, you're right, because there is a active Jace too. Wow, poor Hunter.
Yeah, Jace, not usually good against 2020s because of their
Damn it, I keep giving the wrong person.
instant speed activation, but it's Jace is a little bit like it just like shaves off some of the routes that Hunter can take.
So I give the green player the sideboard for the green deck.
All right, I'll be on green deck.
Okay, so if you were Hunter against this matchup, what would you side in according to a sideboard list?
Okay, so I'm just looking at main deck. So main deck, we have tons of discard. We have Thoughtseize, Duress, and Hymn to Turok.
Yeah, which is usually good.
So let's see how we can supplement sideboard. We have Assassin's Trophy, Pithing Needle. I think Liliana Last Hope could... It'd be very bad against True Name, but it could help grind.
It does clear Snapcaster Mages, and, you know, it's a really, really good card. Like, Lily Last Hope making an appearance in the Legacy, it just kind of dominated. It was everywhere. And before that, it was Chandra Torch of Defiance, what people call the Red Jace, until the damage redirection rule changed, and then Chandra, unfortunately, didn't become as good anymore.
So there's 2 more cards. One of them, definitely Windmill Slamming that in my deck. And another one, I'm going to have to look up.
I have to look something up.
Unless you know what
Which one is
Steely Resolve does.
Steely Resolve? That's the anti-artifact one?
I mean...
All right, while David looks up Steely Resolve, let's go over to Matt's sideboard. So, we see 2 Thalia, Guardian of Thraben, Disenchant, Fluster Storm, Back to Basics, Containment Priest, Council's Judgment, Surgical Extractions. In this matchup, I like Surgical. You can kind of clear a stage or a depths fairly early. Sometimes just hitting him to Turok might be okay. Thalia is not so great. Disenchant, maybe it might be a Pithing Needle or something, but outside of that, he doesn't really care too much. Back to Basics, I was told that these new green-black depths can beat Back to Basics fairly easily, but it seems actually not too bad, especially if Matt is on the play. So he's on the draw next turn, so on the play, I think Back to Basics is really good. On the draw, maybe not so much. So I'm expecting to see possibly Back to Basics, maybe Council's Judgment for like Vampire Hex Mages, Bobs. Main board, Spell Snare is good, Click is good. One more Back to Basics in the main board already. Batterskull's great in this matchup. Plows, sort of Fire and Ice is good. True names are good. Spell Pierces, maybe? It's hard to say. On the draw, you would want something like Spell Pierce or Flusterstorm to fight Hymnotorox, but Hunter hasn't played any Hymnotorox, so Matt might just not know that they're there. Okay, anything noted out? Do we look up Steely Resolve?
We have the result of Steely Resolve.
Oh.
Lucas in the chat helping us out. It is a 2-mana enchantment, 1 in a green. And when it comes in, or as it comes in, you name a creature type, and then those creatures have Shroud.
That looks like an Elves card, because that's the Onslaught, and that's definitely an Elves card.
Yeah, I definitely think it was cast, in many Elves decks. Naming Elves, I would not touch this card with a 10-foot pole in current Legacy.
Oh, here's a good question. If you have a Steely Resolve, what's Merit Lage's creature type?
Merit Lage's creature type. Off the top of my head, it might be a horror. It might be an avatar.
I think it's an avatar.
Might be a fish beast.
But turn 1 Sylvan Safekeeper for Hunter. So Sylvan Safekeeper's jumping up in popularity.
Yeah, that's the third one. So
Yeah.
we've seen Tiago. We've seen.
This is Alirade.
Yeah, this is Alirade. We've
And then
seen
Bob Mayhar.
Bob.
Just invitational.deck.
Yeah. Is too bad Stoneforge was not an invitational card.
Okay, so Sylvan Safekeeper, really, really good against Swords to Plowshares.
Chat all about it. Jumps on Avatar. I was there. I had Avatar in my top 2 guesses.
Alright, Matt's gonna fetch a basic island here.
So as I mentioned before Steely Resolve, there was one more card that I liked. It was an enchantment as well. It was Choke.
Oh, Choke's so good.
He has 2 chokes against the deck with Island in it.
Oh, another Tabernacle. Up the Tabernacle count. I'm going to lose this bet. So many Tabernacles in the room.
So Matt with a Ponder, sees 3. Council's Judgment, click, and another Ponder.
I like Council's Judgment because Council's Judgment does not target. It votes on resolution. So you can use it as a very clean answer to Sylvan Safekeeper. And because Sylvan Safekeeper, the only real way to get rid of it on Matt's side is to throw Swords to Plowshares at it. And if Hunter is a little land heavy in the hand, you can just keep sacking lands to protect it.
I mean, every card you throw at it is just a Stone Rain at that point.
Oh, yeah.
Just you have to get rid of a land.
Ooh, Safekeeper is scary.
So in this matchup, Hunter doesn't know exactly Matt's list, but in this matchup, it's a very interesting question of who is the beatdown. Hunter has tons of grindy elements, but Matt is designed to grind.
The second stage is a little awkward, but now he has access to activating stage copying Bayou, so he has more colors available to him.
So if this game went 15 turns, and
stage copy Bayou,
and we had a result after turn 15, who do you think would that favor?
I would say Blade. I think it's got a better long game than Depths. It's just its top decks aren't relying on combo pieces, and plus, if both decks are very anemic, Stoneblade has like 3 1s where
has
Depths
creatures
and where Depths has 2 1s and 1 1s. But
yeah, so it's gonna be very interesting.
Hunter representing the combo here.
Combo assembled, and Matt currently has best answer is Vendilion Click Block, untap, unsummon.
Yeah, fetch. I think this is an instep click for Matt here, as potentially a kind of blocker in case the Merit Lage comes down. Because if he doesn't have a White Source and the Swords of Plowshares, he might not have an answer to this Merit Lage, because he's definitely gonna Council's Judgment away the Sylvan Safekeeper, but he has to do it first.
I mean, wouldn't you rather Council Judgment the 2020?
If it shows up. Like, what if Hunter just lets it resolve, and then after it's resolved, then makes a Merit Lage at Matt's end step? Like, if Matt doesn't play a 4th land.
Yeah, I don't think Matt's casting a tons of lands.
It's a Pithing Needle,
Sajiri Step,
Vampire Hexmage,
and Cataclysm.
So the Sajiri Step in Hunter's hand is hilarious because it automatically negates the Vendilion Click.
Yeah, it blows up this V-click line.
Yeah, because it comes into play, you name a color and target creature has protection from that color. Usually that's a crop rotation target. Having the Sajiri Steps in your hand is kind of bad. But here, if Hunter's line goes through, if he is able to make a Merit Lage, even if the Sylvan Safekeeper dies, he actually might have lethal. So it's up to Matt here to try to figure out how to solve this.
So
puzzle.
yeah, Matt doesn't look like it, but he is way behind, right?
Yeah, I think so. Mostly because we know that Sajiri Steps is there. He doesn't have an answer, or so he's gonna say. Matt's gonna say, okay, you can keep your hand.
Yeah, you could draw a lot worse. So
Draw a
keep
card. Spell Pierce. Is there a plow in his hand? I don't think so at
No.
all. Oh, that click might be on blocking duty.
But click can't block, and plow can't answer, can't beat Safekeeper.
Second Council's Judgment.
So Hunter may have just went 4 lands, combo assembled, win.
Sometimes you just go land, go, land, go, land, go, and you win. Because you can't counterspell land drops.
Matt has to shuffle.
Alright, so Matt's got
I
kind of in a tough spot here.
Matt's on a no outer.
I mean, if he finds
Matt could play Pithing Needle, something to shut off activated abilities, but he would have to name Bayou, because
no, but one stage is on Bayou, and the other stage is a stage.
Yeah,
so that's super awkward.
He would have to name Safekeeper and then
Oh
Bluff.
wow! Look at Matt's hand. It's just Spell Pierce, Spell Snare, Force of Will.
Yeah, he drew a Spell Snare off of that.
All right, activate stage.
Hunter's gonna say, "I'm going for it."
Yeah. Legend rule: keep the one with stage. Stage triggers. Make some merit.
Whoa!
Not a surgical. Does not make
Whoa!
a surgical. Make a merit.
Surgical
Rage.
from the sideboard.
Is Hunter going for the kill here? Untap, draw a card, play Sajiri Steps. Sajiri Steps.
Play step.
Trigger, target. I would like to name blue, and Matt's. Wow.
That was a strange game. I guess no, Caracas still can't beat the Safekeeper.
No, because it's Shroud. Not even like colorless. Not even like protection from a color.
If Matt drew Wasteland, he was good for a turn. Correct. It depends on when Matt goes for it. It's a check card that if Hunter went for it, Matt could respond. But if Matt went for it, Hunter could respond.
I'm very surprised that Matt, even though he's playing 2 Caracases and he's cantripped a lot, we saw no Caracases anywhere. So that's very surprising.
Yeah, no Caracas, which could be shut down by Pithing Needle.
Alright, so looks like Hunter's making some minor adjustments to his sideboard. I don't know if he wants to change anything. Now that he's on the draw, the chokes will probably still be in play.
I mean, you have Mox Diamonds. You can cast a turn 2
Oh
choke.
yeah, you can go turn 1 choke.
You could go you could go Turbo Choke.
Turbo choke.
Turbo Depths? No, Turbo Choke.
Looks like Matt didn't sideboard too much. I think both players are pretty content. If Matt was playing against like a spell-based combo deck instead of a land-based combo deck, his hand was stocked. Spell Snare, Spell Pierces, but unfortunately for Matt, Hunter just drew card after card. It was like stage, depths. Turn 1 Sylvan Safekeeper doing a lot of work there too. Just kind of representing an onboard protection spell that Matt has to be extremely aware of.
Yeah, similar to a Mother of Runes-esque type card, but in green.
Alright, so Matt being on the play here. So on the play... No, wait, Matt's on the draw. Yes, Matt's on, because he won the last... No, Hunter won the last one. Ah, god damn it. Okay, Matt's on the play.
Depths just attacked for
yeah.
So
Matt on the play. I like back to basics on the play in this matchup because it slows Hunter down. It's not game winning, but it might just kind of tempo Hunter out enough. It turns all of his lands into like bad Lotus Petals. But Hunter can play around it or play through it. So players are opting to seeing if they want a mulligan or not.
looks like Matt's hand is very slow, and he still has a Jitte in his deck, but unfortunately it's in his hand with a Stoneforge.
That's awkward. I mean, it's a shuffle effect. You can brainstorm and then pass a Stoneforge just to shuffle your deck.
He does not currently have a Brainstorm.
Oh, that's awkward.
So, and Hunter doing a very good job of showing his hand, but having it be unreadable.
Oh, he's really thinking about that. All right, so.
Oh, we have keep.
All right, Island, go. Hunter's gonna lead on a Thespian stage, so no turn 1 discard.
He has a Thoughtseize in his hand.
Oh, is this a no colored hand for Hunter? I think I see a
Perhaps.
Sajiri Steps, but maybe there's no black source. All right.
Matt with a fetch land, likely getting a Tundra, deploying this Stoneforge.
Yeah, turn 2 Stoneforge Mystic.
Shortcutting, shuffling his deck, presenting, and then handing it right
Yeah.
back.
And he knows that. Oh, got a Fire and Ice. He knows that he's not playing against any permission, so doesn't hurt too much here.
Looks like a Bayou off the top, so he does have colors now.
Okay. So that sort of Fire and Ice is going to come down in 2 turns. Well, it's going to be active in 2 turns. It's going to come down
Potentially. Let's see if
Thoughtseize.
let's see what Matt is working with and what Hunter fears out of Matt Sperling's deck.
Now, if Matt has a permission spell,
Oh, I think are we seeing a force to protect back to basics?
ooh,
Here we
Force
go.
Pitch Spell Snare, yeah.
Back to basics. You called it. Back to basics. Potentially just slowing down the combo deck.
Dude, so that force was really good for Matt there because it protects a lot of information and it allows him to still have Stoneforge available, and now he's got the surprise back to basics here. So fetch, that's a delta, so probably just an island.
Yeah, looks like Island.
Now Matt has to be a little bit careful because if the back to basics comes down, the fact that the back to basics is there locking down his Tundra might be kind of annoying. So unless he finds a basic plains.
Yeah, he does have double white requirements in his deck, also in his hand with Council's Judgment.
There's a back to basics.
So he is 2 white away from casting.
yeah, tap for 1, might as well.
Now let's see if Hunter remembers to not touch the Bayou.
Yeah, and now that the Thespian stage is just a Thespian stage and not a basic island that he could have copied because there wasn't a Mox Diamond or anything, or
I mean, he can still copy it to.
yeah, but he would need 2 basics to be able to activate this stage just to make it another basic. So Hunter is slowed down dramatically here.
I really didn't think the back to basics would do a lot against the depths deck.
So I was told by Carrie Solnox that you take out the Mox Diamonds in control heavy matchups. So there is a possibility that Hunter just doesn't have Mox Diamonds.
Does Mox Diamond, is it on as an additional
So
cost
it's a resolution.
on resolution?
Yeah.
And Chromox is the same?
Chromox is also resolution because Chromox is a trigger because it's imprint. I think.
Yeah.
Oh, fetching a basic swamp. Thoughtseize you. Ooh. Okay, we knew about the sword. Council's Judgment, I think Hunter's not too worried about it because Matt has no lands in hand and his 1 white source in play is locked. Do you just take the Fire and Ice?
I think the Jitte, because it's the only castable card, and it slowly, surprisingly, would destroy Hunter. It kills all of his creatures.
Oh, Bob's Hex Mages all die to the
Sylvan
Jitte.
Safekeepers, and it could put Matt out of range of
just hard cast Sword of Fire and Ice with triple island in play.
what on earth is that swamp? That's the GP promo swamp.
Yes. Alright, draw. Matt's in a really good spot here.
Yeah, Matt, he could have gained life above 20, so he would be protected with
And then
the Jitte.
the Stoneforge would be doing 2, 3, 4. It would be doing 5 a turn.
5 a turn,
And
yeah.
it's a 3-turn clock for Matt if this Stoneforge goes uncontested. Another stage. Oh, now this is really awkward for Hunter. If he wants to activate the stage to turn into a basic, it locks the other stage down because of the back to basic.
But Hunter's good with just a placing of a land into play that makes a 20/20.
Yeah, if he just goes Dark Depths,
And he knows that Matt doesn't have much to respond with.
Right.
So Matt is forced to draw some cards.
Ponder. Fire this Ponder off right away.
Absolutely.
So Matt would like a white source. There's a plow, but no white
There's
source.
a plow, but no white source. But tons of blue cantrips to find that white source. I think this is a keep.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Are we supposed to put these in a certain order or something?
They're already in order.
What about these that we have?
So Matt keeps with the ponder. And here we go, 2020.
Oh, wow.
Matt, it's up to you.
Is this it for Hunter? Is he going to steal this game through a back to basics?
See, that's why I don't like the back to basics in this scenario. I will defer to the blue mages.
Yeah,
I will defer
Matt
to Matt
needs a white
Sperling.
source. He needs a fetch land or an island.
There.
Oh, he found a flooded strand.
Ponder bails out blue mages. Always. Just like never punished.
Oh, these are last name alphabetical. Okay, these aren't sorted or anything, right? Oh, they are sorted. God damn it. Okay, I'm not gonna put these in here because they're alphabetically sorted. So.
I mean, you just put V and S at the back end.
Oh, they're actually completely alphabetically sorted.
So Matt with the fetch land into Hunter, make a 20/20.
Now, Hunter has a Sigiri Steps in his hand, but in response to the trigger, Matt can fetch a white source and plow it. Or he's just going to go ahead and just do it here.
Yeah, he wanted to make a 20/20 to block, stop Matt from chipping away.
Well, now Hunter has a nice healthy life total of 30 now. Can
Yeah,
take a couple more Stone
however,
Fortress.
he's taking 5 a turn, and Matt has a one-sided Howling Mine. And Hunter's down to 1 land. 2 lands locked out by Back to Basics.
Alright. I mean, so Plow resolves.
And
Matt,
you go for
maybe-
another Ponder. Is that going to bail you out again, Matt Sperling?
Did that? That was definitely end step, right? Yeah, so
it
it's
was-
definitely Hunter's turn now.
Yeah, it was during combat he made a 20/20.
Alright.
Went to
Another
block,
stage.
or tried to block.
Alright, so Hunter's fighting the good fight, slowly climbing up there, trying to recur, or trying to
So
fight back.
I agree that Back to Basics is powerful now, but just you were very vulnerable to that combo,
Maybe it just...
and the Back to Basics wasn't stopping the combo at all.
So we're saying the true power here is not the Swords of Plowshares or the Back to Basics, but it was that Ponder. Alright, Brainstorm for Matt. Fetch.
So Hunter should be at like 1,000,000 life. I don't know if the
I know the Sword connected last turn.
do we know if our
Life totals are correct?
life totals can go above 20
They can. Yeah,
on our system?
I know they can.
All right, so we will keep it on the players to.
So he was at 30, he took 5, right?
They take 5 and then take 5 again. Maybe he's at exactly 20.
Has it been 2 turns? Oh yeah, I think it's been 2 turns. So 30 down to 20.
Well, he went up and then connected, and then this turn he connected.
We're just
So
gonna...
maybe he's at exactly 20.
I think so, yeah. Alright. Ponder resolves, shuffle, drew a card. Matt's gonna pass it back. Hunter's
So-
gonna pray to RNGesus here.
Hunter's on again the I will make 4 lands and make a 20/20 play.
The slow part of slow depths. Alright,
The
swamp.
slowest of depths.
And duress you.
And Duress, Spell Pierce that.
Yeah. Matt's gonna
protect
protect
my hand.
Protect his hand, but more importantly here, protect information. Because he wants to hide the fact that he either has a plow or doesn't have a plow. The more he protects it, the more Hunter has to kind of figure it out and
Yeah,
piece it
just
together himself.
Hide the plow to keep it available.
Okay. Attack you.
Here's another 5 points.
Yeah. 5 points of damage. Draw a card. Oh, another Spell Pierce. You play Jace here for Matt? Yeah. Yeah, Jace using the basic planes.
Yeah, because you have the Spell Pierce
And
backup.
go and brainstorm.
How?
Two more back to basics.
Let's bring it on back to basics. X3.
Alright, found a Fled Strand. Pass it back.
So he has access to double white if he needs it.
Now, I see a Dark Depths in Hunter's hand again.
Yep,
So-
he's on the let me make 4 mana and cast this again.
Let's try it one more time. Now, the duress didn't kind of clear the way, so he has to kind of assume that maybe there's another plow.
Yes,
But
I like this.
yes, the Thoughtseize will try to clear
We
the way.
need more information.
Ah.
And
Would you like to pay? You don't want to pay for your
would
Thoughtseize?
you like to double Stone Rain yourself? No, I wouldn't.
Hey, you have to be clear to your opponent. Would you like to pay for this Spell Pierce? You have 2 mana.
I was thinking that these Spell Pierces would
be-
feel awkward against all of the 1 mana spells.
But in combination with this back to basics, it's actually playing out very well.
Yeah. So it seems like Hunter's window was just like turn 1 through 5, and we have passed that window, and Hunter is way behind, and arguably with what's in Matt's hand, I don't know if Hunter can get out of this.
Don't know either. If he found a way to answer the Stoneforge with the sword, he still has to deal with the Jace. So if there was, for example, an Abrupt Decay, it would deal with either the sword or the Stoneforge, but then there's an active Jace that's kind of filtering Matt's hand like crazy. It's drawing essentially 4 cards a turn, just all this card advantage.
I think the biggest problem is Hunter can't cast multiple cards a turn.
Oh, that's true. He hasn't
So-
found a basic forest or
Yeah,
another swamp.
He could, for example, cast a Hex Mage, go block, sack, kill Jace.
Second
Looks like Batterskull was sighted out.
Yeah, so that Stoneforge is just the pure 2-mana shuffle effect. There's the depths. Pass it back. Let's try it one more time. Untap. Draw. Now, if that Sword of Fire and Ice was supposedly like a Jitte or Batterskull, Matt could have buffered his life total by gaining a lot after all this damage. But he has to be a little bit worried about just kind of taking 20 here.
Hunter goes in. Back to basics number
Wow. Matt shuffled that away off the Jace Brainstorm and just drew it again.
2. I mean, you have it in your deck for a reason. You're going to see a lot of them.
Brainstorm with Jace. There's another Plow and a Snapcaster Mage.
Another Plow, another Snapcaster, and a Click.
Ooh, I think Matt might have to go to discard at some point. He's got a lot of cards.
I think he has a land, yeah.
Oh, he's got exactly 7. All right, passive. Do you fire here?
Well, you're dead to a Stoneforge.
All right, activate stage. Target my Dark Depths. Trigger. Legend Rule.
Legend Rule. No counters.
I would like to make a Mirror Lage. You have a Mirror Lage. I would like to untap, draw a card. I would like to go to attacks. Unless there's a Thoughtseize, maybe? I would like to go to combat. Attack. I would like to go to damage. There's a Vendilion Click. 1, 2, 3.
Target. You.
Target you. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Wow, there was an Abrupt Decay, but no green source from
No green
Hunter
source.
there. Okay, block your Merit Lage, and this is to not give Hunter more life so that Matt has lethal next turn. Wow, and Hunter falling to Matt Sperling off of a blue-white Stoneblade.
Yeah. Was the so going way back in the game, was the Bayou just naturally played? Yeah, I think it was drawn.
I think it was drawn.
So if it was a forest, we could have had some more action in that game.
But also remember that Hunter led on discard. You usually want to go discard very early in the game, so it would essentially be like a swamp. But
yeah, but he did eventually find a swamp. So
Man.
was Hunter? How many basics was the Depths player on?
That's a good question. Let's pull out a little accordion here. Oh man, I just put all these back, dude. Okay. There's only 2 Vs. Perfect. Okay, Hunter is playing 1 forest, 1 swamp.
Yeah.
So that's his basic count.
And he hadn't seen any back to basics from Matt Sperling, so
Maybe he got a little surprised by it. Like, there is a possibility to say, well, he's playing like Stoneblade, maybe.
yeah, I would have been surprised by it. I mean, I certainly was thinking it would be a medium card in this matchup.
So Hunter's draw is unfortunately just being like stage depths, like green card. If he ever found like a green fetch, maybe his hand would have been active. Maybe the game would have been completely different.
Interesting. Matt brought out his true names in this matchup.
Ooh, maybe it's too slow. Like maybe because it doesn't block Mirror Lage, it doesn't do enough.
I mean, not many things block Merit Lage. I think it's a bathroom over there.
Oh, okay.
Especially with a Sejiri step active, not many things can block Merit Lage.
Yeah. All right. So we have our round 2. Wow. Okay. Where's the thingy? This one? Yes.
Yeah,
All right.
that's us.
Wow. All right. Impressive. Blue-white Stoneblade, Stoneforge Mystic apparently dominating so far from what we've seen.
So we've seen somewhat recently players suggesting Stoneforge Mystic being unplayable in Legacy,
I even said that a bunch of times.
but Stoneforge doing work in the first 2 rounds.
It's a really strong 2-for-1. Like when you have 2 mana, draw a Batterskull, and then it discounts it, makes it uncounterable. That's sort of Fire and Ice. Like at one point, we're just like, oh, it's probably too slow. And I bet Hunter thought that too when he had the Thoughtseize. Thoughtseize, you see Jitte, sort of Fire and Ice. It's like, okay, he can cast the Jitte next turn. He doesn't have the white source to activate Stoneforge Mystic. I'll just take the Jitte. And then Matt just goes hard cast Sword of Fire and Ice, equip it into Smash Face.
I mean, I still think it was correct to take the Jitte.
Probably was, yeah.
The Stoneforge was just going to, if it connects with Jitte, all of his creatures are just they're
null and void.
already answered by this
Yeah.
onboard equipment.
Would you? So I think if Matt it's like more hypotheticals now. If the Sword of Fire and Ice was a Jitte instead, how many counters do you think that thing would have had? Like, would Matt just would have poured it all in to maximize damage? Would he have buffered some life total?
Yeah, I think it would have been a mix. I think he would have prioritized getting above 20.
Yeah, probably like 21, 22, so you don't get one shot.
Yeah, get above 20 and then just maybe reserve one.
So like a Bob or a Hex
Yeah,
Mage.
just one counter each time and then pump the other two.
Yeah, so because unfortunately, Vampire Hex Mage is the original Jace killer. Kills planeswalkers super easily.
Yeah, and I guess it could nuke all the counters on Jitte.
Yeah, that's true.
So you wouldn't want to stockpile too many because Hex
Yeah.
Mage could just come in and get rid of it.
Man,
Plus any decays or trophies off the top.
yeah, that matchup was sweet. That was fun to watch.
So we did have the sideboard cards Back to Basics, and I guess we didn't see any chokes.
No, unfortunately not. Maybe there's a lot of when I play choke, I usually want to have it on the play. On the draw, it's a little clunky. Same thing with Back to Basics. They're kind of in the same vein. Like on the play, they're really really good because you're ahead in lands, and then your opponent probably like tapped out like cantrip or something.
I mean, are we talking from Maverick side?
From just in general,
I mean, in general, blue decks, aside from a select few, the matchups are going to go long. So choke is awesome. It will always find it will find islands to get.
It'll find a way.
Yeah. So doesn't really matter against what matchup I am facing.
So definitely,
If it has-
definitely saw all the back to basics come in. Definitely saw the council adjustments from Matt. I guess that's all he boarded in. Very clean, very clean sideboard. Just,
Yeah, it looked like he brought out 5 cards.
Yeah. So true names.
Look at that Thalia.
Batterskull. The Thalia is probably for Storm or like combos. Even though
He has Flusterstorms and Thalia,
might be really afraid of combo.
perhaps.
I don't know. So good old Stoneforge Mystic doing well. And then on depths. Let's see. We didn't see this Dried Arbor. We didn't see
We
the
saw
chokes.
the Pithing Needle.
We didn't see the Steely Resolve. We
Yeah.
saw the Pithing Needle, but never Resolve.
Steely Resolve, naming Dan for the Steely Dan combo.
We didn't see the Lily Last Hope.
Yeah, that's
wow,
why.
did Hunter just never see any sideboard cards? Yeah. Yeah, go back in. Go.
Decklist flying out.
And when you guys figure out what you want to see on camera next round, here.
Oh, we have access to it. Oh, I was supposed to look for another feature mesh.
No, just
You know what? I'll just write down a couple options.
okay.
Okay.
And I'll see what's working.
Okay.
I'll give it right back.
Okay. Oh, we get a choice. Oh, sweet.
Well, I think we should go hunting.
Definitely no more Stoneforge Mystic Dust.
Yeah.
I would like preferably for like in control of broadcast and all that stuff. Let's see. We'll get a variety, right? But watch. We're gonna pick like a sweet deck that's doing really well, and he's gonna play against the Stoneforge Mystic deck. So let me.
We got
think.
Kubo.
Okay, so we get to look.
Yeah.
We get to look.
Oh man, this is all alphabetical too.
So let's see. How much time do we got? We got 5 minutes left. Tons of matches in the round.
Yeah.
But we definitely won't have time to move someone over. So I think we're going to take a quick pause. He's going to look through that. I'm going to go see if there's any cool matches out there.
I see Rite of Flames. Is that a cool card?
Rite of Flames? I would not be a fan of Rite of Flames, to be honest.
All right. So take a little break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes while we find our third feature. See you guys in a little bit.
See you in a little bit.
Okay, pairings for round 3 are up. Players are making their way outside. In a little bit, we will get our players for round 3. I have made a small note of all notable players and by notable players, I mean they're playing something fun and sweet. Preferably they have a positive record. Did you know that there's like 3 Enchantress players here?
3 Enchantress players.
There's 3. That's 3 more than I thought there would be.
That's, yeah. 4 more than I thought there would be.
I dug through that entire accordion of like I said, okay, I know some players' names and stuff like that.
There's deck list out here. I'll grab them for you right now.
Okay. Ooh, I know both these guys. Okay, so round 3. We have Kevin Ligatum, known Maverick player, been playing it for years, so we're gonna get good old Maverick. Yay, Maverick! Versus what used to be world's shortest pro point, Nathan Sewer. Who I think is on Grixis control?
Probably on Grixis. He was on Grixis for the team event, which they top 4'd. Correction, all 3 Enchantress players are there. Yeah, there's.
Oops, that still says Sperling. Oops. Okay. Oh shoot, we don't know who's on what side.
Yeah, we're gonna hold for sides.
I know.
Do we know sides?
Do we know who's sitting on what side?
I'll let you.
Okay. And I will punch in all this other stuff.
So you are.
Nathan's on the left.
Nathan's on winning.
Kevin's on the right.
Okay.
Interesting fact about Nathan, he's like 16 years old.
I know.
I know you.
Nathan, 16-year-old professional. What is he on? He is on Grixis.
That's Grixis.
Professional Grixis mage.
I remember Nathan actually when he started playing Magic played in the versus in SF where I played, and I remember when he was terrible. My God, he was a bad player when he started. But now he travels everywhere. He's like a really notable player. Kevin. Oh my God, I can't read keyboard. How do you spell his last name? U-T-O-M.
U-Tom. All right, so you play Maverick, is that correct?
Yep, that's my jam.
Check out the Maverick deck list.
Wait, why did that not save? And it's backwards. No. Okay. So we're gonna get all the names corrected because I apparently put things in backwards. So Maverick is an old archetype that actually doesn't do very well nowadays. It's a green-white, sometimes Abzan or junk-colored Hate Bears deck. So you have cards like Mother Runes, Thalia, and you have Knight of the Reliquary. So it's a pseudo lands deck. Pseudo, as in it has land, like parts of lands deck. Kevin is known for playing Merit Lage combo in his deck, so Thespian Stage, Dark Depths, and you can tutor those with Knight of the Reliquary. Also, you just make a giant Knight of the Reliquary. It's also a Stoneforge Mystic base deck, so I didn't get my no Stoneforge thing. Grixis Control is kind of sort of this new kid on the block, and by new kid on the block, I mean Deathrite Shaman got banned, and people thought this deck died, but it just came back. So
yeah, so on Nathan's side, I have the deck list in front of me. He has pretty traditional Grixis, 4 Baleful Strix, 3 Snapcaster, 2 Gurmag, some Planeswalkers, some cantrips, some removal spells.
It looks very stock.
Some discard.
Bitter Blossom is a fairly new addition.
Yeah, 1 Bitter Blossom might be the only point of spice that people would be interested in, and a couple of cool cards in the sideboard. We'll get to there later.
On Kevin's side, we're seeing a Knight of Autumn main board, new card from Guilds of Ravnica.
Oh, cool.
It's a pseudo Qasali Pride Mage with 2
Was
more
that
abilities.
in Guilds or was that in Core?
I think it was a Guilds of Ravnica.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Knight of Autumn. Outside of that, I know Kevin plays a very old style list. Looks like very light black splash, mostly for sideboard cards, but main board is mostly green-white.
So semi-dark Maverick.
Matchup wise, Kevin has Wastelands, Nathan does not. And because Grixis Control is a bit of a color-hungry deck, if Kevin gets a good start and good Wasteland control, he can spiral this game spiral out and just dominate this game. Though Grixis Control is playing about 4 basics nowadays, so you can play around it if you're expecting it.
So we have Nathan on the play. Does play draw matter too much?
A little bit. because Nathan has access to turn 1 Thoughtseize, turn 2 Hymn the Torok, sometimes you can just destroy your opponent's hands and then they just don't do anything. A lot of versions of Grixis Control nowadays are also playing things like Inquisition of Kozilek, dropping down a little bit of removal because Miracle's everywhere and you don't want 3 Fatal Pushes.
What about Mother of Runes? Is that
Mother Runes
much worse on the draw?
A little bit on the draw, but seeing how Nathan is pondering here, turn 1 Mom, because Mother Rune takes 2 turns to become active. If Kevin goes turn 1 Mom and Nathan has a Bolt or a Fatal Push, then it just kind of negates all of the abilities. But if a Mom is active, Mother Rune's turning off almost like all of the point removal in the entire deck. And then some versions of Grixis Control play Edict's mainboard, and there's a lot of sweepers in the side. So we're going to see a very clogged board state if Maverick does well.
So we had a Ponder Keep from Nathan over to Kevin with Maverick.
Right. So
he has a fetch land, and let's see what he wants to deploy on the first turn. Looks like he has a Thalia. Looks like he has a Mother of Runes.
Yeah, try to just get a...
He's going to shortcut.
Savannah into a Mom.
Yeah.
Because he can't get Basic Island. Or get Basic Plains.
Could get Scrubland.
Now, fun fact about Kevin's Maverick deck. It's mostly foil. Like I think it's like 99% foil. Completely through store credit.
Nice.
So he's played it for a long time. Ooh, so Nathan fetching up 2nd Underground Sea. And this screams Hymn the Torok.
Does it not scream Baleful Strix?
So if I'm sitting on Kevin's side, I'm more afraid of Hymn the Torok than I am of Baleful Strix. Diabolic Edict.
Diabolic
has
Edict.
to clear this Mom right away. So
I only brought up the Baleful Strix because I believe Nathan has 2 in his hand right now.
yeah, Baleful Strix.
Is it good in this matchup?
It's okay. It does stem any like big night hits, but essentially it's like an emergency card to pitch off Force of Will if you see like a big Green Sun Zenith. Looks like a Thalia from Kevin here.
Fetch land into Thalia.
Maybe
Kevin
2nd Savannah just to have access to all his colors. I mean, it doesn't hurt to get like Basic, but Basic doesn't really do anything because he knows he's not playing against Wasteland or against any like back to basic. So Nathan's gonna enforce this Thalia.
Force of Will on Thalia.
Now all of these seem to be good for Nathan, but he's actually running out of cards really fast here. Ooh, Thoughtseize. Let's draw for Nathan here. So Kevin's really just kind of fetched, played a card, and then Nathan's had to invest time and turns.
Baleful Strix, draw a card.
Found a Fatal Push.
And will he hold up Fatal Push, or will he go for a Thoughtseize? Likely looking for a turn 3 play Knight of the Reliquary, or maybe another turn 2 play.
If I was Nathan, I think I would Thoughtseize. Yes.
Nathan agrees.
And here, Nathan has the option to either get a Badlands or maybe a Basic Swamp. So snags the Knight. Oh, and we see Kevin's hand is out of gas now. It's just all lands. That Thoughtseize is really, really good for Nathan here. So now that Kevin's kind of down to no gas, he's going to have a little bit of trouble catching back up. Unless he draws really well.
So what is Kevin hoping to draw here?
Another Knight.
Another
just
Knight?
Body. He needs to apply constant pressure. And by pressure, I mean not just attacking, but pressure as in finding spells to cast. So, Knight off the top for Kevin here. Fetching probably no basic. Doesn't really matter here. So that Knight off the top, really good. But we do know that Nathan has Fatal Push. So if he has a way to trigger Revolt, that Knight is going to be done for.
Do we have any Sylvan Libraries for Kevin?
That's a good question. Some people play them main, some people play them all sideboard.
Don't believe I see any.
Yeah, it looks like
none in the 75.
Wow, no Sylvan Libraries at all. That's kind of surprising.
So we have a Ponder for Nathan.
Now the Baleful Strix does hold back this Knight because the Knight is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a 5/5. So if Nathan doesn't attack with the Strix, it's just forever will fog this Knight, which will also kill it. So it's like a really bad removal spell. So Kevin's not incentivized to attack.
I wouldn't call it that bad of a removal spell. It already replaced itself.
Right. So there's a Brainstorm. So Nathan shuffled off that Ponder. He's going to Brainstorm. 2 cards back. Looks like he found a Polluted Delta. You're going to see a fetch, and then we're going to Fatal Push that Knight right away.
Looks like Fatal Push time with Snapcaster in reserve.
Yeah, and we see this is where we see the strength of Grixis Control. It's in creature-based matchups, it dominates if it has a good rolling start. It's just removal spell, removal spell, removal spell, and enforceable backup. And it's just so much for Kevin to deal with here. And then that Baleful Strix, just a little bit of damage to kind of help.
Ships in. The little owl that could.
Now I do see a true name in Nathan's hand, so that might actually be
I believe
the
it's
turning
a
point.
Snapcaster.
Was that Snapcaster?
He does not have true name main deck.
Ooh, okay. So Snapcaster also very good because your second copy of a removal spell that you played earlier.
So Scavenging Ooze. How big of this?
Scavenging
how big of a
Ooze,
threat is here?
I think it's really good. Turns off Snapcaster mages. If done correctly, it can also strand any Gurmag anglers. Ooh, Kolaghan's Command Force of Will. Now
Kolaghan's
Kevin
command would not answer this now.
Yeah, Kevin is
Or
representing
answer the Skoos.
1 green mana so that he can activate Skoos if he needs to. He can either eat one of his creatures in his yard, or he can hold it up and in anticipation of a Snapcaster mage to eat the Snapcaster in response to target.
I would not like to keep this for Nathan. It doesn't really answer this the Skoos.
That Ponder is kind of meh. The force is definitely no good, and the additional land may be okay. I think he's trying to decide how heavy he wants to lean on this Kolaghan's Command. But the awkward thing is that if he uses the Kolaghan's Command value-wise to rebuy a creature, there's a Scavenging Ooze in play. It just eats it.
All right, here we go. Putting Kevin to the test. Will he activate end step? Will he activate end step?
He's thinking about it. No.
He will not. He
guard.
has patience, and that's going to pay off for him.
Draw a card.
Noble Hierarch.
Ooh, Noble Hierarch's not too bad here. Now, Kevin needs to leave as much green mana as he possibly can to play around mostly Kolaghan's Command and also to kind of fight against Snapcasters. So fetch, I think it's going to be a basic forest and into a Noble Hierarch, I think. But the nice thing about the Noble Hierarch is if you leave the Skoos back and you just attack with the Noble Hierarch, Nathan's not going to block a Noble Hierarch, right?
It would be very unlikely for...
Yeah. So even though you're tapping yourself out on green mana off that Noble Hierarch, you get a little bit of damage through.
Yeah, I don't think a Baleful Strix is worth a Noble Hierarch. Nathan would likely just accept it.
Okay. Noble Hierarch.
So we're likely going to see Nathan fetch away this Kolaghan's Command. I don't think it's good here. Oh, he decides to keep it. So he could Kolaghan's Command shock discard to get rid of Kevin's likely last card.
Yeah, but with 2 green sources open for Kevin and multiple creatures in the graveyard, that Kolaghan's Command is going to be pretty hard for him to fight through.
All right, so we go after spells, eating Fatal Push.
Okay, and this is preemptive, and we see Kevin leaving up the green mana strictly to play around Kolaghan's Command. Ooh, Green Sun Zenith to the draw. Fetch. Oh, Kevin, his land-heavy hand that earlier we saw was pretty bad. Now actually really favorable for him because he's able to keep up Scavenging Ooze activations to fight against Snapcaster mages and also to grow the ooze to like dodge Kolaghan's Command's damage or lightning bolts. And now he can actually Green Sun for more targets too. So he can Green Sun for 3 for neither royal cards. He can Green Sun for 2 for the best card in the entire Maverick list, Scrib Ranger. Because you know why? It's Pro Blue.
Pro Blue.
And plus Noble Hierarch plus Scrib Ranger is 2 damage, unblockable a turn.
Does he have a Sigarda? No Sigardas.
Sigarda, I think, unfortunately, way too slow. Though, would be fantastic. Because Diabolic Edict, you just laugh in the face when you have a Sigarda in play. So this is a Green Sun for 3 for Kevin here. Green Sun resolves. Now, there's a lot of great fun 3-ofs in Maverick. Maverick is a toolbox-based deck. There's Tyrus Tracker, there's Remnant Excavator, there's Quasali Primage to blow up your Scavenging Ooze. Oh no, that's not Quasali Primage, that's Knight of Autumn to blow up. So he cleared the Scavenging Ooze, which allows his Ooze to be able to attack, and he applied pressure on the board, so fantastic here.
And we are using green mana. Not keeping up 2 mana, using 1 of them.
And I think Nathan, because he knows Kevin is tapping out here, he might take this time to kill the Ooze now. Kill the Ooze, buy back Strix off Kolaghan's Command, I think.
Well, he still has 1 green mana to blow that up.
Oh, he's got Noble Hierarch active. Oh, shock your... Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I think Nathan just realized that Kevin does have green open. I thought he thought that he tapped out. Ooh, Shock Hierarch, float a green, or yeah, so Kogalon's Command, you have to stake both modes on cast. Shock Noble Hierarch, buy back Baleful Strix. Kevin's gonna use the Noble Hierarch to activate Scoos to eat the Baleful Strix. So it really just cleared the Noble Hierarch here.
But it does open up a window for the Snapcaster Mage to do something. However, Fatal Push is eaten, and he would need to draw another land for a Kolagon's Command to do anything.
Need 5 lands to snap Kolagon's Command.
I guess he could snap Edict, but that just eats a 2/1.
He does if he waits. If he wants a Snapcaster, now his main phase is like the best time. He doesn't want to let Kevin untap with that Scavenger is active. But then it becomes really awkward because then Kevin might not attack with the Knight and then Scavenging to allow the Snapcaster to trade. Ponder.
Cantrips are actually not that great because he will be bottlenecked if he wants to use that Snapcaster this turn.
Yeah, Nathan needs answers.
He just needs to just draw.
Oh, double Lightning Bolt.
Lightning Bolt. Yep.
Oh, that's really
We're
good. Definitely keep both of those Lightning Bolts.
We could brainstorm into those Lightning Bolts if we want to cast both on this turn.
Bolt with your ooze while you're still tapped out, pass it back. And he's floating another bolt on top, I think.
So Nathan just took the lead, I feel. With
because we know he has both those Lightning Bolts, he's in a very good position.
He could flash in Snapcaster to block, get a Brainstorm if he wants.
Yeah, that active Snapcaster is huge here. Nathan might be considering Snap Ponder, but he's going to pass. Kevin's going to fetch. Not a lot.
Do you think Kevin could have been a little more patient with his green mana?
Possibly.
Ooh,
Dried Arbor.
The best flash threat.
Oh no, he's got the ugly art. Oh.
Hey, he's putting it up front.
Okay, yes, the Dried Arbor is in front. So that's a Dried Arbor. It is the long contested worst art in most of Magic because it looks like a land. And if you put it down by your land, sometimes people don't catch it. But Kevin being, a good green player, putting it up on top. Now, attack with both. Are we going to see Snapcaster maybe? Now, if Nathan had a 5th land, snap target Kolagon's Command and then block would have been fantastic for him. But looks like he's going to Fatal Push instead? No. Might have to be a Lightning Bolt. That's if even.
I think Brainstorm. He already has the Bolt and just getting the velocity through his deck. He knows the top of his deck is Brainstorm and he just wants to get to more action.
So
uses mana now.
So this is a Snapcaster before blocks, target Brainstorm, goes to blocks, trades with the Knight, and that Brainstorm does have flashback now. So you can
flashback for the whole turn.
Yeah, so you can end step it if he wants to. So end step, flashback, Brainstorm.
And Kevin missing on a play.
Ooh, another Kolagon's Command for Nathan.
Okay. And can we say we're done?
Do multiple Kolagon's Commands.
Kolagon's Command, kill your creature,
yeah, he can
discard.
He can untap, shock the Dried Arbor, buy back Snapcaster Mage. And Nathan's just going to pull 2 for 1, 2 for 1, 2 for 1 until Kevin can't do anything more. All right, Kevin draws.
Oh, we have Scribranger in hand?
Ooh, Scribranger's not too bad. Attack for 1.
Scribranger just has pro blue, no other pros?
Yeah, it's just pro blue.
So Kolagon's Command will be able to blow up Scribranger.
Now, if Nathan fires off this Kolagon's Command to shock the Dried Arbor, Kevin can flash in Scribranger to save it because it is a forest. So, in response to your Kolagon's Command, flash in Scribranger. Nathan will... Now,
Nathan,
99% of the time...
Do we have a reader? I think we
people
have a reader.
to read Scribranger.
Yeah.
Even people that I play all the time, they always have to read Scribranger.
It's effectively a Quirion Ranger.
All right, so I think Nathan went for discard a card, buy back Snapcaster Mage. That's why Kevin was forced to flash into Scribranger, and then it's going to get eaten by a Lightning Bolt.
So Scribranger should be... You're the Maverick guy. Let me see if I can get this right.
Okay.
Return a forest to your hand, untap a creature.
Yes.
Flash.
Yes.
Pro blue.
Yes.
Use once per turn.
Yes. It's also a 2-mana 1/1.
2-mana 1/1.
That flies.
Does it fly as well?
It flies.
All right, and it flies.
It blocks a lot of Delvers. K command, shock, discard. Wow, Kevin flooding a little bit
There's
here.
a very nice looking plains in the graveyard now.
Kevin, now that was a Kolagon's Command and draw step, so Kevin had to discard that plains he drew for the turn. So he's hell-bent, he's got nothing to do. Passes it back to Nathan. Now Nathan here needs to start applying some pressure. He's got a lot of value 2-for-1s, like that Baleful Strix replacing himself, but he needs to find a way to kill Kevin.
But he just has all the time in the world.
Yeah, like Brainstorm here. Like there's a lot of great answers that Nathan can find. Jace, Liliana, that Gurmag Angler is one of them. Like the Baleful Strix by itself can lethal through 14 turns, but the more turns you give Kevin, the more chances he's going to find an answer.
Here's a 2-mana 5/5.
Ah, big fish.
And do we have multiple Scavenging Oozes to get out of this?
I think Kevin.
No, he's on one Scavenging Ooze. What do we have? Do we have any?
I think Plow's his best answer. Oh, Kevin's going to scoop to the Gurmag Angler.
Kevin scoops it up.
And it's just too much. Like the repeated 2-for-1s was just too much from the handle.
Sometimes Maverick plays just a value like Eternal Witness.
Sometimes. There's been a lot of weird builds of them, but everybody plays differently. So the kind of standard Maverick list has 2 Stoneforges. Kevin is known for playing 4 regardless because he just won't let it go. All right, sideboard here. I can almost recite Kevin's sideboard by heart because we've talked about sideboards so much. We see 2 Chokes, 1 Ramonut Excavator, 3 Zealous Persecutions, 3 Thoughtseizes. So this is a heavy fight blue card sideboard. Thoughtseizes are good on the play. It tempos out Nathan a little bit, snags anything annoying like True Names or Jace's. Zealous Persecution, clearing Baleful Strixes, Snapcaster Mages, True Names. Also, you can just play Zealous Persecution to pump your team and just lethal them. Like, it is an option.
Combat trick.
It is the worst combat trick.
The best combat trick.
Assassin's Trophy. This card got a lot of hype coming out of Guilds of Ravnica. Everyone was like, oh, this card's going to be everywhere in Legacy. It kills lands. But the number one most important thing for Kevin on this side is that it is a 2-mana answer to Jace the Mind Sculptor. Okay, you can, in response, if it doesn't get countered, because you can counter Assassin's Trophy does deal with Jace the Mind Sculptor and annoying permanents like Gurmag Angler if he doesn't have a plow. Gadoteeg, not so great. Does turn off Force of Will and Jace, but essentially it's a 2-mana bear that also turns off your Green Suns. The Maze of Ith is maybe. It's hard to say.
Maze of Ith doesn't seem like it does much.
Yeah, it doesn't seem a lot. Like Gurmag Anglers you can deal with, Strixes you can deal with. So on Kevin's side, I'm expecting Thoughtseizes, Zealous Persecutions, Trophies, Chokes, maybe possibly the Surgicals, but I think that's too much. Okay, what about Nathan's sideboard? How's that look?
So Nathan has a couple of generic answers: Dreadbore, Liliana Last Hope. He has some Flusterstorm, some Pyroblast, which are likely in for other matchups.
Oh, not for this matchup.
Yeah, he has Surgical Extractions. He has Blood Moon, which is an interesting one.
That's a fairly new addition to Grixis control now. They're starting to play more Blood Moons for some reason. I think it's in concession to Wasteland and land-based strategies.
All these Dark Depths decks floating around. And then we have 2 cards at the bottom of his deck list, which I think are just A+ in this matchup. Toxic Deluge and Marsh Casualties.
Ooh, Marsh Casualties is very good.
So
Kevin decides to go wide. Marsh Casualties, giving your team -2/-2.
I would think he would just pick up everything that could give Kevin's creatures -1. Liliana, Toxic, and Marsh. And then potentially a Bitter Blossom, and Dreadbore seems fine just to answer.
Bitter Blossom seems like a good value card. If you're doing 1-for-1, 2-for-1 removal against Kevin's board, Bitter Blossom just kind of naturally pulling up a little bit of value.
It might be that Kevin could get to the board fast and the Bitter Blossom would be a liability. Or Kevin could just answer the Bitter Blossom. So
in this matchup, whenever I play against Grixis Control, sometimes Bitter Blossom just turns into like a fog every turn. If you only have Night.
1-mana Force Field.
If you only have Thalia, you just can't beat through the Bitter Blossom. And like, yes, you're abyssing them, you're killing a creature every turn, but you're not doing any damage. I've seen some people board in Surgical against a Maverick. Personally, I think it's a terrible idea because the deck has just a lot of 1s and a lot of 2s. There are some key 4s like Thalia's Moms and Wastelands, but It's not enough. Surgical is also, in my opinion, the most overly sideboarded card in all Magic formats that it's legal in.
It is very prevalent in most sideboards of every format.
So it is everywhere.
So Nathan, by the way, we'll mention again, 16 years of age.
Yes. The running joke is I say he's like 7. He's also, fun fact, Nathan actually has a twin brother that also played Magic. They do not look anything alike. They're 100% different.
Interesting.
All right. So Kevin will be on the play. Players are consulting their hands. Wow, Kevin has a lot of lands in that hand. Nathan, I see double Island Volcanic. I think Nathan was stranged on
Black.
Black, yeah.
Nathan is so good. I agree.
Yeah. I mean, if you go around and you play a lot of Magic, you tend to get pretty good. Like, regardless of what format you play. He plays an insane amount of Magic. This crazy amount. Okay. Kevin, old school, a lot of experience. Doesn't play as much nowadays because, you gotta work and stuff like that.
Yeah, Kevin, quite possibly, don't want to put anyone on blast, but maybe twice the age of Nathan.
Yeah. But Kevin comes with a lot of experience. He's played this one deck for years.
Very methodical when he plays.
He's very analytical too with his thought process too. Whenever he explains sideboard choices or like plays, he's very, very puts it out really well. Ooh, interesting hand for Nathan.
I see
there.
lands and deluge. That's enough for a keep for me.
Oh, lands, cantrips, some removal spells. Nathan's gonna take its scry. We'll say he's gonna keep it on top. Kevin will be on the play. Does he have a turn 1 play? Yeah, turn 1 Mother of Runes.
Turn 1 Mother. Looks like very powerful against Nathan's opening hand.
Oh yeah, if Nathan doesn't find an answer for this Mom, it might just spiral out of control.
He does have a turn 3 answer with the Deluge, but maybe Kevin can tax him a little bit.
Now, Maverick is actually, even though it's this green toolbox-based deck, its core is essentially Death and Taxes. Moms, Thalias, slow your opponent down, and then slowly pull incremental advantage until your opponent, can't do anything else anymore. The nice thing about Maverick is that you have access to this magnificent card called Green Sun Zenith, okay, which lets you find almost any card he puts in his deck. That's why you see a lot of 1s and 2s in Maverick, because you have Green Sun Zenith. So it's essentially 5 copies of it, and it just rebuys itself. Whoops, little fumble there.
Kevin was a very nice guy. Looked away when Nathan dropped the card.
Good guy. The field. In 100% honesty, if I was sitting there, I would have wrote it down on a piece of paper. Oh, noted. Bitter Blossom. Got it.
Yeah. Didn't shuffle? All right. It's on top of his deck.
All right. All right. You're going to shuffle off this ponder for Nathan.
So Nathan has a few lands. Doesn't have too much interaction outside of the Deluge, so I'm guessing that's what he's looking for.
Now, there is a lot of removal spells for Grixis Control. And after sideboard, it just has even more removal spells. So, wait, Nathan gets a blind draw off this ponder.
Draw a card. And
Dreadbore.
It is not a gut shot. So Mother of Runes online.
All right, so let's see what Kevin wants to do. Interesting that I led on this basic planes here. He might be a little worried about Blood Moon, but Kusali Pride Range. Randomly enough, even though Maverick has like 2 to 3 basics and it plays Noble Hierarchs, sometimes Blood Moon kind of hurts. So
Brainstorm for Nathan. 1
land,
2
land,
3
Colovel's Command, which is very good.
Very, very good.
All right. So Kusali Pride Range being a 3 damage attacker if it does get active.
So you mentioned the similarities to Death and Taxes, but Maverick is known for not having Rashadon Force. Is that correct?
Yes. Maverick can be very mana hungry. Ooh, Wasteland your Underground Sea.
Wastelands, though, he does have plenty.
Attack for 3. Yeah, a lot of Maverick, because it's playing green and also black for sideboard cards, has options to a lot of different cards, so you need a lot of colors. The versions I play are a little bit greedier. I play mainboard of Repliques. Kevin is a little bit more traditional, just playing straight green-white and then sideboarding into black cards. All right, so Nathan
no fear of further Wastelands.
Multiple Wastelands, but it's
looked like Nathan indicated he was doing this on his upkeep.
All right, so
draw step.
He does have access to this Gourmet Angler, I think. So if he wants to play Giant Fish, oh, we just play Baleful Strix. Baleful Strix also deals with Solid Pride Mage. They kind of negate each other.
Is it Baleful Strix deals with Pride Mage, or Pride Mage deals with Baleful Strix?
They both deal each other. It's like completely neutral, because you would have to sack it to deal with the Baleful Strix, and then you attack and it blocks. And so we're gonna have a little bit of a standstill here. Well, standstill, not the magic card, though that would be great here. All right, fetch.
You have to imagine that the longer the game goes on, it favors the Grixis deck.
Yeah, they do have a really, really good late game. Also, their mid range is not too bad. Kevin, on the other hand, his mid game, it kind of depends on his draws, where Nathan on Grixis Control has cantrips to be able to filter his hand, where Kevin doesn't have the luxury of that.
So how could Kevin find a window to punch through what Nathan is doing?
Green Sun for 2. This is going to be a Scrib Ranger. Either a Ranger or Ooze.
Ranger to have Mom tap and then untap Mom?
Yeah, Ranger gives you an extra activation off of Mother Runes. Also attacks for 2, but Scavenging Ooze is also a really good option, but you would prefer to have Scavenging Ooze with active mana. So, attack?
Offering the trade?
Ooh, tap for 3.
I think Nathan just snaps it off.
Yeah, activate Mom. So you only get to activate Scrib Ranger once a turn. So if I was Kevin, I would activate Scrib Ranger just and play another land if he didn't already, but I think he did.
Yeah, he was on 3 mana.
Oh,
so
man.
It looks like Deluge.
Yeah, we're screaming for a turn 3
3
toxic
for
Deluge.
1.
Or turn 4 because it was a Wasteland. We're going to see Deluge, and there's not much Kevin can do about a Deluge here. So, shuffle, shuffle, shuffle.
Is there any tricks that Nathan would be fearful of?
Not really. Kevin's tapped out. The Mom can't protect against a board sweep. So he's going to have to pay 2 because he wants to clear the Pride Mage. Yeah, there goes Kevin's board.
Grixis, known as the 2-for-1 deck, even better when it gets 3-for-1s.
Right, land. Oh, Kevin just very, very land heavy in his hand there. So, draw. Ooh, Liliana Last Hope is really good for Nathan. Like, let's say he's going to lead on a Thoughtseize just to clear the way. Oops. Oh, Inquisition instead. Okay. So, yeah, look at my hand. It's terrible.
And
and we're going to see Fetch Black Source. Probably another Swamp. Maybe a Badlands.
Probably a Badland. We could say Nathan is the unlucky one for missing on the Inquisition, but Kevin is truly unluckier.
It's like, how bad would you feel? It's like, oh no, my Inquisition, it didn't hit any cards because my opponent has 3 lands. Oh man. But this Liliana Last Hope is very, very good. Any creature that Kevin now plays is now susceptible to Liliana, giving it -2, -1. Mom's Mother Runes, Thalias are completely dead now because they're just summoning sick. They can't do anything to deal with it.
Kevin fetching end step. Is Dryad Arbor good enough here?
It doesn't deal with the Lily. That's the problem. Like,
just
he
pokes in and then dies.
Might just need to fetch the Thin, but there's the Dryad Arbor. Also, you don't really want to draw Dryad Arbor right now, so might as well fetch it out.
Yeah, Choke would be a good draw. Equipment would be an okay draw.
I think Stoneforge would be fine. The problem with Stoneforge against Grixis Control is because you know it's a deck that relies on Kolaghan's Command, so your 2-for-1 also gets 2-for-1, but Kolaghan's Command against Stoneforge deck is like a 3-for-1 because they're buying back a creature. Like, it's kind of tough. So Kevin needs to draw really well here. Oh, it's a Thoughtseize.
Thoughtseize is not the best.
So just fire it off. Ugh, what do you take?
Can remove the 2-for-1.
You have to take the Kolaghan's Command because if he takes the Gurmag Angler, Nathan can just buy it back. The Dreadboard doesn't really do much here.
When in doubt with this card, take the 2-for-1.
Yeah.
Either take the Snapcaster or take the Kolaghan's Command.
Yeah. And now,
if they have both, then
now Kevin needs an answer for this Liliana, because Liliana doesn't need to minus the killer creature; it only needs the plus. And then there's not a lot he can do to erase that Lily emblem if we even get to it. So draw a card, ponder. Yeah.
Ponderino.
At this
look
point,
at 1, look at 2, look at 3.
At this point, Nathan doesn't even need that many removal spells, though it would be nice. Looks like 2 cantrips in a land. gonna keep, draw, ponder, turned into another ponder.
And that ponder could turn into a brainstorm, and we just
If I was Nathan, I
tap
think I
all
would
of our blue
have.
mana.
I think I would have shuffled off that ponder just because a random card would have been better than ponder. You're really only seeing one card deeper. What was that? It's a black card.
Bitter Blossom.
Ooh, Bitter Blossom is really good here. If that's a Bitter Blossom, it's really good here. It allows Nathan to apply pressure by creating creatures. The Liliana can be there to protect it, to slowly kill off creatures. So plus on your Dried Arbor.
Liliana Last Hope, such a heinous effect. Pluses to kill creatures.
Right,
can you tell if I'm an Elves player? Because if not, we could go on. We could go on and on and on.
All right, so Nathan's gonna get his tokens ready.
Yeah,
and Kevin's. Oh no, Kevin's gonna scoop.
Just like, I can't handle the beats.
His draw step was Caracas for turn. Wow. It hurts me to see Maverick lose, but his draws were just not so amazing. But oh man, so Nathan pulling up more 2-for-1 advantage over and over and over, removal spells into Liliana. That Liliana is so good. Like Liliana Last Hope, fantastic card out of Eldritch Moon? Shadow Radius Rod? Something like that?
Eldritch.
Like when that card came out, everyone was like, oh, this card's really, really good. And it saw a little bit of play.
I think, actually, if I'm honest, people did not realize how good it was.
No. Do you remember what other Planeswalker out of that set that got more hype than Lily?
Was there a Jace?
Nahiri the Harbinger.
Oh, Nahiri.
People were all over that card.
People were on some Nahiricals.
Oh, Nahiricals, where you played one Emrakul in your Miracles deck. It was all over Modern for a long time. And everyone's like, oh, this card defining decks. And then Liliana just standing there slowly getting better and better and better. It's just everywhere now. Like, Grixis Control is known for being one of the few decks that play Liliana mainboard. Green-Black Depths plays it sideboard sometimes now. They side in like 1 to 2 Lilies. Bug plays it. It's just so good.
Yeah, Liliana just has the slight wrinkle. Most Planeswalkers have the uptick for value, downtick for protection, but Liliana has it reversed.
Yeah.
She upticks to protect and downticks for value.
In other formats like Modern, you would minus the ability to pull out some advantage. In Legacy, you almost always just plus and then make an emblem. Like against Miracles, Grixis Control, you go turn 3 Liliana. If it doesn't get answered, it's like my goal is to get to an emblem, and then the emblem spirals out of control.
Yeah, there's so few answers for Planeswalkers, and her plus, again, the thing that she's operating to run to the ultimate, protects herself.
Yeah, kills any annoying little X1 creatures, Thalias, Moms, just they're gone. Llanowar Elves, the Dried Arbor.
Symbiotes.
Like, all right. Are all the matches going to be XO? We're going to try not to have some very early. I pointed out some like really notable players. We had Matt Sperling on earlier. Any fun decks. Later on, we're going to try to do some win-and-ins, maybe some like X1s and stuff like that.
So we have Eric on the left, John on the right.
Ooh, we have a backup match.
Sweet.
Okay, you want to punch it in because they're on that side?
Yeah.
I'll do over decks. So we're catching these.
Left.
Oh wait, shoot. What turn are they on?
We're probably on.
I want to say it's 1-1.
Yeah.
Okay, so
about 15 minutes left in the round.
Yeah. So Kubo, our judge, pulled up a backup match for you guys. We have Grixis Garfierce. Man, this is bad handwriting. So we have John Slater over in Sacramento. Big Moto grinder, very really strong player playing tried and true Grixis Control. In our chat, I call him the mayor of Value Town because he's only played Grixis Control and Check Pile. He just loves these 2-for-1 decks. Versus Eric Campasano, who is a long-time Magic player, vintage, old school, legacy. Also, purveyor of all things Stoneforge Mystic.
Another Stoneforge?
Another Stoneforge deck. He is known for 2 things, Stoneforge Mystic and Spell Snare.
So are we on, what kind of blade?
This is just Stoneblade, no Delvers. Eric Campasano, main boarding 3 Spell Snares. Because that is his jam. We have a running gag in our small testing group where if you play a spell snare, you have to give Eric Campesano a penny, like a nickel, because he is the king of spell snares. We're gonna assume that this game is sideboarded. So on Campesano on Eric's side, against Grixis control, back to basics really good. He loves this sort of Feast and Famine, the pro green, pro black one. Nahiri, the Lithomancer, the mono white Nahiri from the Commander set.
We were just talking about Nahiris, and we forgot the Lithomancer.
On John Slater's side, we see Chandra, Torture Defiance, Blood Moons.
And a couple of land goes for our players.
So this is going to be sweet. Now, this match tends to go a little bit control heavy. I know Eric from like years of playing against him, he likes to sideboard into a little bit more control heavy build. So
land go.
Lots of land go. Eric Campesano also a purveyor of Japanese foils. It's a very pretty deck.
So Eric has Brainstorms and Ponders available. Finally decides, let's play a spell.
Now, on John's side, we saw no turn 1 discard effect, no turn 2 discard effect. So maybe John's hand is either permission heavy or a little bit slow. Wow, actually, I see 2 Hymnotauros in John's hand.
Yeah, fearful of the spell snare.
Dude, you get hit by 1 spell snare, you go, oh wow, that hurts.
You get shook.
You hit that by the second one, oh wow, that sucks. You get hit by the third one, and you're like, wait, this is game 1. Oh, fetch.
It only takes so many spell snares to just like completely shake a player.
I have in a game against Eric Campesano one time I was on Maverick. He burned all of his spell snares and all of his Snapcaster mages flashing back spell snares, and I was on Grixis control. He's cast a lot of spell snares in his life. All right, so John went ahead and fetched an Underground Sea. And I think they're adjusting their life totals because it was still set to the previous match. And looks like a Hymnotauros.
Fetch, likely a basic. So we're probably going Misty into basic, Island into Spell Snare.
Yeah. So I think.
Oh, we have a Flusterstorm as well.
Ooh, maybe you just fluster it for 2. Save your spell snares. Whoa! What happened? What happened to life totals?
Not sure what happened to life totals. We'll see if we can get a helper to go check that out.
Oh. Ooh, whoa, what happened? Screen lock? No. Prevent screen lock and what happened? Alright, I'll be back. I'm going to run over to the feature match table.
We're doing it live. Alright, so we saw a Flusterstorm. Perhaps we do not have a Spell Snare in Eric's hand. Either way, he does another land go. Let's try him number 2. Eric has a choice. He can pierce this. He can Snapcaster Flusterstorm this. Or he can Brainstorm Hide. Or Brainstorm look for more cards. Plenty of options available to Eric. Looks like life totals are back online. Eric should be at 19, however.
Yeah. Now, since they are into a supposed game 3, they are fighting the clock. So that is a little bit of a consideration. They want to be very careful about their plays. They want to be very deliberate. But they are having the clock tick down in the back of their heads. Ooh. Another Fluster on the second Hymnotauros.
Brainstorm into Fluster. And Eric just has more cantrips.
Yeah. The worst thing you want to see right here is players start to speed up because they know time is winding down, and then you start to misplay, start to be a little sloppy. So that's the one thing I have to be a little careful about. Ooh, triple basic for Eric here. Is this a back to basics?
This is in his upkeep, so he has not drawn yet.
Okay. So if I was John sitting there playing Grixis Control and I see my opponent go island, 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 I'm kind of worried about back to basics here. But it'll only lock down one of John's lands. Wow, Eric, land number 5, just go and ponder.
Thinks about passing. Ooh, there's that sword.
Oh, Feast and Famine. Do you know what the modes on Feast and Famine are?
Discard and untap your lands?
Yep. So it's a way to attack the opponent's hand. Also fights through Baleful Strix and Gurmag Anglers because they can't block. Oh, what the? They keep bumping something.
something happened with the life totals again.
Yeah, I'll be back.
We'll try and find a permanent fix for this. So Eric fetched for basic planes, got his Stoneforge, and finds the Batterskull. Batterskull, a durable, renewable threat against the deck with instant speed shatters. And passes it over. So John has yet to commit to the board. He has played a couple of hymns, but has missed a land drop or two.
So Eric's used to the system that I use over at our stream, where you just tap the screen. So they keep hitting a different button.
Oh, okay.
If absolutely needed, we'll get a table spotter.
So John has not used his mana to develop with cantrips.
He's just tried to disrupt Eric, but Eric's got an answer every single time. Now here's a very, very important question.
Basic Mountain.
Ooh, pretty.
Are we Blood Mooning?
Oh, Blood Moon would be so bad right now.
It would be awful.
Basic Mountain. Lightning Bolt? Yeah, bolt your Stoneforge.
I think he's just really in preparation of Eric's potential back to basics.
So here's a fun question. We know how people feel about lands in front. How do you feel about putting your lands off to the side like Eric does?
I think it's actually a sign of like more of an old school Magic player. Just like, all right, here's my stuff over here. Here's my stuff over here.
I think Eric's a lefty. I think that's why it's on the left. Oh, now all of a sudden there's lands in front. Find a Batterskull.
It was, yeah, I believe he just puts that on the stack. He'll move it over towards the right side.
I will need to go to tell Eric. There he goes. All right. So, second Stoneforge. Now,
So my question of getting the basic mountain is, why would you just want a basic? Like, he has access to...
does Eric have
Lowlands.
Wastelands in his deck?
Does Eric?
Some versions of Stoneblade pay Wasteland. It's a little hard to say every once in a while. No Wastelands.
No Wastelands.
Maybe John got hit by a back to basics a while ago, and maybe he's just a little fearful of it. Maybe it was the first land he saw. I don't know. It could be anything. Oh, John's really tanking on this turn here.
I mean, Eric has been able to develop his mana, develop his spells, defend. It looks like John is in the back seat, needs to finally get something into play.
So we saw earlier how strong that Liliana was, but just gets spell pierced. So efficient. Unfortunately, even if that Liliana did resolve, plussing on the Stoneforge Mystic doesn't kill it. So Eric would still have access to the Stoneforge Mystic to sneak in that Batterskull.
Yeah, and this game is all about John not being able to develop his mana, Eric being able to defend with Flusterstorms, Spell Pierces, and every control player loves lands. And John, unfortunately, just stuck on 4 right now.
Alright. Looks like John was signaling a 3-mana spell, maybe a command, but I think he wants to save the command. Cast a Brainstorm. Sure.
Finally get this Brainstorm to develop.
2, 3. And I think he wants to hold up this Colophon's command so that if Eric does sneak it in, he has answers to it. But Eric smartly left up a 2-mana activate Stoneforge and 3 more mana to bounce the Batterskull if needed, so he can save the Batterskull.
Or just Pierce.
Or just Pierce. This deck is so efficient. Like, 1 mana cantrips just to deal with all this stuff, like Spell Snares, Flusterstorms, Spell Pierces, and he's just been holding up mana this entire time. And now with the Stoneforge in play and a Batterskull in hand, he's soon to develop like a lot of power. Eric kind of organizing his lands here.
We are stuck on a Brainstorm, trying to figure out what to put back. John really under the pressure of this Batterskull.
Yeah, it's under, like, I'm pretty sure John's very worried here. It's also, the clock is just ticking away little by little. Alright, 2 cards back. Land number 4.
5.
Or land number 5. fetch to clear the top of his library. I don't know if he will
Needs
bolt
more
the Stoneforge.
blue sources.
Usually, in Grixis control, you usually want to keep your lightning bolts for annoying things like planeswalkers.
Oh.
Another basic swap. Interesting.
Prioritizing basics.
I have a feeling that John got hit by third him the Tarok. Let's see if this one works. Third time's the charm. Activate Stoneforge in response. Batterskull. Now, John no longer has access to that Kolaghan's man, which is unfortunate. No, Eric, I know you own Batterskull tokens. Why are you looking through the token box? There you go. He's got a great Batterskull token. That's the Grimlock Comic Con promo.
Is that from Comic Con?
Yeah. Or HasCon, I think.
So we could see a Snapcaster on Fluster in response.
Ooh.
Eric has Pyroblast, and then Spell Pierce can clean it up.
Right. Pyroblast, Red Elemental Blaster, Snapcaster Mage on the stack.
And that opens up for the Spell Pierce to actually be able to
I
counter.
have a little bit of a stack war here.
So what would you Spell Pierce? Do you want the Snapcaster to resolve, or do you just want him to
1,
die?
2, 3, 4. You could actually Flusterstorm 2 on him, 2 on Red Blast.
Well, he doesn't have a Fluster in hand.
Oh, Spell Pierce. So he looks like Eric's gonna Spell Pierce the Pyroblast. Ooh, wow, and John's forcing the Spell Pierce, forcing back. He really wants this him to resolve.
I mean, yeah, he's just down to 1 card.
But that Batterskull's already in play. Like, does he have an answer for this Batterskull?
Force on Pierce, I guess.
Alright, so Force resolves.
Resolves.
Blast resolves. Snapcaster goes away. Him's Torok will resolve.
Resolves.
And him snags a True Name Nemesis. But Eric's got a Batterskull. He's just gonna start beating face. Attack for 5. And it doesn't matter now for Eric that he was hellbent. He's got 5 power in play. John's only down to 1 card now.
So outside of Kolaghan's command, what answers does Grixis have to this board?
It would be Fatal Push. You can Fatal Push the token away, but Eric would do the 5-mana trick of Activate Stoneforge Mystic, hold priority, Bouncer Batterskull. But it would stem the bleeding. Diabolic Edict wouldn't do great here.
Stoneforge is tapped.
Oh, that's true. What else? I don't know. Not even a Jace is good here. Like, a Jace could cantrip. Like, you can brainstorm with a Jace. Bounce the Germ token, I guess. So this is just a really bad 4-mana removal spell.
Does he bounce it, or does he re-equip it?
Ooh, looks like Eric's thinking about it. He can't sneak in the Batterskull right away. And John is tapped out, so this does give an opening to dodge Kolaghan's command. So Eric goes and bounces the Batterskull. Council's Judgment, your Jace away. White. And he's got a fetch for a white source if he wants to activate the Stoneforge again.
I kind of like fetching for that white source, because if he goes end step fetch, the Stoneforge can just bite the dust.
Oh, that's true.
So he might not have a chance to put the Batterskull into play if John responds.
Alright, so shuffle off that ponder. This is a little bit of a desperation ponder for John here. So he needs to find answers for multiple things. Not only just the Batterskull, but he has to kind of clear this Stoneforge so his permission spells are active if Eric wants to start hard casting that Batterskull. You know what? I think that's a command in his hand. It looks like John's signaling to pass back.
I think he's held a command in his hand for a while.
Right.
No, it looks like
Brainstorm.
engineered explosives.
1, 2, 3. Ooh. Engineer explosives on 0 to clear the Germ token? But he can't set it up preemptively, because then Eric will just not play it. Right, land, go.
Ooh, Eric
tap.
decides, I don't want the Batterskull yet.
I think he realized that if John... Because John was representing Kolaghan's command for a long time. And I think Eric, because he felt that, he just kind of, well, I need to have double white source active. So looks like an end step activate Stoneforge Mystic after John drew a card past the turn back.
And
Two
John
mana.
decides. Edict
Diabolic Edict. I mean, deals with the Stoneforge Mystic. Does John have an answer for this Batterskull after it comes down? He's got command, but Eric's got mana to bounce it back to protect it if need to. All right,
And
untap,
yes.
upkeep. 1, 2, 3. There is a swamp off camera there. Kolagon's command, shock discard. Snapcaster in response. Oh, this is a Flusterstorm.
Snap Fluster.
Even a Spell Pierce would be good here. Yeah, Fluster your Kolagon's command. And Eric's super far ahead now. John's Hellbent. I mean, Eric is also, but he's got 6 power in play. Healthy life total. Lots of lands.
Eric has played very patiently at fear of Kolagon's commands and the like, and he's getting rewarded for it.
Yeah, I mean, when your deck supposedly folds to this one amazing card, I mean, you just have to learn to play against bad matchups. Oh, it's a back to basics!
There we
it's
go.
really late, but still
I mean, a
good.
back to basics is a 1-for-1 trading Tundra for Underground Sea.
And it makes all of John's plays now very awkward because John has most of his basics in play. So if he wants to get Badlands, Underground Seas, it's going to be very, very awkward for him now. All right. So back to basics has resolved. Batterskull smashes on in there. I think. Maybe.
Yep,
Pass
they're
it
just
back.
Getting the life totals
Yeah.
all correct.
And Eric leaving back that Snapcaster Mage. Oh, actually, no.
That
He
was
main
in the
phased it.
upkeep.
Yeah. Upkeeped it. All right. Underground Sea does not get to untap. Keep fetch.
Keep fetch.
Is this the 4th island, maybe? Or 2nd island? Looking. There it is. So those are the 5 basics. Now, John, when I asked him a couple of Grixis control questions, called me a madman for playing 5 basics. Now here we see there's 5 basics in play.
True madman.
That one basic mountain, like even I called someone a madman for playing a basic mountain, but hey, it works out. Draw a card, pass it back, and John's gonna concede.
Doesn't have an answer to the onboard 6 damage.
Wow, Eric being super patient. When your deck folds to a Kolagon's command, you learn to play around it really, really hard.
Yeah, I think even more than just playing around Kolagon's command, Eric realized Kolagon's command cost 3, kind of clunky. Eric was developing on mana and John was not. So he could afford to just play it slow, find his opportunity for Kolagon's command to not be a blowout.
And look how efficient this deck was. 1 mana answers for everything John plays. Flusterstorm, Spell Pierces. We didn't see any Spell Snares, but Spell Snare also really good because there's a lot of 2s in Grixis control. Him the Torok, Snapcaster Mages. He just answers most of the threats and it just spiraled out of control.
Yeah, and eventually we had John going for Planeswalkers, which were answered. Him to Turoks, which were fought over and didn't really effectively achieve much. And just the mana efficiency of the blue-white deck.
Yeah. Now, I'm a little sad because I said no more Stoneforge decks and we just had nothing but Stoneforge decks.
So every matchup we have had a Stoneforge Mystic.
All of them have won except for Maverick, which kind of hurts a little bit. But
Or Maverick.
it happens. Oh man, that was super fun. Like, now we can also see the way John fetched all of his basics. You can tell, even though we didn't see the match, that he got locked out by a back to basics earlier. Like, you can tell, like, just the way he kind of positioned himself. Like,
back to basics was on his mind.
And let's see, so
2 back to basics in
sideboard for
Eric's
Eric.
deck.
So we saw that Feast of Famine. I'm sad I didn't see this Nahiri the Lithomancer, because if your equipment gets destroyed, you can just buy it back.
So yeah, you're gonna have to run down to here.
So it's a 5 mana white
so
planeswalker that
3
can also
white.
that can also be your commander. It's very important.
All of them can now.
So you can plus it makes a 1/1 and then any equipment auto connects to it, auto equips to it
from your battlefield.
From battlefield. You can minus it to return an equipment from, I believe, graveyard to hand, I believe. I'm not 100% sure.
Oh,
we can actually just look it up.
Yeah, you... Wait, where's my mouse?
It's over there. There it is. On John's side, we did see a small, brief Chandra Torch of Defiance which I'm a little bit surprised he's still playing. But if he's playing Blood Moons, that actually makes a lot of sense because you turn your deck kind of into this red heavy deck, and Chandra is a really good late game card if you're just turning all your fetch lands into mountains, and it's just plus deal 2 damage to you, plus deal 2 damage to you, plus deal 2 damage to you.
Or you can cast those spells.
Yeah, and same thing with Liliana Lasso. The emblem on Chandra in Grixis control is really strong. If the Chandra goes unanswered and you're not dead from all the shocks, if he gets an emblem, every spell you cast is a Fire Blast. Brainstorm Fire Blast you. Press Ponder Fire Blast you. You just go Ponder, Brainstorm. That's 15 points of damage.
Better than Fire Blast.
Oh, way better.
Ooh, Lava Axe.
One of Nile's Spellbomb in concession to graveyard-based decks. Lands, graveyard-based strategy, life removal strategies.
I think, so yeah, I wouldn't call it in concession of graveyard-based decks. I would call it to hedge against grindy decks.
Yeah, because of the loss of Deathrite Shaman, Grixis Control just doesn't have a lot of graveyard interaction, so you kind of need to supplement a little bit of that. On Magic Online, we see a lot of Leyline of the Voids, mostly because Surgicals are very expensive on Moto. They're very
like $30.
That's really expensive.
Well, when it's popular in almost every format,
multiple formats,
and it's like 2 to 3 to 4 in the sideboard.
Oh yeah. So that was our round 3. Oh man. So do you have any guesses of who could be undefeated into going into round 4? I know Zach was 2-0. I think Cyrus was 2-0. I think Cliffy is 2-0.
I know that there was at least one Elves 2-0.
Okay.
I am
a
fan of the green creatures.
I think, even though I'm a little bit worried about the game moving too fast, I think I want to get Storm on next. But they said that they want to save Cyrus for last week, though. But Michael Clifford's very good Storm player.
We could see some Storm. When you were going through, you said you saw some Enchantress.
I saw some Enchantress. I saw someone playing 12 post.
I saw earlier in the chat people were calling for the Goblins. Do we have some Goblins?
The Goblins? Players? I don't think I saw any Goblins. There was a lot of Burn. There was like 3 or 4 people playing Burn. But Burn is not a Goblins deck.
But I do remember seeing one player who historically plays Goblins.
But he's not playing Goblins today?
I cannot remember his name. I'm not very good at names.
So, going into round 4, it's going to be very interesting. Like, we have a good amount of undefeateds. Even though we put Stoneforge Mystic decks and, like, Miracles on camera, it's actually very wide, right? Like, we know all the players that do well because they're, like, good friends of ours. And, like, I know there's a couple people playing Eldrazi, which kind of fell out of favor for a long time, but they're actually doing not too bad. Like, what else out there?
People want to see some Enchantress. People are holding out hope for Slivers. I think it is confirmed. 100 players in the room, no Slivers. Is that true?
Yeah, unfortunately that is true. 0% chance of Slivers.
Is anyone running any Mutavaults to
I think I saw
Changeling into Sliver?
I think I saw one Merfolk player. And, you know, Mutavault is both the best Merfolk and the best Sliver. Sometimes the best, sometimes a really bad elf.
It is, oftentimes a bad elf.
That's round 4 pairings going up. So we will have round 4 in just in a little bit. People are going to go outside, take a look at their pairings. Kubo's going to come in and give us our round 4s. And then we'll have round 4 right back to back. This is going to be awesome. Any lands players? You know there will be. Because there's lots of lands players here. I mean, we even saw a green-black depths player with 1 Tabernacle on their sideboard with 4 Mox Diamonds. Might as just no punishing fires. Might as well be lands. But all right, we have our round 4. I hear players shuffling around.
So yeah, we'll just stay with you.
Yeah.
Looking for anything spicy?
Yeah, nothing super spicy on the side. John Slater's sideboard is probably the spiciest I've seen with the Chandras and the Blood Moons. Eric's very efficient sideboard, just like 2s, 3s, 3 Containment Priests because he hates the Sneak and Show matchup.
I also hate the Sneak and Show matchup.
Sweet. Thank you. All right, wait.
Two of the ones you want to see.
All right, we have our round 4.
Uh-oh. Deck name.
Oh no.
No splits.
We
kill them
have
all.
Michael Clifford, also known as Cliffy81 on Magic Online. Deck name, no splits, kill them all. And he is on Ad Nauseum Tendrils Storm. Okay. And he is playing against. Who's he playing against?
He's playing against a gentleman by the name of Jesus. And Jesus is playing a Nick Fit strategy.
Oh, sweet.
With, let me just scroll through.
Dude, Nick Fit is the worst deck list to read. There's so many ones.
Yeah, we have
anything that stands out to you?
The hits such as Abzan Charm.
Oh, sweet.
Including Vraska Golgari Queen. I believe that's 4 mana
That's
Vraska.
the new 4 mana Vraska that you sack a permanent you can draw, or you can sack a permanent to draw a card.
And Knight's Whisper.
Oh, the lose 2 life, draw 2 cards. Oh,
Yeah.
I love me some Knight's Whispers.
And yeah, Veteran Explorers. Oh, wait a minute. Here's another spicy one. Kaya Ghost Assassin.
Oh, sweet. Now, as much as we love this, these decks, this is a terrible matchup for Nick Fit.
This is going to be a bloodbath.
It's so bad. Cliffy's on that side where John is. So
It
this
looks like Cliffy on the right.
So yeah. Damn it. God.
So I am already looking for
Oh.
Jesus's sideboard because game 1, the interaction is Karn Liberated could go up and just get rid of the cards. Liliana Last Hope doesn't do much.
L-A-C-I-O.
Sylvan Library. I guess we have 4 Cabal Therapies that would have to go into Super Ultra Hyperdrive.
Okay, so this is right? Yeah, there we go. Actually, this is 4 color Nick Fit, right? I saw white.
Yes. We have a Kaya Ghost Assassin. We have
It'll just be Nick Fit.
Or I think it's just Abzan.
So traditionally, Nick Fit is what we call the legacy deck where you take your standard binder, you throw in a bunch of cards. Because you have the wombo combo of Veteran Explorer plus Phyrexian Tower. So Veteran Explorer, when it dies, both players search up 2 basics, you put them into play untapped, and you can actually use it in combination of...
We have Jesus on the left and Michael on the right.
Yes, thank you. All right. So you have a combination of Cabal Therapy plus Veteran Explorer, which not only disrupts your opponent's hand, but also ramps you. Most legacy decks don't play a lot of basics, so sometimes it's just kind of 2 mana for me, 1 mana for you, and no mana for you.
Sometimes it's one-sided, which is the best times.
Yeah. But the problem here is that...
But when you interact with spell-based combo decks,
yeah,
you end up losing.
Yeah, one is a value 2-for-1 creature deck, and one is a spell-based combo deck that is designed to kill you as fast as you can if you cannot interact with them on the stack or their hand. Though, Nick Fit does have access to Cabal Therapy and Thoughtseizes, but that's more of a sideboard thing, but we'll see. So this is game 1, no talking bad about Nick Fit and all that, but it's not going to be a really pretty match here.
Yeah, this one is going to be very, very tough game 1. Cabal Therapy is really his only interaction.
That 3 mainboard Assassins trophies? Wow.
Yeah, tons of trophies. Nick Fit is, it's notorious for just being a deck that doesn't seem to function like any other legacy deck, which is usually a good thing, but it functions more like a standard deck or a commander deck.
Yeah. And
where it's actually casting spells that are more than 1 and 2.
There's actually a lot of legacy decks out there that can't beat standard decks.
True.
Like, it's randomly enough that's a hard matchup sometimes, because a lot of decks are just tuned in a certain way. Turn 1 Green Sun for 0. Now this signals not a lot. It could be Elves, could be Maverick. And we see,
could be a very strange depth deck.
Oh, ew, it's that dried arbor again. Gross. Alright, so
And is Michael going to be nice and just kill him on the spot?
turn on Thoughtseize. Now, since the banning of Gataxian Probe, Storm has definitely gone up in more discard effects. Wow, look at that hand. Swords of Plowshares, Kaya Ghost Assassin, Assassin's Trophy. Now, if I was Michael and I was sitting there and I look at it, there are some versions of 4-color Loam that kind of have similar makeups. But
yeah, this could definitely be a Loam deck.
yeah, like the only thing missing is Mox Diamonds, Chalices. But yeah, 4-color Loam does have access to Chalice of the Void where Nick Fit does not. Michael has to double check the text on Kaya Ghost Assassin.
I mean, do you know what Kaya Ghost Assassin does?
It's +1. You can exile itself or another creature, and it comes back into play, and you lose 2 life. Minus.
So
No. Minus you opponent discards a card and you draw a card.
So you're already wrong.
Damn it.
Her first ability is a 0. She does not have a plus.
Oh, she doesn't have a plus. Oh, because she can reset herself. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
So she can flicker herself and take a creature out with her. Both will return. Or she can downtick for drain your opponent. Or double downtick, -2, for discard and draw. Or she can always just 0 to reset herself back to 5 loyalty.
Now, I know lore-wise, Kaya killed like the orbs off console because she like flickered them out of existence because she like kills ghosts and stuff. But I don't know how good Kaya would be in this matchup. Possibly the -2 being good if it comes down to it, because it does disrupt Michael's hand by having to discard a card.
Yeah, like a one-sided Liliana Howling Mine type.
Yeah.
But I think for the lore fans out there, I think Kaya might be making an appearance in the upcoming set.
Supposedly. There's some rumor about it. Alright, so Michael went and brainstormed. He's gonna fetch off this Polluted Delta to clear the top cards of his deck, and he's gonna cast a Ponder.
So Michael is he is a very unlucky guy for facing no disruption, and yet he is not killing on turn 2.
Now, also, he's just gone Thoughtseize, Brainstorm, Ponder. Jesus could be sitting there and he could say, maybe it's Grixis Control. And he's actually got a pretty decent Grixis Control matchup. Because Grixis Control tries to 2-for-1 you, and you just played Planeswalker after Planeswalker after Planeswalker after Planeswalker.
So I think
Kai killed Brago. Thank you.
Yeah. Most players in the room would be able to identify Michael as a Storm player. Perhaps Jesus is one of them that can figure that out.
There's like, Cyrus told me there's an aura. Like, there's an aura of someone who plays Storm. Alright, so fetch, get a scrub land. Might as well hit some colors. I think this is going to be a Kaya here. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. And interestingly enough, that Green Sun Zenith for 0 getting Dried Arbor, pulling him from 3 mana into 4 mana, might be relevant. So Kaya starts at 5 -2. Michael discards a Thoughtseize, and then Jesus draws a card. I don't know.
So Jesus has another Planeswalker and removal spells
that do nothing. Oh,
Michael.
I know that hand gesture from Michael.
Yeah.
He's counting Storm.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to figure out, does his mana work?
Now, he's not necessarily locked out because of this Kaya. He does have a Brainstorm, so he can kind of get a discard and a relevant card. But if he can go for it, this is the place, right? If it's safe. And Michael did come by earlier to tell me I brought some great Storm counters just for the feature match area. Hand drawn by Mr. Clifford himself.
Awesome tokens for us to follow along.
All right, Dark Red.
Storm count 1. Black mana 3. Tutor. Likely find another Lion's Eye Diamond.
So Tutor, if you're not Hellbent, reveals on Resolution. He's going to reveal Lion's Eye Diamond.
And we should just have a kill completely rolled up. He has another Tutor in hand.
Do you help your Storm opponents count Storm, or do you just like sit back?
No. I put my hand on the table and say, resolve. 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 All right, shuffle.
Oh no, it's off camera now. LED. Oh no, the storm count's off the table. Okay, while he's doing that, I'm gonna quickly run out to move the storm counter, just so we can see it. Oh, thank you.
So we have oodles and oodles of mana. And we're casting holding priority, making 6 mana, probably 3 black, 3 red. Finding Past in Flames seems like a winning line.
Oh, let's do it all over again, guys. The greatest hits from the past. So I think Storm's only at 5. To hit 19, you need 10 tendrils, 9 Storm plus tendrils afterwards. So
Past in Flames would be 6. Is he too short? Is he short
I think
enough?
Michael's contemplating going for Ad Nauseum.
So let's see, Past in Flames would be 6, and then he can Dark Writ, tutor in for Lion's Eye, tutor in for tendrils.
The Past in Flames is a little awkward because Michael doesn't have a lot of spell-based ramp like Dark Ritual, Cabal Rituals in his graveyard. He really only has the one Dark Ritual. It's a little awkward.
Past in Flames is spell 6, Dark Ritual spell 7, Infernal for Lion's Eye is spell 8 and 9,
Right,
and then Infernal for Tendrils is spell 10. Assuming that mana works,
it should be right.
He
could also
go up to 4.
Theoretically, he could also Inferno tutor for like a Cabal Ritual, and then flashback the other two.
I suppose he could do that.
So flashback Ritual, 6, 7, 8. So Storm 8, and he needs a burst of mana here. Oh, get an LED.
Yep.
See, LED was supposed to be a fix to Black Lotus, but in decks like this, it's just an actual Black Lotus. All right, crack for 3.
Yep. So he had just enough.
Ooh, he's gonna ponder.
Wait, doesn't he? Oh, he's just at 5.
Yeah, he's exactly 4 mana here after this ponder.
Yeah, he's just at 5, so he can't find the tendrils.
Oh my god, it's a tendrils off the ponder! Oh wow!
Well, he had plenty of ways to get there. Wow, that was actually much riskier than it seemed.
Like, I think Michael was worried that if he flashbacked that Infernal Tutor, that he just didn't have enough mana for tendrils, but he found it directly off the ponder, and it just was super efficient for him there. Oh man.
I mean, he had one more chance. He could Infernal Tutor for another ritual
effect.
Yeah, so he could he would effectively be netting 1 more mana. Or actually, Cabal Ritual would net him plus 3
It would
mana.
be plus 3 because he has Threshold, right? That
But
would have been enough, right?
it would go to 5. So yeah, that would just be plus 1.
I guess Cabal Ritual and LED were essentially the same amount of mana for the same thing. But man, finding that tendrils off the top. Now this is kind of a stupid thing. I like to see how Michael sideboards. He puts a little box in front so his opponent can't see what he's sideboarding out. That's just a dumb thing. All right, sideboard. What spicy million cards does Jesus for Nick Fit have for this matchup?
Well, he has 2 Surgicals. He has Collective Brutality. Gaddock Teague and Archon of Valor's Reach. I think all of those seem like great hits.
What's the Sabo's Web for?
Sabo's Web is when your lands are... Sabo's Web, I believe, is lands don't untap if they have activated abilities. So
maybe. I'm just trying to figure out what matchup. I guess that's like lands-based strategies like Nick Fit or 4-color low. Like, I'm just very curious to see why that's in the side. Yeah, lands don't produce mana, don't untap. I guess that's for like land-based strategies. So for Jesus, we're seeing definitely Gaddock Teague. Surgicals probably.
Surgicals seem fine.
Choke's not good in this matchup, right?
Choke is not good.
Like Collective Brutality, definitely. Oh, Ruick Armorsar. That's not for this matchup.
Not for this one. And then Archon. I think Archon is an upgrade over everything he's doing in the main deck.
What does the Sorcerer Spyglass name mana abilities? I don't remember.
Sorcerer Spyglass is the same as Pithing Needle.
Okay, so it does not turn off mana abilities. So you cannot Spyglass LEDs.
I mean, you can.
You can, it just won't do what you want to do. Okay, so on Clifford's side, we see 3 Abrupt Decay, 2 Xaneth Swarms, 2 Hercule Recalls, 2 Echoing Truth, 1 Chain of Vapor, 2 Fluster Storms, 1 extra Tendrils, 1 extra Empty, 1 Massacre. So, on Michael's side, he saw Green Sun Zenith, and he saw a bunch of Planeswalkers. So, the creature removal, maybe not great. Echoing Truth bounces... You can buy the Planeswalkers off Echoing Truth, right?
Yep.
It's non-land permanents, right? So, Echoing Truth, not too bad. Tempos at the Planeswalkers. Xaneth Swarms for control-based matchups. Maybe Abrupt Decay? Like, it's hard to say because if Michael guesses correctly and says, okay, this is a Nick Fit variant with Planeswalkers, like a Planeswalker Nick Fit thing, Abrupt Decay tends not to hit a lot of those Planeswalkers. They tend to be like 4s and 5s, sometimes 3s, but then, I don't know. He could board them in to hedge against certain cards like Choke, Sylvan Library, maybe.
It would be very surprising to bring in Abrupt Decays against a deck that's like trying to cast 4, 5, 6, 7 mana
You're
spells.
sitting there with 2 Abrupt Decays in your hand, your opponent has like 4s and 5s and like a Carnage Nine or something.
Yeah, so going back to the play that Michael did, it looks like if he found Natural Tendrils, which he did, or if he found any Ritual, he would have been able to Ritual up, and then the tutor could find the Tendrils itself. So he actually had tons of outs there. Looks like 4 Cabal Rituals, 3 Dark Rituals, 2 Lion's Eyes, 4 Lotus Petals, or the Tendrils.
And he's tutored up most of those Lion's Eye Diamonds too.
Yeah, so handful of outs for Michael.
So not too sure what Michael's side, but it looks like he's just going to take them all again. I am expecting possibly the Empty of the Warrens. Just as usually when your opponent has an Empty of the Warrens, they have a faster turn so that they can establish board state. Also, if Michael does a good size empty, not like a lethal empty, but like 8 goblins, 10 goblins, it can clear any planeswalkers. Like just kind of throw them into the planeswalkers.
I do not like empty in this matchup. You're almost not disrupted. Just go ahead and kill them.
Outside of that, maybe the Echoing Truth, maybe the Chain of Vapors, just kind of like deal with planeswalkers, annoying things like that.
I think both of those seem fine. Just as I don't know what you're playing. I don't know what your answers are.
What is that?
That's a Veteran Explorer from
that's,
Battlebond.
That's a new art. I have not used that art yet. No, it is the only full copy, which is kind of nice. Oh. Thoughtseize you.
Thoughtseize.
All right, let's see what spiciness
Interesting.
has here.
If he has a Cabal Therapy, do you take Cabal Therapy?
Oh, Green Sun. Oh, I can't.
Evolutionary Leap.
Oh,
and another sorcery, another Green Sun.
Ooh, you take the. Ooh, that's kind of awkward. You take the Leap, right? That's the most value, but it's 3 turns from now.
I don't think. So Michael does not know that there's a Gaddock Teeg in this Nick Fit deck, which he has Gaddock Teeg protection. If
usually Gaddock Teeg is a really, really good card against Storm. Sideboard, if they know it's there, they can just play around it. That's what Abrupt Decays and stuff are for. But if Jesus surprises Michael by just slamming a Gaddock Teeg, maybe that'll do it. Maybe Michael didn't sign anything in.
Yeah, I think that's why you need some of the bounce spells. Just you really don't know all the kind of possible disruption the Nick Fit deck has.
Sometimes when you're playing against an opponent and you Thoughtseize them and you're like, I'm in uncharted territory. I have no idea what I'm doing. No, uncharted territory, also a really good Magic card.
Unclaimed territories?
Was it unclaimed? Damn it.
Of
I was getting everything wrong.
Cavern?
All right, Evolutionary Leap. And
all right, Brainstorm. Are we dead?
Dude, when my Storm opponent goes end-step Brainstorm, I'm just terrified all the time.
This is main phase Brainstorm.
Oh, is this main phase Brainstorm?
Yeah.
No, it's on Jesus' Brainstorm, right?
No, because we play Thoughtseize. Turn 1 Thoughtseize.
Oh, you're right. So this is Michael's main phase Brainstorm. Did he put 2 cards back already? I think he did.
Yeah. He doesn't have that many cards in hand
Fetch.
anymore.
Michael plays very quick.
Yeah.
Like,
So-
I watched him play a lot. He plays very fast.
So I play Elves. Elves' strategy against Storm is to bring in a pile of sideboard discard spells, and I still get turn 1 and turn 2'd by Storm. So Michael, somehow, just the unluckiest mage, cannot turn 2 when he is facing no disruption. I don't know how Storm just kills me all the time when they have hands like this.
So Preordain looks like he found a Lotus Petal. So untap draw. Ooh, and Jesus gets to activate this.
Oh, we have a
evolution.
Phyrexian Tower,
Ooh.
but I guess we don't have...
I think you want to leap this Explorer, right?
Or we have Phyrexian Tower to get...
Oh, you can Green Sun?
Yeah, green...
Oh.
The green sun.
So Jesus is going to
Do we have enough mana for Archon?
Oh, he's going to... This is going to be a large burst of mana here.
Oh, yeah, but we're doing the evil leap.
Let's do the math. So, Explorer gets 2 mana. Oh, no, he leaped it. He didn't...
Yeah, he leaped it.
He didn't Phyrexian Tower it.
So, yeah. Oh, that's not enough mana. That looks like 6 mana, so not enough to green sun for Archon.
But maybe next turn, if he has another Explorer or something.
Yeah,
So Michael happily pulling out 2 basics. This is some pretty basics too. All right, so Jesus, we did not see what he leaped for. I'm gonna assume it's
So
Gallop.
it's leap. Yeah, you leap after.
Oh, okay. Another Explorer.
Another Explorer.
He didn't play a land for turn. Right, put this 2 back. It's like, would you like to randomize the top bottom cards in my library? Like, all right, play Explorer.
Play Explorer, leap it again. It's just
Leap it again.
It just makes 2 mana.
Trigger. It looks like Michael's going to value out this Veteran Explorer trigger. He's going to get a Brainstorm, and he's going to get a free shuffle effect off this Veteran Explorer. So it lets him sculpt his hand. So if he's not locked out or dead, he can have a better hand to work with. Put a land back. And maybe a Past in Flames, it looks like.
Looks like you put back an empty.
So trigger, the Explorer trigger happens. And Nick Fit is known for playing... Oh, Storm 2.
Storm Current 2. Thanks, Michael.
All right, playing two lands into play.
You asked if Storm opponents helped out the Storm count. Well, Storm players help out Storm count for their
But Michael's
opponents.
weird. He always points out Storm count. Like, one time I brainstormed and then ponder, and he goes Storm 2. I was like, oh no.
Brain freeze.
Oh god, brain freeze. All right. Flip,
All right, resolving
land,
the leap
sun,
trigger.
Land. Was that an Academy Rector?
Arena.
Or was that an Arena Rector? That's the one that finds enchantments.
No, Arena
No,
is Planeswalker.
Planeswalkers. This is the one that finds Planeswalkers. Yeah.
So we are on Arena.
He's gonna leap it again.
It goes into his hand. So.
Oh, it costs 4 though, right?
So after all that,
Green Sun for 2.
now we're getting the Galactic.
Oh, this is a lot of loops. I like it.
So this hand has been shuffled, or this deck has been shuffled 3 times now.
And it's thinning the deck each time. So here's a Galactic. And Michael just pushing the Storm counter off to the side. All right, I don't need this anymore. So we have Galactic, which is key in a lot of green decks to fight decks like Storm. Galactic turns off the most important cards out of Storm. Tendrils of Agony, Past in Flames, Dark Petition, Empty the Warrens turns all of that off.
And ad nauseum.
And Ad Nauseam. So Preordain. Now the question here is something we brought up earlier, whether Michael was anticipating Galactic or not. So did he board in answers for it? Thoughtsy is you. Rector the only choice. Aw, I wanted him to get like Vraska? I guess Kaya's the best Planeswalker to get. Maybe Karn's like not that great.
He has a Karn. He has an Ugin.
Oh, is it Ugin? Oh, I'd snap get Ugin just for value.
I mean,
That's not the best target.
don't you side out Ugin in this matchup?
Oh, you're right. That's a good point. Ugin doesn't.
Nissel Vita Force.
Untaps your lands.
Untap and
Turns into a 5/5.
yeah, just
All right. So
Lava Axe. You.
Clifford's gonna. Ooh. All right. So Infernal Tutor.
Okay, I was a little worried there. I thought we were gonna die.
All right. He's gonna reveal a Ponder to find a Ponder or to get a Ponder.
So Clifford, this is turn 3, and Jesus has done nothing to disrupt. In fact, he's done things to help Clifford,
Right.
and yet
Ponder.
Michael has not killed him.
2, 3. Saw a Chain of Vapor.
Chain of Vapor and yep.
Chain of Vapor, 2 lands. He
No,
has
Chain of Vapor and yeah,
oh, an
Lion's
LED.
Eye.
Okay, so he's gonna
So
float.
it looks like we might have nope.
Yeah,
it's
so
not quite
Michael
enough.
is gonna float the Chain of Vapor on top of his deck to dodge something like a Cabal Therapy or something, just so that it's protected there. So Gaddock Teague is gonna get bounced when Clifford is able to fire. So attack for 2, and gonna pass. Looks like Jesus didn't draw a creature this turn.
Yeah, unfortunately, Jesus cannot do anything unless he wants to leap away his Teague.
Which is usually a bad call.
So Michael has a kill rolled up. He just needs to figure out how he wants to do it.
Okay, so I'm gonna ponder. Might as well cantrip a little bit. Land Dark Ritual LED. Wow. Now we can't get both of those, but both of those cards very, very good. Takes the Dark Ritual. Can he go here? Can he go now?
And
I'm gonna see a Chain Bouncer Teague. Okay.
would you like to
sack permanents to draw?
sack permanent to bounce your
And
leap?
this is it, right? This is the window for Michael.
Yep.
Dark Writ, Storm 3, 3 black floating, pulling out those great counters. All right, so
If you can't tell by that that counter that was on the screen, that was a drill. We're trying to get to 10 drills.
many drills of agony. All right, so Michael's gonna be a little bit careful here. Worst thing that can happen is he messes up.
Storm count 4. Lion's Eye Storm count
Yeah.
5.
Never want to lose by accident.
Another Dark Ritual.
Oh, Infernal Tutor.
Oh,
He's
Infernal
gonna tutor for a Dark Writ.
No, Dark
No.
Ritual in response to the tutor.
Oh, so he can go Hellbent. Okay.
I don't know why we're that fancy. Why we can't just cast Dark Ritual, and then
Yeah.
maybe he's playing around an instant speed discard, like
a little unnecessary.
like Kolaghan's Command.
So still holding priorities. Gonna crack the LED, make blacks go to 6 black. 6, 7. This would only be 8 storm, and Jesus is at 19. If he was at, ooh, we're gonna chain tutors.
Yeah, tutor chain. Just
So we're gonna get tutor, and the second tutor will get.
another tutor.
Well, if he gets another tutor, then he's only gonna go have 2 black floating.
Well, look at all his untapped lands.
Oh, you're right. There's also a pedal. We're gonna get all the tutors out of my deck, and this will be tendrils, right? This is enough. Yep. Crack LED for black. Use my mana floating. Tendrils you, and 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 times 2 is 8, 9. Wait, no. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Tendrils.
10.
10.
So 10 drills of agony.
So yeah, storm count 10, but tendrils.
Yeah.
Being,
So it was 9 before the
10th one.
tendril came on the stack. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. So as sweet as this neck fit deck is, and he did eventually get to a Gaddock Teague. Gaddock Teague is not win all for this deck. It helps kind of stem the bleeding, but there's no pressure. We didn't see any collective brutalities. We didn't see any Cabal therapies. Not even a Thoughtseize or something.
Archon.
There's the
As
Archon
Michael
of
just
Valor's
pointed
Reach.
to. Hey, that's a sweet one.
Yeah. If he was able to ramp out into Archon and just name like sorcery. What else is in here?
So yeah,
Not even
Player-
a surgical. Wow.
chat pointing out why not fetch for Dryad Arbor. I'm not sure. Looks like it likely just stayed in. Jesus just didn't see the line. As soon as he passed, it looked like he was not committing to leaping away the Dryad Arbor.
Yeah.
Oh, Dryad Arbor did come out.
That's weird. You usually don't side up a lot of Dryad Arbors when you have it in your deck. It's very interesting.
Dryad Arbor is more of a value creature and less good against combo matchups.
I think with the strength of, if you're playing 4 Green Sun Zeniths in your deck, you usually want to keep it in.
Yeah, but the Green Sun is more there for the Veteran Explorer.
I guess, yeah. I guess there's no real need for him to jump from 1 mana to 3 mana, where he can jump from 2 mana to 6 mana. So, yeah, we had our round 3. Looks like, I think, time was called, I believe. So it looks like players are wrapping up. I see a lot of milling around. I see a lot of people standing up. Some people still playing.
I won one.
Oh, you won a game? Sick.
I beat elves.
No.
Stupid elves.
That's a great matchup for lands. All right, so we're gonna. Where's the mouse go? So a little bit of decideboarding. Go back over here. So I don't think we have enough time to swap in.
We're gonna
a
try.
backup.
We have 20 minutes.
We have
so-
20 minutes?
Yeah.
So I think our judges are gonna look around the room, see if there's anybody willing to jump in. Anybody that's going into a game 3. We'll see if we can sneak in one more match in between our 20 minutes.
Yeah, we're gonna try and get as much magic as possible. This is you know, a large event playing Legacy,
Yeah.
and
I mean, we
love Legacy around here.
560 people watching. We might as well maximize the amount of magic we put on screen.
Elves not stupid. Confirmed, not stupid. Thanks, Nomi.
I mean, the one Maverick player. Oh, actually, I looked at all the lists. There's one more person playing Maverick,
Okay.
but I don't have high hopes for the deck.
When does Maverick do well? When is Maverick well positioned?
When Delver is good. It's got a
Okay.
magnificent Delver matchup. The problem with Maverick in current iterations is that if you can beat Grixis control, but as we saw with Nathan, it's very swingy. So sometimes you just lose the swing and you can't keep up, and it just folds to Miracles. Miracles is just too strong of a deck for it to fight because you have to set up this board state and they have a 1-mana Wrath that just clears your board repeatedly.
Yeah.
And then they clear your board and then they play a Jace and there's incremental card advantage you just can't catch back up.
So, when is Maverick better than Death and Taxes, or is it ever?
It's hard to say. Like back when we had Grixis Delver everywhere, Maverick was on the rise because it combated Grixis Delver really well. But the problem was that old check pile with Deathrite Shaman, which Maverick also combated very well, started to beat a lot of Death Taxes decks. The matchups are very different between the two decks. It's hard to say. In general, as much as I love the deck and as much as I play it, it's not in a good position. But neither is like Death and Taxes right now.
Good players.
Oh, sick! We have a backup match.
Are they over there?
Yeah. So we're gonna try to punch in the names as fast as possible. Once our judge here grabs them.
It looks like it. Let's see the name. Jeff.
Lee? Joel Lee. Oh, I know him. He plays with me.
Joel?
Yeah.
I have a Jeffrey Lee.
Oh, that's.
Check. You're right.
Oh,
Okay.
is this Jund? We're gonna get some Jund. Jeffrey's on the right. If this is Jeffrey Lee, who's a friend of ours who also plays over at Bay, we're gonna get some Jund.
No, that's Burn.
Oh, that side? No, Jeffrey's on this side left.
Oh, that's left. You said Jeff, right?
Is this? Oh, is he playing against Burn? Boo.
Yeah.
Boo, Burn.
So we have Jonathan Tuck. I'm gonna call him John.
And then on the left side we have Jeffrey Lee, also affectionately over at our Bay channel known as the Master of Jundamentals.
Jund.
Now this is a punishing Jund. Oh no, he's not on Jund. He's on 4-color loam.
What?
Yeah, I remember I wrote Jund on the list, and then I looked at the deck list and I saw Mox Diamonds. He's on 4-color loam. But it is still. Oh, Scat Block's on. Yeah. It is still kind of a Jund-ish deck.
Find it, but he said you should know what he's on.
He's on 4-color loam, right? I know what he's on. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
If it's not loam, then it is.
Thank you for the deck list. The other ones you need. Thank you very much.
Jeffrey owns multiple decks, so I know all of them. Now,
So
oh my god, this is such a bad matchup, dude.
Jeffrey's on the left. John's on the right.
Yes. Yep, that's 4-color loam. We see Mox Diamonds, 9 other Reliquaries. Oh, a little sad that's not Jund anymore, but 4-color loam, also a really fun deck. But
how is Burn still playing with 20 minutes left? Well,
that's a good question.
Loam probably locked him out with Chalice,
And
and we're in game 3.
sometimes 4-color loam has trouble closing the game. You have all these. It's a prison style deck that sometimes you just can't find a knight to smash your opponent in the face. Now we do not know, since they're going into 20 minutes left, I assume they're 1-1.
Yeah,
Because
this is probably game
yeah,
three.
because Burn is actually a really, really bad matchup for Color Loam because it plays a lot of non-basics. There is a crazy amount of non-basics in this deck because you need to play all these great hits. Just like Nickfit is a deck that plays a lot of basics with all these Planeswalkers, Color Loam is the other way around. It plays all these non-basics, but you get access to Punishing Fire and Grove of the Burn Willows, which is a combo. You get access to Vraska Golgari Queen. Some versions of Color Loam are playing Queen Marchesa because you can become the Monarch and draw cards. Let's say Jeffrey's going to...
He's going to decay the Goblin Guide.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Spike.
I'm a fan of Lava Spike U.
Ooh, did John miss a land?
Yeah, it looks like John is passing back after this. But I don't really think that's too bad. John does not need too much mana to operate.
Alright, so draw a card. There's a Punishing Fire. Now, so Jeffrey can deal with any creatures that John plays, but any spells, what might be a little bit tricky if he doesn't have access to Chalice of the Void.
So, Life from the Loam, or sorry, 4-color Loam is notorious for needing a Mox Diamond to operate. It doesn't have good turn 1 plays, and it found its Mox Diamond, which allowed it to pseudo ramp into Abrupt Decay. And now he's on 3 mana on his turn 2, and he's going to play Knight of the Reliquary.
So 4-color Loam, much like lands, it relies on its early plays strong off of Mox Diamond. Like, being able to jump from 1 to 3 to go turn 2 Knight is really, really big. And that is not 3 counters. Jeffrey is counting the amount of lands in his graveyard. It's just a little awkward.
Just +3/+3.
It is +3/+3. And then every land that Jeffrey finds will grow the Knight. The one thing he has to be careful about is Price of Progress. The Mox Diamond doesn't play around Price of Progress a little bit, but if he goes a little too crazy and fetches his non-basics to play big creatures, he might just get domed in the head with Price of Progress Fire Blast you.
Yeah, so John, now he's feeling the pressure. Yeah, lots of pressure now. He needs that second mountain. Fortunately, he does not find it.
Wait, what?
What are we looking at? Another Knight?
I think at one time Jeffrey fetched the Badlands off a Windswept piece. Let me call a judge. It might be way too late now, but I want to.
So Jeffrey has 2 Knights and there's a bunch of Punishing Fires in hand and a Vraska. Looks like we're gonna try and pause play. Yeah, because we definitely did have Forest for the Abrupt Decay, and the top fetch land is a Windswept Heath.
Yeah, there are roaming judges, but with the feature match a little off to the side, it's hard for them to catch it, but hopefully we caught this enough in time. Because, let's see, he pitched... I know he dropped the fetch land off of Mox. I know he fetched a basic Forest. And if the order in the graveyard is correct, he did try to fetch a Badlands off of Windswept Heath.
Yeah, the top fetch land is his most recently used fetch land, and the Badlands is the most recently fetched land. So
yeah, and this is competitive REL. This is a sanctioned event. So I think at the very least Jeffrey got maybe a warning. It might just be too far to fix. Oh, but here's Vraska Golgari Queen.
I think you get rid of all your duels.
Oh yeah, you just sack your lands. Sack your lands, draw a card.
And it pumps your Knights.
Oh yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Knights are 6/6. This is 12 power.
John could win this game.
All right.
He just needs a land, and I think John still has it.
He has 2 Fire Blasts in his hand.
He has 1 mana spell, Fire Blast. It's 10 damage.
So he needs a land here.
Land, John?
Oh, the Swift Spear. Oh, Swift Spear not enough.
No.
Oh, Jeffrey sneaks out that win. John keeping a little bit of a sketchy one-lander there.
I mean, that is the philosophy of Burn. You have to keep a one-lander every now and again, or else you're just gonna lose some games where you could have won.
Yeah.
So you received a warning.
Okay. So it looks like it was actually too far past the fix. Also, the outcome of the match actually didn't matter too badly about what Jeffrey fetched, but Jeffrey did get a warning this game for fetching incorrectly. So we'll try to be a little bit more vigilant about that. But there's like 100-something people out there. Judges can only catch so much, and it's our job as players to catch this stuff too.
Looks like he brought in a Johnny Vengeant, Liliana Last Hope. That's
I guess it kills Goblin Guides. Maybe Sorcerers.
It doesn't kill Goblin Guide. Goblin Guide's a 2/2.
Looks like Swords the
Last
Plowshare.
Hope is a weird one.
Yeah, that is kind of odd.
And Vraska.
Golgari Charm destroys enchantments, deals with Sulfuric Vortex, annoying things like that. Ooh, Knight of Autumn gains you 4 life. Nice.
Wow, all those cards to sideboard in against Burn.
Oh, that matchup's so bad. Okay, so let us go over here. So that is our round 4. Kerry told me he is 3-0 on Slow Depths.
Okay.
That's about it. He also showed me his new Merit Lich token.
Does he have the new one from the new set?
No, it's a giant Kappa face.
Oh.
So, man, the moment people knew that we're streaming this event, just all the weird stuff came out. Michael Clifford bought his like weird storm counters. Kerry dug out a bad a Kappa face for stream. And weird things happen. Okay. So, in a little bit, we're gonna get our round 5. I had to look over at the thing.
So round
that was just round 4.
4 has completed.
And going to round 5. And then near the end, because this is a 7-round event, we'll start looking for some win-ins, and maybe we'll pull in 1 or 2 players that are undefeated.
Yeah, we'll likely have. So how this tournament is structured, we're gonna play 7 rounds. Likely, there's gonna be a few players that are 5-0 that can double draw in.
Yep.
Or just draw and then
if they're breakers
pick
are
up
favorable.
and then pick up a loss, so 5-1-1.
Yeah.
So once we have round 5 in the books, we'll have some big name players that can come explain their deck choice, their matchups, things like that.
There's one person I want to pull in. He's not doing very well, but I'll pull him in a little bit just to say hi, all that good stuff. I mean, our legacy community is like super fantastic. Most of us are pretty nice.
I think legacy communities in general, as I mentioned, some of the least salty and just some of the nicest players, because for me at least, when I see another legacy player, I have an inherent connection, an inherent respect.
It's kind of like a weird fringe thing that you both play, especially if you're both like passionate about legacy.
Yeah, you play this format that is, so weird and so specific, that has all these weird rules interactions and turn 1 kills and crazy expensive cards, that if you appreciate that, then I like you. I appreciate you.
Yeah, like we saw Jesus earlier leap 2 to 3 times into and then get a Gadok team. Like, where else do you see that? It's awesome.
Yeah, you could see that on the commander tables, but
Nick Fit's kind of like a commander deck sometimes.
It is a super commander deck. But if you want to play, competitive Magic with the coolest cards and the coolest decks, I recommend Legacy.
Yeah, Legacy is great. It's super wide. You can play weird strategies and do pretty well sometimes. The Bay Area also has a really strong vintage scene and an old school team. Eric Virgo, who won the second to last Eternal Weekend vintage, is here playing Legacy today. Like Eric Virgo in the East Bay, very prominent Legacy and vintage player.
Yeah, so we have a vintage scene up in Berkeley.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yep. And there's also one down in kind of like the Redwood City area.
Okay.
Their group is called Beast of the Bay. They play vintage and old school. They did a charity event a while ago. They're really, really cool guys.
Do they? How hardcore are they? Do they allow proxies?
You can borrow a deck, but I think old school is weird. Like, But I think they say you're allowed white bordered cards but no proxies, something
Okay.
weird like that. Because the rule for old school is it has to be original art black border. That's the rules. But they're like, nah, it's okay, but you can't proxy cards.
But can you proxy for their vintage?
I don't think so. I don't actually know. I don't
Okay.
think so. But
So
I know
that's where the real players play
yes.
with the no proxy vintage.
I
We
know.
have we have Sperling in the room. He was at Vintage Champs.
Yes.
And it is very fun if you ever get to see actual Black Lotus being cast and played. It's just like it's a thrill that every Magic player, I'm sure, has as soon as they learn about the card.
Oh, watching vintage and paper is like a treat.
Yeah.
Like, it's weird. Like you think Legacy is a deck, a format with weird interactions. Vintage is a deck that is like a format with even weirder interactions. You see people mainboarding strange cards like Fragmentize, and you see Dak Faden all over Vintage because he's not good in Legacy, but in Vintage you can steal your opponent's moxes.
Yeah,
Like,
Dak Faden, the greatest thief in the multiverse, just completely avoids Legacy.
this guy's wrong about a lot of things. Probably. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not reading anything.
Unless you are clashed on Magic Online.
Oh, Strifo? Yeah, he's the only person playing Dak in Legacy.
Yeah, he is the only Dak. He's like a Dak aficionado. He knows exactly how to play his Daks in Legacy.
Oh, you can play unlimited cards in Old School? Cool.
You can play Unlimited?
Thank you for that clarification. I don't play Old School.
Yeah.
I only hear about it. But good stuff.
So let's see, how much time do we got?
Eric didn't win Vintage Champs. No, he didn't. He won Eternal Weekend, not Vintage Champs. But Matt Sperling came from Vintage Championships. It's hard for us to keep track of all this stuff. If we fumble a little bit, make some mistakes, feel free to call us out, let us know.
You don't have to call us out too hard.
No, that's true. Yeah, so we're still human beings. You gotta be nice to us. Oh,
So we got 5 minutes left in the round. I think we're done on matches for right now.
Mhm.
We'll come back with round 5.
Yes.
We'll take just a little break. Right when pairings will go up, we'll come live again.
Yeah. I think next round, if we have a little bit of time, we can start pulling in some players. We're getting very, very close to people where they start to draw, or someone is 0-3 drop.
Yeah. And the structure of this, as we mentioned earlier, we're gonna play 7 rounds, and we're gonna show you as much Magic as possible. However, the top 8 has the option of just splitting all of the prizes and going home.
Yep.
So we could end up with no top 8 matches, unless, of course, we have no splits in the top 8, which, again, root for Cyrus.
Oh, also Michael Clifford.
Yeah, Michael Clifford wrote on his deck list, no splits, kill them all.
Of course, the Storm players would be into no splits.
I mean,
you can turn 1, turn 2 your opponent and just move on.
They are a fan of winning the winning all of the money. Take all of the money, highest of stakes.
All right, so we're gonna take a very, very quick break. We're going into round 5 out of 7, and then later on we will see how top 8 sets up. At the very, very least, we will see a top 8 layout. Do a quick talk about it. Talk to some people.
Yeah, maybe there will be some players here that just want to play some casual matches, but we will see. We'll see that when we get to it. Next round.
Is that Tagoras in the chat?
Round 5. We'll see you in a little bit.
All right. All right, everybody. We have round 5 going up right now. I'm sorry if there's a lot of background noise. The door is open. So we have selected our round 5 match. Players are going outside. It is raining outside right now, so it's gonna be a little awkward because usually pairings get posted outside so that people can work their way in. But we're gonna have to finagle some things going around because it is cold and raining outside now. Now, I was promised goblins.
Were you promised goblins?
I was told there's goblins.
Here you go, sir.
Yeah, we have goblins. Now, whether he is positive in match or not, I don't really care. It's goblins.
He is. So we are featuring 2 players that are 3-0-1.
Ooh.
So they have both received a draw. So we have Jonathan against Justin.
Oh shoot. And once again, as always, we don't know who's on what side, but I might as well adjust all this other stuff.
So I was out there collecting some information. We have 4 people that are 4-0 undefeated. Those players are playing the following decks. We have an Elves player.
Nice.
That's Mr. Kendall.
Jack Kendall, yeah.
We have a Zach Wong on lands.
Ruglands, yes.
And the other 2 I had to look up. I didn't know them. We have a Omni Sneak.
Ooh.
And a Burn.
Burn actually doing very well. Interesting.
So if you want to call Zach's deck a blue deck because it technically has blue spells.
It doesn't have any blue spells.
But it does run blue lands?
There's 1 Trop, 1 Academy Ruins.
Okay. So let's call it not blue. That's 3 decks that are undefeated in this tournament that are not blue.
How many Goyfs are in copy of this tournament? I haven't seen a single Goyf resolve since we've been in here.
Yeah, so we're going to play 7 rounds today. We have a billion people. No, we have 100 people. A little more than 100.
I'm actually going to run over to the... I'm just going to go look.
Yeah.
And I'll put this here, though.
So we did get an update. Based on the player total, we have... So we project that we're going to have this event be a 3K, but based on us selling out, it's actually going to be a 4K. We have that many people here, and
I think Justin's on the left.
Justin's on the left. All right, I'll leave you to type that in. So the prize payout has been adjusted. We normally have adjusted prize payouts based on the actual count of how many people show up. So this event is massive.
Oh, did not save. Gotta save.
Okay.
All this looking back and forth is making me dizzy.
Okay. Can we get an Elves? I would love to see an Elves. I think if Mr. Kendall wins or loses, he would likely be a good target.
Oh my god, I cannot spell his hand. I cannot see his handwriting.
Jonathan Peterson.
Peterson.
Taking deck requests depends on what decks you want. We're taking requests of people that are doing well.
This is Grixis. No.
No.
There's Leovold in here.
There's a Leovold.
Oh, this is what we call True Pile.
Yeah. There's a Leovold in my Grixis deck.
So this is tried and true 4-color control. Sometimes people call it Leo control. So this deck is what you take. You take Grixis control and you put in Leovold and Abrupt Decay, 2 green cards. Notable cards in here. 2 Abrupt Decays, 2 Kolaghan's Command, 2 Leovolds. Lot of duels. 1 Island, 1 Swamp, 1 Bayou, 1 Tropical Island, 1 Badlands, 1 Volcanic. Oh my god. Just looking at this. Oh, 3 Jaces. Interesting. So, and he's up against Justin Coe, who
is on Goblins.
Yes.
Can we get some Goblins hype in the chat? Everyone loves Goblins.
Now, this Goblins this is a very interesting matchup for this 4-color control deck because they have access to Kolaghan's commands and really strong cards like Force of Will, but Goblins is sometimes like a weird prison deck. Like they have Rashadan ports, they have Wastelands.
So yeah, I would call goblins not really prison. They're just like the biggest mid-range deck. They will grind you out with ringleaders. Justin is playing Kiki Jiki.
Ooh.
He's playing Siege Game Commander.
Is that a Crankle Mob Boss?
He's playing Trash Master. He's playing the Mob Boss himself, Mr. Cranko. He's playing 1X Goblin Settler. That is the LD Goblin.
Oh.
And we have a Chain Whirler.
Oh, Chain Whirler's so good. Like, clearing off any Baleful Strix or any annoying creatures. Like, also, Chain Whirler deals damage to Planeswalkers. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Deals 1 damage to a Planeswalker. Like,
1
what?
damage to player, 1 damage to Planeswalker, 1 damage to creatures.
Like, what?
Everything on the battlefield, including player.
Apparently making the card triple red just was not enough.
So, in this matchup, we have Goblins against 4-color. It is going to be very difficult for 4-color to establish just like a complete control of the game. So I think looks like Goblins is mulliganing, which will definitely hurt that plan, but I think that Goblins is severely advantaged.
I mean, they also have access to cards that ignore permission spells. Like they have Cavern of Souls, they have Aether Vial, so they can play it
4x.
They can play it instant speed if they need to. They have Wastelands to deal with this super greedy mana base.
The greediest.
He has 4 Wastelands in the deck, and he can say, "Oh, I only want to hit the green sources because I only care about, I don't know, maybe Leovold because it's what he's splashing for." Or he can say, "Oh, I only want to hit the red sources. Just strand any Kolagon's commands out of the entire deck." But that's anticipating Justin knowing what he is playing against.
So it looks like we have 2 Rashadan ports for Justin. So he's got a little bit of that mana denial strategy. So I think the longer the game goes, Justin will just pile on more answers, and it's up to Control to...
Let's say both players
control.
mold down to 6.
Both on 6. Justin trying to figure out top or bottom for the Scribe.
Okay, Scribe bottom. Jonathan looks like he's going to keep on top. Justin's going to go fetch. This is turn 1 Lackey.
I believe we might have a Aether Vial in hand.
Ooh. So the turn 1 plays are key for Goblins here. Aether Vial is really good. A turn 1 Lackey, because it might get killed, but sometimes you just need that turn 1 Lackey to pressure the fact that you're going to sneak any Goblin into play. But
there we go.
Aether Vial
Foil
also really good.
Aether Vial.
One of the few decks that you see in Aether Vial tick up to 5.
Tick up to 5 is the sign of a true master.
All right, Jonathan's going to go and fetch here.
And looks like Jonathan's just going to respond with a Thoughtseize.
Yeah, we see 2 Inquisitions, 2 Thoughtseize. So he's got turn 1 plays. So let's see. Oh, is it a 4K now? We just went up?
Yep, we went to a 4K. I have...
oh, can you change here?
We can change everywhere that we can. We have posted
Right,
it.
so apparently our 3K has been upgraded to a 4K.
Yep, we projected that based on attendance, it would be around a 3K, and because it was so well attended, all of that money just spills over back
Right,
into.
so here we have a Thoughtseize. We see Kiki Jiki, Goblin, Matron, Lackey, and War Chief.
That one, Goblin Chieftain.
Oh, that's a Chieftain. Okay.
Yeah. So there was over 100 players here. Half Goblin.
What do you take?
You take the 1/1.
Take the Lackey.
Yeah, specifically the 1/1 that can be vialed in.
Wouldn't taking the Lackey kind of signal that Jonathan doesn't have an answer for it? Like no removal spells.
Well, just the Lackey represents more pressure. I think Jonathan wants to. Justin will not be able to deploy many of the threats that are in his hand.
This is a 1-lander too for Justin. I guess he has an active Aether Vial.
Yeah, 1 land Aether Vial doesn't seem bad.
For Jonathan, I want to see like Green Source Abrupt Decay. Like if your opponent missed the land drop, you need to kill that Vial on sight.
I think we're gonna see a him. I think he's been shuffling around to him.
Ooh, him also very, very good.
So yeah, taking that Lackey just allows Jonathan the luxury of not being threatened by creatures very soon. So Do we see a Hymn to Turek on the stack?
And Justin's going to lose half of his hand here. He's only got 4 cards. He loses 2. And it has to be thoroughly randomized. That one
1, 2,
and
3, 4, 5, 6.
the middle
That one.
card. So Hymn to Tarak snipes, Warren Instigator, and a Chieftain.
Yep. So we have a 3-drop and a 5-drop in hand.
Nice.
Aether Vial cannot tick up fast enough.
Wow. Justin drew a card, passes it back, right? Already?
And let's see. Leovold is not at its best against goblins.
I think it's fine because he just needs power on in play now, right?
I mean, it will be. We're gonna go Strixing instead.
Maybe just play this.
Or Snap. Thought Seizing.
I don't think he cares about because he knows his hand is a 4 and a 5. I think this is gonna be
a 3 and a 5.
or a 3 and a 5.
Yeah.
He has to be a little bit worried about the Aether Vial taking up to 3 and then like vialing in.
I mean, Matron into Ringleader is certainly a big threat.
Yeah, and then it's all kind of within Aether Vial curve. Ooh,
And
Snap Thoughtseize.
Jonathan agrees. Get rid of that 3.
And then the Matron, the red tutor,
Ooh.
that Cranko mob boss.
Cranko, the mob boss himself.
Dude, Cranko mob boss plus Kiki Jiki is kind of hilarious.
Not a combo.
It is not a combo, but it's hilarious.
Cranko and Kiki Jiki, both legends.
Yep. Alright, Vial takes up to 3. Justin draws a card.
And ooh, taking it up to 3, and we draw a 2.
Wow. This is very unfortunate for Justin here. And now Jonathan's got pressure in form of Snapcaster Mage.
However, as soon as Justin starts deploying some of these goblins, it'll be up to Jonathan to find actual answers.
Alright, start with a Ponder.
Ponderino. 1, 2, 3.
I see an Abrupt Decay. That Abrupt Decay is really, really good here.
Abrupt Decay is at its best.
Like,
No, we don't have an Abrupt Decay.
not Abrupt Decay?
Him, Ponder, Brainstorm.
Oh, it's a Brainstorm. Oh, it's so hard to see.
We are running Kolaghan's commands
Yes.
in this 4-color deck.
Yeah, we know he's got at least 2 Abrupt. He's got 2 Abrupt Decays and 2 Kolaghan's commands. So he has answers for that Aether Vial. He just hasn't found any. But he's not in a terrible position. I mean, the moment that Aether Vial takes up to 4 and then creatures start coming into play, things get a little bit interesting.
Yeah, if I'm on Jonathan's side, I'm prioritizing getting rid of this Aether Vial. Justin has uncastable creatures in hand, and as soon as Aether Vial gets online, you're going to start falling further behind. So
Line draw.
I would like to get rid of it.
Another Snapcaster Mage to draw off that Ponder.
Baleful Strix, draw a card. Land.
The land. I mean, the land is helpful.
Land is fine, allows you to cast a top deck, find your red
Alright.
source.
Attack
you
for
can
2.
Cast your Kolaghan's command. Justin gonna bluff the 3?
Just think about it. I've seen a lot of players too, and it's like activate Aether Vial, and you go to damage. It's like, why do you activate? There's no point to activate. Alright, Vial takes up the 4. Ooh, found a plateau.
Oh, here we go.
2
We
mana.
can finally deploy a second spell.
That's
Justin was casting. It's an Instigator.
Instigator. It's the one with double strike, right?
Yes. So Justin cast his second spell of the game, even though it's turn 4, turn 5 maybe.
It's Jonathan's turn 5. Oh, actually no, Justin went first.
Yeah, I don't think Jonathan missed a land drop. So yeah, Justin's 5th turn.
And he does have to be a little bit worried about this Instigator. Like he has blockers, but
It'll double strike him down.
yeah, double strike will just make any chump blocks very awkward. Justin also plays Tarfire.
Are we hemming? Oh wow.
Ooh, Snapcaster him to Tar? No.
Pondering.
Ponder. Oh.
We have the mana for an Abrupt Decay.
I
He's
think-
digging for Abrupt Decay.
I think it's because Jonathan knows he has. Wait,
We
yeah,
have
there's
Decay.
a 4 in his hand, and Aether Vial's already at 4. Ooh, we found a Decay.
Yep.
Ooh, okay. Have to decay this Aether Vial, or do you go for the Instigator?
I mean, you have to decay it because you cannot beat.
Can 4-color control beat a Crankle Mob boss now that I think about it? Like game 1?
Is he running lightning bolts? That's what I'm gonna ask.
I don't know. This is a weird bug deck. No lightning bolts. Two fatal pushes.
He's running fatal pushes? Okay.
Two fatal pushes. The only way to kill Cranko Mob Boss, but not Kiki Jiki. So there's a Cranko Mob Boss off of the Aether Ball on 4. Man, can you imagine if Justin went turn 1 Lackey instead of turn 1 Aether Ball? How different this would have played out?
He likely would have vialed in the Matron, I would guess.
Oh, alright, decay your Aether Vial?
Yeah, on the Vial. But it depends on how many of these big mana creatures Justin had directly in the
I
opening
think Jonathan here is going to sit tight. He has answers, he's got to find them. Justin
so Cranko was vialed in. He did not. He was not.
Do you main phase activate this Cranko and just attack for a couple amount? Do
Well,
the Cranko token? They don't have haste.
No,
right?
yeah. The Cranko was summoning 6, so he had to wait.
All right. Attack
And then,
you.
Instigator. How many creatures are you gonna throw at this?
2.
2. Okay.
It's a 1/1 with first strike, right? Or double strike, right?
It's a 1/1 with double strike.
So,
So strike that down.
first strike damage, kill a Snapcaster Mage.
Now activate.
Activate to get value off of this mob boss.
Gobos.
Does he not carry his own Goblin tokens?
Yeah.
I would assume if you're playing Goblins, you would carry your own Goblin tokens around. So he's going to value out that Cranko Mob Boss while the Instigator is still in play. Just make 2 1/1s, and he's going to pass it back.
And he's back to having a 4 casting cost creature and a 5 casting cost creature in hand.
Alright, so Jonathan untaps. Hey. Come on in. We have a guest that will swap over in a little bit. Man, I don't know what Jonathan's going to do against this Cranko.
He has to dig the hardest for a fatal push.
I mean, he can also have...
Oh, he
Kolagon's
finally
command?
found a Kolagon's command, but
Diabolic Edict looks really bad.
very bad.
I'm just like scouring this deck list, and it's like he's got answers. He just has to find them. Otherwise, this Crankle's gonna spiral out of control.
Him.
Snapcaster him you. Ooh, looks like Ringleader and the Kiki-Jiki we know about earlier. Tap.
And we're just falling further and further behind the mob boss.
Oh, attack 4/2. Attack 4/2. Yeah, there you go. I mean, Jonathan's at 11. It's not the healthiest of life totals. Do you trade? Do you just take 2?
I'm trying to think, how does Jonathan, if I'm Jonathan, how do I win this game? And I don't think I win this game if Cranko continues to activate.
So it looks like a chump block off for the Snapcaster Mage, and then Justin's going to activate the Cranko Mob Boss before the token dies to maximize the amount of tokens he can make. So he made 3, and he is using just random cards now. How do you play Goblins and not have a stack of Goblin tokens? Like, it's like asking a Storm player to not have extra dice to like double check.
I'm further stuck behind how does a game in which Jonathan wins from this scenario, how does it look like? He does not have main deck sweepers. He did find a fatal push, but again, he just cannot trigger Revolt. So he has to block again.
Yeah, if he chump blocks, he can trigger Revolt. But that Cranko Mob Boss is just valuing out like crazy.
So we see in the chat, play Leovold. He's not attacking with the Mob Boss. The Mob Boss is just making infinite tokens.
If he plays a Leovold, I mean, it does block 1 Goblin, but it doesn't stop the Mob Boss from
He's now on trade your Baleful Strix to trigger Revolt, kill the Mob Boss.
And even after that, he's still making like 4, 5,
he's making
maybe
5
more Goblins after that too.
And Justin has a very spicy main deck card in his hand, Pyrokinesis.
Do you just Pyrokinesis the 2 Baleful Strixes? There's no way, right?
It depends on if he has another red card and what that red card is. I would lean towards no.
You would have to save it for something bigger.
You're just already winning.
Ask cards in hand. I have 3. What is
Just
Justin?
Swing your 1/1s into their 1/1s.
Yeah. All right, attack for 4.
I think we have to see a block.
block. All right, before damage, activate Cranko. Make a bunch of guys. You have 5 goblins. I would like to make 5 more goblins. 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. He's double checking the amount of goblins you make. 2 of them trade with the Baleful Strixes, which now actually makes Jonathan's Fatal Push active. So this
Turns on Revolt.
This is the one window to clear that Crankle mob boss.
He does have some red spell, but it's some weird promo goblin.
All right, can I see your graveyard? Just messily slides it over. Now there is a small rule in Legacy. You see this in older formats, not quite so in Modern though, but the order in which your graveyard is actually important. You cannot change the order of your graveyard in a match of Legacy because there's like 1 or 2 dumb cards in Legacy that require you to know what is on top of your graveyard. Like, what's it? Exhume is one of them.
Not Exhume.
Not Exhume. Nether Void. Yeah, Nether Void's one of them.
That's the promo.
Trash Master.
No, that's not a Trash Master.
Crater Maker.
Crater Maker.
All right. Push your Cranko.
So
how is he still at 11?
Yeah, so I don't know if they updated.
Shallow Grave is the other one. Thank you, Steve. So yeah, in Legacy, if you're flipping through your opponent's graveyard, you actually have to keep it in order. It's actually a little bit important. Shallow Grave and Shade.
So they're checking out each other's cards.
Yeah, he does have Revolt.
Checking out Fatal Push, checking out Crater Maker.
Or are they just 2 guys just, showing each other these cool cards that they got? Okay.
Kill your Crater Maker.
So this is a main phase goal that's coming out.
Bring back Snap.
Ooh, I think this could be a turning point for Jonathan here. Now,
he just has to get through all these creatures.
Yeah, there's still a lot of goblins in play. Oh, Baleful Strix. Another blocker. Baleful Strix. Sometimes the best removal spell in Legacy. Or, not the best. The necessary removal spell in Legacy.
I think if we have a red spell, we have lethal with the Pyro.
Oh, Pyrokinesis, the Baleful Strix. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7?
Yeah, we have a Trash Master. I'm just throwing that Trash Master away.
Does Pyrokinesis hit face?
Hits face? Does it not?
I don't know.
Judge?
Pretty sure it does. Double check.
Yeah, Jonathan does not have a main deck sweeper. That's why. As soon as that
Cranko mob boss is kind of spiraled out of control. Among target creatures does not hit face.
Oh, it doesn't hit face. Yeah. All right, we could clear out the 1 blocker.
Oh, alternate Fire Blasts. Pyrokinesis, exile Fire Blast you. Fire Blast you. All right, so attack with all my tokens.
Take 6.
Baleful Strix trades with one of them. And Justin's, he only has this swarm of tokens, but still in a pretty good position here. Jonathan untaps. Land, ooh. He could play Leovold, Snapcaster, Fatal Push, and that only deals with 3 goblins. 1, 2, 3, there's still 3 more.
Leovold, Snap, so that line requires a fetch, which goes down to 1.
Down 1. Brainstorm. Does a Jace that
doesn't do it?
Jonathan's gonna go and scoop here. All right.
So the often seen Brainstorm, concede before fully resolving the Brainstorm, is a common play amongst blue mages.
All right. So while they're sideboarding, we'll do a quick point of sideboard. But I want to point out a small guest. So I'm going to do this really fast.
Guest.
All right.
Small guest.
I'm going to point out a guest.
Say hi, guest.
Want to introduce yourself?
Hi, Brian from Paragon City Games. We tend to stream a lot of Legacy on Tuesday nights.
So Brian has been in our chat a bunch of times, and he's constantly asked me, hey, when is the Legacy event? Is it still full? What's the weather like out there? And I said, yeah, sure, whatever. He flew out yesterday. Flew out from Utah just to come play and bother us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, literally to bother.
And Brian is here right now, round 5. So, how's it been, Brian?
I definitely started playing Keyforge halfway through.
Not so great.
I finished, so I lost the lands really quickly. Conceded my round 2 because my opponent we were like going to draw, and I was like, I'll give it to you. And then round 3 was just bad. and I dropped there and just was like, okay, I'm just gonna sit around and play Keyforge.
Well, you're more than welcome to hang out with us. It's great seeing a Utah presence over here.
Hey, I've gotta make the rounds now.
Oh yeah.
Because we've got our big 24-hour stream and Legacy tournament at the end of the year.
For like New Year's ish.
For New Year's, yeah. So we've got that coming up that I'm super excited about.
All right, let's go over the Goblin sideboard. So what in the sideboard stands out to you here?
Well, I have a few questions.
Okay.
What do we think of Blood Moon?
Seems good.
And what do we think of Chalice of the Void?
Also seems very good.
Those cards aren't good.
Ooh,
Chalice
also like
is
the
kind of
Resting
medium
Beast.
with the Kolaghan's Command.
Yeah, but I think the nice thing about siding that stuff in is if you keep applying pressure, and not even the pressure just attacking your opponent's life total, but putting permanents into play where your opponent has to answer, they're going to run out of answers eventually.
Because you're forcing him to stumble with the Chalice.
Yeah, and instead of a Kolaghan's Command shattering an Aether Vial or shocking a relevant Goblin, they have to blow up the Chalice.
That's true.
Okay.
I just know that when I'm playing a Chalice deck against Kolaghan's Command decks, I tend to sideboard my Chalices out. But
Okay, what else is there notable?
Thalia,
Eh,
End. I mean, maybe Surgical if you just want to...
I find it interesting that he has Surgical and Rest in Peace. They're probably there for like very specific matchups.
He has Surgical, Rest in Peace, and 1 Grafdigger's Cage.
He is trying not to die to Storm.
He's hedging...
Or Dredge.
Yeah, he's hedging
Or
all
Reanimator.
of his graveyard hate.
So, for Jonathan over on 4-color control, 1 Diabolic Edict, 2 Tarmogoyfs. We're going to get our Tarmogoyf count going up.
All right, Tarmogoyf count 2.
1 Liliana Last Hope. Again, we know it's a really, really good card. Goblins has a lot of 1/1s or X1s, and Liliana just a really clean 3-mana answer for a lot of them. Sylvan Library, might be a little too slow. Surgical Extraction is bad. 1 Toxic Deluge, 1 Marsh Casualties. Seems pretty strong.
He was desperately hurting for some sweeper, so bring in everything that can
So
sweep the board.
If I was on Jonathan's seat, I would board in the Tarmogoyfs, the Toxic Deluge, the Marsh Casualties. Maybe not the Sylvan Library. I think it's too strong. There's a small chance that the Pithing Needle might come in just to name Aether Vial, like turn 1 play for turn 1 play, maybe, but it's hard to say. Siding out Inquisition, I think is okay. Leovold's okay. Force is kind of bad. Maybe cuts the forces. Outside of that, it's this. Oof. When you look at a 4-color pile and all these 2s and 3s, it's like, what do you cut? Oh my god.
I mean, Forces for sure.
Yeah,
And
definitely
from there-
forces. I think he wants to keep. He's on the play. I think he wants to keep all 3 hymns on the play. Definitely the pushes. Maybe he just cuts the Diabolic Edict and just leans heavily on the pushes and the Abrupt Decays and the Kolaghan's Commands.
Makes sense to me.
I think... What do we think about discard?
Well,
Inquisition, Thoughtseize,
the
him.
Inquisition I think is good, and the Thoughtseize I think is good because there's a lot of Force and 5s in this deck. But it's so hard to say. Like, they're both good, but in like weird situations. Like, what if you go Inquisition and your opponent just has Cavernous Souls and just like a bunch of goblins, like 3s and 4s.
How necessary do you think Leovold is? Do you think he just cuts down to 1 Leovold here?
I think he needs the body.
I think he needs the kill condition.
I don't know if the body is as good when you're going against Wastelands and Rashadan Force, though. I think it's
Maybe
kind of too
you.
slow for what you're doing in this match.
Well, if he's going against that and he's already resolved Leovold, he's drawing cards.
There's a possibility
So-
he swaps the Leovolds for the Tarmogoyfs. They're easier to cast. They're
Okay,
bigger.
yeah. I forgot that he had Tarmogoyfs in the sideboard.
We don't see Tarmogoyf around that much in Legacy. It's a treat to see them. Alright, so Jonathan would be on the play. Good turn 1 play for Jonathan would be like turn 1 discard, turn 2 discard, turn 3 body. Justin.
So 6 on Justin's side.
Oh, not a 1-lander again. Good sign. What would you cast in the X and Chalice if you...
Aren't half your goblins 1? Ooh, Justin
Ooh.
with the aggressive mulligan.
Ooh, going down to 5.
So some of your goblins are 1. You only have you have Goblin Lackey, which is a 1-drop, and Aether Vial, which is a 1-drop.
If you board in Chalice, then you're leaning heavier on your Aether Vials. Also, Chalice of the Void is a counter, if you have a Cavernous Souls named Goblins, it goes through the Chalice. So if you have a Cavernous Souls and you have a on Goblins and a Chalice on one, you can cast a Goblin Lackey, right?
Yep.
Yeah, because it's like, oh, well, what to do? My Goblin gets countered by my Chalice, but there's a Cavern.
So Justin on 5 cards.
All right, scry to the bottom.
The record of these players. Both these players are at 10 points going into this round, which means they have 3 wins, no losses, and 1 draw. Likely an unintentional draw.
Ooh, found a way to push out that Ponder, keeping all 3 cards on top. All right, Mountain Go. No 1-drop for Justin there.
Ooh, we have that sideboard Tarmogoyf.
Do you play Tarmogoyf or do you play Bubble Strix?
I turn up the beats.
Just we going back in times.
Justin,
turn 2 Tarmogoyf.
Yeah, Justin has 5 cards in hand. He likely does not have anything to answer the Tarmogoyf just as an instant. A Bolt would not answer it if he was running Bolt. And I think we just need to punish the slow draw from Justin.
So if he gets, there's a little bit of a consideration with getting a green source and getting wastelanded. But if Justin didn't have a turn 1 play, then actively wastelanding might be detrimental to Justin.
Yeah. What do you think? Why didn't Justin turn 1 wasteland? He had the option.
He might want to set up for something. Like there's probably 2 cost, 3 cards cost in his hands. We saw no Aether Vial, so his mindset might be, oh, I might need to actually cast these cards.
Goblins,
So,
yeah, it is one of the hungriest decks that has Wasteland in it.
Rashad Court, 2 mana, Crater Maker. So it's a 2/2 that deals 2 damage. You pay 1, sacrifice it, deals 2 damage to a creature, or destroys target colorless non-land permanent. So Crater Maker can actually kill an Emrakul.
Correct.
All right, so another Ponder for Jonathan. Keeping all on top again. Really liking these cards. Do you kill the Crater Maker or do you attack? He has a Fatal Push in hand. Probably want to just keep the Fatal Push for something bigger, right?
I would suppose.
Now, someone in the chat did point out that Tarmogoyf is a 2/3 land sorcery, so cannot Crater Maker the Tarmogoyf.
Yeah, even if Tarmogoyf was a 1/2 with no creatures, the Crater Maker itself would pump the Tarmogoyf before dealing damage.
By going into the graveyard. It's like the old Goyf Bolt check thing.
Yeah.
All right, Goyf, getting on in there.
Yep. Swinging in.
So only 2 points. Ooh, Baleful Strix. Draw a card. Do you know the call of the Baleful Strix?
The call of the Baleful Strix, is it a hoot?
It's a bird, and you play it and it goes draw a card.
Is that the call?
Yeah, it goes draw a card.
Is that like a siren's call?
A little bit. 2 mana, draw a card. If I had a parrot, the first thing I would teach it is to say draw a card.
I would probably teach it to say GRV or scream for a judge.
All right, Goblin Lackey, and then Tarfire. Tarfire.
Whoa!
Without that, Tarfire is kind of funny because
we are pumping the Goyf.
That Tarfire is a tribal card. You can find it off of a Goblin Ringleader because it's technically a Goblin, but it also adds a card type to the Tarmogoyf.
So while that Tarfire was on the stack, Tarmogoyf was a 2/3. Now it's jumped up to, is that 6?
Land, sorcery, artifact, creature, tribal,
Instant.
6/7.
So it went from 2/3 to 6/7.
My God. All right, Ponder.
I am not sure if Justin needed to fire off that Tarfire.
So far, Jonathan has kept all these Ponders. Yep, keeping all the Ponders. Ooh, Kolaghan's Command. So he has access to Kolaghan's Command, or even possibly that Leovold. He might need to keep back a blocker just in case of the Goblin Lackey.
He doesn't have Leovold mana.
Blue, black, green. Yes, you're right. Oh my God, this mana base.
Yeah. You will try and tap, and then Magic Online will say, you need to pay a green or blue. And you'll say, it's right here. Unfortunately, no.
Like green and the blue, not green or blue.
There's
Yeah.
back in old check file days when I didn't have a Deathrite Shaman, there were a lot of times where I have to say out loud, it's like, okay, blue, black, oh, I can't cast Leovold. Okay, green, black, oh, I can't cast Leovold. So, Cooldown's Command dealing with that Goblin Lackey. Alright.
And
Fourth land?
if there is a card that can get Justin back into the game, I believe he's about to cast it, which is a Ringleader.
Ooh, Ringleader is so good.
Spin the Ringleader wheel.
Alright, how many cards do you think he'll draw off this Ringleader?
I'm thinking. I'm hoping it's 3.
Alright, 1 to break even, because it'll replace itself. 2, you gain
No,
advantage.
one to be behind.
So,
2 to break even. 3 to be ahead.
alright, Ringleader. Caracas, not a goblin.
Oh,
Plateau, not a
not a
goblin.
goblin.
Kyber, not a
Kyber.
goblin. Aetherval, not a goblin.
Okay.
No!
I think-
He got.
Yeah, I think we just scoop up the cards now.
I would.
Hey, Ringleader blocks Tarmogoyf. Hey, also, for anything on Justin's sake, he just bottomed 3 cards he didn't need and an Aether Vial.
That is
There's only gas left, right?
good way to look at it.
There's only gas left in the deck now.
Optimistic.
Alright. Attack you for 3. Gotta race that
4.
Tarmogoyf. Attack you for 4. Gotta race that Tarmogoyf.
Okay, so Justin has 1 card in hand, and our blue mage has 5. No,
It's like
now 6.
6 now. Alright. He does have access to Snap Kolaghan's command, I think. I don't know if he wants to fire it off now. Looks like Baleful Strix. Yeah. No. Yes. There you go. Call. Draw a card. Alright, find more lands.
Find more lands. Find a way to cast this Leovold.
There you go. He figured it out. Blue, green,
Yeah.
black. There you go.
This one for blue, this one for
Attack
green,
with
this
this
one for black.
giant 6/7 Tarmogoyf.
No, 4 or 5. Oh no, I guess 6. 5, 6.
It's a
Uh,
No
5/6.
artifact anymore.
Yeah, the artifact has left.
But the creature got put back.
Oh, you're right.
Creature's
Okay,
still
so tribal, instant, sorcery, land. That's 4/5.
Creature.
Creature. It's a 5/6. Man, I haven't done
The,
Tarmogoyf
the
like
usual
power checks
stuff
in a while.
plus tribal.
Right. Draw a card. Man, I'm
And-
a little sad that Justin hasn't found like an early Blood Moon, but now I think Blood Moon's too late.
So here's a 3-mana play from the
Oh,
sideboard.
Chain Whirler does clear the Baleful Strix. Now I play a lot of Hearthstone just on the side on fun, and there's a whirlwind sound effect that happens, and every time someone plays a Chain Whirler, I instantly hear that in my head. It's just like whoosh, 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 like a whirling sound.
Is it like a sandstorm?
A little bit, yeah.
So Chain Whirler would be great. It sizes up well against Leovold, but
It's got first strike. It's so
but
good.
we still have that Tarmogoyf.
Yeah, that Tarmogoyf is gonna be a pain. Now, any attacks here will be a little bit awkward because that Leovold is there. It's got 1 damage marked on it,
Yeah, I mean,
so but Jonathan's at 12. Maybe he'll just take the 2 if he prioritizes keeping that Leovold in
I
play.
kind of like being aggressive.
He could also attack and then hit it with Crater Maker.
Oh, that is true. If he, oh, he's definitely attacking with the Crater Maker now. Do you just cash in this Crater Maker?
I think so.
Yeah, he's cashing it in. Sacrifice Crater Maker, deal 2 damage. Oh, Jonathan,
Okay.
remember the trigger off his Leovold. Drew a
How
card.
dare he?
And do you wasteland? There's 1 green source, 1 underground sea.
Players bumped the.
Oh, man. Okay, every time.
Or perhaps it may have.
It may have fallen asleep. It's been a while since I told you.
Falling asleep. How dare you? I wish. I wish there was someone to get this Tarmogoyf off the battlefield.
Yeah. What are the best ways to get Tarmogoyf off the battlefield? We have.
Is it back?
The best ways available.
Oh no, it's not back. Wait,
Like maybe Gem Palm Incinerator if you
So
can
I
get
think
enough goblins in
Crash.
play.
I think they
So yeah, Gem Palm would be many turns away. We could Stink Scourger it, or do we have any of the 2-mana goblin that has Echo?
Sting Scourger.
The other 2-mana goblin has Echo.
The one that gives you 1/1s?
Yes.
What's that called?
I don't see it.
War Marshal? Is it back?
We're back.
Okay. Somehow they bumped the unmirror button. I don't understand how.
Darn players.
Okay.
So we are here trying to figure out how to best deal with this Tarmogoyf. And
There's no gem palms. Is there any gem palm incinerators in this list?
There should be.
Might be too late for the gem palm though.
Yeah.
Oh, all right, here's another ringleader. Found a lackey. Found an instigator. Found a chieftain.
I don't see any gem palms.
yeah, I'm not seeing gem palms
Wow,
actually.
there's
That
no
card
gem
is-
palms in this deck.
Redonkulous.
Gem palm incinerator is so good.
Yeah, it's like the best card in the
Oh, hey, we 3-for-1.
Yeah, drew 3 cards off this ringleader. Not too bad.
Too bad we are dead.
Too bad that still just dies to Tarmogoyf.
And then Tarmo goes to 6/7 again
Oh, it is a 6/7 again.
because of the chain whirler.
Alright.
The whirly dirly.
Just any removal spell to clear the blocker is enough. Fatal Push, I suppose, is not enough.
Yeah, I mean, Justin's.
Yeah, you can Fatal Push your own Snapcaster and then snap the Fatal Push for Revolt.
Oh,
Boom, got him.
them 1,000 IQ plays. Alright. Alright.
Let's see if Jonathan likes my line.
Well, let's see if he wants to play that Bayou. I mean, he is playing this kind of crazy 4-color deck, so a little bit careful with mana, but he's got a lot of black, so pretty good here.
Nope, he's
Alright,
throwing away the line.
Snapcaster, Mage, Target, Ponder. No, he didn't see it. Oh well.
He's looking for a fetch
Alright,
land.
Alright, well, he can find a fetch, he can find a removal spell. Him the Torok, I think another Fatal Push.
Yep, and a Brainstorm. See, he threw away the deterministic win.
Alright, he's gonna take a shuffle, maybe not. Consult the Ponder one more time. Ooh, he's gonna keep on top. Okay, so Jonathan is 4 for 4 keeping off of Ponders, which is interesting. you. And Justin's got 3 cards, he's gonna lose 2/3 of his hand. Just shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Must be thirdly randomized. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Roll the dice off camera. Lose 2 cards. Ooh, Lackey Instigator. But those are Tarmogoyf blockers. Alright, attack with Goyf, attack with Snapcaster Mage. Block the Goyf. Go down to 4. Man, what can Justin do here? There's nothing he can do. 2 mana. Another Chain Whirler?
He can
No, it's a Chieftain.
style on him with Blood Moon.
Just play a Blood Moon and then scoop. Yeah. Alright, Justin's gonna scoop it up. Alright, so Jonathan picking up a game 2 here.
Despite missing the coolest lethal. Push your own Snapcaster.
Push your own Snapcaster, snap it
the
back.
pushback.
Ooh, I like it. Alright.
Oh, so looks like Justin had the Blood Moons in the side and did not bring them in.
Did not board in Blood Moons?
But he's bringing them in now.
Well, seeing how he's on the play, turn 1 or turn 3 Blood Moon should be fine. But I think in general, Blood
Turn
Moon's good.
anything Blood Moon is good against this.
Turn anything before Tarmogoyf comes down Blood Moon.
How many basics?
Oh, how many basics in this sweet 4-color
Yeah.
control list? Okay, there's 1 island, there's 1 swamp.
End.
That's it. So if he gets locked under a Blood Moon, no Leoval, no Kolagon's Command, no Him the Torog, you can cast Baleful Strixes. But we'll see.
So is there, if a Blood Moon is in play and there's no floating mana, is there anything that Jonathan can do to remove it?
Looking. Pyroblast, Red Blast. Nope. No answers to Blood Moon. He has 2 Abrupt Decays, but he has to have green mana preemptive to the Blood Moon. So I'm assuming Jonathan, the way these games have played out, there's no way he can sense a Blood Moon coming, right? Like, it is Goblin.
Can he sense a Blood Moon?
Like it is a mono red deck. Mono red, you can have access to Blood Moon, but he was just fetching all of his duels, getting all of his colors, like getting established.
I mean, I think you cannot play around Blood Moon very effectively if you want to register this mana base.
If you're playing 1 Bayou, 1 Trop, 1 Badlands, 1 Volcanic Island, 3 Underground Sea.
That is a mana base. We're sure he doesn't have Deathrite Shaman in there?
Pretty sure.
Just tying the room together.
Alright.
So Fast and Furious, we're back for the third game.
Justin will be on the play here. So the last two games we saw no turn 1 plays. Oh, actually no, take that back. The last game we saw no turn 1 plays, but it all kind of, lined up fairly well for Jonathan. Just we saw that Tarmogoyf come in from the side, really effective beater. Just attack. And then these value 2-for-1s: Kolaghan's Command, Snapcaster, Fatal Push, and then a little bit. He didn't even disrupt Justin's hands too much. Maybe 1 or 2 Hymn to Toroks, just kind of like slow him down. But it was just enough. I mean, if you can contest the board state against Goblins, I think you're in a pretty good board position.
So I spied in Justin's hand a 1-land Aether Vial hand, and he has been, that Caracas. He has been very diligent in wanting a good mana base versus lands.
Where's the Cavernous Souls?
He has.
Gonna keep it.
I believe he has 3 lands, including 1 Caracas, and 2 Warren Instigators.
Ooh, nice.
So Instigator is available.
Right. Cavern. Naming Goblins.
Does Instigator have a second creature type?
I don't think so.
We're gonna have to go to the Scryfall for that one.
We're going for some straight BM. All right, Warren Instigator off of Cavernous Soul. So even if Jonathan has a force, cannot be dealt with. That's a Berserker?
Yeah.
Goblin Berserker.
Cavernous Soul's named Berserker. Play my Warren Instigator. Seems unnecessary.
Little suspect.
Ooh, so second land pass for Jonathan.
What?
No Hymn to Torock, no removal spells.
Oh, we do have a Toxic.
Ooh, oh well, so
He's feeling like Britney Spears, a little toxic.
attack, fetch, just a 2-mana Snapcaster Mage to block.
Snap to chump, not a trade, a chump.
Just a bad Ambush Viper. I mean, this is one of those moments where you're sitting there and you go, "Oh, I have no way to remove this Instigator. What's the worst that can happen? What could possibly happen?" But no,
Actually,
that's a snap block.
Yeah, it looks like this is an okay play because he has a Kolaghan's Command to rebuy that snap.
Ooh, okay. So just setting up for the good 2-for-1 value off this Kolaghan's Command next turn.
He's just chaining it up.
All right,
So do we Instigator again or Matron?
double Instigator.
Instigator again.
So the question here now for Jonathan is, does he just fire off this? He has to fire off this Deluge, right?
I mean, if the first one was good, the second one would be better.
Ooh, there's a Hymn to Torock, but Hymn to Torock, the RNG on off Hymn to Torock might not be too reliable here, because you could possibly hit like a land and then going for the Hymn to Torock.
This is the greediest play I've seen all day.
There's only 3 cards. What's the worst that can happen?
So one of those is a Matron and one of those is a Ringleader.
No!
Okay. So I was gonna say, if he doesn't hit both of them, he's going to face both cards just chaining off.
Perfect Hymn to Torock hit. Wow. All right. Instigator. Hey, he gets Instigator triggers. Triggers. Trigger.
Trigger.
Would you like to put something in?
Trigger.
Ooh.
Yes.
Oh my god, it's a Kiki-Jiki.
And he can save the Kiki-Jiki with Caracas.
Alright. So
what a genius.
Upkeep port you. Alright.
I think it's time to deploy our Toxic.
I think so too.
If Justin had kept a Ringleader and just gotten some tons of value off of just spinning the Ringleader, I think Jonathan would have been way punished for not toxicking.
Oh, FYI for anybody in the chat, can anybody clip that Hymn to Torock, please? I want to save that for later. I want the sound effect. It's just for me. But here's the Toxic Deluge. He's gonna pay 2 life. Now,
what does this do?
now the life cost off Toxic Deluge is a cost to cast it, right? So gotta activate Kiki Jiki, bounce it.
For value.
I guess. All right.
Sending a message.
Tell him I know what my cards do.
All right. Untap.
Justin, in severe hope of more ringleaders.
All right. Land. So he's got 1 card in hand, and we know it's a Kiki Jiki. Fetching something.
Justin obviously believes that he's not hardcore unless he lives hardcore and casts the Kiki Jiki at every opportunity.
I mean, it is Kiki Jiki does have haste, so
Oh, you can cast it through a Cavernous Soul, so you can't get forced. You attack for 2, and you Caracas.
You can have 1 more land for that to be the viable strategy. So if he does cast it this turn, it does die.
players getting life totals correct. Looks like Jonathan took 8, 2 from fetch lands, 2 from toxic, 2 each from 2 instigators.
Going past those white border blood moons.
Blood moons would turn
I think
all of Jonathan's cards into mountains.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cast Kiki Jiki.
And attack.
It's got haste. Attack for 2. It's a 5 mana 2/2 with haste.
So I think Justin paused as soon as he played his fetch land. He thought, do I want to protect this Kiki Jiki? Do I actually want to cast it? But he realized, well, I just played my land and my opponent has Kolagon's commands. So it's not even safe being the last card in my hand.
Alright, Kolagon's command, shock, buy back the Snapcaster Mage. Gotta go for the maximum value, right? Yep. So, bye-bye Kiki Jiki. You did okay.
You did something.
Did 2 damage.
Kolagon's command into graveyard, and hey, that's the 5th card.
Oh, nope, wait, what?
Yep,
1,
that
2,
is the 5th card.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Confirm 5.
I think he wanted to cast this Garbag Angler, and then he backed up really quick. Well, he can cast it. Oh, you know what? He might have put it in the. He might put it on the table and wait. I want to try to keep his cold commands in play in my graveyard. He's gonna pass.
Justin has a Siege Gang and a Kiki Jiki on the top end. Boom! Aether Vial, empty-handed.
All right. Now Justin's gonna go ahead and upkeep port. Hit the red source.
Is there... What would you target here? I guess red source because it's the lone...
Yeah, it's the lone red source. Double green, double black.
He did flash a black card, so maybe choke him on black would be another
It's
option.
so hard to choke him on black here, though.
Well, now it is.
Well, now it's especially hard.
If we had the actual card choke.
Oh, choke would be so good. All right, here comes
Choke or Blood Moon.
the
would be
Gurmag
great
Angler.
off the top. It's 5 mana, 5/5?
He's just gonna pay for it the hard way. Now,
Like a charging Monstrosaur, but no haste.
Jonathan really valuing that Kolagon's command in his graveyard. So with the Snapcaster Mage in his hand, he's has the maximum amount of value out of it. See what Justin's able to draw here. So signaling 2 mana. Another Instigator. And, well, seeing how there's an Instigator in play and no cards in Justin's hand, do you attack with the fish here?
I am swinging away. I want this game to end as soon as possible.
Yeah. I mean,
Also, here's Liliana.
Oh, Liliana also deals with more Instigator. Plus, bye. Attack for 5. Untap. Justin, a little distraught, not even bothering adjusting the life total at the feature hash table.
Well, I guess it would be on Jonathan to reach over and say, I dealt 5 to you.
Justin is at 13. He has taken 5. Let them run out there again. I don't know if it matters. I feel like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Are we just gonna
5, 13.
K-command you?
Jonathan might try to go for a burn plan here. Snapcaster Kolagon's command. This looks like...
There's no red source.
Oh, he doesn't have a red source.
No, he floated.
Oh, he floated. So this
is still in his upkeep.
Yeah, response to port. Shock you, discard a card, right?
No, just kill both of your permanents.
No, okay,
Oh,
so
are
you
we
did go to
shocking? We're
discard.
not killing Aether Vial?
Interesting.
That's
Tarmogoyf.
interesting. Matron up the top is a potential out for not killing the Aether Vial.
Yeah. Wait, no, that's not caster sick. There you go. So attack for 5. Now he's adjusting his life total.
Now he's at 8.
Wait, no, he's not. He's just writing on a piece of paper.
Yeah, I think they're keeping track of it as they should be, and then adjusting
He's
when
at 8.
necessary.
I'm just gonna go over there and just do it. It's gonna do everything for all these.
And it looks like Jonathan went with a Liliana minus. Oh, because the announcement was extra turns. We're in extra turns. So Justin should be at 8, facing down a 5/5 in approximately 4. Is there any artifacts? No. Any tribals? No. Probably a 4/5 Tarmogoyf. And a 2/1.
They're on turn.
Yep. So it looks pretty rudimentary from here. The Liliana can just take care of the blocker, and lethal's coming through.
Right there. When I ran outside to adjust their life counter, there is a group of there's like 6 people hovering around the feature match table and a judge standing stalwart at the end. So that's how that's the presence of you are at turns, good sir. All right, there we go.
There we go. Justin battling it out as a true Goblin player would to the bitter end.
And 4-color control, taking it. I thought that Goblins would be favored, but we didn't see Blood Moons. And game 1, we saw him keep a 1-lander and an Aether Vial.
Yeah, Justin was a victim of some mulligans. He mulliganed game 1, kept a 1-land Aether Vial hand. Mulliganed game 2 to 5. And in game 3, he couldn't... he played his Instigators and just couldn't connect with them into Sweeper.
The true all-star for Jonathan here, those 2 sideboard Tarmogoyfs, they were just so good.
Rarely do you see the Tarmogoyf count at 0 main deck, more than 0 sideboard, but it turned out to be effective.
All right, so Jonathan moving on to 401, right?
Jonathan 4-0-1, Justin 3-1-1,
Yeah.
still live for the top 8, likely just the X1-1 players, and potentially, usually, there's some X2 shenanigans, but with a player count this large, it's going to be less likely.
It shouldn't affect it too much unless there's a lot of random draws, like at high tables.
These 2 players are a random draw.
Yeah, I mean, they have draw. They have 1 draw each. Usually at big events like this, as we get further into the rounds, sometimes we start seeing a lot more unintentional draws. Just you're really focused. You got to make sure you like play it optimally, and then the next thing you know, your time's out.
So
Gordon, rest in peace. I like the rest in peace.
We have that was our round 5. I am going to go run around.
We should find an undefeated, right?
Well, the undefeated might draw.
That's why I would pull them in here just to like say who's undefeated and so yeah.
So we had some shouts for Enchantress. We'll see if there's any Enchantress player
if they're doing well
with a decent record. Otherwise, we might get an Elves. We'll see what else we have on deck.
At this point, we're probably going to start seeing a couple of like good, they're not true win-ins, but like, playing to try to, be live for top 8 still. So we're going to see a lot of like maybe some X1s. If there's anybody else with a draw somewhere there, we'll start to see some of those. But since it's 7 rounds going into round 6, we're going to start seeing undefeated's draw, and then we'll have our top 8. So not too bad. We're doing pretty well. It's only like 4:30. It's actually pretty good.
We're chugging along.
Yeah. I mean, there's been times where I've done big events here, and like by the time we get to like round 6, it's like 8. And with the sheer amount of legacy miracles players out there, I'm surprised it's only 4:30. I was expecting it to be later.
And that is why we are historically a very split happy group, except
yeah.
for the team no splits.
The team no splits is
Yeah, that always ruins it.
I mean, we saw this from a mile away, right? It was like, oh, do you want to come in and do some commentary? Cool. And it's like the first thing we said is, what if Cyrus top 8s again?
Yeah. Let's root against Cyrus.
And then it's like, great, I'm stuck here. And then a bunch of my friends are like, oh yeah, we're not doing so great. We might go get food. And it's like, no, if Cyrus splits, then I'm stuck here. I want to get food too.
So I'm gonna go check who's doing well. You gonna hold it down?
Yeah, I'll hold it down.
Yeah.
All right. I guess you can leave the door. Not a little. All right.
It's on the loud side.
How's your flight?
It was good.
Not
It's
too
actually
bad.
really nice. Utah to here is actually really like.
Yeah, it's like super quick, right?
Yeah, it's hour and a half.
Like, when are you flying back? Are you just
Monday.
staying here? Oh,
Yeah.
Monday?
No.
Nice.
I'm out tomorrow, so I literally came in for this. I as I told you earlier, I booked it like after we talked about it on Thursday.
Yeah.
Like I'm like, well, I guess I should actually like go out and do this because like
Dude, you've been talking about it for like weeks.
yeah, it's been a couple weeks, and I just wanted like some nicer weather than what's going on in Utah right now.
I mean, even today, it was actually supposed to be kind of cold but clear sky for us, and then all of a sudden it just started raining.
Yeah,
Like-
it's been kind of like muggy and stuff outside,
It's not too bad.
but I mean it's still in the 60s here, and in Utah it's like
it's almost snowing there, right?
it's below freezing. Yeah, it's like 20 degrees or something. And so that was nice. And so it's just nice to be out of the state, and like I had miles and stuff, and so it was just
Yeah. I mean, I did promise you one time. You're like, oh, if I come out to Cali, like, we'll hang out. We'll treat you. If my friends don't abandon me, I'll drag you out to food or something.
Okay.
We'll get some ramen or something.
that would be delicious. But yeah, this area is great for all of that.
Oh yeah, we're in a fantastic area just to go get food. But if you guys have not checked it out,
Keep going.
Paragon City Games over at
Draper, Utah.
Draper,
yeah.
Utah.
South Salt Lake.
Yes. I don't know, for a long time everybody was like, just say Salt Lake. It's like
It's
nobody
essentially the same
knows,
thing.
and nobody knows where Draper is.
No, you just keep driving. It's like if you get on the 15 to come out from Southern California or Las Vegas or something, right? You just keep driving on the 15 until there's a
Let's
little
go.
point in the mountain you pass, and
Let's
then
go
you
all
see
the way up.
Draper, and it's right there.
I have some old friends that lived out in Utah. And they always do their road trip where from like Salt Lake they go to Vegas, spend 2 or 3 days at Vegas, and then come to California because it's like exactly on the way.
My wife does Enchantress versus Elves. Woo! My wife does the Vegas, California trip about once a month right now because she just loves Disneyland. She has family that lives down in
Oh.
Yorba Linda and Rolling Heights and whatnot. And
Yeah.
so it's just really funny because I never go. But whenever we come to whenever it's like a Bay Area thing, it's always something that I'm doing. So I'm always up here in the Bay, and she's always down in the South. It's really funny.
They're both okay.
I prefer the Bay, honestly.
It's
Despite
very
being from Southern California, like I prefer the Bay.
it's like a certain like lifestyle-ish thing
Yeah.
there. It's like you see a lot of this kind of all over, like the general Bay Area. You see this in Seattle. We see a little bit of it in Portland. Hey Kuba, what's up? Oh, he's flipping through some stuff.
Let us know quickly who you want.
Oh, okay. I think that's what David's doing right now.
We're almost there.
So, do we want some?
We're looking for someone who's not drawing, right?
Yeah. So we have Peter Fisher on Death and Taxes. You can see that.
Oh, okay.
It's on the-
It's reasonable.
Peter Fisher.
Is that what you want?
Cyrus is at 12 points. Maybe Cyrus.
He's
Yeah.
playing for it.
Yeah, I don't know. We have 2 rounds.
Max Kalinowski's playing Snake and Show. Alex Kibner, maybe? What is Alex usually playing?
Speaking sure. That's what he's on today.
It's gonna go super fast.
Yeah, that's gonna go kind of fast. So we'll go Peter Fisher, maybe Cyrus, maybe Alex Kibner. One of those
Right.
three. Some like weird combination.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're gonna start to get some undefeated. So as much as we would love to put 2 people who are undefeated going into round 6 in a feature match, we're not gonna see.
It looks
any
like there
matchup.
was only 2 undefeateds there. Yeah, there's 2 undefeateds.
John
13.
Kendall.
Yeah, which are likely going to draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it looks like they can double draw in.
So we're gonna get our round 6 in just a little bit. Maybe we'll get a hero of the chat, Cyrus Cormangill. I mean, I was cheering him on at EW.
Honestly, I was there watching him play for it. I was cheering for both him and Cosmo, and when they had to play for essentially the win in Vintage, I was like, oh, I don't know who to root for.
I heard great stories over at Eternal Weekend.
Eternal Weekend was excellent. It was a great time. Like, value-wise of the tournament, it wasn't like amazing.
Yeah, I heard that like the store credit payout and stuff like that was not amazing, but
Just as if all three people you asked for are playing someone who has already been in feature match. Is that fine with you guys?
Yep.
yeah, I think that's okay, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah.
Okay. I'll probably put up the one playing Matt Sperling. Is that fine?
Yep.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah. Okay.
I'll swap that.
So someone's playing Matt.
So yeah, I saw Matt Sperling up there. So yeah, we were trying to find another interesting matchup.
Yeah. So someone in the chat
you want-
asked who is live for top 8. So we
I
have.
was trying to figure out what everyone was
Yeah,
on,
we actually have the standings for round 5 with us.
which we cannot show.
Nope.
If only we had Cardboard Live or something.
Oh, Cardboard Live is great, but that requires. Oh, you need the folder. But Cardboard Live, as great as it is, requires way more coordination between the store.
Yeah.
Like, I saw you guys using it last
It
time.
requires a lot of coordination.
Like, it's really, really helpful for viewers, but for the actual tournament, it is kind of a pain for us to set up.
it can be.
Like, because unless everybody's submitting it in digitally, we have to punch in all the decks, like
Yes.
every single one of them.
And when you're like, 30 people or so, like that's not terrible as long as half of them are doing it.
Yeah, if it's like a small event, but we have 100-something people out there.
Yeah.
And even if we only do who goes on feature match, if they're not available on the computer, we have to manually type everything in.
Yeah.
So
It is a process.
One of these days.
one of these
Digital
days,
only.
sometime down the line, maybe. Like if me and Zach have been talking about some type of like beta tournament for a long time, and if we do like a small 20-30 person tournament, that's easy to do. Alex
So
Kibner.
we got Kibner versus Sperling.
Yeah, Sperling's
Really
back.
Miracles.
Not quite Miracles. He's on
It's not Stoneblade.
just blue-white.
Oh, we don't know. Never know who's on which side.
Let's see if they've already sat down.
Let's get
Okay, actually, if you change that, I'll just run out really quick just to take a peek, and then I'll figure it out.
So Kibner's on Sneak. He's
That
on,
matchup looks
Is he on Trinity Sneak or is he on?
He's on 2 Omniscience,
Okay.
4 Sneak Attack.
So not Trinity Sneak.
Alex Kibner's on the right,
Alex Kibner on the right.
and then Matt Sperling will be on the left.
Why not just scan the paper and upload?
That requires more technical.
There you go. There's the deck list.
All right. Okay, we're gonna get some wrong names up in the feature.
Sperling on the left, Kibner on the right.
Thank you.
Kibner. Kibner. That didn't even type in the thing. Kibner.
Richard.
Dude, I can't type.
Can't type.
And this is straight up Sneak and Show, right?
Is dyslexic.
Yeah.
Yep. Sneak. Okay, show. Save.
And Matt Sperling.
Save. Oh my god, this is like way more complicated than what I do. Double T?
Double T.
Sperling. That is 100% wrong, isn't it?
Sperling.
Double L? 1 L.
No.
Okay, cool.
You got it
Oh my
right.
god, I got it right the first time. And he is on blue, white.
Goblins,
Oh my god.
Blue, white, snow.
Oh my god. Blue, white,
Goblins,
stone,
you.
blade. Save. There we go. Alright.
Seems wrong.
Okay. Traditionally, this is a matchup that favors Sneak and Show, right?
There's a lot of white cards in the sideboard.
Like, I believe this is a good matchup for a Sneak and Show. Alex Kibner playing a very, very stock Sneak and Show list. 2 mainboard Flusterstorms. I guess that's in consideration of Hymnatar kind of being everywhere. It's just a very, very good, easy answer. 2 Spell Pierces mainboard. And he is playing 2 Omnis. So we saw Matt Sperling earlier playing Blue-White Stoneblade.
And we have the full 4 spell snare, spell pierce, 1 spell snare, and force a will.
I just noticed a key card in this game 1 matchup. Alex is playing 1 mainboard Beseju.
Beseju.
Oh, that's the big fan. Get a good handshake.
So yeah, Sperling doesn't have too much disruption outside of just a handful, 2 handfuls maybe, of counters. But then we have 2 Containment Priests, Council Judgments, Disenchants, Fluster Storms, all on the side.
All right. Well, Island Ponder for Matt after Alex went Volcanic Island Pass. Now, usually this late into a tournament, you start to get a feel of who you're going to play against. Like, you start to look around the room, you kind of hear how a lot of people's matchups start to come up. So, if Matt has not been, scouting a little bit, he should kind of sort of know what he's playing against.
And Kibner with, here we go.
Turn 2 Show and Tell off an Ancient Tomb.
Just showing down.
Uh-oh. This is one of those rut row moments.
Just a little bit.
And it looks like Force of Will backup, and it's going to be a Gristlebrand. So
we see Matt has Swords of putting a land into play. I'm going to put in this Grizzlebrand.
All right, so game 2 then?
I mean, Matt has a Swords to Plowshares. Ooh, Alex just passing the turn. So if Matt wants to get a white source and plow the Grizzlebrand, that's an option. But he's going to start with a Brainstorm.
Drawing 3 cards, looking for answers that
Aren't coming.
Now, we know
won't be in the main deck.
We know from earlier that Matt's playing 2 Caracases, right?
Hey, there we go. A brainstorm player failing to resolve their brainstorm, conceding in response.
Conceding during the resolution of the
Yeah,
brainstorm?
before resolution, just let's go ahead and concede.
I have done that quite a bit. Brainstorm, look at 3 cards. I want to concede.
All right, so
I always put back my best 2 cards.
And
if
then
I'm gonna
concede.
anyways, and then pass the turn and kill myself if I can.
So we have Sperling down a game, needs some help. So let's look at his sideboard first. We have some Thalias, which are interesting inclusions here.
I kind of like Thalia, just a little.
Fluster Storms.
Seems good.
We have Containment Priests.
Also seems good.
And what are our thoughts on Surgical Extraction with all of this counter magic? Counter the first one, surgical the rest. Is that a game plan?
It seems like a solid game plan. Well, Sneak and Show traditionally there's only certain threats in the deck, Grizzlebrand and Emrakul, and a timely Surgical Extraction on either a Show and Tell turns off any early plays. You can Surgical a Grizzlebrand in response to the Shuffle trigger. You can just get those out of the way. Sometimes I've seen people Surgical Brainstorms. It's like, I have to slow down this opponent as much as possible, so there's one way to do it. There's a lot of I like Surgical in this matchup because there's only a narrow amount of cards you want to hit. So Surgical seems strong. Containment Priest is fantastic. Fluster Storm is good. This is a matchup you actually don't want back to basics, because when your opponent taps their Ancient Tombs, they usually are playing something big, and on purpose, like a Show and Tell or a Sneak Attack. Thalia's I kind of like, just because it slows Alex down a little bit. And then maybe a Council's Judgment, possibly. You can vote Emrakul. You could get rid of Sneak Attacks. The Disenchants I also like, but we do know that Alex is playing Omnis, so there's a lot of different outs that Alex has here.
You're asking him to sideboard in 8 cards, right?
This matchup is really bad.
You're not wrong.
Sometimes you just have to we'll see what Matt's sideboards.
I mean, Containment Priest or
100%.
bust seems like the strategy of how to win.
I think if I was Matt, definitely Containment Priest, probably Disenchant, definitely the Flusters, and then the Surgicals are maybe. Something like that, something along that line. And then on Alex's side, we have 2 Pyroblasts. Those are probably coming in. 1 Arcane Artisan, which is a fairly new tech that we see in both Reanimator decks and Sneak and Show. It's an alternate way to sneak in copies of Emrakul or Grizzlebrand. Maybe. That's a maybe. Blood Moon's probably not great. 4 Leyline of Sanctity, which is to fight against him, the Tarok, probably not coming in.
Don't tell Jerry me about this.
1 Echoing Truth, maybe. Like Matt hasn't represented a lot, so Alex could be saying, "Oh, maybe it's Miracles," and then you don't want Echoing Truth, because the Echoing Truth, the Tempo out, Batter Skulls, and Stoneforges, maybe. Cages, 1 Kozilek's Return, 2 Sulfur Elementals. Unfortunately, Sulfur Elemental, we know it would be good because Matt's playing True Names, right? Like 3 True Names? 2 True Names? 3 True Names.
Elemental says white creatures get -1.
White creatures.
You're right. Whoops.
That is literally for death and taxes.
It can flip a Stoneforge from a 1/2 to a 2/1.
Oh, you're right. Kozilek's Return. So after sideboard, even though this is a bad matchup for Matt, I think he's in a good spot. But then again, you know, it's all kind of draw dependent, hand dependent. If Matt goes turn 2 Containment Priest and it goes unanswered, then maybe he has a chance. Maybe Alex just turn 1s him. We'll see. Island Go for Matt. Lotus Petal. Oh, that's scary. Island Preordain. Do we know their records? I believe they are both X1 at least.
So yeah, both these players are X1 going into this round. So live for top 8 if they win here, and potentially free to draw.
All right, so pass it back after the preordain. We might need a backup match.
Yeah, looks like that island says Russian foil.
Ooh, okay, Flooded Strand. Pass it back. It doesn't look like Alex has a sneak attack or a show and tell in his hand. So turn 3 play is kind of gone. Island to play for Matt. Now Matt playing Land Go represents a lot. It says I have permission spells. Whether he truly has it or not, he's saying I have permission spells. I am ready for whatever you want to throw at me. Now the flip side is that his hand could be garbage, and he's just like bluffing it. But this is where we see good Magic players like. So fetch off of Flooded Strand into a Volcanic Island, 2 mana, 4 mana.
4 mana. All of a sudden.
Sneak attack. Do you have an answer?
It's time to
Spell
respond.
Pierce. Ooh. Force back.
Fluster back.
He's got a power. Ooh, if he cracks the... He has to keep that Lotus Petal up to be able to activate Sneak Attack. So if he's forced to use a Fluster, then he can't activate Sneak Attack this turn. Which is kind of unfortunate because then Matt could do a Disenchant.
But he's going for the Force.
Oh.
Fluster.
Oh, Fluster your Force.
And we cannot fluster the Fluster and Fluster all.
Alex could crack the Lotus Petal and Pyroblast the Spell Pierce, but then he can't activate the Sneak Attack this turn.
I think we're okay with that.
Okay, Storm
How many
4.
cards do you have in hand?
All right. Crack Petal. Fluster your Spell Pierce.
Fluster all.
Storm 5? Sneak Attack, Fluster, Spell Pierce. 1, 2, 3. Oh, fetch in response. Oh god, is this another Fluster Storm?
Matt says, alright, I'll pay 1. Oh, pay more? Nope.
Alright, getting a Tundra. Oh my god, I just realized that. Alex Kibner is playing that foil Tesperance City.
Oh my goodness.
Fluster your Fluster?
Oh jeez.
I remember he posted about that in the Facebook group, and I was like, should I play these? All targets of Flusterstorm on copies of Flusterstorm. There goes the Sneak Attack. Wow.
Right.
So Alex is now tremendously behind. Now Matt just needs to somehow establish a board presence, maybe some permission spells just in case. And then we're going to see Alex do a lot of draw go, maybe some cantrips if he has any. But he burned a lot of cards to be able to fight over that Sneak Attack, and it did not pan out for him.
So I have a question about Matt's sideboarding strategy. Do we think he kept in Stoneforge Mystics?
Ooh, that's a good question. Probably not. It's very slow, very clunky. Like, if he wants to go late Stoneforge is probably not as good as just going True Name, right, and just attacking every single turn.
Or just playing flash threats in Containment Priest,
Yeah.
Villain Click, and
Vendilion Click,
Snapcaster.
very good here.
Unless it gets Red Blast.
So this is a click in Alex's draw step, and it's going to get Pyroblast on the stack.
I don't know if we're in draw step yet.
Oh, maybe not. Oh, I guess maybe end step?
Yeah, I think it was end step.
Yeah, that would make more sense
Alright.
to me.
So Matt has the magnificent Hardcast Force of Will mana, just in case. Ponder.
The alternate cost, pay 5.
Ponder me.
It's like when you
Nothing.
attack with Deathrite Shaman, the fourth mode Deathrite Shaman.
Wait,
Tap, deal 1 damage.
it has power?
Alright, so shuffle off Ponder, he gets 1 blind
Shuffle,
draw here.
and he does not find what he's looking for, likely just show and tell. But I don't think he actually has a threat to put in.
Draw a card. Show and tell.
Oh, he does have a threat to put
Oh
in.
wow, right off of that shuffle, off that Ponder. I think Matt's got a Force though.
All right, here is the rarely seen alternate cost cast of Force, which is 3 blue, counter target spell.
Oh, that's standard level of play right there.
Yeah, why doesn't he just play Counterspell? It's so much better.
So Hardcast Force. You don't see it very often, but when you need to, Hardcast Force is always there. All right, Matt's gonna draw a card for turn. Ooh, drew another Force of Will just in case. All right, now we're gonna see a lot of draw go here.
And Kibner actually picked up a Force blue card of his own, so he finds another show and tell.
All right, Ponder. I think Alex might have found a Boseiju. He might have drawn a Boseiju per turn.
No.
But he's also playing Expeditions. They're kind of hard to tell. Oh, that's an Arcane
Ooh.
Artisan. Ooh.
Artisan, which it will just meet this Swords to Plowshares.
Yeah. Boop. Oh, Arcane Artisan is usually good in matchups like this because it dodges things like Flusterstorm and like things that interact with on the stack. And weirdly enough, it's worded in a way where if you go end step, make a token, and then they like kill it, the token stays around until the next end step.
It's at the beginning of the end step.
Oh,
you
beginning of
exile.
the end step, yeah.
So you, after the beginning of the end step, you make a token, and the beginning's already happened.
All right, so Matt's gonna untap and draw. Sort of Fire and Ice.
Sort of Fire and Ice, which leads me to believe that there is at least one Stoneforge in his deck.
End step Brainstorm.
I doubt there's more than one.
I guess that is the least bad equipment to draw because at least it draws you cards.
I mean,
So,
the damage off
you
Sort
get
of
it
Fire
on
and Ice
creature.
usually adds up really quick. All right.
It's good to add to like a Containment Priest.
All right. Alex fighting the good
Truly.
fight. He's like, I'm not dead, so we're gonna keep going.
Looks
This,
like Alex passed back, and Matt says
End step Snapcaster Mage.
end step Brainstorm.
Maybe not. Ooh, okay. Snapcaster. This is kind of a value Snapcaster.
I think it's more of a you've drawn a lot of cards. I need to kill you eventually.
Ooh, Fangs.
Back to basics he brought in.
Interesting. Well, Matt with double Force, double Plow, and a back to basics in hand. I don't think the back to basics is necessary. I mean, you can pitch it off.
Just a Force.
Yeah, you can pitch it to Force of Will. Right, attack for 2. Yeah, getting in there, doing some damage.
I kind of like getting a Sword of Fire and Ice on this Snapcaster Mage and making this
Yeah.
3-turn clock.
If he has double Force and 2 blue cards, maybe just hard cast Sword at one point just to equip it right away.
Maybe.
But Matt's playing very patient here.
Yeah, Matt doesn't have that many blue
Alright.
cards.
Ancient Tomb, which does cause the City of Trader to get sacrificed.
He's trying to build up enough mana to hardcast that Emerald. It looks like.
Oh, is there enough lands in his deck to hardcast Emberfall?
There's a Stoneforge Mystic.
So he does have
2, 4, 6,
at least
7, 8,
one
9, 10.
Stoneforge Mystic.
11, 12,
But
13,
now the question is,
14.
yeah, there we go. Bringing on the beats.
Yeah, hardcast that sword. Yes. Snapcaster Mage found a flaming icy sword on the ground. So that's 2, 4, 6 damage. Gets the draw card.
And Matt has Force. And I don't think he has enough for Force.
Alright. basic mountain pass.
I don't think it matters if he has Force at this point, though. I
But
feel like the Sword of Fire and Ice is just going to get there now.
yeah, but if Kibner drew just perfect off the top, he has plenty of Force Wills to back himself up.
True.
Alex patiently awaiting his slow and utter demise. All right, Ponder resolves. Jace, is that a Marshlands?
Yes.
I guess it fetches for planes.
Fetches for Tundra.
And then a Brainstorm. The Jace is kind of tempting, but maybe he doesn't need it.
No, I'm okay with Hardcast Force, Pitch Force, and that's your backup.
Go to discard. Discard my Stoneforge Mystic. Don't need you anymore.
Brainstorm.
Man, does Alex have anything here? There's a Nemerclaw off that Brainstorm, but nope, Alex is going to scoop it up.
Here we go again. Brainstorm did not finish resolving. Concede
So-
before resolution.
As a note, there are 22 players with 10 points or more, which means that we have the likelihood of getting 7 or 8 players
All
with
for
16 points.
Ooh.
So a win draw for these players is potentially not the cards. They may have to win out.
Ooh, we're going to see a lot of plays then.
Yes.
I'm going to have to sit down and play it out.
Our top 2 players probably drew this round, and they'll probably draw next round if they can convince their opponents to draw. But
Yes.
I don't think that whoever wins of the 2 people that drew previously will draw again.
Right, there's a lot of 12s.
And so
wow.
I believe that this is going to be a lot of plays.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of people have to play it out.
There are 13 people at 12 and 5 people at 10 points.
All right, so this is going to be a very, very interesting round 7 coming up.
Yes.
All right, so Alex looks like he's
There will be a lot of field bags
reconsulting.
in the
He's reconsulting his sideboard a little bit. Maybe he guessed Matt. He assumed Matt was on Miracles, and then it's like, oh, all of a sudden there's swords, and I should adjust accordingly.
A lot of people in the chat going crazy for Alex's cards.
Oh, Alex has the fanciest of decks.
The potentially most expensive copies of every version.
That island, that basic island, is a Chippy island, right? That shards, like
the shards one.
yeah, and Chippy doesn't sign cards. Like,
So I
it's
think
really hard to get those signatures.
so. The island that he had in play is that.
It's a signed Chippy island. Like it's the Shards of Alar like grid island, I think.
Is that what it is?
I think so.
Oh.
All right. Will deck lists be posted at some point after the event? Usually somebody posts it onto MTG Top 8.
Heck no, bro.
I mean, it's
Just
actually
don't even get their hopes up.
somebody does it.
So Kubo has said he will post the top 16 deck lists. So we get those good, awesome, cool stuff to peruse. And we have over 100 players, so 100 deck lists, a little too much to ask for. We'll stick with the top 16.
Usually a lot of players too who do consistently well here tend to write like a small tournament report. Some players who do consistently bad here also write tournament reports. I've actually had Carrie one time when he played Applejacks and he went like 4-3 or something. He wrote a tournament report about how bad the deck is.
It seems like a worse version of many decks, but it is cool.
He was playing it for a long time because it was like the deck is stupid and it's fun and I want to get it posted. All right, so Alex will be on the play here. Being on the play for Alex is actually really, really good. He has access to turn 1 if he wants to, if he's feeling ballsy, before Matt has access to like Flusterstorms, though he'll still be worried about Force. Also being on the play allows him to play turn 1 Beseiju if he's got it. So
I see Lotus Petal.
I see Show and Tell.
I see turn 1 Show and Tell with Omniscience.
Yeah, there's a City of Traders there too.
Yep,
The question is that he has Force. Oh, is Alex going to go for it?
we're jamming.
Turn 1 Show and Tell. We're going for it. Does Matt have an
Headshot.
answer?
He does have a Forcible and a blue card.
Force Blue.
All right, Force. Does
And-
Alex have an answer for this Force?
He
don't
has
think so.
he has turn 2 Show and Tell.
Oh, he's got Show and Tell into Show and Tell. Oh,
Yeah.
Jeez.
we're gonna brute force this.
I mean, Sperling does have 4 Spell Pierce main deck, and he has 2 of them in his hand. So,
All right.
oh, did he just draw an island?
I think he did.
Yeah.
He did not have a blue source for the Spell Pierce.
Oh my god.
Oh, it doesn't
no.
matter because Alex yeah.
missed the land. He was hedging really hard on that turn 1.
And the turn 2.
Well, he's gotten Swirling to potentially tap out of blue, so we may see the turn 3 show and tell when it's supposed to come down.
Well, yeah, I'm guessing if he's pondering and keeping, he's gonna keep another blue source.
I'm gonna agree with you, but
Oh no,
There's
Alex
always
is
a
passing
possibility.
it back. No. No island, no volcanic, no fetch land for Alex. Matt's gonna go ahead and play the Stoneforge Mystic.
pressure,
Yeah, need some pressure. Under pressure.
pushing down on me, pushing down on Alex.
Alright, fetch up a Sword of Fire and Ice. Does the most amount of damage.
Lotus Petal.
Alright, here we go. Show and tell.
Show and
Headshot.
tell.
Is there another show and tell in his hand? And an omniscience?
Possibly.
Jeez.
Alright. Oh my god, is this... Oh, okay, fetch and response. Though this is definitely a Spell Pierce for Matt.
Yeah, this has to be.
Alright,
But he could
fetch
put a
and-
Sword of Fire and Ice into play. Guys, it's so fair.
He could save 2 mana, save 3 mana, and save 2 mana.
Yeah, he could save. So you're saying he could save 5 mana and get a Sword of Fire and Ice in play.
Now, sometimes your sneak and show opponent does 2 sneak attacks almost back to back, and you say, okay, the coast is clear. And then the third one shows up. Alright, but Matt is not a bad position, but you just gotta be careful. You never
Yeah.
want to lose by accident.
I would be very anxious in Matt's position.
Yeah.
He does have Vendilion Click. Matt did not like Snapcaster Mage, land, and something else.
Alright.
I just don't think that it advances what he wants. I think he wants to find another land here. That was what that ponder was looking for.
Yeah. Having more lands will have access to the Stoneforge Mystic and holding up Spell Pierce, maybe even representing like an extra Flusterstorm.
Well, you can also go end of turn, Vendilion Click, and then put a Sword of Fire and Ice on it, and that speed
and then
is
suit it
just
up.
Insane.
Alright, so Island for Alex, supposedly floating 2 off the City of Trader. Brainstorm.
Maybe.
Does Alex want to... Now, we're assuming that Alex is floating 2. That's why Matt's just not spellcasting this Brainstorm. Ooh, another city. So, 2 cards off Brainstorm. Go back into the deck. There's a sneak attack. I think that's an Arcane Artisan in his hand. Alright. Stoneforge forges up a flaming and icy sword. Just sits there on the floor. Suit it up. Attack you for 5 points. Draw a card. Both players consulting life totals. So Matt in a pretty good spot here. Pass it back. Alex. Another city.
Here's the city.
Third show and tell. And it's just gonna get spell pierced one more time.
We have a force. We have a force backup.
Oh, we got force this time.
Finally, Alex found force.
It is a little sad that he has to pitch this Omni to a force, but it has to be done. Force pitch Omni.
He's just playing an insufficient number of omnisciences.
Just play.
And finally, Matt.
Oh, it's a Gristlebrand.
Gristlebrand.
So Matt putting in a Vendilion Click.
Yeah, finally Matt ran out of counters and just ways to stop.
Vendilion Click, target himself. He's just gonna bottom this unnecessary card just to draw a card.
Back to basics.
Bye back to basics. You did literally nothing. Ooh, Council's Judgment.
Yeah, that's been in that hand for a little while now.
Oh, he's been
And
holding on.
wait
to
a minute. Matt could Council Judgment, and Kibner cannot pay life. If he pays life, he's dead.
Oh, to the Sword of Fire and Ice and the Vendilion Click combined?
Yeah.
5, 6, 7, 8.
I still think you have to find a Force of Will in those 7 cards.
So
do you risk it?
Yeah, does Alex
I think
risk
you
going down to 7?
Have to.
If you
I think
don't
have to.
hit, it's game over.
Yeah, it's game over because you only have 1 show and tell left in the deck, right?
You have sneak in hand.
Yeah, you have a sneak in hand, but no
I
red
guess.
source.
Oh,
There's no way to get there.
another-
I think you have to find a Force of Will.
Another Vendilion Click to draw for Matt here. So this is a Council's Judgment. And
if you're playing Gristlebrand, you're playing it to draw 7 cards.
all right,
See?
pay 7, draw 7 cards. Now Council's Judgment
There's
for
a Force of Will.
I see
clarification.
Force blue.
For clarification, it does vote on resolution.
So he has
Oh,
played
there it
a
is.
second City of Traders chat.
All right, so found a force. Goes down to 6. Can't activate Gristlebrand again.
Correct.
And it does get to block
And or attack.
and or attack. It block, it attack, but most importantly, it draws cards.
Draw a card.
You never imagine if there's if Gristlebrand ever gets put into. You imagine if Gristlebrand ever gets put into a Magic Arena. It's like, what sound effect should we give Gristlebrand? Raw, draw 7 cards. Draw 7 cards. All right, float 2 off city. Play a Scalding Tarn or Scalding Tarn.
That is the Scalding Tarn.
Fetch.
Looks
Now
like
he-
we're gonna hard cast the
Sneak attack.
sneak.
All right, just put sneak attack into play, and that Gristlebrand unfortunately would be on blocking duty.
Once again.
And he does have the basic mountain to be able to activate the next turn.
Do a pedal for the
Wouldn't that be nice?
Emrakul?
3, 6, 7, 8. 5, 6, 7.
Sperling drew a card because he Vendilion clicked himself.
Yes. So
He got rid of a...
back to basics.
No, he drew
Right.
back to basics.
Maybe do another one.
Yeah.
All right. So now Alex can't attack, and then if he attacks, then bad things happen. So gonna pass it turn. Pass the turn. Draw a card. Force of Will. Little late, but
Little late.
Is that a second Vendilion clip too? So
Yep.
his hand is just the useless.
what is Rin on Alex's basics? Those are sharpied in shooting stars.
Yeah. So, actually, if Kibner attacks, Sperling could block, flash in, Vendilion click, don't let lifelink happen, and then attack for the win.
Oh, because he can
That
legend
is
rule the
pretty
click.
Yeah,
disgusting.
that would be a sweet line available, but
That's if Alex doesn't activate
Yeah,
sneak attack and
does
put in
nothing.
a 15-15.
yeah.
Alright, Matt's gonna fetch another Tundra.
So yeah, I'm unsure of why those are his basics. It might be that he has some foils that he asked the judge about.
I think there were a bunch of people outside earlier that had to swap out some cards because it didn't clear the judges. Ooh, he's gonna click himself, legend rule the click,
All
get
right,
rid of this.
He
back
goes for
to
the
basic-
click play this turn
Get rid of this back to basics
because he really wants to draw basic island.
Wow. I mean, where are the swords to plowshares? Where's these 2 Caracuses that we've never seen? Wait, there are Caracuses, right? Yeah, there's 2
Yeah.
Caracuses in this deck.
Yep.
Like, where are they?
And
This
there's
Emrakul's pretty good. I mean, swinging in
Yeah.
for 22 damage.
Attack you. And Matt's gonna scoop it up. Wow. Alex struggling that uphill fight. Sometimes the first show and tell doesn't do it. Sometimes the second one doesn't do it. Sometimes the third one just barely does it.
When you draw like Force of Will blue card and then just have literal every haymaker in your deck in your hand.
that was quite the fight.
Yeah.
Matt putting up a good fight there.
Matt even put on pressure super early.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and before we go too far off of this, I just want to point out, if everyone looks at their own DCI number and just looks at how many numbers they have in theirs, Matt Sperling's
It's like 4, right?
6 digits,
6 digits,
in
yeah.
his DCI number.
He's had it for a while.
He's been playing for a while, but unfortunately falls up short this match. Sperling falls to X2, Kibner up to X1.
Matt's got a chance for top 8. He's just got to keep going, chugging on right along.
So I don't think any X2s are going to make top 8.
Oh,
Like I said
Uh-oh.
previously, with 22 people going into this round with at least 10 points.
so this game went kind of long. How much time is left in the round?
Let's take a peek. 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
It's not terrible for Seek and Show.
That's actually not too bad.
Let's see if we can get a
Backup match.
backup.
All right, so we'll jump over here. Where's the splash? All right, so we're gonna look for a backup match. Everybody's looking at their DCI numbers now.
Yeah.
7 digits, 10 digits.
I used to
I
have.
think I'm at 10 digits right now.
I used to have a.
But I've been
7.
playing since '97.
I used to have a 7-digit one, and then I don't know what it is. I had to get a new one.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh.
I got a new one for Champions of Kamigawa pre-release.
Oh, Kamigawa, gross.
It brought me back to Magic because I quit playing Magic in 10th edition and Mirrodin because that was terrible.
No,
Magic.
Mirrodin was great. Arcbound Ravager, Disciple of the Vault.
Yeah. So much fun.
Kamigawa is always the tipping point for all Magic players. Everybody either comes back for Kamigawa or left because of Kamigawa. I left because of Kamigawa.
I left because of Mirrodin and 10th edition.
Oh, I love
and
Mirrodin.
Came back because of Kamigawa.
Yeah, everybody's exactly split. Everything revolves around Kamigawa. The worst, like, it's a terrible block, but people love it.
It's one of those sets. It certainly is. Hey, look, there's HC Fox.
Hey, HC Fox. Yep, he was in here for a while.
Yeah, was he giving you guff about Graveyard Order?
No, I'm very used to reading our chats, so I know I anticipate what they're gonna do.
Between him and QC, it's Graveyard Order matters so much.
Especially when you want to play weird decks. It was like, what kind of weird interaction do I want to try today?
Seriously. Well, it's looking like so. From what we can kind of tell, it looks like the top 8's going to shape up sort of to be like what we'd expect out of the meta. We'll probably see a Death and Taxes. We'll definitely see a Grixis Control. We'll definitely see a Sneak and Show.
Yeah, they're just here in sheer amounts too. Like
I actually brought Omni just in case I audibled off of Food Chain for some reason, and like thinking about the matchups that I played, I'm glad that I played Food Chain, but it still went horribly for me. Like I have Reanimator that I didn't bring.
Oh, nobody wants to ever play Reanimator. No,
I am the EW Landon that lives in the United States right now. I love Reanimator. I love that deck. Everyone's like, oh, it's an ape deck. Oh, it's so dumb. It's like, no, the deck's actually like the ceiling for that deck. Getting really good with that deck. There's a nice high ceiling.
Yeah, watching people play it at a very high level is quite scary, and then watching people turn 1U at a very low level. Also very scary.
Yeah, seriously. Hey, Bryce. See, look.
Oh, Bryce. Oh.
See, B2 Roosh. I quit because of Kamigawa, but not because of Kamigawa. You quit with Kamigawa.
The Kamigawa's gone. I will also leave.
Kamigawa, ending my time here.
I think Mirrodin was actually the first like competitive standard deck I played back in high school. I think.
You can say that for every Legacy deck ever. I don't think every Legacy deck has a high ceiling. There are definitely some Legacy decks that have much lower ceilings. Sneak and Show is one of those that has a lower ceiling.
A little bit, yeah.
Because the only thing that you change is your cantrips. Yeah. If you cantrip harder, if you've learned how to cantrip, like that's kind of the end all of the.
Sneak and Show is also weird because it's not really a deck where someone says, "Oh, I'm gonna learn to play through all this interaction." Not a lot changes. Yeah. It's like that's where the 2 mainboard Flusterstorms come in. Him the Torok is kind of prevalent, so I'm gonna start playing these Flusterstorms. Maybe not these Spell Pierces too.
Peter on the left.
Oh, right. Peter on the left. Thank you, Kubo. All right, so we have a backup match. This is Peter. This is Jonathan again. Tried and true 4-color control
against Death and Taxes.
Against Death and Taxes. Oh my God, Wastelands Rashad.
This is the classic matchup.
Oh, Wastelands Rashad Ports. Oh my God.
And is it 1-1? Are we going into game 3?
We're going into game 3.
That'll be beautiful.
No, I would imagine that Death and Taxes would be in favor, kind of in general, for this matchup because it's got access to Wastelands and Rashad Ports to tempo out the 4-color control deck.
The only reason I could disagree with you potentially is if Death and Taxes is on the draw this game.
Oh,
Death and Taxes going first for game 3 is really big for this sort of matchup.
Yes.
Because the Fatal Pushes and Abrupt Decays and things, 4-color control can really get them off of their taxing plan and kind of get in there. But if Death and Taxes is going first, I think Peter can win.
Yeah, with Death and Taxes, if they are on the play, all your creatures line up almost perfectly with all the removal spells.
Yeah.
You go turn 1 Mom, it gets pushed. You go turn 2 Thalia, it gets could be even gets pushed again. Could be
You're right.
on turn 3.
You're right. If Jonathan has the God Hand.
Yeah.
It's literally like 1, 2, 3 removal. Yeah. Like.
But then again, that's what all these like 4-color Grixis control decks is like removal spell into removal spell. Oh, you didn't play a creature? I'll him the Tarok you.
Yeah, Jonathan is not running lightning bolts. So it's gonna be his removal is gonna be taxed.
I
Very
can
hard.
imagine lightning bolts being very hard to fit into this deck. Like you're really just playing red for main board Kolagon's commands, and then I think there's Pyroblast and Red Blast on the side. But
Yeah, why even play red? Just
that's
play bug.
that is
Fun,
I
dude.
played this version for a little bit, and when it doesn't stumble on mana, it's kind of fun to play.
I mean,
True.
it's bug splashing Kolaghan's command.
Yep.
And
Bug Lagon's command.
Is there anything that Peter might have boarded in Death and Taxes for this matchup? I see
Rest in Peace, Canonist.
I don't think you've said
Very
Canonist.
macabre. Interesting.
Gideon
Seems good. Cataclysm?
Cataclysm.
I like Cataclysm.
I like this Cataclysm.
You know, I am not sure when you would side in Cataclysm.
It's for control matchups.
I have an update from Twitter. Cyrus is at 5-1,
Ooh.
so he is very alive for top
Okay.
8. Hashtag no splits.
Hashtag magic all day, all night.
Well, I want to get food. All right, Jonathan's gonna go undergrounds or polluted delta fetch, and this is their game 3. So players know what each other is on. If anything happened game 2, any sideboard cards that might have been known. Ooh, underground sea into ponder. Now there's a small saying between a bunch of us over at Bay. When your opponent goes underground sea ponder, it's a little bit of a sign of weakness, especially if they shuffle, because it could be a one-lander. Oh, kept all on top.
It's fatal push.
Ooh, okay. Planes go. Oh God, what? Why that planes?
Uh-oh.
Is that
is
revised?
That is a planes that needs to
It's a revised planes.
learn its place in the
All right,
world.
Tarmogoyf. And Swords to Plowshares is Tarmogoyf. Yep.
So he gains 3 life. No, 2 life.
How big is this Tarmogoyf?
Help.
Well,
It's a 2/3.
but does it see
on
the
resolution.
swords?
So technically the swords hasn't gone to the graveyard.
Yeah, I
Yes.
think he just gains 2. I think we're just.
I
gonna
think he
get a judge
gains.
call.
I think he gets 2, but I see some talking on the side. There's probably a judge over there.
Yeah, judge, tell us how much life he's at. We'll keep playing.
21. Come on, up it to 21.
Oh, there we go. That's. I know the hand gesturing of what happens. I don't know.
I don't get it.
All right, 21 confirmed. All right, second planes.
Another
Smith
plane
Thalia.
matching his brother.
This is just gonna get fatal pushed.
There's a Leovold in his hand, but I think you would probably just kill a Thalia.
Well, I could see just playing the Leovold here because it is bigger.
Yeah,
But yeah.
2 mana, hit the Leovold or hit the Thalia. The awkward thing about playing the Leovold is that if Peter finds a Caracas, it not only tempos his Leovold but also can save his Thalia if
Yeah,
needed.
exactly.
Rashawnport, the draw or the play here for Peter. Rashawnport against the Leovold deck tends to be kind of bad. Oh, second Thalia.
More Thalias.
Because when you try to tempo your opponent out with Rashawnport with that Leovold in play, you're just giving them more cards.
It's the opposite of tempo. It's card advantage for your opponent.
Stormmaster Tagoras TCG says, assuming that top 8 is going to split is a bad habit. Well, in our area, we are known for lots of splits, unless Cyrus is in the top 8. Cyrus is one of the only players that makes the top 8 play it out.
If there's one thing I've learned from playing Legacy with the most of these people out here, we love 2 things. 1, getting food. 2, playing Legacy.
Yeah, in that order.
And specifically that order.
Yeah.
I have 1, 2.
Well, I think it comes. It's an if then. If I play Legacy today, then I will eat food by splitting the top 8.
Or it's like, if my friends are getting food, then I will drop from Legacy.
Yeah.
So-
Mirren Crusader.
Ooh, Mirror
For Death and
Crusader,
Taxes.
really good against the Grixis control matchup, and I would imagine also very good against this 4-color control deck. Can anything in this deck kill a Mirror Crusader?
I do
Sweepers.
not believe so.
Toxic Deluge?
Toxic Deluge and Marsh Casualty.
Yeah,
And
he,
Marsh
He has a
Casualties?
Marsh Casualties that will have to cost 6.
Only 6.
Oh, because there's an extra
That's a
Thalia
bargain.
play. 6 mana, -2/-2 on my opponent's board?
Don't you guys wish that this Leovold were the Sorcerer Supreme one that says Dormammu come to Bargle? I mean bargain.
So we are resolving a 2-mana Brainstorm.
That's a fair cost for Brainstorm.
Potentially.
All right, so
It.
putting a Thoughtseize.
I
and
allow
land
players to cast it at 1 mana, and I still beat them. I'm an Elves player.
Yeah, you're right. You're like, what is this turn 3? Do I have a Heritage Druid in play? Sweet.
That. All right, so 2 cards off Brainstorm. Basic Island. Fetch to clear the top. And the scary thing here is now he has to deal with this Mirror Crusader before an equipment comes down.
Okay.
Because if that Mirror Crusader finds any weapons or like a Batter Skull, it's going to be
the weapons are
unanswerable.
taxed because of the Thalia.
You're
so,
right.
So a weapon equip is not in the cards. So
Not this turn.
It looks like Jonathan. I did spy the not the deluge, the
Galion's Command?
nope.
The
Card,
Marsh
the
Marsh
casualties.
Marsh Casualties.
So he might be playing for the turn 6 -2/-2 your
All
board.
right, so here's the Hymns Rock. Peter's going to lose half his hand here.
He needs a D8 or a D4. That'd be so nice.
All right, that one. That
And the
one
middle one.
hits a Stoneforge and a Flicker Wisp. Ooh, hitting that Stoneforge might be
Solid
really
hits.
good here.
Well,
Oh,
there's
never
another
mind.
Stoneforge
Yeah, I
and
take
a
that back.
Recruiter in
Peter
the card.
has a Recruiter and the Stoneforge in hand. Attack for 4. Level can't even block.
Protection from
Protection from Leovold.
Protection from this whole deck.
protection from 2/3 of Leovold.
All right, Stoneforge Mystic, Trigger, Forge. I forge Sword of Fire and Ice. Maybe Batterskull. Batterskull, maybe.
No, I think it's either the Jitte or the Sword of Fire and Ice.
Yeah,
I
Sword of
guess
Fire and Ice
kinda
would be
like-
awesome.
I kind of like Jitte a little bit better, but Sword of Fire and Ice. Well,
It's
Sword of Fire and Ice doesn't let you draw any cards.
yeah, it's
It's
all
just
it's,
an extra
yeah.
four damage off of
Yeah,
shots.
it's a little awkward because the Leovold prevents
Here
the
we
sword
go.
allowed drop
The
cards.
6-mana Massacre.
Oh, jeez.
Needs to be done.
The world is a vampire.
So it's black for Marsh Casualties, +3 for Kicker, +1 for Thalia. And I think that is all of Jonathan's duels. 1 Bayou, 1 Trop, 1 Underground Sea, 1
Is
Badlands.
2 Underground Seas?
He has 3 Underground Seas. So here's a Marsh
You're
Casualties
definitely
kick.
not.
Target or my opponent, all your creatures are -2/-2. There goes Peter's board.
And
Shot.
thankfully, this doesn't reduce Leovold's power. So
Oh.
Leovold's swinging in for 3.
Yeah, still get to attack. Now the question is, can Peter... We know that Peter can recoup a little bit because he has Recruiter of the Guards in his hand. He can use them to get Flicker Wisp or something like that he feels...
If he
Could
has
be really
another
good.
Mirror Crusader, or is that
Yeah,
one or
second...
less?
Oh, another Flicker Wisp.
Oh, he's just going to flicker.
Get the Armor of Wisps. There have been a lot of Dex and Tactics lists that played multiple Mirror Crusaders back in the era of Grixis Control check pile.
Yep.
But not quite sure how
As a food
Peter
chain
is
player, I
configured.
can tell you that was really annoying.
Oh,
Because the deck was really hard to beat. And they're like, oh, attack for 20. And you're like, cool. Glad that you have a...
Pithing Needle.
Pithing Needle,
Named Sword of Fire and Ice.
likely on Sword.
Yeah, it just turns off that out that Peter could possibly have. Draw a card.
In
So,
case you're wondering, Needles on Sword of Fire and Ice.
all right, thank you, Zach.
Thank you.
See, Zach knows how it handles because he helps Streamwood Bay also. All right, attack for 1. Send a message. Don't want to block this Leovold anyway. 3
We're
mana.
just going to flicker it out.
Flicker Wisp. Target my Recruiter of the Guard.
Can Jonathan actually deal with this card advantage?
That's actually hard to say. He can theoretically Snapcaster Marsh Casualties if needed.
Okay,
I don't even know if that's just a theoretical at this point. That might be the best way to kind of turn this off.
But I
is
think-
that even legal? Is that legacy legal?
That is definitely
We need the butterfly meme. Is this legacy?
Oh, look.
Alright, so in response, looks like Jonathan's gonna go ahead and Diabolic
So
Edict.
Recruiter has been flickered out. He was in exile. The only creature in play was the 3/1.
Yep.
And we decided Edict is good against 3/1s.
We get another Flicker Wisp. The army of wisps.
There's more where that came from.
Alright, tap. It's like the Diego Montoya quote. You've killed my brother, or you've killed my father, and I've come to
Inigo
kill.
Montoya?
Inigo Montoya. God, it's been so long since I've seen that movie.
We'll get there eventually.
Diego Montoya.
Diego Montoya. Who's Diego? I don't even know where that
You
name
have a
came
problem
from.
with words, don't you?
Words are hard. Words are complicated.
I teach math.
Attack for what?
You don't even teach math. You teach science.
I teach science. Hey, we went over this on Thursday. I can't math.
I know. That's why teaching math is almost a meme at this point.
All right, cast Flicker Wisp. Target my recruiter. Gets exiled.
So yeah, chat points out an interesting line that Jonathan passed up. Flicker Wisp on the stack. There's only one creature in play. That's the recruiter. Kill the recruiter.
Oh, and then
Stop
he loses.
this chain.
Yeah, he loses a target for Flicker Wisp. A little bit of a misplay for Jonathan there.
Well, I mean, it
think
depends.
was a choice.
Yeah, it depends if a 3-1 versus your 3-3. I mean, you don't have much else, so you're just trying to ride this 3-3 to victory.
There's another
Maybe.
Mirror Crusader right there. It's right there in front
Oh,
of him.
getting a Palace Jailer.
I'm a fan.
Ooh.
I'm a big fan.
This is a fairly new card that we've seen now in Death and Taxes. Also, thanks to Danili on Moto, also a Maverick card now.
It makes Peter the captain. I'm the captain now. Look at me.
That I believe this card is mostly here for control matchups and like Sneak and Show and stuff like that, because gaining the Monarch when your opponent doesn't have that many creatures, or you just clog the board state with Flicker Wisp and Moms and stuff, just incremental card advantage, drawing cards over and over and over. I have seen it backfire quite a bit though.
Yeah.
But maybe Peter feels like he needs to get rid of this Leovold. Maybe
You know what Jonathan could use? Not in his deck list. Dak Faded.
He could be the greatest thief in the multiverse.
Alright, draw a card. Oh, Dak Fade and target you. I draw 2, you discard 2.
No. That's with Notion Thief.
Oh, you're right.
It is target player discards 2.
Target player draws to it. Discards to, yeah.
Alright, so I would like to see your graveyard.
I think we are hoping for the largest sweeper ever cast, which is
So
snap into
Marsh Casualties. Here comes the Palace Jailer. I would like to exile your Leovold and I become the Monarch, please. Jonathan gets to draw a card.
Jonathan's gonna say, "Wait, what's that? That's a commander card." Oh wait, you targeted.
Draw a card.
Okay, yeah.
It's a conspiracy card,
Right?
actually.
Gets exiled. Now the
It is a
trigger.
supplemental
The
card.
trigger on Palace Jailer is a little bit weird. It's not like normal Fiend Hunter effects.
Yeah, it's not when it leaves the battlefield. It's
it-
once you become the monarch.
There we
Yeah.
go.
So if Jonathan can deal combat damage to Peter, he can get his Leovold back. But Peter's in a pretty good spot right now.
So Peter with the proper sequencing of putting it underneath the monarch token.
Ooh, Diabolic Edict you.
Well, I have
damage.
this 1/1 in play.
You just
Also,
sack
this
the-
I mean, he can
2/2
get rid
that
of-
I think
doesn't
you
do
just
anything.
Taylor.
sack the Palace Jailer. You don't need it in play anymore.
Peter's so much further ahead of us. He's the one with the 1,000 IQ play.
Oh, he sacked the Flicker Wisp off the Diabolic Edict. And then I think both players are getting clarification of a Palace Jailer. Interesting. Trigger.
I'll draw a
At
card.
end step, I would like to draw a card because I'm the Monarch.
I'm the captain now.
Snapcaster Mage.
The monarch token should
Oh,
be
our-
a giant pirate hat.
Are we in this mode? Do we Snapcaster that Marsh Casualties?
I don't know if he has it.
He's counting
Wait,
mana.
is he counting it? He
1,
has
2,
it.
3. He has it. This is
Oh,
it, right?
jeez. Oh jeez.
He has it.
The world is an
Snapcaster.
empire. Oh my goodness.
Target Marsh Casualties.
Holy moly, this is a massacre.
It's actually not a massacre.
Massaker's
Isn't-
free.
He doesn't have any planes in play.
He has planes.
Oh yeah, you're right. And
Now,
he does have forests.
The
You're
great
right,
thing
you're right.
for Jonathan here is that if the Snapcaster attacks and connects, he gets his Leovold back. So both players double checking how Palace Jailer works.
Hold on, how does this work?
Wait a second. Stay on target.
All right, 2, 3. Well, things are getting a little messy there.
We tap mana.
Okay.
Wait, what did we tap? What are we floating a bunch of mana?
I have no idea.
Not quite sure, but that's a recruiter.
Oh,
There's the Mirror
oh,
Crusader.
okay.
He's playing that and then
He
playing the-
shortcutted.
Yeah,
Little. All right, so play Recruiter, find Mirror Crusader, cast Mirror Crusader.
Okay, so Jonathan
Little
not
did he
playing lightning bolts. He needs to find some other sweeper.
because he has now lost his
Yeah.
His-
marsh casualties.
Peter drawing a card off of Monarch and stuff.
Totally a toxic deluge. 10 out of 10, guys.
Brainstorm,
Jonathan,
brainstorm into Deluge like a real blue player.
But I hope we've
Oh,
noticed
man.
that Jonathan is actually Peter's son. This is the father and son duel. This is the join me.
Yeah, I heard
Oh.
Kubo
We can
say,
rule
all right,
the universe
we
together.
have Peter and Jonathan.
No!
And then I saw Jonathan's last name, and I thought, wait, who did he say? we
Oh
have?
man, is this Mirror Crusader gonna go all the way? The card advantage off this Monarch trigger and this the second Mirror Crusader plowing through this 4-color control deck. Inquisition you.
Okay.
Look at all these
Be
cards.
my guest. Be my guest.
I guess I'll take this plow.
There's a sort of Fire and Ice is doing nothing.
Pass it back. I mean, the Snapcaster can jump in front of the Mirror Crusader if needed.
We only have one Marsh Casualties, right?
Yep.
He really needs the second one to clear the board and get back Monarch.
I mean, his only out here is Toxic Deluge, right? He has to find his Toxic Deluge.
I mean, basically Peter just needs one more attack step because he's gonna play
Alright.
all the dudes.
So he's gonna go ahead and overcommit to the board to try to guarantee he has lethal through shenanigans.
I would not want to draw at this point.
So Revoker naming.
I think they have a
Jace?
little bit of extra time anyways because they were moved.
Yeah, I think
But
so.
they're
Ooh,
drawing a Sanctum.
Sanctum Prelate off the Monarch trigger there.
If this is not a toxic deluge,
I think you would
Brainstorm.
name
Uh-oh.
3 or 1.
I definitely think you slam it on 3.
Strix, land, Colon's Command.
Mulligan's command. Could rebuy Snapcaster Mage to chump block the double striker
4, 5.
and then die.
Would only his go to 5. He's at 6. 2, 4, 6. Oh no, never mind.
Kill these 2, chump block that, take 3.
And that is a chance.
Yeah, maybe.
But the awkward thing here is because this is a brainstorm and he knows the top 2 cards of his
Here's a
library.
fetch.
Well, that fetch might be kind of tough. He needs as much life total here to work around with the buffer. But oh, this is so much pressure here.
Post-traumatic Leovold disaster disorder.
All right.
PTLD.
Tiny little slips of paper to clarify what Phyrexian Revokers
Yeah, we
are
can
on.
totally read these things.
100% be able to read that. Totally.
Let's just get closer to the screen. And
Jace
squint
the
and see
Mind
if that helps
Sculptor
us.
is,
Okay.
I believe,
It's
what has
probably
been
Liliana the last
scribbled.
one. It's probably Liliana the last open, Jace the Mind Sculptor.
Yeah, those seem like the 2 most obvious choices.
Or just double pick Jace.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, Lily
Yeah,
of
Lily
the
last.
Last Hope.
All right. Oh, Jonathan's gonna pass it back.
Or no, of the Veil.
Of the Veil.
I can't tell if that's a V or a H.
All right. Go to attacks.
I mean, don't you play the Sanctum Prelate first, though?
Attack for everything. Leaving back one of the Revokers.
Why would you leave back a Revoker?
He might wanna. I don't know.
He really wants to keep the Monarch.
Maybe yeah.
He wants blockers.
4 mana. Kolagon's Command.
4 mana Kolagon.
He can Shock Shatter. Can't touch the Mirror Crusader.
Shatter Shock!
Shatter Shock. Buy back Snapcaster Mage.
Hey,
Shock
this
the
Snapcaster
Thalia?
Mage was in
Fetch.
my graveyard. Now it's back in my hand.
Now, if he flashes in this Snapcaster Mage, he doesn't have any mana available. So he would
But
have
he's
to
alive.
throw. He would be alive.
Yeah. Alive. I am alive.
I think Peter's pointing it out. Okay, you're at 2, and I have this attacker that could have attacked for 2.
Yeah, and now even Toxic Deluge is not an out because he has to pay at least 2 to deal with the Mirror Crusader.
Now I definitely think you play the prelate.
Yep.
You
Yeah.
can
And then you put
can
prelate
choke him
on-
off.
1?
just cast the Sword of Fire and Ice.
Wait,
pass it
sword
back.
needs to cost 4.
Sword costs 4. Does it even matter at this point?
No, well, if you wanted to, Wasteland and Rashad Port.
Yeah.
Matters.
Baleful Strix. Cool. Yeah, that sword does definitely cost 4, but I think. Wait, Tarmogoyf? Nope, another Baleful Strix. Also can't block Mirror Crusader.
And we are
Abrupt
dead.
Decay also doesn't kill Mirror Crusader.
So close.
Play a land,
So close.
untap,
Aggressive.
draw a card,
Get a distance.
go to combat. I might as well just play a land or something.
I mean, you should Wasteland and Rashad Port right now. Why not? Just get him off of all of his mana.
Alright, waste your Underground Sea before
Sure.
combat? Sure.
Player
play
shot
a port. Might as well double port you and just go to attacks, right? Port you. Ooh, that's a lot of reverb. Alright, so port you. In response to port, Jonathan will not do anything. All right,
What are we
port
doing
you,
here, Jonathan?
Port you again. In response to second port, abrupt decay your Thalia for 3 mana.
Cool. No cards.
Go to a combat,
Swing.
attack all this stuff. Yep, there you go. Peter, after much, being
Trial and
super far,
tribulation.
after being super far ahead and having lethal, has cleared the game.
So the first Marsh Casualties was a 3-for-1,
Yeah,
and the second one was a
4-for-1.
4-for-1, and yet the 2-for-1, 3-for-1, 4-for-1 deck could not beat tiny white creatures.
Hey, Mirror Crusader is a strong magic card against this deck.
Protection from most of the cards in your deck is relatively hard.
Yeah.
Literally, lightning bolt. Not having lightning bolt. The major disappointment.
Forcing the handshake out of the Leovold player feels good.
Very
Oh,
true.
thank you, Joel. I got my forces back.
You just handed forces?
Yep.
Beautiful.
All right, so we are now done with our round 6. Usually in competitive events, by round 7, standings will be available to players. They'll get a chance to take a look at it, take some screenshots, or not screenshots, snap a picture, and then do what every Magic player who plays at GPs and big events hates doing, breaker math.
Do I need to play? Can I draw?
Like where am I? Where are my points? How many other points are there? If I play against this person, okay, if I play it out and these guys draws, what happens? If I play it out and these guys play it out and this guy loses, what happens? Oh my god, I hate it.
The answer right now to pretty much all of those questions is I have to play it out.
Have to
pretty
play.
much regardless of who you are, unless you're one of the 16-point players right now.
Unless you're
you
undefeated.
have to play it out.
Yeah.
And those players probably have to play it out because their opponents have to play it out.
Yep.
So we have so many players that it's not going to be a very nice and easy clean split.
Do we have deck lists? Deck lists will be available, posted on, I think, MTG Top 8 after the event.
The top 16 will get posted.
Top 16. Not all 100-something players, because that's way too much. Do we get our Enchantress game since I drove out to work now? I don't even know if Enchantress is doing well anymore.
Yeah, so we tried to go through in round 5 looking for Enchantress. Unfortunately, the top 10 players were not on Enchantress. So
I wonder why.
Now, unfortunately, the one player that I know who plays 12 post, Candelabra 12 post, did have to get he got disqualified for marked cards
disqualified
because his deck is all foil and they're like heavily warped. And it's very unfortunate. Like Philip, I love Philip Dickinson and I love the deck he plays because he says it's a pay-to-win deck because he bought 4 Candelabras. It's a mono green Candelabra deck, but it's the nature of Comp RL.
He said it's the cheapest deck ever. It doesn't play any dual lands.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, your $12,000 deck is worth way more than the deck I'm playing against you with.
did he not just find some proxy cards?
I think
The judges wouldn't allow proxies.
Yeah, no
for
proxies.
Okay.
Like, because we saw Alex Gibner, who has basic lands, and he just scribbled on them. They're an altar because he couldn't play his foil Russian cards. So maybe they're just too many cards to proxy. Maybe it just wasn't worth it. But it happens. That's why keeping your decks in good shape is good. Oh, so here we go. So we have our standings. So what we're going to do is we're going to do this the lazy way. We're going to go down just the first couple of people who we're going to draw in, which is...
So Robert Ramos and John Kendall have already played each other.
So they can't get paired next round.
So,
although Peter Fisher could play one of those two and they could draw.
Yeah, so one of those two is going to get paired against Peter Fisher. Those are the top 3 players. They are all at 16 points.
And then Peter at 16 points does easily just got to draw in, right?
Yeah, he's going to likely just draw in with one of those players. Do we know what Robert is playing?
I do not know.
No, I don't have anything.
John is on Elves. Peter is on Death and Taxes.
Yeah,
so
we saw earlier.
Green decks and white decks prevail.
Unfortunately, we do not know what Ramos
What's
is
Zach
on.
on?
That is Zach Wong, Lands player.
Okay.
We used to call him the Bay Money Stealer because all he does is just win tournaments and take our money.
Does he play Japanese lands?
Yep, Japanese foil
Yes, he
lands.
does.
He was my first round opponent. And he's like, I hate this format. I'm like, sure you do.
So yeah, currently, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players with 15 points, and let's see. So it starts with Zach Wong, Cyrus is in there, Alex Kibner, who we saw, Aldrich.
Max Kaminowski on Sneak and Show, 15 points. Gonna have to probably play it out
And
though.
Thomas Montoya.
Thomas Montoya, you killed my father, prepare to die.
So that's 9 players. So at least there's 2 of these, and so the other 7 will likely be playing it out because there are, 4 13-pointers that could get in if they draw.
Yeah.
So it seems
So-
like everyone at 15 points will be playing.
Although I could see Zach, because it looks like Zach's going to play up against one of these guys, one of the 16-pointers. I could see him drawing and being in like 7th or 8th place.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
potentially.
If he gets paired up favorably.
If he gets paired up favorably.
Is Abby down here? Is she on Death and Taxes?
Yeah, that's Death and Taxes.
She is in striking distance of
Yeah.
the top 8.
This is actually the best I've ever seen her do at a major event too.
So are we saying that the players that are on 2 losses already,
They are
they are
pretty
out
much
of top
out.
8?
Yes, they are.
Yeah,
out.
I believe they're out.
The
so
lowest point total you can have to get in the top 8 is 16.
Matt Smerling, Chase Wilson, Casey, all at 12 points. Unless something weird happens, I
No,
don't think
the
they're
lowest
able.
you can be is 16 points.
Yeah, there's no way.
Mathematically, you're eliminated with 15 points.
Yeah, but what we should do is we should get a winning in. The question
one of these
is
13
who?
point players.
The question is, who can we get for a win in it?
We should pick one of the 13-point matches.
I think a 13-point match?
That is a winning.
Are we? How long do we have to decide before we?
We're taking out standings. We're putting up standings. Putting up pairings very shortly.
Should we just roll a dice? Just roll a dice on one of the 13 pointers.
So let's see. We have 2 Drews. What are our Drews on?
One is Alexander Drew, one is Edward Drew.
Siblings,
Possibly.
cousins,
Death
father
Shadow.
and son duo.
So Death Shadow.
Death Shadow and Red Stompy.
Ooh,
Red
Red
Stompy.
Stompy would be fun.
Oh wait, is one of those Zach Drew?
No.
Because there's 3 Drews.
3 Drews.
Oh jeez.
Yeah. So yeah,
Alexander and then Edward.
Death Shadow.
That is the red. Do you want to watch Red Prison? What if they play each other? Wouldn't that be excellent?
If it was a mono red mirror, oh god.
No,
No,
Red
if
versus Death Shadow.
it was a Drew off.
If it was the
Drew
Drew off, the superior Drew.
We have not seen. Have we seen any Delvers today?
No. No, well, round 1 we saw Delver Blade, which is kind of sort of a Delver deck. It's a Blade deck with Delvers in it.
I'll be back. I'm gonna go
Yeah.
and get
Peruse.
inside 10.
So we could be up for a winning in for either a Death Shadow or Moon
I
Stompy.
think we should pull in Death Shadow.
I'm okay with Death Shadow.
Yeah, I think we should pull in Death Shadow. And that is which Drew is that?
That is the first Drew.
Alexander Drew?
Yes. Oh, where'd it go?
And if I am looking at this correctly, would he play against? Would they play each other?
So they might, but
Unless something weird happens here.
yeah, something weird might happen here. So
Okay.
it depends on how far down like other people have played each other.
Okay. So
Do we have anyone else? Let's see what Montoya's on.
like maybe possibly one of the like lower 15 pointers because they might have to play for some weird reason.
Ooh.
Ooh, dude.
I saw this. Thomas Montoya's on Merfolk.
Ooh.
Can you tell us, is this guy playing against another Drew?
Yes.
Do we want to Drew off or do we want Merfolk?
I don't know if we want to Drew off. That matchup's going to be so boring.
You're right. Let's just get Murph. Oh, but if I'm reading this correctly, we had Jonathan on already, right?
Just, yeah.
We might just have to have a Drew off.
All right.
Might just have to have a blue off.
No on the Merfolk. He's played something I've been up there like 2 times already.
Okay.
Yeah. Drew
So
off.
Alexander
Drew
drew,
off.
Edward drew.
Okay. Well, you keep these.
Oh, are they playing each
Okay.
other?
You keep
Yeah.
these. Cool.
All right, and this will be a winning into top 8, supposedly,
Should be.
unless we did something completely wrong.
Unless I
You have
mapped
both. You
incorrectly.
have both Drews.
It should be.
Not yet.
It should be a winner now.
Make sure you make sure the right Drew. There were 3 Drews.
Yeah.
I know there was 3 Drews.
I also know
Hey,
that
Drew.
Cyrus is playing his.
One is already
his
dropped,
match.
so
Yeah.
it's still.
Cyrus is gonna play it out for a top seed, I think.
Oh,
Just 'cause
this is fun.
that's how Cyrus is.
All right, so we are gonna punch in some names.
All right, this will be impossible to figure out which Drew is who, so we'll have to wait for someone to tell us who's on left, who's on right.
All right.
Who's
So
on first?
the matchup we have decided for you guys, not quite by choice. We have Blue Black Shadow, Delver Shadow, which is a deck that got popularized mostly through the Pro Tour. It existed before then, but it didn't really.
Thanks, Ben Friedman.
Yeah, it didn't really take off until the Pro Tour, where it kind of got center stage. Verse
Let me
is
guess what side. 50-50.
Verse is Mono Red Stompy, which is a deck designed to beat up on blue decks. So we have main deck
This was a
Blood
match made in heaven.
Moons.
This is
We-
like literally the worst nightmare.
We have
for
Oh, this is terrible.
blue black Delver.
We have main deck Trinispheres. Ooh, there's a small Goblin package. I see 2 Goblin Rabblemasters, or 4 Goblin
It should be 4
Rabblemasters.
Goblin Rabblemasters, 4 Legion Warlord.
I see 4 Ensnaring Bridges, 4 Chandra Torture Defiance, 1 Karn Sign Up.
Are there no Legion War bosses?
Yeah, I think there's
only
one.
Well,
Because it's the alternate Rabblemaster.
yeah, why is he playing 4 of those? You're supposed to play 8 Rabble.
So
That's
this
so good.
is going to be a nightmare for Shadow. Now, it's not unwinnable. It's just really, really bad.
Really bad.
Is it that bad?
I think it's very bad because there's so many cards that the Moon Stompy deck can
What's
play.
what's the Moon
EJ
Stompy?
is on the right.
E?
It's EJ.
Oh, EJ.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here you go. Yeah.
Okay.
I guessed correct.
Thank you
Moon
guys.
Stompy's turn 1 play
Yeah,
is
so-
either Magus of the Moon, Blood Moon,
Oh, you guessed correctly.
Chalice of the Void, or Trinisphere. All of those are bad. All 4 of those
Yeah.
are bad.
So,
for Death Shadow.
I understand, absolutely. 100% agree. However, many Delver decks can just play turn 1 Delver, counter everything,
Yeah, flip it and then just
Yeah.
ride it to
flip
victory.
it, attack you for 7.
So
7 times.
you're saying that Death Shadow wins the die roll.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, if Death Shadow wins the die
If
roll.
Death Shadow wins the die roll, if Death Shadow doesn't win the die roll, this match is
Now,
pretty
there
much
are a handful of cards that I can't just say Drew, 'cause Alexander, does have that will kind of stem the bleeding. On the Mono Red Stompy side, their job is to apply pressure after pressure after pressure. Blood Moon,
Well,
Chalice, Trinisphere, they have to
prison and then apply
Yeah.
1 piece of pressure.
Yeah, they have to keep up with the prison because the Shadow deck plays 4 Dazes, 4 Force of Wills, 2 Stubborn Denials, and Thoughtseize's main board. 4 Thoughtseize's main board.
So yeah, the game, it will actually begin very, very soon. Whenever players do the die roll, that's going to be very crucial in this match.
That mini game is probably the most important, like one of the most important. things
Yeah,
in
we don't get a lot of RNG in Magic, minus him the Torah, but the die roll, sometimes you're a little too reliant on it.
it. We don't get a lot of RNG in Magic.
We don't.
What do you play, Dredge?
Yeah, when you just dredge 16, easy.
Oh, Dredge 48 on turn 2.
Alright.
Game.
All right, so I have a little bit of a Drew off. Oh man, the positioning of Blueback Shadow kind of like bothers me. It's locked. Whatever.
Is it locked?
Yeah,
Oh, you
I locked all of them earlier. All right, but whatever.
I don't like that I pluralized it.
Shadows. All right, so hey,
8
look,
for Death Shadow. Okay,
I rolled
that's
an
a good
8.
roll.
That's not
That
too bad.
is an above average roll. Beats
Ooh.
the red mage.
Yeah. Okay, step 1 accomplished.
Step 1 accomplished.
Win the die roll.
All right. Step 2, draw Island, Delver, Daze, and maybe a Force. Force if you're greedy.
This will be either a very quick match or a very long one. There's kind of not going to be a lot of middle ground, but let's see. It's going to be all dependent on what players have in their hands, and they have quite a bit riding on this. This is a win into top 8 supposedly.
How many?
This is win into hope that your breakers are good and that not everyone in 15 points draws.
Yeah. How many bridges do we have? We have four bridges. Okay.
All main board.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see. See a force?
There's a force. There's
I
a
see force
ponder.
and days.
Shock.
Shock. We're not playing modern.
Turn 1 Delver. Oh,
Guys,
step 2
combo
accomplished.
assembled.
Step 2
We have
accomplished.
I'm
We
gonna
have
say
force.
synergy assembled. Synergy assembled.
Alright. EJ goes ahead and draws. Ancient Tomb. Turn 1 Chalice on 1.
Days.
Go ahead and just daze it. Simian Spirit Guide to pay for days.
Got him. Got him.
Ooh.
Right there.
Force
ponder.
Pitch Ponder.
Hey.
Ooh, that one chalice just ate up 3 cards.
Yeah. Solid.
Alright, so Chalice dealt with, but it cost Alex 3 cards here. Delver.
And 2 life.
Ooh, natural flip off of for Force of Will too.
Jeez.
Getting a Delver to naturally flip nowadays is pretty tough.
How were you so right about what was gonna happen in this game? You have like
It's like
you're a savant or
predicted the future.
Unfortunate.
Oh no, David's
Unfortunately,
dying.
you're gonna die.
My throat.
Man down, man down.
Alright, so
Gotta get
Alex
another
is
water.
gonna go ahead and replay the Watery Grave, taking 2 more. He is at 16. Oh no, 15 because he did Force.
Force will, yeah.
Attack for 3. Now, Delver strategies have this mentality, or this mini game, we like to call it. It's called Protect the Queen. And the Queen just happens to be a giant flying bug thing.
Yeah, the queen is literally whichever threat you can get into play first.
So he needs to protect it, and it just needs to deal 3 damage every single turn until your opponent's dead.
Yep. Now, this is probably going to be a... so the Simian Spirit Guide's going for
It's a
that.
4 mana.
Yeah.
Ooh, Chandra?
And there's no blue card for this Force of Will. That's really interesting that EJ is like, I don't even care that you flip that Force of Will. You probably don't have a blue card.
Yeah.
I thought he was going for Ensnaring Bridge there, honestly.
I actually thought so too.
But going back to the Protect the Queen that you just said,
Oh yeah. Well, the
that's
queen
not protecting the Queen.
the queen is gone. Chandra's the new queen. Minus deal 4 to a creature. Delver goes by,
There's a blue card.
and Chandra is going to be incremental damage here.
Yeah. Well, if we can get a...
Another Ancient Tomb. Probably not going to tap this Ancient Tomb.
We're gonna
Okay.
plus
Chandra
this in exile.
Oh, why is his deck? All right. Well, fine. Flips and Simian Spear Guide. I
I would cast that probably.
I actually would have cast it too. Taking 2 off this.
He
Ancient
still
Tomb.
can until end of turn.
Oh, I think he exiled it probably because he wants to deploy this Ensnaring Bridge. So
Makes
he doesn't
sense.
want to have to like do this balance between can I attack with the guide or not. But Alex is going to go ahead and force the Ensnaring Bridge.
He still has the choice to cast the Simian Spirit Guide.
That
No.
is
Oh no.
no. It has to be like
cast it then,
the
yeah.
moment while it's exiled. Another bridge number 2. He is taking a lot of damage off of these Ancient Tombs.
I feel like EJ is doing a very good job of protecting his own queen, and that is Chandra, who is his queen.
For some people, it's Beyonce.
Yeah.
For us, it's for EJ here, it's going to be the Chandra. So Brainstorm.
Yeah. Well, and there's a Death Shadow, so there's potential that if Alexander can get that Ensnaring Bridge off the field, that something will happen. But what I think is that EJ at this point essentially is just going to take up his Chandra, and then be able to Lava Axe every turn,
Now the fun thing here is
or every spell cast.
Alex is at 12, so if he can get a 1/1 shadow and EJ just happens to play something he have something in his hand he can't play, he can theoretically attack and then pump it by fetching and shocking.
Yeah.
But cycling Street Wraith.
So much for that.
Nope, there goes that plan. Hey, Street Wraith gets you draw a card.
Yeah, maybe. So I guess he wanted the extra card off of Brainstorm, and he's willing to make a really big Death Shadow and just hope that this Ensnaring Bridge disappears at some
Does he
point.
have the answer for Ensnaring Bridge
I
board?
can't say he does.
I don't think he does. No, it's just all permission. There's reanimates.
I'm pretty sure this Ensnaring Bridge just won the game.
Yeah. The only thing that could possibly happen is that EJ just draws cards that he can't put into play or get rid of. But the wombo combo of Ensnaring Bridge plus Chandra might be good enough. Now, he is at 9 because of the multiple Ancient Tomb activations. Just be a little bit careful.
You're right.
All right, waste your Ancient Tomb. Play a Shadow. Shadow is a 6? No. 5/5.
6/6.
6/6.
Yeah.
All right. Plus my Chandra.
Step 1, draw a land.
All right. Cool. Make sure this bridge is as active as possible. Chandra, flip a Trinisphere.
Trinisphere.
Don't need it. Throw it at your face.
Take 2.
Untap.
I mean,
Draw.
I'm glad that they're playing out this game, but the game's over.
The game's essentially over.
No. The game is over.
Okay, it's literally over.
The game is
Oh.
actually just over.
Into 2 number 3.
Yeah.
Plus my Chandra. It's a mountain. Throw it at your face.
That's all I can do.
Pass the turn.
Like, the only reason he wouldn't throw anything at his face at this point is if he draws if he reveals a fiery confluence.
Right. Untap. Draw.
Draws a fiery confluence?
4 mana.
Yeah, I think it's a fiery
Plus
confluence.
Chandra.
Okay.
It's a city.
Take 2.
Throw it at your face. Alright, House is at 1.
Isn't that a fiery confluence in your hand, EJ? No, just
Is
play
it?
whatever it is, just play it. Okay, it's Legion Warboss?
Taking 2
No.
off this, so going down to 7. Yeah. Oh, Pia
Pia.
Nalar.
Okay, yeah.
Also throw things at people's faces.
Yeah, same thing.
Yeah. You can actually. So he's gonna get 2 Thopters, and it is 3 to activate, I think.
3 to activate.
But yeah, and
Plus on Chandra, win the game.
Andrew's gonna scoop it up.
Easy. Okay, hand me one of these deck lists.
All right.
I guess I'm on the red side.
Yes.
Abrade is fine. Cosmic's Return is fine. Quicksmith Rebel is excellent.
Oh, I love Quicksmith Rebel.
Is that another fiery confluence?
Fire.
Yeah, he's got 3 and then 1 in the
And then
board.
1 on the sideboard.
So I think you bring in the fiery confluence. I think you bring in the Quicksmith Rebel, and then you think about Scabclan Berserker, Abrade, and Kozilek's Return potentially.
Potentially.
Because
I do
those
like.
are all things like the thing about Blue Black Death Shadow is it's super threat-like.
Yes.
And so if you can get the threats off the board, like it's really easy for Mono to win.
And Firelink and the Scabclan Berserker being a one-sided Eidolon effect. If you look at shadow lists, there's not a lot of cards that cost more than like 3. So it might just add up like crazy.
Scabclan is non-creature spells.
Non-creature
right?
spells. Yeah. Right?
Yes.
I think so.
We
Oh,
have
you know-
Skyfall. Scabclan.
Is it hyphenated or something? I don't
Isn't
know.
it?
So on the shadow side,
Yeah, it is
non-creature spells. Okay. There's a lot of non-creatures. Punishes cantrips.
Mom and Pop Thop Shop.
So on Delver's side, we see 1 Diabolic Edict, 2 Hymnotarok. I kind of like that, especially
would-
on the play.
I would bring that in another play.
Engineer Explosives seems
Definitely.
good.
Yep.
Throne of Geth. It does counter Chalice.
It messes with Chalice. It
It's not-
proliferates, right?
Yeah, it proliferates. You have to
Okay,
sack
so
an
it's
artifact.
not good.
to
It's not
proliferate.
good against any of the planeswalkers.
Yeah, Thorn of Geth is actually what they played in the Pro Tour to fight against these Chalice-based decks.
I
So-
can see that being brought in, but I don't love it. I don't think that it's amazing.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan, but it might be necessary. Nile Spellbomb doesn't do anything. Surgicals. I'm not in love with the idea
I
of
think that
Surgicals
you've got
here.
better stuff in your deck than that. Like I could
Um,
see Fatal Push coming out.
Yeah, it's just not a lot of targets.
Yeah,
Maybe
until a Rabble Master hits
maybe-
play and just kind of really messes
yeah.
with people.
if he goes turn 1 Rabble Master, just like smacks face.
You know, we have some really good mods. They are they're being very mod-tastic. I have no idea what these people are saying. but-
I also have no idea.
Message exiled Kappa.
The mods, I think, into Twitch, I think they're automatic. I literally have
is this
no idea.
auto mod for?
Yeah, it's auto
for
mod.
ChannelFireball?
Oh yeah, if you do all caps, it like times you out. Because I did that on Wednesday by accident, and it timed me out. So
Caps lock is not cruise control. Pretty cool. Solid choice. MTG bot.
All right, so let's see. What?
Yeah, Geth
Delver-
is in the sideboard for this matchup. I still don't think it's amazing, but like it is in the sideboard.
How we doing, guys?
Red Stompy did exactly what we wanted it to. They got rid of the Chandra, got rid of the 1 creature, and then Ensnaring Bridge was countered, and then second Ensnaring Bridge in the hand was way too much.
Are we looking up Berserker again?
Yeah.
I was reminding him that it was non-creature and then confirming it.
I couldn't remember if it was a pure Eidolon effect.
Message deleted, then exiled.
But
Why
this
weren't
is-
GP Portland PTQ deck lists posted? Good question.
I have no idea. We have no control over GP Portland.
We are not a part of CFB events.
Yes.
None of us.
I mean, we're a
Correct.
lowly little store down in Santa Clara. Like, what
Yeah.
could we possibly know about it?
Separate things. I'm not even affiliated with ChannelFireball.
Yeah, you came here from Utah.
I
and
came
then-
here from Utah and then was invited back here.
Yeah, you went 03 and then walked into the booth and we said, "Come have a seat."
I'm a scrub.
All right.
Message
so,
sent to the Shadow Realm. 6 messages dredged.
So of everyone back here, no one has won a match today. However, some of us has played Magic today.
Some of us
Yeah,
have
some
actually
of us
played
have-
Magic
Hey,
today.
if anything, David and I are undefeated.
Yeah, you guys
Undefeated on the day.
actually made the highest EV choice, which was to not play.
You're right.
I did make a relatively high EV choice, and I brought my Keyforge decks and played Keyforge today, and that was excellent. I played it with Philip, and he's like, "I actually like this game. I'm
Ooh,
gonna play it."
alright. Players looks like they're consulting their sevens.
How many chalices is that? It looks like
I
3
saw-
chalices.
I saw at least 2. 1, 2, 3. Definitely
Chandra,
3.
Yeah, that's 3 chalices. Solid choice. Well done, Drew.
All right. Fetch or shock a watery grave.
This is not modern, sir.
Oh, you're right.
It's not fetch into shock. It's
you
just
can
shock.
you can still do that. Fetch shock Thoughtseize.
Yeah, you can. Pre-game message effect.
There is something kind of scary now because Shadow is kind of a thing. Oh, Ponder. And also in a lot of the events that aren't sanctioned, we allow like some amount of proxies just so people can get a feel of decks. You don't have to buy dual lands.
Yeah.
When someone plays a watery grave, it's like, wait, are you taking 2 or are you not taking 2?
Usually in Utah for our events, we let people if they're playing with shocklands instead of duels, we're like, yeah, just don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Don't take the life.
All right.
Like, let's
Ooh, looks
play
like
a little bit.
it looks like Andrew kept all 3 cards off Ponder.
And he did find Force.
Oh, there goes a
Right,
Chandra.
Chromox making red.
And
Turn 1
maybe
Chalice on 1. Wow,
It
that's
resolved.
even with Forcible in
Even
hand.
with Forcible and a blue.
Maybe
card, yeah.
Andrew just like says, I can play around this
What are
chalice.
does he have
Throne
rapid
of
bombs?
Yes, Throne of
He's
Geth.
on thrones?
Yeah, he's got Throne of
I
Geth.
think that Ratchet Bomb would have been way better here.
I agree.
I also
You oldie
agree.
2 for 1.
Oh, second chalice for 1.
I agree.
How's your Throne of Geth now?
Good God, sir. Well, it proliferates, right?
Does it proliferate everything? I thought it just proliferates one thing.
Proliferate is any number of
Oh,
things.
is it just proliferate?
Any number of opponent things?
All right,
Players?
so
It's
Gonna f-
any number of targets.
all right, gonna force the second
Yeah,
chalice.
proliferate.
What is this proliferate? Okay.
Yeah. You can choose any number of permanents and or players with counters
So
and
just
add 1.
make those chalices for 1 into
So-
chalices.
But
for
he's
two.
going to
Alexander-
force the second one
Yeah,
for some
Alexander says 2 chalices is 1 too many. But
reason. The only way he's going to deal with it anyway is the Throne of Geth, right?
yeah, why
I
would
think
he?
so.
Why would he force this one?
Why would
Maybe he,
let the first one through?
All right.
Uh.
Fetch shock down to 14.
Is this a force of will?
I mean, he deliberately pondered into Force of Will. So maybe he was hoping that
Sorry.
a Blood Moon was more likely.
He's a Demir agent. We can't let him in here.
No, I've been caught.
All right.
How about that?
Turn 2 mana. Him the Torok. EJ's gonna lose half his hand here. Only 4 cards in hand.
He's confused on proliferate as well.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
It happens. Hit. Peak
Ooh.
Mom and Dad and an Ensnaring Bridge.
Solid.
I mean,
One
EJ
of-
can't
one of
really
the-
cast
one of
them anyway.
4 ensnaring bridges in the deck.
Ooh, pass it back. Missing
All
a
he
land
needs
drop.
is 1 more land drop.
All right, is it time to deploy a threat? Throne of Geth.
Here's the throne.
Oh, the tech.
We have a reader.
EJ reading Throne of Geth and going, why is he playing this? Oh, I get it now.
Ooh.
Now, are there any 2 mana spells that EJ is playing that gets countered here?
No.
Nope, everything's a 3. Oh, he's got to proliferate up to
It's-
3.
It's other chalices.
Oh, other chalices. Can't chalice for 1 again.
Yeah, he can no longer chalice for 1. That's one of the reasons why.
Okay. Ooh, so Ponder is now unlocked. It's destroying things.
Headshot. Regardless of how many non-X equal 2 in play.
All right, so Must be nice for Alexander here now that his opponent's missed the land drop, and he's actually able to cantrip now. So shuffled off the ponder, drew a card. Looks like a shadow, I think, maybe.
Shadow, but above
Yeah,
above 13.
he's at 14.
There's a land, and now we've got a Magus of the Moon.
No, Scabclan.
Magus.
Magus.
You definitely have to force that. It's unfortunate, sir.
Bye bye, stubborn denial.
Hey, he gets to lose another life.
Although he could have cast the Stubborn Denial and force spiked him.
That is true.
It's,
I think
Maybe he got blown
Oh,
out.
it's
by
stubborn
non-creature.
is non-creature.
Oh, it's
you're
not.
Right, you're right.
Maybe he got a little scared because last time
Here we
EJ
go.
exiled Simeon Spirit Guide.
Now this is a threat.
Ooh, Gurmag Angler.
Angler is a threat. It's dangerous.
Giant fish.
With
Dangerous.
with stubborn backup is actually a pretty good place for the Death Shadow deck to be in.
Yeah.
Wait, does he have another Stubborn Denial?
I think he had 2.
He
did he
pitched
get rid of
both,
his one?
pitched both of them
Oh,
on
wait,
force
that's
levels.
all Death Shadows. That's
Alright.
3 Death Shadows.
Second Magus of the Moon. This one resolves, but hey, I have a 5/5.
Yeah, he needs to deal with this 5/5.
Yeah. Attack for 5.
Is that the Bay Crew commentating? So
One third of it, Jesse.
Yeah, 1/3 of the Bay Crew, 1/3 of the PCG crew, and then David.
And then David.
I mean, you're a Santa Clara guy.
Same
Yeah.
thing.
So,
You're in danger.
I mean, I guess technically he's part of the Bay crew, but Rabble Master.
That is a way to deal with a Gurmag Angler.
Yes.
Let me tell you.
Now it's a little awkward that the
What exactly is the way? Just kill them?
yeah the Rabble Master does have to make goblins attack. They have to
He
attack.
could have waited till second main phase to do that, but I guess he wants to get the 3 damage in now because it puts Alexander down to 10, and next turn it's a what attack for
2,
4, 6,
3,
8.
4, 5,
Yeah, it'd be
6.
8 damage if he attacks next turn.
Yeah.
With the Rabble Master. Otherwise, he just attacks with 1/1s, and this Gurmag Angler just feels real silly.
Yeah, the Rabble Master will hit a lot if go uncontested.
Yeah, I think the Rabble Master play was actually very strong there.
All right. Ooh, Alexander passing it back.
Yeah.
Gurmag Angler on blocking duty.
So-
Trinisphere.
Fiery Confluence. So literally, I think EJ swings out,
Oh.
puts him to 4.
Yeah, beginning
and
of
Fiery Confluence.
beginning
I don't
combat.
think he has the 4th mana.
Oh, you're right. He doesn't have the 4th.
Right. So
But-
goblins have to attack.
Yeah, playing this Trinisphere to turn off a Force of Will potentially is not a terrible thing.
It doesn't turn off force when you don't use your mana.
When you don't use your mana, I said potentially
Yeah.
turn off Force of
True,
Will.
true.
Everything costs 3.
Everything is a mountain.
Everything's a mountain. Everything costs 3. Everything costs 1 more.
So on this battlefield, everything's a mountain. You cannot cast 2s. Your 1s and 2s have to be tapped for 3.
Ancient Tomb, which is a mountain. Go to combat, make a goblin,
Yep.
attack you for 2, block 1. And Alexander's slowly getting there, little damage at a time.
Okay, well, he's gonna put him down to
Ooh, Quicksmith Rebel.
yeah.
Quicksmith Rebel, you pair with an artifact, and it turns into like a shock every single turn. So now your Trinisphere and your or your Chalice,
Not Trinisphere.
not Trinisphere.
Because if
Trinisphere.
it's tapped, it doesn't work.
if it's
Oh
tapped-
yeah.
Yes.
Oh, that's a dumb effect.
You pair it with Chalice.
Trinisphere is the old templating that if your artifacts were untapped, they were powered up. If they were tapped, they stopped working.
Oh god. All right. So Chalice shocks because of the Quicksmith Rebel. Go to combat. We going all out
Yeah,
here.
now it's just time for
We
lethal.
them boys is literally what he's saying.
That Rabble Master has to get blocked. All right. So 1, 2, 3,
And then-
4, and then 6 off the Quicksmith Rebel.
I don't know why he just didn't cast the Quicksmith Rebel before combat, or not the Quicksmith Rebel. Sorry, the Fiery Confluence before combat.
Oh,
Like, why don't
there's
you just kill it?
Fiery Confluence.
Let me just kill you for 6.
Fire you.
Shoot your face. Yep.
Claw Death
Let me
Shadow.
let me show you these 4 Death Shadows.
All right. So as we predicted, this was a nightmare matchup for
Yeah.
Shadow.
One of the only games where 4 of a kind, not good enough.
Guys, we could have a GP Birmingham situation where Mono Red
Mono Red
wins
goes all the way to the end.
all the way to the end, potentially.
I'd be okay with that.
I mean, you've played this type of deck for a reason, right? You're here to punish decks like Shadow, Miracle, well, sometimes Miracles, not always. You punish lands, like playing Trinispheres and Blood Moons, though Blood Moon can be a liability nowadays. Like, you're here to beat up on some blue players. That's why you sleeve up this deck.
Seriously. So I know for a fact for my birthday tournament on the 30th at PCG that there will be at least 2 Mono Red Stompy decks. and at least one Steel Stompy deck.
Oh God.
And I'm lending out one of those.
All right.
So I
Steel
know that's
Stompy
gonna be
is sweet.
Oh, Steel
Yeah.
Zombie is so fun right now. Actually, how much time do we have?
the robots.
We have time to sneak in one more match.
We have 27 minutes.
27?
Yeah, we've got plenty of time.
All right,
to
David,
find
you
a
want to
match.
see if you can find another match?
David's going to be our champion, the
All
man
right.
that we deserve.
So going.
Shadow could have
down.
won if they had a force from Magus. Could have got a 2-for-1 with Throne, but instead gave it away.
Yeah.
I agree. There was a disappointing thing there, and I hope he
Yeah.
goes back and rewatches.
Forcing the second chalice, because as I learned today, proliferate affects everything.
Up to and including every permanent that has a counter on.
Yeah, up to everything.
Up to and including, yes.
So when I took a step out, I did do some on the ground coverage.
Okay.
Picked up that Jack Kendall
Yeah.
and Zach Wong,
Got paired.
they drew against each other.
Okay. So we're gonna get lands and elves.
And it appears that Cyrus is confident with his breakers.
Gonna play
He
it out.
drew.
Oh, Drew. Really?
Oh, he drew.
Yes.
When I was out there, he said he was going to play it.
He was not playing.
Now, I'm pretty sure
He
that
drew.
Kendall
Interesting.
is very happy to draw with Zach because that's a nightmare matchup for elves. He's playing against lands.
It is not horrible, but it is unfavorable.
I mean, being the fifth place player for Cyrus going into this round, your breakers have to feel pretty good. But the top 13 player that we just watched, the 4-color control player, the top player in breakers, like if he wins, then he's definitely in top 8 because of those breakers.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, the lowest one here is 13 points. Abby on Death and Taxes.
So she's
That's
likely not going to break
That's like
it. even on
the
a win.
furthest outside you can be.
Yeah, but she is in 13th, which bodes well for her.
Yeah, I think if she's
If she
playing,
can
she
win.
might get like probably on average like 9th if she wins. Like maybe not top 8. It's a little far.
So I think the 15s. Yeah.
So 15. So Alex Kibner that we saw on Secret Show. Alan Aldrich Sop. I don't know what he's playing.
Yeah.
He usually plays like a soft.
That was the Merfolk deck.
Is that Merfolk? Okay.
One
No,
of
no, Thomas Motai was.
Oh, yeah.
I think Aldrich usually plays like a stompy based deck. I think either that or Death and Taxes. I've seen him play both.
Not on Cloud Post. So many good Cloud Post decks.
I wanted to see Cloud Post.
How well positioned do you think Cloud Post is?
Right now?
Yeah.
I think it was much more well positioned 6 months ago when Death Shadow got really big. Because like Eldrazi Post, not like Mono Green Post. Because you could just get so much bigger than them, and if they couldn't find their threats, you'd be like, Thought Seer, this thing, that thing, okay, and a Nugan, and you lose the game. Like,
So good against blue mages,
very good against blue mages.
bad against combo mages.
Very bad against combo mages, and combos started to tick back up. And I don't understand the meta very well out here because I don't spend enough time. But it seems like there is a lot of combo.
There is a good, healthy amount of combo.
This is
out
not
there.
the East Coast. It is in fact the West Coast.
I hear the East Coast is just like control decks and like mid range. That's what I hear, but I have like no idea.
So Zach was saying seemed to be a lot of lands out there,
Okay.
a lot of miracles, and a lot of sneak and show.
Really?
I have heard about. a lot of
Sneak and Show is a bit on the rise again. I blame Brandon DeVere. It's his fault. But it's also a really competent deck. Or it's actually a really easy deck for your friend to just hand to you, and then you just play, right? Like if my friend's like, hey, like, do you have an extra Legacy deck, and I want to play this 3K, and they don't want to think too much or try to learn how to play Legacy, Sneak and Show.
That is like the.
It's like the trophy thing. When we think of like, oh, it's a derpy combo player, we think of Sneak and Show players.
Assemble one card plus another card,
Yeah.
and then you win.
You have A plus B equals I win, or A plus B plus C equals I win, in different weird forms.
I'll ask you this: is Sneak and Show the best deck in Legacy?
I don't think so.
There's a lot of Grixis control in the East. There's a lot of like fair magic being played in the East. Lands, Death and Taxes, Miracles, Grixis control. Like that was Eternal Weekend.
Oh, that sounds great.
Which
So-
is hilarious that Cyrus went, what, 15-0 and then lost the finals? Or
Yeah.
16-0 and lost the finals? Because, like, that's all he played against all weekend. Well, and Dredge and the other things that were showing up.
If we were to say there is like a best deck of Legacy right now,
So many people would say Miracles, and I don't think that's right.
uh,
I want to say that the Grixis control decks are just kind
we
of
have
the
a
top
backup
one.
match.
We have Ricky on the left and Anthony on the right.
Oh, perfect. All right, thank you. Okay, whoops. Ah! Dropping papers.
So go ahead. I'll ask another question while we switch on over.
So, do you agree, though, that Grixis, like, Grixis theme, Grixis control, Grixis Delver is the best decker?
It was a leading question. I think Sneak and Show is the best deck.
Okay.
Because I do not think that there's anything that can just straight up is a bad matchup.
Reanimator is a bad matchup.
Okay.
But Reanimator's been on a downtick.
It has been on a downtick.
But Reanimator is a bad matchup for Sneak and Show.
Okay. What about with
And
with
Delver is not a
Omniscience
great
is-
matchup. Even with Omniscience.
Okay.
It's still a bad matchup. Like, I literally played 15 games of Omnitel versus Blackbird Reanimator with Cyrus, and Omnitel won once
Really?
in 15 games.
Because of it just has lots of discard or combo. Just
Yeah.
like here's my
Yep.
combo.
Yep.
Interesting.
I think I got these right.
And it was literally the game where he kept Forcible, Fluster, land, draw spell.
All
Was
right,
the game that he won.
So here's our backup match. If the names are backwards, I
What was
apologize.
the other question that you had?
That was my question.
Oh,
So
what's the bad matchup?
yeah, what is the bad matchup to knock it off of the number one spot?
Reanimator.
Okay, we have
That's a hard one.
Sneak and Show versus Grixis Control. This is another win in it.
That guy has Lotus Petals.
Damn it. All right.
You got it backwards, bruh.
Watch, the names are backwards too or something.
Yeah, the names are definitely backwards because Ricky is definitely on Grixis control.
Okay, I will swap these. Copy.
So what do we got in deck lists? Likely going to be again going into round 3 or game 3.
Trinity Show with the Omniscience as well. 2 Omni.
Where do you get the Trinity name from?
So Trinity is you play Show and Tell, Omni, Sneak Attack. Trinity Show. It's Jerry Mee's name for it. And
Okay.
is he playing Leyline of Sanctity on the board? He is. So he obviously does not listen to Leaving a Legacy. And he is
That's,
someone who I would say is not up to the times with what Sneak and Show. The Sneak and Show list is not up to the times.
It tends to be a very kind of like Xerox copy and paste. You can show that list when you see 4 ley lines on the side.
You thought the Northeast was combo central? Elvin, I'm pretty sure you're incorrect. Northeast is very fair magic.
All right.
The West is where more combo is.
So I am assuming that they're going into a game 3, and this is another win and in, supposedly, right?
No.
This is
This
just
is-
a fun match.
This is whoever we could find that was playing it.
Oh, okay. So this is for pride and for some store credit, right?
I believe so. And we have a ley line.
Now the nice thing about
We have a ley line and an unkeepable hand. It has lands and spells, 2 of them being creatures.
These guys, yeah, they're playing for top 16.
oh, top 60. So this is for pride and some store
Are they
credit.
both Millers?
Damn it!
No.
God. Okay.
Ricky Cider.
I am so bad at this.
Sidner.
Sidner. There we go.
Sidner?
All right. Is
Okay.
that H or an N?
I think it's an H.
It looks like an H to me.
Let's check this. It is an H.
H.
Oh,
I'm just doing
Sidner.
everything.
Cider.
I would say Cider.
Bumping everything.
8 post crushes Grixis control. Feels unwinnable every time.
All right. So looks like got a mulligan going there. Now the key cards for Grixis control against Sneak and Show: Him the Torok, Thoughtseize, Hand Disruption spells.
Ley line.
Oh, but there is Leyline. Sometimes.
Did he keep a ley line with the unkeepable hands?
Yes.
Oh my god.
I believe he has 4 lands, Emrakul, Gristlebrand, ley line.
He's played in like 5 Pro Tours.
Oh, cool.
Okay. He's a beast. Zach Attack Fire. Moto Ringer. What's his Moto tag?
I don't
Probably
know.
played against him.
Maybe. All right, so it looks like a keep for Ricky. And
Sorry, sir.
I have pregame effects.
Pre-game.
Leyline of the Wood.
Oh, we have a ponder. Okay, the hand is keepable because of the ponder.
Okay, cool.
All right, turn on Ponder.
Yeah, no, totally keepable.
All right, 3 lands, 2 creatures, leyline, ponder.
There's a Force of Will.
Forest.
Grixis can't touch the land. You're right,
Yeah,
Grixis cannot touch the land.
There's nothing Graces can do to deal with this Leyline.
So it's going to be hand disruption free at least.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
shuffle off this Ponder.
And Ricky's just going to try and brainstorm back all of his thoughts.
Yeah. Pass it back. All right, what does Ricky have here now that there is a Leyline? Badlands go. Brainstorm the draw for Anthony.
That's all you need. See, Anthony is he's winning at life.
Okay, slowly building up.
Oh, he got another Leyline of Sanctity. That's what you need.
What did we say about winning at life?
He's got everything he needs.
All right. He's going to see a bit of
Ricky
draw go.
missing land drops.
Wow. Maybe he was relying heavily on Thoughtseize Inquisitions,
Yeah.
but
So it
that
seems
Leyline
like-
just turned it all off.
So Anthony lucked out by playing the Leyline of Sanctity. Someone tag Jerry me so they can see when Leyline's good.
But it's not good. Leyline's so bad.
Oh. Ship it Holla?
Oh,
Okay.
he's Shibala?
I
Okay.
didn't realize that. Cool.
Wait,
That's Ricky Sider.
Ricky?
Ship it Hala, I believe.
Yeah.
That name sounds familiar.
Alright, so 2 cards off Brainstorm.
Moto
At
Ringer.
end step, draws a card for turn.
Got another brainstorm.
No action spells. No sneak attack, no show and tell. No. Sometimes
He's
people
got
play,
literal everything else though.
Sometimes people play through the breach, but. Oh, you have the list.
Yeah, we have 1 Arcane Artisan and no Through the Breach.
Alright, so.
And we have a Jason here
Ooh.
Sweet.
Okay.
on the sneak side.
Well, and there's a Jason in his hand right now. We did it. We got there. There's a sneak attack. There's an Emrakul. There's a Gristlebrand. There's an Omniscience.
He's got another Emrakul.
Like,
He has to get to land number 4 or an Ancient Tomb, like
Yeah.
a Soul Land, and they can fire off the sneak attack.
well, we know that the next card on top of his library is the Leyline of Sanctity,
Yeah.
so he's going to be discarding probably an Emrakul to shuffle
Yeah,
his deck.
Ricky just discarding him to Tox and that Ponder you can't cast.
Ooh, I would not have discarded the Ponder.
Might be relying
What
heavily.
if you have 3 other ponders?
I would have discarded. I thought he
Alright,
had other.
Anthony going to discarding the extra ley line.
I
this
thought
is
he
a-
had other hand tape.
This is a
This
weird
one.
match.
Hey,
Drew a Gristlebrand.
if it's me, I'm gonna discard the Emrakul at end of turn.
Just shuffle it all back.
Shuffle
Yeah.
and brainstorms and
The
a ponder.
But then
Yeah.
what if you draw that ley line again?
This is a cripple fight. No life, no future. They're literally just like,
This is for
come back here, I
pride.
can kick you.
This is for
You've
pride.
got no arms.
I can still fight.
We'll call it a draw.
Tough luck.
Discard Emrakul.
Trigger.
Trigger. Shuffle it all back. And then Ricky gets to draw here.
Blood Moon's probably in there somewhere. Yeah, Blood Moons would feel real bad at this point.
So I believe Anthony just discarded due to hand size at the cleanup step,
Yes.
and then he had to shuffle.
Yes.
At what phase does the shuffle happen in?
It's still during the cleanup
it's,
step.
It's during cleanup. It's
So,
triggered.
so there's no. Is there
It's
responding?
during the end phase.
You can respond
cleanup
to the
step.
trigger, but after that trigger is cleared, priority gets passed one more time so that we can go directly to the end of cleanup, right?
Yeah, so there is no player priority pass.
Yes.
It goes directly to the end of cleanup and goes to the next turn.
Okay, so if there wasn't a response to the Emrakul, then
Correct.
like the
But
turn is
if
over.
he wanted to surgical, you could. There is an opportunity to surgical
Yes.
in a cleanup step.
Yes,
Yes.
in response to the Emrakul trigger.
Yes.
Alright,
Interesting.
so ponder for Ricky.
We just want to find the interesting lines here when players are not
Right.
casting spells.
So Anthony's gonna fetch.
And he's probably going to play a sneak attack.
Yeah, I would.
There's an additional cleanup after the trigger.
Yeah, because you're in cleanup step, and then when priority is being passed, you have to go to cleanup again, I think.
Yeah.
Just to make sure if you
Before
have-
before
yeah,
passing.
yeah,
the next
just to make
turn,
sure
yes.
everything gets cleared.
But there is no additional times to respond once that trigger is cleared until.
So do we play
the
Jace or do we
upkeep.
play Sneak?
I would play Sneak.
I would play sneak attack because I think Jace is a card that you want to
Yeah.
resolve if there's counter.
So,
magic.
sneak attack. Do you have an answer for the sneak attack?
Well, I mean, you have to answer it on the stack.
Force pitch
Yeah.
baleful strix.
I think it would be tempting to try and resolve Jace because we're not sneaking this turn. We don't have the mana, and just build up card
And
advantage.
He does have an additional sneak attack in his hand,
Yeah.
so he might just be getting that ready to.
Yeah, using
go
it
back to back.
more as the bait spell.
Yeah,
And I think especially with the one Jace, right? Jace is the spell you want to resolve.
usually
Of
yes.
these.
Just one Jace.
Yeah.
So if things happen to turn sideways and start to look bad, you can at least have Jace that can't like fix your hand, possibly be a win con just by plussing.
Yep.
All right, Anthony.
But at least you can't hide Jace underneath this Leyline of Sanctity anymore.
Looks like Ricky's contemplating an end-step fetch.
Do you think that was a good change?
Or not? Untap.
I think as a Walking Ballista player in Legacy that I really enjoy that. Because it means that Leyline of Sanctity is not as ubiquitous as it was.
So you play Food Chain?
I play Food Chain.
So if a player plays...
And Bomberman.
Just
I play
all
both
the
of
Walking
those.
Ballista
Okay.
decks.
Anything that plays Walking Ballista in Legacy, I basically play.
So is that why you were saying that you didn't like Leyline? Because it
Ooh.
was just the nuts against you?
No, because Jeremy says that sneak attack players should not be playing Leyline.
All right,
Bitter Blossom is very good.
Yeah,
That is
little
a
bit
card
of-
that's very
a
good.
little bit of pressure.
It's
Also-
good, but it's slow.
Okay,
Yeah. Also,
so now...
can build up the amount of permanents to deal with the Annihilator triggers, I guess.
Yeah. Now is it the time to cast the Jace Themiscope to try and bait out another counter spell so that the sneak attack resolves, or is it time to play and activate sneak attack if it resolves?
I think a Jace would be safe, the safe play. But if he wants to try to win, you just slam the sneak attack.
I think you're right.
All right, he's going for it. So sneak attack.
And
Oh.
there's a red
Oh,
block.
I know
so
that
that's not
shrug.
enough.
I've seen that shrug
Oh,
from many people.
That is painful.
There's an Emrakul attack,
And that is it.
and that's a
He just
concession.
puts all the permanents into his hand.
But the Annihilator trigger didn't even go off. What the... All right, so
And so Anthony was trying to decide if it was Jace or sneak attack, and he was right there.
and
made
the
the right
nice
choice.
the nice thing about saving the Jace for the absolute end is you can still use the Jace to cantrip to find something else afterwards.
Yeah.
And
And Ricky was ready with Red Blast and Pyro Blast there.
yeah,
Hit down, Legacy wins.
man, that Leyline of Sanctity
The
doing
Leyline of Justice.
a lot of work there. Every
Totally justified.
Like, I played Sneak at one point for like 3 weeks, and every single time I had to board in ley lines, I've never even seen them. Ever. So I was like, screw these ley lines, took them out, brought in like extra flusters and like Grim Lava Masters and Abrades and stuff. And then I sold the deck, because I didn't want to play Sneak anymore.
What I should have done back in the Dig Through Time era, I should have had Omnitel and just had it all the way until now. But I literally built Omnitel in Richmond. Like I owned all the duels and the mana base I owned, but I didn't own Intuitions or Show and Tells or anything like that.
Dude, when I had Sneak and Show, the only cards I was missing were 2 City of Traders, and this was before GP Seattle. And I was like, oh, there's City Traders here. It's like, they're like you know,
$120
$100 each. And I was like, that, like, I think I'll save $200 for something else. And then the next day they skyrocketed.
You
And
made
I
a
was like,
mistake.
it gave me the reason to sell the deck. I was like, oh, not playing this deck anymore. Throw it
I
away.
got my Lion's Eye Diamond in Santa Clara this year. I got my cities at Richmond, like literally everything, and I sold off my Back to Basics and everything that was reprinted
Nice.
right before UMA. Like for some reason, I just had like the golden thumb when it came to like Magic cards this year.
Oh, fantastic. That's all everybody ever wants
I was
to
just
hope
like,
for.
oh, okay. I guess I made out like a bandit because I sold it like literally the day before it was spoiled. Like every single time I like bought things like the day before they shot up or the day before they were spoiled, and I was like, well, that works. Like cool. Got my Underground Seas at like $250 or whatever this year, and like
buying and selling Magic cards, sometimes it's like playing bad stocks. Sometimes you just burn a lot of money, and sometimes your investments pay off.
I'm glad that I have I am trained as an investor, so that when I do this, it's like yeah, totally, because I'm good at financial analysis.
Get a
It's like
second sense for
no.
it.
But also the fact that I believe that people who go into finance and work on Wall Street are literal just leeches on the system and rent seekers and shouldn't exist. And monkeys could do their job better. But I'm not alone in that.
All
I
right.
make my money investing. I know what's up.
Investing in different things.
Sometimes it's investments.
No, I invest in the stock market.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I just
sometimes
make
you're
fun of
playing-
everyone else that invests in the stock market.
Sometimes you're playing the stock market, and sometimes you just
You get very played by the stock market.
or you just are. Who was the player earlier that had the foil cities?
Alex Gibner.
Yeah.
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 So, sometimes you just go for the
So,
flex
like,
value.
Cardboard.
Sometimes market plays you.
Someone asked me how much of their total net worth I think they should have in cardboard, and I'm like, maybe 10 to 15%. Like, I have less than 5% of my net worth in cardboard, and so that's kind of how I feel about it. But like, I know people that have way more than that invested in cardboard and crypto, and
yeah.
they have not been in a good spot this year.
That crypto bubble. Oh.
Jeez.
The
When
crypto bubble.
Bitcoin is around hovering around 3,000, you're like, I hope this doesn't go down anymore.
Oh man, the crypto craze was crazy because it also affected like a lot of Magic card reserve
Seriously.
list prices. Like, who would have thought that those would correlate, right? It was just like, oh, you're making money off cryptocurrency. What do?
Well,
I'll
I
buy
would,
Magic
because
cards.
I know a lot of the people in both crypto and cardboard.
Yeah, buy Magic cards. Also, I saw a lot of people like collectible toys, collectible baseball cards and stuff like that, because you got to convert all that digital currency into like material goods or something weird like that.
Seriously.
Like,
You just you're playing the player at that point. You
Yeah.
figure people that know Magic will probably be into crypto. So the third industry that could be affected, boba.
milk tea shops.
It's next. It's next. Honestly,
The boba bubble. Oh man.
the boba bubble's coming.
Here's delicious when it pops.
The problem is the saturation hasn't hit the market yet. As soon as it hits the market, and every legacy scene has a boba shop right next to it.
We have a boba shop right there.
It's
You
right
do.
there.
Yeah.
You do. My store does, but not every store does. Like Mox Boarding House in Seattle, one of the big legacy bastions of the West, right? Doesn't have a boba shop right next to it.
Yeah, but I've been to both Ballard and Bellevue.
And Bellevue,
That area,
they're so
it's-
nice.
They're
Oh my
very
goodness.
nice, but there's not a lot there.
Yeah, they're kind of out in like industrial areas.
Yeah, industrial parks and stuff like that.
Basically, yeah.
But yeah, still good stores.
Eventually, the boba bubble will burst.
The boba bubble.
The bursting boba bubble
At one time,
will befall us all.
at one time in the Bay Area, we did have a slight like boba bubble burst because
So,
there was
so you're
just
saying it's
milk
the
tea
Bay,
shops everywhere.
Yeah.
the Bay boba bubble burst?
Yes.
Were you befuddled by the Bay boba bubble burst?
Is this like a bubblegum commercial now? Like a juicy fruit commercial?
No, we're just coming up with tongue twisters.
Hey, I could barely type people's names and say
That was
words.
a lot of bees.
It was a lot of these.
All right,
We're
so
getting
we
Still
have
beer.
5 minutes to
Beer beats boba.
go. Beer beats boba. We have plenty of beer shops around. We have
there's actually a
beer
couple of
shops.
people. There's a couple
Yeah,
of places
well, we have
that like mix the
Breweries.
Yeah, we have
gastropubs.
2 bars and one just like brewery right next door.
The bursting bubble of boba bodegas is beat by beer bars and breweries.
Someone's gonna clip that like hold it over you or something. And
I don't care. Do it.
Yeah, that's an awesome.
Come
tongue
at me,
twister.
bro. $1 million idea. Bo beer.
Bo beer.
$1 million idea, guys.
Bo beer?
I've been to a couple of places
Boba
that
and beer.
do like boba milk tea cocktails, stuff like that, like mixes.
Taiwan, all over Taiwan. No, you
it's
you
all
get,
over Taiwan.
you get
Singapore
Heineken milk tea. It's like the thing they're like, oh Heineken, but you do Taiwan beer like mango Taiwan beer with boba.
also. Yeah, it's
Not that I've had it, but I have friends that love it.
At Singapore, they have like fancy cocktails with like a little bit of milk tea and like boba in it. It's crazy. All right.
The next time I'm in Asia, I will let you guys know how the bobodegas.
Boba
Guys,
Oh,
I'm gonna open
Copyright.
I'm open a boba shop and it's gonna be the bobodega.
copyright.
I'm doing
Copyright.
Hold on.
IP,
Copyright right over
IP.
there. Second screen copyright.
it. Got it.
The bodega.
The bobodega.
You walk
Hey guys,
into
let's go down to the bodega.
you walk into shop and the front of it is like a bodega. It's like welcome to bodega.
It's the funny thing is like literally every corner in Taiwan, if it's not a convenience store, it's a bodega, and if it's not a bodega, it's a boba shop. Like you said it first, you typed it in first, but I'm gonna be the first one that opens a bodega,
Yeah.
and good luck.
Who registers the domain first?
Yeah, go and register the domain.
Bobodega.com.
We can go into business together.
All right, we'll work something out.
What are the archetypes in the top 8? Well, we know a few of them.
Okay, we know for a fact lands.
Lands?
Elves.
So there should be a lands
Ad
deck.
nauseam tendrils. Cyrus, the archetype Cyrus CG is in the top 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, CCG ANT is in the top 8.
Death and Taxes, right? Peter Fisher? Was that Death and Taxes?
That should be. No, we saw a winning in for the Stompy deck, right?
Oh, you're right. EJ.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
EJ
should see a mono red Stompy.
Mono Red Stompy in the top 8.
We always hit elves and everything. Any spicy brews? Nothing spicy.
No, from what I know of what people played, nothing super like spicy. Just kind of run of the mill flavor.
So yeah, in about 10
But
minutes.
Cyrus already told me it was a kill 'em all mood. Yeah.
I mean, he's always.
Zach Wong is on lands.
Yep, Zach Wong, noted lands player.
It is not Sheets. It is Kendall. Kendall on
Oh,
elves.
John Kendall.
Is Xenon's
Jake
in
Kendall?
chat? Oh, there you go. Could you tell us 33 reasons why Food Chain is the best deck? Yeah, exactly. If you exile a Griffin 33 times, you can make 33 more mana than you have.
Yeah, unfortunately, Brian Sheets, the other elves player, did not do so well. 3 points.
Show a Storm. I would love to watch Cyrus on Storm in the top 8.
Cyrus it is a little
That
bit
would
of a
be-
treat to watch him play Storm.
He is a masterful player of that deck.
The only person I actually enjoy watching Storm more than Cyrus is I really like watching Michael Clifford play Storm. The approaches and his mentality when playing Storm is very, very unique to like his personality, and he's also very, very lucky. So it's great to see him just like rip top decks.
Better lucky than good, honestly. Getting the right hands is how you do it.
So in a little bit we will get our top 8.
So yeah,
Yeah,
I-
if we show Storm, we can watch another match.
Yeah.
We get 2 matches for the price of 1.
So I believe we will have top 8 being announced relatively soon.
Yes.
And then we could probably figure out what the top 8 is.
Yeah. At the
What the
very
matchups are, and then see what we want to watch.
Yeah, at the very least, we'll know the names, and we'll like say the names out loud, and then we will have access to all their
Shiva
deck
S.
lists.
I'm running Ant for the first time at your daily tomorrow. Do it. Your daily meaning your weekly. I mean, you could be running it on MTGO and then streaming it. Like, that counts as a daily, sort of.
So how wrong were we when we said Grixis Control and Miracles would just like slide their way in?
I didn't think we would, or I guess you guys might have said it.
I
I said that it was in the top tables.
I would
We
say my 3 anticipated decks were like Miracles, Grixis Control, and Turbo Depths.
Mhm.
We saw a lot of Miracles on camera. Unfortunately, not so hot.
we didn't see that many miracles. We saw a lot of blue
We
white.
saw a lot of blue-white
Yeah,
decks.
a lot
late
of
decks.
Stoneblade decks.
Turbo Depths we saw on camera. Unfortunately, also not doing very hot.
We saw the Wonderkind.
I feel like the amount of
On
Jaces
Grixis?
made it so that Turbo Depths didn't do as well as we thought it would.
Possibly.
Yeah, slower depths got shut out.
No 4-color alone, but there is a Chalice deck in Mono Red Stompy.
Yeah.
Mishra's Factory.
From what I can see, Jeffrey Lee, who was our 4-color lone player earlier, sitting at 12 points. Not terrible, but not amazing.
But Jonathan Peterson, who's the 4-color control player, is
Yes.
likely, potentially in the top.
So we're gonna get super greedy, awesome 4-color labeled.
That gets just stomped on by.
Does anyone play tests?
I saw a
Uh,
test list, I think, but
I
I
think
don't know who it was.
so. I think Michael streams tests. Is that right?
he streams
Or does he stream both?
He streams both.
Okay. Because I remember Michael as more of a test player.
I remember he started.
I mean,
with
if you're playing
Test.
Test these days, shouldn't you just be playing Ruby Storm?
He also plays
He
that.
also
online,
plays
too.
that online.
Ruby Storm is amazing. I love that deck. I love that that's a deck.
I love
Bonus round.
I
Bonus
love
round's
Wheel
great.
of Fortunes. So
It is a 4K. There's over 100 people here, so I think they upped it to a 4K.
Yeah.
Yep.
So my favorite. Oh, you know what? This thing didn't change. Oh no,
Because
it's locked.
it was a $40 entry, and they're like, "Hey, we got 100 people. Like, cool. We're gonna give back to you guys because it's in store credit anyways." Let me tell you a secret about store credit, everyone. It is worth less than actual dollar bills to a store, or
Yeah,
it costs
it's-
less to a store than actual dollar bills.
We call it CFB Fun Bucks.
I call it dollary dues every once in a while just to make fun of Australians. I'm gonna give you dollary dues.
My favorite thing about watching Ruby Storm was when I first learned that the second bonus round is affected by the first bonus round.
So you get 2, and then it triples
Yeah,
everything,
so
and you're like,
you get a bonus round to resolve, and the second one you get 2 copies of that bonus round, and then you pass in flames, and you cast another bonus round, and you get
all the bonus
3
rounds.
bonus rounds. And at one time, I was watching one of our Storm players, Donnie. He had 3 bonus round effects active, or no, 4 bonus round effects activated. He casts a Ponder, and he says, "I'm going to shortcut this." Grabs the top of his deck, puts it into his hand.
So you're saying it's hard to lose.
It's hard to lose, but it can fizzle if you just have it's very, very mana heavy, lots of rituals, but sometimes you just have lots of rituals and you can make infinite red, and then you don't have any cantrips.
You know what's really beautiful is having a main deck Relic of Progenitus against them and being like, Relic Progenitus, and they're like, got him.
And main deck Relics is unique to just food chain.
Literally just food chain, because we play Trinket Mage these days.
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw that on Wednesday.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Joel.
Wednesday, yeah.
Main deck Relic.
Main deck Relics hoses a lot of decks,
I'm
just
gonna-
strangely.
See where we're at.
Okay.
Talk to Kubo. You guys hold it down.
Yeah,
Hold it
we
down.
can do it.
You can switch that name if you want.
No, I'm David Jax from now on. That's me.
All right, so while we get ready for top 8, first I want to thank everybody who's watching, tuning in to the Channel Fireball 4K.
I want to do the opposite of what he's doing and not thank any of you.
Go back to your own stream in another state.
So, no, everyone. Thank you. What else do you have to plug?
You can follow me on Twitter. I literally don't post anything, but
You can follow me on Twitter. It's at JBranderson, JB Randerson SEM, or at Paragon City Game, no S.
Yep.
Is my store, or Paragon City Games on Twitch. If you want to watch more Legacy, we do Legacy Weeklies on Tuesdays.
Yeah, we host each other back and
We
forth.
do.
And by we, I don't mean Channel Fireball. We, as in the Bay Area
Bay Area
Eternal,
Eternal, yeah.
which is the stream I run for Legacy in the Bay Area. We're hosting them, and they've invited me over to do commentary and stuff like that because they have this awesome stream set up and no commentary. So hey, all I do is talk about Legacy. Let me do some stuff. So they reached out, get someone fly in.
Yeah,
So,
I feel like I actually did just fly in to commentate, like I said I would, despite playing in the event as kind of like hedging my bets in case they didn't want me back here.
as I said a couple weeks ago, I just thought it was a joke. I didn't think you're gonna fly out here.
So
This man does not joke.
So we're waiting on one more match,
Okay.
and then as soon as that's done, they're gonna make an announcement.
Yes, but we have it.
But we have it, but we can't tell
Yeah,
them.
we can't say it
We
on
can't
stream
tell
yet.
them.
We have to wait.
But we know we are not splitting. Let's put it that way.
Ooh.
We know we're not splitting.
Okay.
Interesting. Also, there is an interesting little breaker interaction that we're going to see coming up.
Ooh. Okay.
So here we go.
Here's our top
here's
eight.
our announcement. So let's just let them do it, and then we'll do it.
Yeah,
and then-
we'll hash it out.
Yeah,
There might be a little bit of reverb.
I'll leave
from
that.
the
I'll
mic.
leave that for you. But we'll continue talking so that our stream can't really hear what's
Yeah.
going on in the background.
We're gonna get a good amount of magic left over too.
Yeah.
So, as per tradition for top 8, if you're a judge and you don't know how to announce top 8, you go top down, first, second, third, because people who are in upper brackets tend to know they're going in the top 8, and then the nail biters, the sweat amounts are the 7th and the 8s.
Yes.
And so you always go top down. So we know other people, these are people that drew in, these are people who did really well, and then you have the people that are crossing their fingers, rubbing those rabbit foots.
Yeah. Throwing salt over their shoulder, making sure to not walk or push anyone that they think might knock them out
Yeah.
based on breakers
Praying-
underneath ladders.
Praying to various magic gods or praying to very random
Jesus, yeah.
Jesus.
Exactly.
Because weird things happen.
Lillian Bender, I'm glad that you love PCG, and Z-Nudes. I'm glad that you love yourself, Terry. That you are your favorite streamer. But yeah, send you regards. Of my streamer crew, so I don't stream very often anymore. I was one of the originators of the stream, but I own the store, and so I am busy and I travel a lot. So it's
not
hard
a
for me
lot
to
you
get out
can
there.
not a lot you can do to get in the box.
But we have Terry and Kyra, who will be commentating this week. Bryce, who is also an altarist who does excellent altars.
Oh,
Bryce
yes.
Felt Altars, or Felt Altars online.
Who are you gonna want to see?
Oh, that's a good question.
Did we decide Cyrus was the one that we wanted to watch? So I'm gonna vote for either Cyrus or Zach Wong. Those would be the two that I would vote for.
They're Alex Kibner versus Cyrus.
No, it'd be Alex Kidner versus Thomas
Oh, it's
Montoya,
this
and then Max versus Cyrus.
Can we get Cyrus versus Max. We haven't seen those on camera at all.
Sure.
That's why.
Thomas Montoya is a Merfolk. Anyways.
I know,
Have him on the back.
but it's because we had Alex Kibner a couple rounds ago.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. So,
So,
that'll be back
You're gonna want who?
Cyrus versus Max. Is that right?
Okay, cool. That will probably be whoever is close to finishing at that time. What
Okay.
we're doing recently, but yeah.
Yeah.
So okay, cool.
Okay.
We'll vote for Montoya then.
All right. So, top 8 has been announced, and you guys have not figured it out that Cyrus is in the top 8. So, number 1 seed Thomas Montoya on Merfolk, who apparently is. Why is Merfolk doing so well here sometimes?
Hey.
I don't know.
Second
He
place.
obviously played it out.
Second place, Max Kamenovsky. He does not play Legacy. He is a standard grinder.
What was he on?
Sneak and show.
Okay, Sneak and Show versus
Yeah.
Ad Nauseam Tendrils is what we're watching.
Yeah. 3, Robert Ramos.
Mhm.
Who do we ever figure out what he's playing?
Unsure.
Because I know that name floated around for a bit. I don't think we ever looked it up.
Okay, John Kendall.
John Kendall on Elves.
Mhm.
okay.
Peter Fisher.
Peter
Death and
Fisher on
Taxes,
Death and Taxes that we saw earlier.
Zach Wong on Lance.
Yeah. Noted Lance player Zach Wong. 9th place at GP Seattle.
CCGANT.
Yeah.
And 7th.
Good old Cyrus, Stormmaster, friend,
Storm
leader of the
aficionado.
chat, hero of the chat. And then 8th place, Alex Kibner, 16 points. And
Also on Sneak and Show.
Drew Edward that we saw on camera,
DJ, yeah.
9th place. Did not make it into top 8
Breakers.
on Breakers.
So he came in with some of the lowest opponent match win percentage, and was beat out by Alex Kibner by over 8 points. So
this is like very, very, this is a very big gap.
that is a very big gap.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Edward, well, or for EJ.
He is our first played for Pride, but had to play it out anyways, and ended up playing for Pride.
Yeah. So for our first top 8 match, because we have Cyrus and he's Mr. No Splits Kill 'em All, we will have Sneak and Show versus Storm. Because if someone's gonna force us to talk about Legacy, let's put them on camera.
If someone's gonna force you to sit here through all this and not go to dinner quite yet,
Oh, I want to go to dinner.
it's okay. We'll get there.
All right.
One of
So
these days.
matchup wise, how do you feel about Sneak and Show versus Storm?
Storm. Didn't we see this on Wednesday?
I think so a little bit, but I remember either one of the players, like, it was very one-sided.
Yeah, it was one-sided because I think Storm didn't have much. I think Storm mulliganed. Is that what's?
I think it was. I think it was just like no cantrips and no action.
Hashtag Team Cyrus. So we've already got people voting for their player for
So
this one.
I think on paper, it might also kind of be like a 2 ships passing in the night kind of thing.
I'm
Like-
gonna say that Ant should win this.
I think with the
by
sheer
by a relatively small margin because of the amount of counter magic
yeah.
that Sneak and Show has. But the thing Sneak and Show deals the worst with is hand disruption,
Yes.
and Storm is full of it.
Yeah.
Now, knowing that they have Leyline and Sanctity in their sideboard, like this is the matchup that Leyline and Sanctity is supposed to just kind of be there for. But
Leyline into turn 1 show and tell into win.
like that can get you there. But Chain of Vapor is a card.
Yeah. I guess
and
it's
Storm usually can beat Leyline and Sanctity.
this game. So game 1 is going to be kind of the skill testing match, and then sideboard gets down to like who can find
Ant
their
will
sideboard
win because
stuff.
Cyrus is playing it. Everyone is on Team Cyrus here. Yeah, so we know that our Sneak and Show players, both of them in the top 8, are playing Leyline and Sanctity.
Yes.
And it's going to take it with the format knowledge. Yeah, Cyrus just has so many more games than most players in this top 8.
All he really does is play Magic nowadays.
Ooh, pretty much.
Plays Magic. Sometimes he streams it. Comes out, talks about Magic.
Apparently, people did not respect True Name Nemesis enough today. I did. I brought a lot of things to kill True Name Nemesis.
So one of the other matchups that is going to be pretty boring: Death and Taxes, Elves. Is that right?
Yeah, John
Yeah.
versus Peter.
Yeah.
That's very unfortunate.
So John is very glad that we're no splitting because he's matched up against Death and Taxes.
yeah.
Traditionally, just one of the best matchups for the
It's like,
deck.
hey, you play a bunch of little creatures. I do too.
I do
But at
too,
higher velocity.
but mine are cheaper.
They're cheaper and they do more things.
You're like, my non-creature spells cost more. Okay.
I mean,
chill.
one of my favorite stories about Elves versus Death and Taxes is you get a Crater Hoof into play, and then your opponent has like 2 mobs or something, and they're like lining up blocks and they're looking, and you go, oh, they get trampled. Oh, scoop.
You're like, I'm dealing 30 damage to you. I'm sorry. Benjamin Barry, yes, the list will be posted on MTG Top 8 eventually.
Yeah, and
Right.
then
Yep.
we
Someone
also
will do
have first seed versus.
So yeah,
8th
first seed and
seed.
8. That's another one we know.
We have Merfolk versus Sneak and Show, which.
How do we feel against the Sneak and Show Merfolk?
Think
Merfolk
fast
has
Sneak and Show can win it.
Merfolk has Curse Catcher, which is
They
like
do have
sometimes pretty backbreaking. Like it also has.
And they can go really fast.
Sometimes it has Spreading Seas, so you
Merfolk
can.
can kill fast?
Yeah. They can kill on turn 3 or 4.
Yeah,
Turn
I mean,
three.
well,
Right?
I need to like turn 4.
You
No.
go. Okay, 4.
Yeah, they're definitely 4.
Yeah, I've seen the scariest thing I've ever seen is opponent has a true name in play. It's just 3 damage. I can deal with it. Phantasmal Image, copy true name. Phantasmal Image, copy true name. Activate Vial on 2, put in Lord of Atlantis. They have Island Walk, attack you.
Swing 12. I mean, they don't need the Island Walk, but the extra +1/+1 is pretty decent.
There's a lot of, and it just happenstance. Oh, well, hey, look, you have some islands in your deck. All my creatures are unblockable. So that matchup, it's a little hard to say. Like Sneak and Show is theoretically the faster deck, right?
Yeah, it's up to the disruption.
The level of white hot that Cyrus is running is white girl wasted hot.
That's a high level.
That is a high level of hotness. Well,
So besides Cyrus, because he's obviously the favorite, like chat favorite. Who else here? What
Cyrus
other decks?
just had a Grim Tutor to show him the ropes.
What other decks are we?
So we have Zach against the mystery player. Is that right?
Robert Ramos. Yes.
All right. Let's see if we can find out what Robert.
Okay, so we think that we're calling Elves Ant.
Okay. Elves and I want to
Sneak and
say
Show.
Sneak and Show over Merfolk.
And then the Ramos versus Lands, which we need to figure out.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate that Monora didn't make it in this top 8.
Yeah, it's a heartbreaker exactly at 9 points.
Yeah.
Or
It was
ninth
at
place
ninth
at 16
place.
points.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then next one after that is Nathan Stewart 15 points. That is a straight up like
Like
boop.
that, it's a pretty clear he is the island.
Yeah, that's
I mean, no man is an island except literally EJ.
The
EJ was an island this time.
ninth place sometimes is the worst place. Like especially when it's like close.
Yeah, I mean, luckily the breakers weren't close, so you're like, okay, like I understand, like I get it. But playing it out and getting as far as you did, right?
Yeah, but it's not too
We're
bad.
live, guys. They're over there.
Oh, they're talking?
No, they're ready to play.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Boop. So I know we have Cyrus.
Stay Hydrated bot is telling us that we should have consumed.
Cyrus is on the left. I think Cyrus is on the left. Yes, I know that.
Cyrus is on the left.
I know it's because of the flannel shirt.
Yeah. I expected to go up there and see a bunch of deck checks happening,
Curtain.
but
Apparently they've already taken care of that.
And,
Cyrus on Grixis control, right?
And he is playing against. We just said it.
he's
Cyrus Storm.
Cyrus Storm.
Okay.
I'll fill it in later. He's playing against Max Kalinowski with 2 X's.
Who is on Sneak and Show? We don't even have to change that.
And we'll just do this. Just do this really quick.
See, and I'm doing that whole lean thing, where you lean and try and see.
Oh yeah, you lean to the left or
Oh, I
right.
can see what's in his hand. So close.
This is semi-final.
Cyrus has an
we
excellent
call
opening
this
hand.
the quarterfinals.
Quarterfinal.
Yeah. This is an excellent opening hand for Cyrus. Seeing Duress, Infernal Tutor, a couple of fetch lands, a Brainstorm. Like, I think he has the Cabal Ritual as well. Like, I am a fan.
Oh my god, this is so hard to spell.
It's time to waterboard these casters.
Let's call quarterfinals. Let's shorten it to quarters.
Oh, quarter.
Quarter?
Quarters.
Quarters. We should buy a bar
We should buy a mark.
and name it Puzzles. That's the puzzle. You fit.
Yeah, I figured it out. All right.
Sneak running vials now. Wait a second.
Wait.
Oh,
That's not.
is he playing against Thomas?
That is not Sneak and Show. That's not Max at all. Is that Thomas Montoya on Fish? Yeah, that's
Yeah.
100% Fish.
That is
so.
fish. Those are fishies.
Oh, god damn it. All right. Doing bad job maintaining all this. Merfolk.
I mean, he was gonna show him his secrets anyways.
And then this is PH.
He took the. Oh, there wasn't a plug.
Save. There. There we go. All corrected. All figured out. Okay. Now, fun fact. Last time Cyrus played against Merfolk in the top 8, he lost.
Ooh, main deck Chalice.
Yeah, main deck Chalice is a thing.
Ready for turn
Uh-oh.
3.
I'm sorry, guys.
Oh, nope.
Chalice for 0.
0.
Pass it back.
So Cyrus, I think, can go off.
Like, Chalice on 0 is actually pretty easy to beat.
He just needs a little more mana for the Adnos.
So, wait for his Brainstorm.
Got a preordain as well. He's gonna put back a fetch land. Chalice on 0 is kind of annoying, but this gives him a little bit more time as well.
Having access to your cantrips over your mana rocks lets you sculpt the game plan a lot better.
Yeah. And he's preordaining into something else, right?
I'm curious if that's a Silvergill add-up, right?
It was a Silver Gill app, yep. That was a promo one.
I'm curious
Why
why
does Cyrus have 1 black border, 1 white border?
I think he's borrowing some. Either that or he used like.
Come on, Cyrus.
Either that or he used like EW store credit or something.
Come on, Cyrus.
I know he used a lot of EW store credit, but I think he used that to build ad nauseum in Modern and foil a lot of it out.
Right. Preordain.
Ooh, Tendrils of Agony.
Oh.
He's like, nope, don't want either of these.
Go away. We'll come out to play later.
I didn't quite
Looks
see
like a
what
Dark
that was.
Petition.
Dark Petition. I feel like having the Tendrils of Agony is slightly better than the Dark Petition.
All right. So Thomas gets the draw.
We're getting close. We're getting real close to this.
So he needs to apply as much pressure while also making sure he doesn't die.
Yeah,
So-
I much prefer Viling in. Oh, he's going this way.
Violent Lord of Atlantis. Merfolk.
I thought we were
Silvergill
going to draw a card and then potentially redraw into another Chalice.
Maybe. Or we could get a land and get. I'm unsure why he didn't cast
Huh.
it.
I don't know what he's representing.
I
Maybe
don't know either.
Spell Pierce, maybe Fluster, mainboard Fluster Storms.
Maybe
I don't know.
Spellbears.
We do not have access to a deck list, so we can't really take a look.
Grimm's game room. Last time I played against Merfolk, I won my match, but in game 2 he blew me out with the turn names and Phantasmal and just copying turn names. That's one way to do it.
All right, Preordain for Cyrus.
Yep.
I don't know what. So he can beat a Chalice on 0, and he just needs to sculpt a little bit, and then he can kind of almost negate these like the mana rocks or the uses of mana rocks. Though if he has too many cards in hand and he's trying to chain and do an Inferno Tutor without access to LEDs, it gets a little bit awkward.
Yeah.
All right, we're good to go on mana.
I'm pretty sure he's going here.
Oh, we locked the door. Oh. All right.
Surprise.
Dark Ritual?
Yeah.
Question mark.
That Underground Sea.
Now, top 8 is untimed, so
Oh, he's got the Flash Merfolk.
they're more than
Trickster
welcome
or
to
whatever.
take their time, preferably playing at a good, reasonable pace. But Cyrus is kind of tanking a little bit if he has the ability to go off here, but he has to figure out, well, what could
If
Thomas
it's beta,
have?
it should tap for black or blue.
All right.
Cyrus passing.
Ooh, so that's Merfolk Trickster. Has Flash, comes into play, and a tapped creature becomes an 0/1 with no abilities.
Something like that.
I'm not sure about not responding to your own trigger.
108 beta counterspell. Beta.
Okay, so cast
100
Lord of
and-
Atlantis, or cast a Master of the Pearl Trident. Go to combat. Attack for as much as he can possibly do.
There were 108.
He could have filed this in on his upkeep in response to trigger, and then played a Phantasmal Image to
And then copy it.
which would have been a few more points.
I think so. Especially with Cyrus setting up for an ad nauseum thing anyways.
Yeah, it would have been 3 more points of damage.
Would have been down to 1 instead of 4.
Yeah, 1 instead of 4, which is
Missed lethal.
Maybe. It's hard to say. All right. If Cyrus if he's gonna go, this is the time, right?
Yeah, it would have been 1. It wouldn't have been lethal. It would have been 1. Yeah,
Duress you. True name, Phantasmal Image, which is like another true name.
So Cyrus has to go here.
Yeah. All right. Here comes the storm counters. Oh, the Cliffy B or
Cliffy special.
the Cliffy Storm Counters. All right, so this is it for Cyrus. If he doesn't kill Thomas, then he's dead to all these fish swimming up. Dark Rit, Storm 2.
Swimming upstream.
So what I think he's going to do here is he's going to use Infernal Tutor to get his other, because he has a Cabal Ritual, right?
So
Yep.
Tutor, reveal. Well, Tutor, I'm not Hellbent. Reveal Cabal Ritual.
Grab that.
Man, that ad nauseum in Cyrus's hand is super awkward.
So he's gonna have to cast it for.
Just for Storm.
No, I guess he's not gonna have to cast it for Storm.
No,
But
you can
yeah.
get a Past in Flames off of the. He has the 5-mana tutor, right?
Dark Petition?
Yeah, he can go get
he
Pass in
doesn't.
Flames
He
off of
doesn't need
that.
this ad nauseam. But yeah, being in his hand made it so that his Infernal Tutor wasn't able to do it.
Cabal Ritual. Storm 5, go to 6 black.
Cyrus'
Cabal
deck
Ritual.
certainly is cooler than most.
Storm 6, go to 9 black. Dark Petition with Spell Mastery, so essentially costs 2.
So go to 7.
Go to 7 Storm, 7 black. I find Past in Flames, Crack Petal for red, Past in Flames. I have a lot of black floating, and we do it all over again.
Yep.
And we go now. Cyrus can't go Hellbent.
So yeah, he's gonna go.
But
well,
he
no,
does-
he can't.
He can Dark
Duress
Petition
is-
again.
Yeah.
Oh, he can Duress.
Yeah, he can go. Ritual, Dark Petition. Win.
Yeah, and then Dark Petition will just fetch Tendril of Agony. And he's got more than enough black mana here.
Yep.
So Cyrus is going to go through the motions. Ritual, Tendrils, Storm 10, or Petition, Storm 10. Looking. Tendrils.
I thought I put this in here.
11 drills.
Hey, look, I got there.
Yep, that was it.
11
So
drills.
lucky.
I don't know if that was luck.
So lucky.
He did cantrip a couple of times.
He had this card that he cast it and his opponent died.
Yeah, that's called Walking Ballista.
Is it-
What do you?
So
Is it
Exactly.
possible for us to get their deck list, or the judges doing something with them?
Let me see.
So as far as I know, this is still the Rodrigo special out of Cyrus, meaning that he's got, I believe, 2 Chain of Vapor. I know the Rain of Filth is main deck. I can't remember what else, but obviously he's on the Abrupt Decay plan. Hey, okay, Empty the Warrens, Abrupt Decay are 2 of the cards that I just saw.
Okay.
And he's doing the old let me shuffle
everything
75
in,
cards and then I will sideboard out.
and then take out 15.
Yep.
Like I kind of agree with the mentality of that way sideboard, but I just am too lazy.
Yep, I can understand.
We have the deck check box.
The
Cool.
deck check
Mind
box.
switching with me?
Not at all.
Yeah, we're gonna dig out some deck lists here.
All right. We'll check out. Let's look for. Let's find some Merfolk decks.
Montoya?
Or sideboard, yeah.
Yeah.
Montoya. We already switched. 1-0.
So sideboard wise for Cyrus, if he is playing green, Xanath Swarm's kind of a nice option.
And then a Corman Gill is. Corman Gill.
All right, let's see here. Thomas playing fish. We see 2 Back to Basics, 2 Dismembers, 1 Echoing Truth, 3 Relic of Progenitus, 2 Sorcerer's Flygas, 2 Fluster Storms, 2 Venser Shaper Savant, 1 Surgical Extraction. Cards I like. Echoing Truth is kind of a necessary evil if there's goblins, but he has to hedge how much he wants to side in over how much it could be a bad card. Relic seems good. Surgical seems fine. Fluster Storms are definite. We learned earlier that Spyglass does not name mana abilities, so probably not Spyglass. So
Did
3,
someone
4,
play it
5,
against a
6.
food chain player?
No.
I've had that happen before.
The Venser Saber Chiffon might be too slow. It's kind of cute, but I think 4 mana is quite a lot.
You can take your vial up that high.
That is true. If the vial does get up to 4, you have access to Venser that already has Flash. But I think if I was playing this Merfolk deck, Relics are good, Surgicals are good, Fluster Storms are good. And
I think Cyrus is like, I'm glad that I brought 3 Echoing Truths, 2 Hercules Recalls, 2 Chain of Vapors, and a Massacre.
Ooh.
Do you think he's bringing in Massacre?
I would, right?
It's not free,
It's not free.
and there's Lords.
Yeah, but you blow up all the lords and it kills everything, right?
If there's 2 Lords, it blows them nothing.
It blows up nothing. You're
Yeah,
right.
because they're all 3/3s. It might be a little bit of a weird liability.
I don't think Massacre is good here. I think it's great against some matchups.
I like.
I mean, the Abrupt Case are also amazing.
Do you bring in
Like his
Hurkyl's in this
sideboard,
matchup?
all of his sideboard is potentially sideboard inable.
I think. Well, I don't think he would bring in Flusters for one. Counters other Flusters, I guess.
Yeah, it's just strictly there to deal with other Fluster Storms.
I think minimal sideboarding from Cyrus would be ideal. Either Echoing Truth or
Hurkyl's
Hurkyl's.
Recall is definitely coming.
I need to get there.
Oh,
Come on.
wait.
Trade.
Yeah. I have to go, or else
Count it.
So, what about Abrupt Decays for Cyrus? Is that good?
I don't think you need to interact with any of the creatures.
We did. Cyrus did see the Chalice come down, but
Yeah.
that's what Hurkyl's are also.
Yeah,
is also
Hurkyl's or Echoing Truth just to bounce and then just ignore the creatures.
Yeah.
I guess there is a potentially problematic 1/1 that 4 spikes.
The Curse Catcher. There's 3 main board. Ooh, 1 Mistcaller. That's the 2 mana. That's like the new Lord, right? Mistcaller.
No, Mistcaller is a 1 mana 1/1 that does it give you Leyline? No.
I actually don't know.
It's from M19, I believe.
Don't tell your features.
wasn't. Yeah.
Oh, so it's like a pseudo weird containment priest effect.
Yeah, Mistcaller is a one-shot containment priest.
I mean, it's a 1/1 for 1, and it's also a Merfolk. It might just have to stay in.
I think it stays in because it's a beater. You want to go fast.
The Merfolk Tricksters, they don't affect this board state, but they are creatures. Maybe you can trim some.
I'm okay getting rid of those for Flusters.
I'm looking here. I don't see any Master of Waves, which is sometimes you see that as the top end for a lot of Merfolk decks, but no Master Waves here. Just 4 Forces, 8 Travails, 4 Chalices main board. Alright. So players are all shuffled up, presented. We're going to take a look at their 7s, see if their hands are favorable. And then Thomas will be on the play because he is down a game.
He doesn't look like he has many lands, but he has Chalice and Venser and Flusterstorm.
Oh, left in the Vencers. Alright. Or boarded in the Vencers. Interesting.
Ventures could be interesting in response to Infernal Tutor.
You can bounce a land?
Yeah,
With
make
Venser?
them,
Yeah.
and make them search a land.
Yeah, so in response to Inferno Tutor after they crack their LED, you Venser in, bounce their land. But both players are going to mull down to 6 here.
People not a fan of Cyrus's Underground Sea white bordered.
1 black border, 1 white border. Everybody just needs to have their black bordered dual lands.
So if Cyrus gets the store credit tonight, he can certainly go to ChannelFireball.com and pick up a black border duel.
That is true. And then people can stop telling him about it.
Yeah.
Or if he wants the attention, he can just leave it. Alright.
Now would be a good time. I think there's a sale for 7% off. There you go, Jeremy. You said it. 7% off.
Alright.
All right, 6 and 6.
Yeah, both players going to 6.
Couple islands, couple merfolk. Seems like that's what your hands normally do.
Both players going to keep their 6. Thomas Scry to the bottom, Cyrus Scry to the bottom. Island go.
Cyrus develops with a ponder? Or is he has a few rituals. I'm not sure he's ready to set up.
Didn't look like a turn 1 kill to me. Also, after sideboarding, sometimes a lot of these storm decks slow down just a little bit.
Notice which Underground Sea he fetches for first.
Black bordered first. The lucky one. Alright, so is he going to lead on Ponder or maybe a Thoughtseize? I didn't quite see one his hand though. Alright. Yes? No? Maybe? Pedal. Thoughtseize, just to lead things off. We see Venser, Silvergill, Adept, Silvergill, Adept.
So if you take an Adept here, you strand the other Adept.
Yes.
And
just knowing about the Venser is nice. Helps Cyrus kind of down the line. If it kind of comes up, then he can deal with it. But probably just take an Adept here, right?
Yeah. Player's pointing to island. I don't think he's gonna take island.
Wait, what did he take?
Wait. Oh. He
Took the other add-up. Yeah,
took
just
an
a
add-up.
little off camera there. There we go. There we go. Pretty sure there's a table judge too. All right. All right. Ooh, found a Master of the Pearl Trident off of the draw step. So silver will add up active in play, draw a card, replace itself. Cyrus untaps. Found a Misty. Let's go ahead and ponder.
If he finds, ad nauseum, I think we're going.
Oh yeah, and Cyrus knows from exactly how Thomas played it out that he drew a Master of the Pearl Trident. So no forces.
Well,
no,
he drew a card off of Silvergill. So
Silvergill, yeah.
There's one unknown, but Thomas does not have Forcible in his deck. He could be running. You know what would be a sweet card? Foil.
Oh, foil? Foil? Or just
Foil.
regular foil?
Definitely foil.
All right,
You have to combat all these foils from
All right,
Cyrus.
here we go. Cyrus is pulling out the storm counters. So Dark Grit, Storm 2 because he pondered, right?
Yep. Storm should be 2. Dark Grit.
Huh, Storm 2.
Cyrus, Storm Master, forgetting the storm count.
All right, Crack Petal for blue. Cabal Ritual. He has Thresh 4, 5, 6, 7. So Ad Nauseum. He's at 16. Pretty good life total to be for Ad Nauseum. I've seen a lot of players be very unlucky on Ad Nauseums, but let's see what the magic gods say here.
He's at 16 life. Let's count the total damage that he's taking.
Right.
So he takes 0 off of that.
Oh, good flip.
2 off of that.
Ooh, brought in a Erupt Decays.
Up to 3 damage.
Right.
Up to 5 damage.
Tutor's good. Ooh,
Up
passive
to
flames.
9. 10, 11 damage. So he's at 5 life points.
Yeah,
he's wondering, did I board out my Dark Petition? Could I die? Oh, there's my Dark Petition.
Board out Dark Petition.
All right, so I cannot die right now.
So just double checking. So down to 5. Down to 4.
4. Could die off of a Tendrils now.
Is this enough? He has the LED. Looks like Cyrus is going to stop on the Ad Nauseam at 4. Use the blue to ponder.
You need just to pad his storm count, which we know that storm is actually 1 higher.
Another LED for Cyrus. Drawing that LED. Play my LED.
Up to 6.
6. Play my LED.
Second LED up to 7.
Dark Grit. 8. Infernal Tutor. Storm 9. I assume he's going to hold priority in Crack.
Yep. Has to pay properly.
Hold priority, crack one of my LEDs, discard these cards. Make red. Inferno Tutor will resolve. I am now Hellbent, so it is a 2-mana tutor. And 6, 7, 8, 9. Tendrils.
Tendrils, you.
Yeah, Cyrus got it. Tendrils. Unfortunately, Thomas didn't draw up any permission spells. Just a lot of little attackers. It's not quite enough. No chalices. No flusters, unfortunately, or no forces, unfortunately. But yeah, Cyrus going uncontested. If you get Thoughtseize and you have no way to interact, and well, let's go.
Mostly unsurprising there.
A little bit.
I mean, Thomas really had very few cards to interact, and unfortunately, a mulligan to 6 in game 2 just couldn't find anything.
Yeah, and it seemed like it wasn't the best 6, right? It was just kind of like a little anemic, and it was like, well, maybe he was in the mentality, well, if I'm only to 6, maybe I don't want to mull a 5.
Yeah, it was an okay 6, knowing that Cyrus was on 6. Hopefully, Cyrus could not kill on turn 2, and you can cantrip into some disruption for turn 3. But not the case.
Yeah. All right. So Cyrus moving on in our top 8. If we have another match that is still going on, we will try to slide them into the feature match area if they're like in between games and all that stuff. But for now, I believe we're just kind of sitting tight.
Moving Kibner and Komanowski into the feature match.
Oh, okay. Okay. Who's on which side? We never know.
We don't. Well, we don't.
Okay, so we're gonna get a sneak and show mirror.
Kibner and Komanowski.
Yes. So we can definitely put sneak and show.
It's Alex.
Alex Kibner.
Alex Kibner.
Sorry here. And then Komanowski is like here.
Alex on the right.
Okay. Are they going to game 3 or going to game 2?
I'll go find out.
Okay.
Sneak mirrors are good.
That'd be 2 ships passing in the night.
Max. Double X. Komanowski.
They're going to game 2.
Going to game 2. Wait, who's up at game 10? Kubo, come back. I have so many questions.
Kubo, our friendly helper and producer.
Now, they're all going to game 2, so that means that they have finished game 1 only. Personally, I would like Alex to have been up a game because his deck is way fancier and more expensive.
Well, I would like to see Alex's deck as much as possible. So hopefully, Alex. Well, either way, let's hope for a game 3.
Let me go
Show
see
me your match.
who is actually up the game.
It was Max.
Was it Max? Oh,
Yeah.
okay, perfect.
Yeah,
Everything
yeah.
Max. Everything worked out.
So sneak and show mirror.
So we saw
Can you look for-
Alex's
They're not in
sideboard.
there. So you guys either.
Oh, you
have
know,
it
what? I
or
think
you
I
don't.
still have Alex. Nope.
'Cause they're not in here.
Alexander Drew, Ricky Shannon.
I did check
Drew,
these before I came in.
And we don't have Kibners in there.
They might have pulled. They might have been doing deck check stuff.
They're not in here. They're not in here. Maybe a judge out there has them.
Oh bother.
I can go check.
No, it should be okay.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah, so
we'll leave the sneak and show mirror.
so off the top of our heads, the
So
key
Sneak
cards
Show's
in
gonna
this.
be in the top 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So key cards in this matchup: Flusterstorm, Spell Pierce,
Sneak
and
attack.
usually show and tell is cited out.
Yeah.
Usually, I've seen some people leave them back, leave
Yeah.
some number in because if you play a show and tell and you put in you put in anything and your opponent puts in an Emrakul, they get to attack first. So it tends to be bad.
Well, if you put it in omniscience, you generally win that.
Yeah,
interaction.
that's why I see some versions. Some people leave in some number, like some small amount number, just so they have access to omniscience.
people in the chat asking only combo. No, we do have elves.
Why is that playmat in the middle of the table?
Elves
Because
combo.
elves is not combo. But we also have death and taxes, which hopefully elves just slaughtered, defeated. Oops.
Oh, there we go.
Playmat.
Yeah.
Thank you, Judge.
You keep getting up and then are immediately sat back down essentially.
Sit down.
And
no
then
fault of your own.
we have Zach Wong on lands.
Oh, Boseiju also a key card in this matchup. We know Alex is playing one mainboard run because we saw it earlier. I played against Max on Seeker Show before, so I've seen it. The question
Elves, not combo deck, guys. I play elves.
Combo deck.
Attack
He's
with
in
1/1s.
denial.
Ooh, as a foil miscut scalding card.
Is this Egypt?
Well,
'Cause you're
kinda-
in denial.
It is Egypt.
Alright. Volcanic Island go for Max.
I just channeled Bryce there for a second.
You.
I would actually.
So these matches might go a little bit long because you are needing to take out some weird symmetrical combo
So
pieces.
yeah, I think are we hunting for Flusterstorms,
Spell Pierces.
Spell Pierces, and Omnisciences?
Red
Maybe. Sneak
October.
attack is also very, very key here.
I do believe we are hunting for the Red
I
October.
mean, they also have access to like Pyroblast and stuff. So Brainstorm, let's say Brainstorm's good. Or maybe, yeah, Brainstorm's good. Basic Mountain, Flooded Strand. Oh, and I did not quite catch that last card.
Oh yeah, Brainstorm goes all the cards in my hand. Looks like Alex already has a Fluster rolled up. And Show and Tell, which is, again, a liability.
The only issue here is he needs to be able to find a way, not only through permission, because the decks are very, very similar, so he kind of knows what to play around. But if he does land a Show and Tell, he has to be able to kind of kill, like, on the spot. or at least be in such a position that he can win.
Is that also a pyroblast?
I think so. Yeah, there's a pyroblast in his hand.
That's pretty decent.
Is that? I'm trying to piece together all the blue cards. Arcane Artisan would be good in this matchup.
Yes,
right?
I think Arcane Artisan is also very, very good.
So, all right, looks like it was a show and tell instead.
Alex is really, really pondering over or mulling over this brainstorm. So, saw Volcanic go back another card. So, play a Flestrand, pass it back. Draw a card.
I think the hardest part of that brainstorm is your spells cost mana, and you're likely going to have to fetch away some cards.
Max going land go. No cantrips from Max.
But yeah, Max is not Pedal to the Metal.
Alright. Fetch for Flooded Strand. Second Volcanic. So the fetch is to clear the top cards of his library, and this is going to be a City of Traders. Is this a show and tell?
Heyo.
Show and tell.
Let's show down.
And Alex has 1 mana open. So
Impulse in response.
Ooh, Impulse.
Strong magic.
Strong response.
So Impulse
Is Max on Omni?
Yeah,
and not
Impulse
just
tells
Sneak and Show?
Impulse tells me that this could be Omni Show and not just Sneak and Show.
If this is Omni,
Yeah.
man.
There are weird hybrid versions of them too, so it's hard to say. Spell pierce your Impulse.
Okay.
Sneak and Show resolves. I put in Emrakul. I put in Omni. Do you have follow
Here's
up?
my better
Yep.
Emrakul because it time
Cast
locks.
Emrakul. Trigger. I get an extra turn. Okay, I'll take my second turn. Draw a card. Oh, he can attack and then cast another Emrakul.
Yep.
Attack you. Annihilator 6. Go down to 5. Trigger Max's Emrakul.
Shuffle.
Alright. Main phase 2, I'll play
Dollar,
this
dollar
Lotus
bills.
Petal through my Omniscience, because why not?
I don't think you need to announce that it's through your omniscience.
I think you just cast.
You have
Lotus
to send
Petal,
a
doesn't really
message.
matter. Yeah, you're right. Send a message.
So yeah, Alex is left with Fluster and Pyroblast. It's hard to say
There's
that.
a sneak attack.
Well, it's hard to say that Max has an out.
And it looks like Alex is opting not to just cast a second Emrakul. And
No,
just...
Alex just has Fluster Pyro.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah.
So it was a fluster. Alright, so
Gives him another draw step.
Alex going up 1-1.
Yep. Whenever Alex is on camera, people love his foil City of Traders.
Those test print cities, so fancy. Now he won strictly because of those test print cities, right? The power of the test print cities.
I mean, he is 1-1, so he was defeated.
Oh, that's true. He was defeated. Was there another person playing better test print cities?
Max is. I would say that no other player in the room should be playing Test Print Cities.
There shouldn't be. There's not a lot in existence, and apparently 2 of them are right there on the table. So, Omniscience, really, really good here. But seeing now that Max is going to be on the play and Alex is going to be on the draw, looks like players are not sideboarding for Game 3. Probably just content with what they have. The question is, how much did one player dilute their deck, or how many cantrips one person will have opposed to the other? Because we saw Alex did have a good amount of counters, Alex did have a good amount of cantrips, or Max just went land go, and then did nothing after, unfortunately. All right, so Alex consulting a 7, Max also looking at a 7.
So we got a Force, we got a Pyro, and cards.
Force Pyro and cards. Is that all you need to know?
I can't read.
Yeah,
I can't distinguish.
Strangely enough, the foils are
As you
just
tilt
kind of
your head
hard
and
to
squint.
read.
Yeah.
There's something about foils when a player holds up their cards. There's like a little bit more shine. It's a little harder to see for some reason.
Certain angles, yeah.
Where like if we look at Max's hand, it's about the same angle, but because there isn't a sheen off of them, they're a little bit easier to see. Looks like Max might be content with his 7. So if Max keeps his 7,
Yeah, you have to imagine he is advantaged going first and keeping 7.
So let's see if Alex has a better 6. 1 land, showing definitely a keep. Scribe to keep to the top. Island, Ponder.
How do we feel about this island?
Well, was that beta?
Beta or foreign blackboard.
Could be fancier. Could be better.
Could be fancier.
All right, so shuffle off the ponder, and Max will get a blind draw off this ponder, and then it'll be Alex's turn.
So I have an interesting theory that I want to run by you guys. Sneak and show players and storm players, let's categorize them as basic island combo players versus miracles.
You were very heavy on the basic part of that basic island combo.
So here's
So you're calling them basic combo players.
Yes.
And the island part is just because that's the color of deck.
So-
you play.
if your opponent fetches basic island and goes ponder, how do you distinguish if they are a control deck or a combo deck?
Oh, if it's miracles, I'm expecting snow-covered plane or snow-covered islands.
Snow covered. Okay, that's a tip off. My theory is if it's fancy, cool, like anything flashy, combo player.
Because they gotta flex in multiple ways.
Yes. And then if it's like I just picked these up out of the draft box, that is a miracles player. Miracles players have played some of the like ugliest basics I've ever seen.
Oh, that's true.
Anyone else? Anyone
Absolutely.
support that theory?
Miracles players and graceless players.
Alright.
They're the same ilk.
Alright.
Just
Let's
no
say-
respect for.
Let's say Alex had a bit of the same
Proper
draws.
basic land.
Yeah, proper basic land choice.
Yeah, let's
So
say
I
Alex.
have a question though, back to basic combo players.
Yes, basic combo
Are
players.
elves basic forest combo players?
We play basic forests and
Ooh, show and tell.
could
for
be
Max.
classified as combo, which I would disagree.
Show.
Show with
All right.
fluster
Looks like
backup.
it's gonna resolve.
Yep.
I put in sneak attack. I put in Gristlebrand.
Here's a sneak.
Activate sneak attack.
Yeah.
Make a red.
Do we have any stifles?
There's an
No stifles.
put in Emrakul.
Yarr.
Attack trigger. Wow, it's really weird that in the Sneak and Show mirror, I would assume that Sneak and Show would be the worst card you would see. But both these games that we
Sneak
saw,
attack
or show and tell,
Yeah.
Blah. Show and tell being the worst card in this matchup. But
You
this
just
show,
called out 8
this-
cards in
yeah.
his deck.
This
This
show
that's
and-
the worst card.
These show and tells has surprisingly been like very timely. So Annihilator trigger. So Alex wanna draw some cards, but then he dies the Emrakul. He has to just go to 5. Not even gonna crack those
Wait, are we
fetches.
shuffling the graveyard?
Trigger.
Come on, there's a trigger.
Trigger.
Yeah, Max.
There he goes.
There we go.
Triggering.
Wait,
Wait.
no.
No, he's touching both zones.
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
What? Why is there no trigger off the Emrakul? Can you miss that trigger?
You can't.
You can't miss that trigger. Do we need to tell a judge or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold her head out. Judge. Emrakul trigger. In the graveyard. Unlikely to matter. Alex would need a lot to pull back.
Yeah, we are at Comp REL, so GRVs do add up.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so they're gonna pause the match a little bit here. There wasn't.
We can talk about more basic X-Land combo players.
Yes. Okay,
So do we call Ruby Storm players basic mountain combo players?
Are they the most basics because they played the most basics?
potentially.
Looks like
We call Death and Taxes basic aggro basic planes aggro.
isn't it
players.
like basic angry white girls?
I definitely heard slightly less.
Looks like Cunning Wish Resolve.
Oh, this
and-
is intuition for red mana.
Ooh, Intuition for Volcanic Island.
Volcanic
Island.
Volcanic
Island.
Oh, we
Yeah.
didn't even give him the unlimited one.
Strictly better than Lotus Petals,
Right.
because Lotus can be countered.
Right.
So we did do, well, we handled the miss trigger, as you pointed out. The opponent chose to not resolve the trigger. So
Okay. All right.
Cool.
Thank you. So trigger was missed. Judge said, "Okay, we would like to back up and try to put this trigger on the stack. Would you like to put trigger on the stack,
So
Max says-
not backup.
or not back up?"
So we how mistriggers work like that is the trigger is gonna go on the stack if Alex wants it to.
Oh,
So
yes.
Alex has the option. Hey, do you want to resolve this trigger? And Alex said, Nah.
No, yeah. So get Volcanic Island, get Red Source, activate Sneak Attack again, attack, and that is game.
Rip.
So how that missed trigger can function is the City of Traders in both players' decks. This has happened to me before. My opponent plays a land, does something, and then we catch it. Hey, the City of Traders is supposed to be sacrificed. And then the judge comes over and asks me, all right, opponent, you decide, do you want the City of Traders trigger to go on now, which they can float mana and respond to, or do you want them to miss it, which their City of Traders is now in play? So that is the one instance where this missed trigger, re-adding it to the stack, doesn't feel like a good fix.
I guess it also the Emrakul trigger also doesn't really affect the board state. Also, there are no cards drawn.
There was a card drawn.
So there was one card drawn.
Yeah, and it was actually the Cunning Wish.
Ooh.
So if that shuffle would have happened before that was drawn.
Oh, interesting. But Max sneaking his way through to top 4.
Did we haven't had a dad joke all day, and that's the dad joke you give?
I'm hungry. I'm tired. There's not enough energy for dad jokes.
Go get a slice of pizza.
Ooh, that's a good point. That's still out there, isn't it? All right, so we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna have a small break. Then we're gonna have our top 4.
Yeah, we're gonna have a top 4, assuming so. Cyrus is in it, so we're guessing no split.
Yeah.
But you never know.
Cyrus, Sneak, Elves,
and
Lands.
the
right?
winner of lands versus.
Let me check. It's right out here.
Okay. We're good. So yeah, we're gonna check on the 4 matchups.
It was Lands, and I'll double check on the Elves matchup.
It should be done.
They're still right there.
Yeah, he's elves, he's Devin Dexys.
I think they finished as well.
They have finished?
I believe they did.
All right. So yeah, Zach on lands, John on elves, Max on sneak and show, and Cyrus on.
Yep, Elves just won it. 2-1.
Cool. All right.
So yeah, Elves, Lands, Sneak and Show, and Ad Nauseam Tendrils. And so we should see.
So we have 2, 4, 6, and 7.
Although one and 7 played the first game, and so there's some weird things in pairings.
Yeah. So we're gonna pause for a sec. We're gonna figure out what our next matchups will be, and we'll be right back.
Okay, we have our top four.
I
We
guess I'll come back in
yeah,
here.
so
So you have someone with you.
Alex gets to stay there, and he's playing
No,
against.
Max gets to stay
Max
there.
gets to stay there, and he's playing against
Jonathan,
John
Jack.
Kendall, who is on. Oops.
So we have picked out our matchup.
We're watching Elves versus Ninja.
Hooray!
It's slightly better than Ant versus Lions.
Yeah, it's slightly better.
Well, I did get a chance to speak to John earlier, and he said on the day he is 2-0 against Sneak and Show.
Nice. Let's see if it holds up.
But his opponent did thank him for giving him tips on the matchup.
I have no idea how that is the case.
As a resident basic forest combo player.
Yes, as a resident basic forest combo player, as I've stated in the past, I have played maybe about 15 matches against the card Show and Tell, and I'm about 1 in 14. It is a very difficult matchup. Game 1, you're almost cold, and then game 2, you just have like piles of discard. Hopefully you can snag a combo piece, slow them down, but depending on what Sneak and Show has in the sideboard, they could run, for whatever reason, people like to run Grafdigger's Cages, they like to run Pyroclasms, the instant speed one, Kozilek's Return.
Kozilek's Return so good.
Yeah,
I've seen some versions of Sneak also play like 2 Grim Lavamancers.
Yeah, they could run Grim Lavamancer.
I play a thing in the ice in my sideboard, so.
So it's just like the main deck is
World is
already
not the
impossible to beat. Plus, Sneak and Show brings in cards to slow you down.
But
But
Max is playing. He's playing the Cunning Wish for those cards
Yeah, like
in his sideboard.
okay, so yeah, maybe he has just like less sideboard space. So games 2 and 3.
The Kozilek's Return exists in the sideboard, so it's essentially in the main deck anyways.
True. Do we have his deck list?
is the
No.
accordion not here? Is it backed up? Oh, it's right there.
It's right there, but it's not
Oh,
in there.
you're right. Oh, it wasn't there earlier when we looked.
Yeah.
The judges might have pulled it out to do like deck checks for top 8 and stuff. And then they might not have just put it back.
Oh, judges.
All right. So,
So our
who's the
match
highest?
here.
John's the highest seed, right? So he gets to play first? Or he gets to choose?
Max is the high seed.
Yeah, Max is number 2.
Oh, okay. So he gets to play first.
And then Lance.
Whoa,
gets to play
whoa,
first.
whoa,
John
whoa,
Kendall.
whoa. Scott shuffle again.
And John Kendall was the 5, I believe.
There you
No,
go.
the 4.
John waving hi to the chat, or waving hi to stream.
4.
Oh, Max. Your name's too long.
It is too long. Just gonna be Max now.
There we go, Max.
Max
So,
There's a
On-
Netrunner character that is named Max.
2. Max 2, the second Max.
Just Max with
Okay.
2 X's, but with 2 X's. That's what
You
Hinting
just have never seen a 2X Max before.
I have never seen a 2X Max before, except a Netrunner, and now
He's taking the X to the max. There you go. I did it for you.
We've hit our quota of dad jokes.
So,
All right.
yep. Show
Good.
us,
John
show
being
us
John being a good
the,
sport.
terrible cards.
Being a good sport here.
Actually, this hand is not terrible.
yeah, wireward symbiotes and everything. The more X's,
you don't have to do
You-
that, guys. Why did they do it? No, you don't
they're
have
so
to
nice
do
to
that.
us.
No. Why would symbiotes are not good at this?
I think
matchup.
they're actually just having fun there, so just kind of goofing around a little bit.
Yep. So on the second feature match, the other side of the semis, we have Lands versus Storm.
And Lance is going first.
Miserable matchup for lands.
So it looks like Cyrus, Mr. No Splits, will make his way to the finals and crush one of these opponents.
Now, fun fact: Cyrus is playing against Zach Wong, who has an undefeated record against Cyrus. Random fact:
How many
So-
times have they played?
like 12,
Okay.
something like, or like 5 or something like that.
Cyrus, no splits, Corman,
So-
Gill.
All right.
Nice.
Ooh.
Let's see, Llanowar
Basic
Elf.
forest.
Are we green sending? Yep.
Is that
Oh,
Finhorn?
God. That's a Finhorn Elves, right?
Yeah.
It's Llanowar Elves. It's the same thing. It's Elvish Mystic.
There's 3 copies of differently named Llanowar Elves.
And what if your opponent plays a Phyrexian Invoker and then names Llanowar Elves, and then you play Finhorn Elves, and then you laugh?
Exactly. You win. Finhorn for the win.
So Max is setting up for a wish into turn 3 kill.
Probably.
Seems very good. I mean, he doesn't have to worry about any permission. There's probably not a lot of hand disruption main board. So he just has to, not mess up.
Do we have a glimpse in our hand? I would love a glimpse.
Have we decided that Elves is the deck that we're rooting for at this point? Is that what's going on? We
Elves?
have a glimpse in our hand?
Yes. I'm sorry. Am I a biased commentator?
I'm just going to be a contrarian and vote for the deck that's going to win this game.
Isn't like most commentary bias?
I mean, John is.
Ooh, Nettle Sentinel? Or not Nettle
You
Sentinel.
know what he should
that's
do?
why
Wirewood
He should
Symbiote?
totally bounce this Llanowar Elves to untap the Llanowar Elves. And then
Unfortunately,
recast it.
you cannot target Llanowar Elves. If you bounce it, you cannot target it because it's already gone.
Ooh, another one.
Straw Magics.
Gaia's Cradle makes 3 mana.
Ooh,
Yeah,
uh-oh.
I think we are
Sylvan Library, 1 mana
okay,
floating.
1 mana floating.
Spoop-a-doo.
So is John kind of relying on maybe if I don't die, I'm in a good position?
Yeah, I think he's going for turn 3 kill.
Alright. Second symbiote.
Third
Or third
symbiote.
symbiote. Lots of symbiotes.
Wants to send a turn
All the
Cunning Wish
bugs.
for a Kozilek's return. Just
All
to
the
laugh at
bugs.
his pain.
Cunning Wish finds an instant, is that right?
Yep, instant.
Alright, so there's no instant that can quite get him mana.
Kozilek's return.
True. But Max does have he does have combo enabled if he just had enough mana.
Oh, I guess.
Oh, he has
Going to
through the breach.
Through the breach.
Yeah, that counts.
Surprise. Spread my vote.
Alright. Max thinking about, he's going to get through the breach here.
I did see another Soul End in his hand, so yeah, he's going to be definitely casting this and blowing up
1, 2,
John's board.
3, 4, 5, 6. John's got 7 permanents.
What, is he going to keep the Sylvan Library?
I would definitely keep Gaia's Cradle to throw him off.
Alright. So, second Soul Land, City of Traders for Max here. We just see a through the breach.
Oh. What am I tapping 5 mana for?
And game 2.
Hooray!
What if he puts in nothing? Like
Hold on.
What could be coming through this breach?
John, Flusterstorm, right now.
John's counting out his
John's
permanents.
counting permanents
There's
and
an Emrakul.
figuring out what he's keeping.
Combat attack
I think the best keep is Llanowar Elf.
probably is. Oh, dude, the look of distraught on John. Oh man.
He's.
That is utter despair. That is.
I have felt this. I've felt this many times. That is a look of how is it possible that I can win this game?
The answer is it's not. We're sorry, John. It was nice knowing you. But your
Itchy
opponent,
Fox would keep Library because you're at 5 life and
It allows
you'd
you-
want the extra card.
It allows you to scry every turn, sort of.
True. To make sure that you don't have any Progenitus floating to the top. That's one of the best modes of Sylvan Library.
No, Proggy, not now.
Go away and never come back.
Chat asking, why would you Kozilek's return when you can just attack him for 15 and also sweep the board?
Hey, I didn't think about Through the Breach, okay? Okay, chat? Despite me playing Omni with
Ooh.
Through the Breach in my sideboard.
John, keeping the Sylvan Library.
Strong play.
He will fall down to 5 off this Emrakul hit. Alright, take 5.
Shuffle.
15
Ooh,
trigger.
chat. Very nice. He remembers his trigger now
Remembered it this time.
after getting blown up by chat.
Alright.
I don't know
One,
if it was blown up
two.
by chat. It was more blown up by me.
Chat was also
Chat was blowing up too.
yeah,
Alright.
very
Adamant?
questionable.
I wasn't
about.
paying attention. Yeah, chat, chill your faces.
Alright. John's reading some books at the library.
It's a Sylvan Library.
The Sylvan Library. It's also made out of trees.
So the professions that exist in Sylvan
Are-
is librarians, lawyers, Sylvan Advocate,
Oh yeah.
and doctors, Safekeeper.
Oh yeah.
That's all that you can do. It's their Asian parents in Sylvia.
Ooh, I wonder what John's gonna do
Sylvania.
here. Right. So it's taking every single moment to try to figure out what he can do to get out of this precarious situation.
Pay 8. He actually can't pay. He
Yeah,
can pay
he
4
can
and
pay
go to
4.
1.
Yeah, unfortunately, you cannot pay life that you don't have.
So
All right, here
Fetch
we go.
go.
Dryad Arbor.
So the question I think John is asking himself now is, does he have more? Is there more coming? City Traders float 2, play a fetch land, sack the city, fetch.
There is in fact more coming, and I'm going to tell you
So,
right now. There's a
This is
sneak
a
attack.
sneak attack.
Sneak attack, but no creature.
No creature.
If he's playing, oh, there's no creature. I was like, that explains why he's tapping both the volcanics. Here.
Yeah, he doesn't want to lose extra life that he doesn't need to.
But having a sneak attack in play is nice. So it's like, oh, I just happen to find a creature, or I cantrip into like a fatty.
Yeah,
Then
especially
that's
when you're
it.
losing the City Traders anyways. Like, why not play it?
Yeah. Now, Elves usually plays like one main board Reclamation
Reclamation
Sage, right?
Yep.
And he's reading lots of books at the Sylvan Library.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard when he does not have mana in play.
All right, 1, 2, 3.
Because he can't both keep an extra card and fetch.
Oh, all these books. One of these books has to have an answer, right?
Maybe.
I love how John's keeping the Sylvan Library cards exactly parallel to the deck where we can't see it.
Yes.
Jerk.
Oop. Okay, it's going to take the 1 card, not the 1 life.
Natural Order.
That's a
Interesting.
start. Get you there.
Fetch, go to 4.
Maybe we have Quirion in play, so we're probably seeing Quirion into Green Sun for Dryad Arbor,
Yeah.
which will turn into a Natural Order next turn.
Ooh, seems solid.
Oh, never mind. John just says, do we not have Quirion in play?
Green
Yeah.
Sun 0.
Yeah.
Dryad Arbor.
Apparently not.
Why didn't John fetch? Because he really liked the books that he kept in his library.
He was maxed out on his library card, so you can only check out so many cards all at once.
Yeah.
Maybe does John have a Gaia's Cradle?
I mean, losing life in order
No
to check
cradle,
out
no.
extra books that's pretty intense.
Ooh, okay, so looks like we're going back to draw step after Max has played a land and passed. Still no fatty, no cantrips.
Yeah, he could find some way to get that Rex Sage now
he
that
does
he
have
has
a
mana.
hard cast Force of Will though,
But yes, we have seen a Force Will flash around in Max's
and
hand.
another sneak attack.
All right, so drawing the 1 card off the library.
I mean, honestly, I think John's
Birchlore Ranger.
best choice at this point is probably to just start
Right.
swinging.
So Quirion Ranger is the play.
Well, you can get extra mana here. 1.
Yeah,
Float a green.
I'm pretty sure John had that Quirion Ranger, so I think he missed the play of Quirion bounce to get Dryad Arbor last turn.
So Quirion Ranger, bounce a forest, untap Dryad Arbor. So he's floating 1. Ooh, go to combat.
Attacks for
Attack.
1. Got him. Got it.
Pass it back.
And he has Natural Order in hand.
Ooh,
not bad.
Max being a little unlucky. Looks like he drew an island there.
I mean, you're gonna play out the island, but the nice thing
Yep.
that Max has
Pass
is
it
he's
back.
got this Force of Will. So this Natural Order is just gonna be loss of
Right.
creatures.
Read some more books at the library.
Having fun isn't hard when you've got a Sylvan Library card.
Have you ever seen that? Did you see that Marshall Sutcliffe did that MTG Rewind about the Brad Nelson and BBD SCG Invitational?
I did actually see that.
Where BBD
I didn't
missed.
watch it, but I saw it go.
He
off.
missed like repeated, like extremely unlucky, just could not find a body and then lost.
Jeez.
Are we gonna see one of those here? Ooh, okay. Float a green off Dryad Arbor. Activate Ranger. Untap Dryad Arbor.
2 mana
replay
floating.
land. 2 green.
Tree.
John might be a little bit kind of keen into, maybe he has a force? No, but here's Natural Order. Sack my Birchler Ranger. Alright, here comes a hardcast Force of
5
Will.
mana.
Deals 2 damage.
I got so much mana.
Normally, Force of Will does 1 damage. This Force of Will does 2 damage.
Alright, another Birchler Ranger. Passes it back.
And John is set up. This is actually... Yes, okay. So this is a good spot for John. He just needs to rip another natural order off of Sylvan Library.
All right, untap. Library trigger. Can't forget
Yep.
that. It's very important here. Max, unfortunately, susceptible, kind of at the mercy of his own draw steps.
So it looked like John ripped second Quirion, fetch land, Craterhoof. Not good.
I think you just take the fetch land and
Shuffle away the
continue to
Craterhoof.
hope. Yeah.
Keep hoping.
Craterhoof, not now. Not now.
Stay down.
Down,
Down,
boy.
boy, down.
Not now. You come out to play later, I swear. Attack for 3?
Attack.
Yeah, get some pressure going.
It's 4 turns.
More bodies? Oh, fetch land that we saw
It's
earlier.
it's 2 turns. Max has 2 draw steps. If he bricks twice,
All right, draw.
show and tell.
Ooh, show and tell. Another dead draw.
He could show in an Omni and then Omni in a sneak.
Show and tell.
He's doing it.
Whoa,
Why?
Put in Omni.
Flex
put in
value.
sneak pass.
Oh, John, he missed bouncing a land to put it in off of show and tell.
Oh, missed out on value.
Does John not have?
Another Dryad Arbor.
Another Dryad Arbor? Yeah, I was expecting a second Dryad Arbor,
Rip.
maybe?
Rip.
It didn't already die, right? No, because we
No.
just had Llanowar
No.
Elves, Wirewood Symbiotes.
Yeah, 3 Wirewood Symbiotes. Maybe he's playing just 1 Arbor?
The more
Maybe-
sneaks, the better.
I don't know.
Yeah, I definitely think John
Sneaky, sneaky.
missed the valid line of return forest to hand to put it into play. You need to use all of the game actions against Sneak and Show
Alright.
because you don't have that many available.
Need some books at the library. I think 2 of those are forests.
Ugh.
I think.
The 2 cards are going back pretty quickly.
Oh, never mind. It's
We have
Quarian Ranger.
Heritage Druid, Quirion Ranger, X.
All right.
Attack.
If John wins this,
That would be very
I'll be a
surprised.
monkey's uncle.
All right, Heritage Druid. Pass the turn.
All right, now we're ripping Pendlehaven.
There it is, right off the top.
Come on.
So close.
Come
He could have cast it
on.
and taken another draw step.
So
Yeah,
close.
why did it turn sideways? Why didn't he just cast it?
I think Max put it into play sideways and was like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not casting it. I forgot this Omni's in play. Let me activate Sneak Attack. Oh, so close for John there. Nail biter.
Yeah, I mean, of all of the game ones, that was probably one of the best to watch, right?
That was an awesome
All of
game
us
one.
got
It was a very fun game one. Like, sometimes getting hit by an Emrakul is, like, fine. It's like,
Sometimes.
I'm just like, okay,
Is fine. He
like,
says.
I'm not dead. And I've seen a lot of people who, like, all right, I attack an Emrakul, and then they just literally drew nothing.
All right.
How many draw steps did Max have to find, like, anything? Like,
It was like 7.
yeah, like,
I think it was on 6. That was probably the 7th, maybe.
So he had Quirion, Quirion Natural Order, Birchhole Rangers, Land, Green Sun Zenith,
Heritage at the end.
yeah, Heritage. So yeah, I think that
yes,
was
like 7 draw
7.
steps for Max to finally find an Emrakul.
6
No
or
can-
7 draw steps. Yeah.
like, no cantrips, like, nothing. Didn't even thin the deck off of fetching.
Let's hear it, chat. Boo this man. Boo, Max. How dare you beat the army of 1/1s?
All right.
So
sideboard wise,
sideboard wise, John is a big proponent of a little creature. He is an advisor, Gaddock Teague.
oh,
So
so
I was
good.
thinking of the other advisor, who was also an elf.
Leovold.
Yeah, Leo. I call him Leotard.
I don't believe John is running any Leovolds.
I think the last time Leovold showed up in Elves was when we still had Deathrite Shopping, so it was actually fairly easy to
Yeah.
cast it. Now I'm sure it's not too hard, but maybe it's just like a little ambitious, unnecessary. So I assume Thoughtseizes, maybe Surgicals if he has them.
Surgicals would definitely come in. The best way to steal a game, well, the best way to steal a game is to just turn to your opponent.
Yeah, that's one way to do it.
I mean,
I've heard good things about that.
Elves has the capability of winning on turn 2, which I guess is why people in the chat
And deck also has the
and
capability of
people-
winning on turn 2. Sneak and show.
it could've
You know
been
how
on
good
turn
it is at
1.
that? Yeah.
I've been told before.
I guess that's why people call it a
We
combo
haven't
deck.
seen, honestly,
but
we haven't seen, I want to say Max is closer to Omnitel
Yes.
because we haven't seen any Lotus Petals.
and we've seen Cunning Wish and Impulse.
Yeah,
in
I
the
think
deck
it's close. I think it's more of an Omni-Tel deck than it is just a
that
pure
has
Sneak and Show deck.
sneak attacks.
Yeah, it might be this weird hybrid version. There are like weird mixed versions. You see like 1 Cunning Wish, 3 Omnis, 3 Sneak Attacks, 4 Show and Tells, and it's like a weird mix in between. Kind of gives you a little bit more play. Gives you kind of like the Cunning Wish Omni out. If he has Fire's Mind's Foresight in the sideboard, the Cunning Wish 4 maybe it gives him a kill on the spot. That's not ever cool.
Yeah.
It also Omnitel plays a little bit better against Caracas-based decks.
Yeah.
Sneak and Show usually just straight up loses to an onboard Caracas, but Omni
Sneak
gives...
attack is still can beat a Caracas.
Yes.
If you have enough mana and creatures.
Just 2 red, does it?
You're right.
Just put in all the
You right.
creatures. As many of the creatures as possible.
So yeah, John is likely just going to bring in a pile of discard and perhaps some surgicals. And he's a big fan of that advisor, as I mentioned. Gaddock Teague shuts down Force Will and shuts down
Sneak attack.
Sneak attack.
Yeah, it
Hard
does-
cast sneak attack.
It does turn off his Green Sun Zeniths, which is kind of a price you have to pay when you're
Turns
playing
off Green Sun
Zenith.
and Natural Order, so it is a hefty cost. Where are we located? We're in Santa Clara. We're in stormy Santa Clara. It is raining outside.
That sounds like Cyrus right outside the door.
Yeah.
And so I think it is
His
stormy,
red.
stormy Santa Clara.
Got a 100% chance of storm. Yeah, let's Saturday match is over.
Yeah, he won't.
Is John playing any chokes? But chokes probably aren't great in this matchup.
He's
Anyway,
on
right?
1 choke. Choke against Sneak and Show. Let's say John has an awesome hand and plays turn 2 choke. What can Max do? Oh, untap and kill. So choke is not good against decks that can just kill you.
Not as good.
All right.
I love when people resolve choke against Food Chain and they're like, yeah, I got this. And you're like, cool, Food Chain, win the game. And they're like, what?
I don't need my lands anymore.
Don't need these
All
things.
right.
Lands.
John will be on the play. Ooh, slow rolling that 7.
I see a black card. Is that a black card? John not on Archon. He is not.
Archon's so good though.
He is not a believer.
Oh, looks like John's gonna
Do
keep
you
his
need
7.
to teach him about his Lord and Savior, Archon of Justice? Is that what it
All
is?
right, Max pulling down
Archon
to
of
6.
Valor's
Valor's Reach. Yeah.
I have.
Do you have a few moments to talk about our Lord
Oh,
and Savior?
thank you, John, for
All
showing
right,
us
we
hand.
have the duress into surgical.
Strong.
Wait,
lands.
there were lands in the hand, right? I didn't see any.
I did not see any.
I know that I did see a cradle.
It's not tends to not be a really good
that-
turn 1 play.
that counts.
Okay, yeah. all
That
right.
counts as a land. You asked if there was lands. I didn't see anything else. You
Tell me
asked,
more.
did I see lands? I said yes.
Aha, yeah. Okay.
All right, I saw land.
I see.
John might be in a little bit of a predicament here. And
If
he's,
you're stuck in a pickle and you don't know what to think.
he really did. He really thought about that 7 too. Like,
I mean, he did slow roll it.
I mean, I would imagine that there is a bayou or
yeah,
a
there
fetch.
has to be a fetch land in there or something, right?
I didn't see it, honestly.
All right, so Max is gonna go to 6. Couple lands, Force of Will. Actually, that's a lot
That's
of
a lot
lands.
of lands.
3, 4, 5.
And Pierce.
3
Yeah,
lands.
ooh. Hand
4 lands, Pierce, Force.
hand doesn't do literally nothing.
It doesn't do a lot. And
But it doesn't
Yes,
lose
okay.
to duress.
it doesn't lose to duress, which is why I wanted him to mulligan it. Because John is absolutely duressing turn 1.
All right, Max mulling down to
You're a
6.
jerk. I just want Max to win this so he can watch the finals and go and eat food. I'm starting to feel kind of Richardish.
Yes.
Uh,
Like someone said there was a Wood of Foothills in that hand. I'm gonna trust the chat, which is sometimes a mistake, but I'm gonna put my trust in the
Sometimes
chat.
a mistake.
sometimes
Chat knows nothing.
I'm gonna put my trust in the chat and put my trust in John because he's in top 8 playing Elves against a terrible matchup.
hey, he's in top 4.
Oh, he's in top 4, yes.
This is the top 4.
John, we believe in you.
Yeah. And I believe Cyrus did win his, so he's going into the finals.
John, some of us believe in you.
So whoever wins this,
John,
will-
the important people have faith.
so whoever wins this match will go up against the final boss, Cyrus Corngill.
Never trust the chat. Wiser words never said.
I mean, except this message.
I am also a John. You can trust me. Trust all the Johns.
He's a regular John.
Cyrus 2-0'd. Can't lie on the internet. It's known. Okay, you're right. Fake news does not exist.
All right, Max, praying for a decent 5 here.
Trust.
Oh,
Okay.
dude,
Definitely not a.
what is that? 3 lands, 2 sneak attacks.
3 lands, 2 sneaks. I would keep that.
You're a jerk.
Fine.
You deserve. There is a special circle of
All right,
hell
let's
for
take
people
Max
like you.
Scried kept to the top. Ooh, confirmed. Wood of Foothills.
Oh, you know what's great against opponents that scry to the top? Surgical. Get them.
Duress, literally hitting 2 cards here.
Duress into surgical. Are we on to game 3 yet?
I'm done with this game already.
John, ooh, black mana floating.
I have 1 black metal floating. Oh, he's the ooh,
Power
Thoughtseize.
play. Power play.
All right, storm count 1.
Look at my terrible hand.
All right, take it. Wait,
Got him.
ask him where you scried. He's gonna point to the top. Be like, all right, shuffle it.
Surgical, your sneak attack.
All right.
Oh,
Black-
John
he-
gets to know what's on top.
He needs to flash the top card of the library.
John,
He needs to. No,
Is-
don't. Okay, good.
yeah, John is allowed to know if he wants to know.
Yeah. Do not,
No, Max is looking. Okay, 3 sneak attacks. Is there a 4th one?
John. Check the top. What would he keep?
Can we see what the top is?
It was
A closet.
Pyroclasm.
Pyroclasm.
That
All
seems
right.
fine. Yeah. So only 3 sneak attacks in this list. So surgical dealing with the sneak attacks no longer something that needs to.
So we're down
be done.
to 4 show and tells as the way to cheat in a fatty. Still good enough.
Seems solid.
Yeah, it was
Now the
only
nice
3.
the nice thing about surgical, you do get to double check your opponent's deck to make sure you got all the cards. You also kind of see what they sideboarded in. So gives them a little bit of hint. It's like, okay, gotta keep this in mind. Notice the pyroclasm.
So
anything
when
annoying.
Cyrus asked on Twitter, do you help your opponent by grabbing out the cards on a surgical extraction? Like, do you grab the card out of your graveyard, or do you let your opponent do it, unless they ask you specifically?
Out of your graveyard? No.
You let them either move it or ask you specifically to move it.
Yes. So, not for
Comp and pro RA.
yeah, not for mising value, but there could be a reason that they just want to take the other cards out and leave that one in. So
It's also true.
they could be doing something crazy, and I'm not going to play for them.
Yeah.
So
All right. So Max gets to draw step.
I have Flusterstorm. I've done that many times where I've surgicaled something and then not taken all of the copies for whatever reason.
Yeah, I've actually seen that happen too. Ooh, Finhorn Elves.
Why didn't he play that on turn 1? Come on.
He has a backup
Play
duress.
fair magic, John, okay?
All right. Max is gonna go ahead
Play
and
fair
ponder.
magic with your 1/1s.
Ooh, shuffle off that ponder. That was
Don't
a
play
really
unfair
fast,
Thoughtseizes against combo man.
This is really fast ponder for Max.
I feel I have a heart for combo players. Like, that is all I know how to play. The decks that I have built right now: Blackroot Reanimator, Omni's Hell, Food Chain,
Gross. All gross.
all disgusting. I am a despicable human being.
All right, so Max gets a blind draw off this ponder, and he still gets to play a land. So if he finds maybe another ponder or another cantrip, it's something for him to filter his hand. Draw. This thing goes a force
Looks
as
like
well.
force.
Land go. So let's see what John can do
Did
here.
we side out Dryad Arbor? Nope.
Fetch and step.
Dryad Arbor.
There's some cases where Dryad Arbor is just not good enough, so you
Yep.
bring it out against fast combo decks.
Fast combo decks, you said.
Yeah, against the guy who just has a bunch of lands and casts one ponder.
And I'm pulling you down to my level. Alright, so Dryad Arbor
Get
is
on
the
my
fetch
level.
target.
At the SCG team tournament, I played against an opponent who I knew what he was on. It was game 2. He went ponder, shuffle, turn 6, hardcast force, turn 8, lose the game. He was on Sneak and Show and just had all fatties in hand. So that is one way that you
Duress you.
kill the combo menace.
Probably
Does he
just
have
do
Fluster
you-
and
yeah,
Yeah,
he has
do you
Fluster Force.
Do you fluster this?
and make him tap out?
Yeah, I
Well-
guess he can pay. So
Well, if the duress resolves, he's probably just gonna take the fluster, right?
Yeah.
Maybe the 4.
well, but yeah, John can pay.
All right, so take the 4s.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think that makes more sense.
Trying to now, because he knows that Max has just Flusterstorm, he can make it as awkward as possible. Oh, look at all my creatures that I'm gonna play. What's your Flusterstorm in hand?
Awkward.
So Crane Ranger, activate Crane Ranger, bounce a land, untap Dry Arbor.
Play this thing.
Ooh, we're making a lot of mana now.
Oh.
So attack for 2.
So we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana next turn. So we're not quite there.
Where's our natural order?
Max draws, drew, did not quite catch it.
Another land.
Ancient Tomb, go. Let's see how much John can capitalize on this moment here.
If he rips a cradle, we are officially on to the next game.
I'll say a Misty instead.
Yep. So that will kill next turn. It looks like.
All right, Misty play, attack for 4.
Like it.
No pyroclasm. One time.
One time.
This time. This is the only time.
I think he's like 1 in 40 to hit a pyroclasm.
No, we
So,
have to. Oh, brainstorm. No.
Got him.
No.
Got him.
You know a pyroclasm is sitting on the third
It's
spot.
literally the third one.
Yeah, here goes a Brainstorm.
Right there.
1,
Fetch land.
2.
Gristlebrand.
Omni.
Omni.
Oh,
All right, Whiff City.
We built Whip City.
all right.
We
So he
built
has
Whiff
4,
City on
5,
rocket.
6, 7, 8. So yeah, John has Hardcast Hoof and through Fluster.
Let's say John's gonna end step fetch. Is this the second Dried Arbor, maybe?
If there's a second
Yeah,
one in
if
there.
there
Yeah,
is a
I,
second
I just I just saw the flash of the second one.
Oh, getting the Savannah instead.
How does he have a Savannah and no Archon?
I
Oh,
Yeah,
Gaddock
what is the
Teeg.
Savannah for?
Gaddock Teeg,
Gaddock
Oh,
Teeg.
it's just for Gaddock Teeg? Okay.
which will come in handy when he wins this round and faces Simon Corman Gill.
Cyrus?
Cyrus Corman Gill.
Cyrus
Right.
says.
Johnny has untap here. Draw a card. Natural.
Don't do that.
order.
I guess you could still pay through a Flusterstorm, but you have 8 mana. John,
Let's make a big hoofy boy.
well versed in elf math. But wait a minute, I guess that's not lethal because the hoof is the only creature.
It's the only attacking creature. It would be
Yeah.
+4/+4, and it'd be a 9/9
It'd be +5/+5.
or +5. Oh, because it counts itself. So it's-
Honestly, I would play the national order.
but John knows that it's there. So if he knows that it's there, he can play around it. So 1, 2, 3.
Yeah,
nope,
John
maybe
could
2.
John could easily pay for it. So
2 mana or 3 mana. Activate Korean Ranger, right? Yes.
Yeah.
Play a land. Float 2 more mana. Go to 5 mana. Activate Heritage Druid. Go to 8 mana. Oh, maybe not.
He is well versed in elf math, though. He found the line.
do we want to put our opponent to 4 life points?
All right, 8. Crater Hoof.
Crater Hoof.
Triggers. Gets really large.
Attacks for 9.
Swings
puts
on
him
in
to 5.
there.
Text for 10. 5 creatures.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it counts
Crater Hoof
itself.
counts.
So max falls down to 4.
Elf math.
Elf math.
And
Hashtag elf math.
John's in good. Now the Crater Hoof in play is actually nice for John because if Max like rips a
Pyroclasm.
the hoof just laughs in front of it.
Hoof just stomps on over.
All right, so Max gets a draw.
Through the Breach doesn't do it. Like, he'd have to... Well, I guess he'd have to Omni in the Gristlebrand.
He would have have to go full combo, right? Like Omni into
Yeah.
Gristlebrand, or need even another Emrakul to get like multiple hits. Omni into sneak attack, something I don't know.
Sneak attack is exiled from
Oh,
the
it's
game,
exiled
sir.
from surgical. You're right.
I wonder why.
Assuming he got all of them. Which he did.
Which he did.
I mean, he went through it, but
All right, Max gets the draw. This is a
Draw
this is
step
a destiny
Of
draw, right?
Destiny.
Oh, just the volcanic
'em.
scoop.
That was destined to not be good for him.
All right.
so I don't actually think putting Gristlebrand in play was good enough there because he could just natural order again, assuming there's a second hoof, and have easy lethal.
Yes.
All right. So
He's not wrong. it would be
The elf player is not wrong.
4. So 4, 5, so 25, 35, 38, and Max would be at a virtual 17, 7 from blocking and 7 from lifelink. So Elf Math says lethal.
So we talked about earlier during the, I think it was the Snake and Show mirror, where being on the play is very, very like good. So now that Max is on the play here, how much more is his percentage to win if he doesn't mulligan to Oblivion? Like he's
Much higher.
He's fairly favored, right?
Yeah, because the fact that he can either turn 1 or turn 2, and turn 1 having a spell pierce for whatever disruption John's gonna play, like that's pretty good.
So Elves is bad against decks that have Lotus Petals.
There are no Lotus Petals in this deck.
True. that is just a fact therein. There happens to be no Lotus Petals here. So a common play that Show and Tell decks can do is just like ponder into Spell Pierce or Flusterstorm with Lotus Petal backup and just kind of
0%
protect
chance
themselves. 0% chance? Yes. I love it. So, I mean, as long as Max finds a Force of Will and a Show and Tell, I think, assuming he has like 5 Jokers in his hand, that's almost enough.
Yep.
What kind of deck of cards you play with 5 Jokers in it?
I mean, that's what the Sneak and Show deck looks like. Just a bunch of nonsense, and it will kill you.
The nonsense kills you.
So someone hands you a deck of cards, you look at it, and it's just all scribbles and weird colored cards. It's like, what is this? Oh, FYI, they're laced with arsenic. No!
I'm gonna die!
Stupid Dumb Fox in the chat. Shout out to him.
That's Zach, who unfortunately lost his top 4 match.
Hope he wins it all. Hello, John Kendall. Elf.
I'm with Super Dumb Fox, so.
I mean, in the finals, we're either going to get Sneak versus Storm or Elves versus Storm.
And it's good for Storm.
And I mean, one is a black Storm deck and one is a green Storm deck.
So, I do not want to see...
Max plays Lotus Petal. We haven't seen a single one.
Yeah,
Right.
We don't have deck lists, but we have not seen one from him.
And he's playing Cunning Wish and Impulse, so.
Alright.
Impulse for Lotus Petal. That's a great play. Looks like players may have flipped over a card.
Yeah, might have accidentally flipped over a card. There's a judge nearby the table, just kind of consulting. It looks like because John has not looked at the 7 yet, just to conceal any like advantage or any extra information, just shuffle it all back, and just go to 7 again.
Players rooting for Max. That's like rooting for the favorite in football. It's like rooting for the Patriots or something.
It's like someone comes up to you and goes, "Woo, Patriot!" Like, why?
Yeah.
Why?
There's nothing wrong with rooting for the Patriots, guys.
All right, we found the Patriots fan.
I'm actually a Packers fan, but
It's so boring though. Like, we're in America. We cheer for the underdog. We have movies based around this.
Yeah, we cheer for the
all-
Browns.
wait, sometimes. I don't think anyone cheers for the Browns. I think people tolerate the Browns. Oh, we're from Cleveland. I guess our team sucks. Like,
All right. So
The
Jack
Patriots are great in the chat.
All right, Jack. John looking in his hand.
Brady is gas. Brady is gas. He's actually a really good football player.
So Max's hand. I
As an elf player, I'm definitely rooting for
fetch
elves.
9 Volcanic, Force of Will. Can't quite make out the other cards. FYI, guys, if you're in the chat, don't do all caps. There's an auto block thing. We have no control over it, so don't do all
Curly
caps.
Top Coffee. Browns are my team. Yeah, and you just tolerate them, right? I'm not wrong.
All right, Scalding Tarn go for Max.
The Browns are better than the Packers this year. You're also not wrong. The Packers have been terrible this year.
Is this another Thoughtseize? Maybe another duress?
Brady
I
is the
would
GOAT. Brady's okay.
Thoughtseize you.
Thoughtseize you.
Do we see another Thoughtseize surgical? But this hand's a little bit harder to
Whoa,
Thoughtseize.
whoa! Whoa!
That is a turn
Oh.
1 Gristlebrand or Emrakul.
No, turn two.
Turn two.
Turn 2 or turn
But it is not Thoughtseize proof. He did not find the second blue
Oh,
card.
you just take this show. You just take the show and tell.
Oh, of course, take show and tell.
Yes.
Hands down.
My expert opinion is take the card that kills you.
Take the card that literally wins next turn.
And hold on. before you go to your turn. Do we have any extra cards
Are we gonna see another
being
surgical?
cast this
Please
turn?
no.
John Kendall. Oh no, we're just
Right,
writing it down.
Just writing it down.
Okay.
Come on, John. Surgical him.
Finish him. Just watch as Max top decks show and tell.
Just a show and tell and just put
And
in.
it's like, whoops, my
Whoops.
bad.
Still had
Oops, I
all
win.
these.
Draw a card. Ooh, slow rolling that draw.
Ooh,
It's a
brainstorm.
It's about the same. It's almost.
Who
a
should you
brainstorm.
support in New England besides the Patriots? Good question.
I've heard that the Red Sox are from New England and that they are the enemy of the Yankees.
They are.
Ooh.
They are
Okay, Max
the
went
enemy.
land go, so John's gonna go ahead and deploy a Nettle Sentinel, and then Windswept Peak, pass it back. Max is gonna end step
Brainstorm.
brainstorm.
And John's hand
Hey, he does have Lotus.
Hey,
Petal
found
on the deck.
looks
Lotus
very
Petals.
weak.
Ooh,
Jeez.
Max's hand weaker somehow.
He found a forest, but it's just a lot of.
Luckily,
lands.
he's fetching stuff away, so I think that seems correct.
2 cards
I would
back.
definitely shuffle the deck.
Yep. Just
Get out of here.
clear the top part
Well,
of the
yeah,
library.
you cannot cast any of your spells.
Yeah, look, there's a show and tell on the very bottom of the library. Close enough.
Yeah, let's shuffle that to the top, and then
Yeah, I love
John
that.
John can cut it to the bottom.
Got to get it really mixed up in there.
John, please don't cut it to the bottom. Cut it to the top.
I have had a bunch of players before where it's like, okay, this is a 1-outer. I want you to cut the deck, so it's your fault. There's like, why does that have to be my fault? It's like, you cut it there. It's your fault.
I just shuffled, yeah.
Looks like Max is going for the 12, 13 ripples,
Thoroughly shuffling.
and
John also thoroughly
yeah.
shuffling this deck.
untimed rounds again. It's not like anyone has anywhere to go or anything.
The one nice thing about untimed rounds in top 8, when you're shuffling your opponent's deck, it does give you a small moment to think. It's like, okay, let me sequence my turn. Let me make sure that I don't get blown out about certain things. So
Top deck ponder, 1,
saw
2,
sneak attack.
3.
Saw sneak attack, 2 blue cards.
And ponder.
Sneak attack
Ooh.
looks good.
All 3 on top. Draw a card.
He's gonna ponder again. This allows him to float the sneak attack on top of his library.
Yeah, in case there's another Thoughtseize, or maybe even a Duress.
And John has boarded in Gaddock Teague, which would be awesome against hard cast sneak attack.
if he just gets a white source and just plays Gaddock,
Or we can green sun for it.
right?
Play your land, Max. Play your land. Do a barrel roll. Sneak attack.
Alright. Max, kind of consulting his hand here, passes it back.
Ah, I see.
Looks like he's sandbagging that City of Traders.
Does he still have a tomb in his hand?
He
We
has
kn-
a City of Traders.
Just city?
Well, we know he's found a Lotus Petal earlier. I don't know if he shuffled,
He shuffled
it
it
away
back
or not.
and he just found another Lotus Petal.
Okay, so if he's
Oh,
sandbagging it,
he has force.
He's got force pitch force.
Yep, we're done. We need 2 pieces of interaction. Maybe he won't counter a green sun for 2. He'll just think it's like a
yeah, what could he possibly find? All right, Cradle.
All
May
right.
the odds be ever in your favor.
Here we go.
Load
Glimpse
green.
into green sun.
Played Duress.
The rest works.
Is there another blue card in Max's hand in case that one of the
No,
horses gets
just
taken?
just
Nope.
force.
Nope, force.
Force, city, petal, creature.
So he's definitely thinking of, well, does he kind of see the line and
Right.
take this Lotus Petal instead of one of the forces?
Force pitch force, falling down to 18.
So by Max thinking that, he loses a life.
Max is a huge proponent of Gaddock Teague, and I would be shocked if he.
John?
John.
Sorry, John is a huge proponent of Gaddock Teague, and I'd be shocked if he just doesn't try and get it. Oh, do we have 4 mana?
Rangers,
1, 2, 3,
3 mana off Cradle.
4.
Yeah,
4
we have
mana
4
for
mana.
Birchler Rangers.
Do we think it's good enough? Nettle Sentinel can attack.
Natural Order. Trigger Nettle Sentinel gets on tap.
I think
Sacrificing
we're
is
getting
part
rid
the
of
cost.
Birchlore.
I would
Yeah.
probably agree with that.
So 3, 6, 7, 8, 13 life. That is not lethal. Are we natural ordering for a
Teague.
Gaddock Teague?
Teague or Hoof. If it's not lethal,
Hoof is not lethal.
Oh, so there's a hoof up to the front, but John's gonna consult the rest of his deck.
It's 3 plus
Gaddock Teague is
7.
Yeah,
now
those are the
also on
2
top.
cards up in the
Yep, Gaddock Teague up front.
front. Oh, look at that. He
So
is
it's-
deep in the tank
So it's
there.
13 life. Remember, Max pondered, kept, pondered. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pondered, kept, pondered.
Yeah. So
shuffled
what
it
else
in.
could he have? What else could he have? Like,
I mean, he could be sticking a sneak attack or a show and tell back on top. Like maybe
but
John,
hoof isn't good against that either.
Oh, he's going for the hoof.
So maybe
John.
maybe John thinks that because he didn't play, like because he didn't have
Hey.
a soul land or anything at the end of that turn, that he may have kept the soul land on top of the library.
That is a possibility.
and put
Or
whatever it is. in
or
his hand.
because Max just passed without playing a land. Maybe he missed a land drop. So Max flying down to 5, but this is it, right? Sneak attack, Lotus Petal, put in Emrakul. Oh, and all of this changed because John tried to apply pressure with the hoof and not get the Gaddock Teague, and that was it. That was like
Johnny
the nail.
boy.
That was like the nail in the coffin. Well, he falls to 1.
Yeah,
Which
and there's
falls
a
to one and has
there's
nothing
a
in
creature.
play.
Yeah. All right, Max not forgetting his Emrakul trigger.
And Max does happen to have the Gristlebrand in his
Yeah,
hand.
just flash the Gristlebrand. It's
Forest,
that's enough.
Metal Sentinel, and I have a Gristlebrand. Yep, that's it.
Okay.
Wow. Oof, John got punished there.
well played.
That is very unfortunate. Extremely punished there.
John claims that he beat Sneak and Show 2 times today, so completely just easy matchup.
3rd time's the charm, I guess.
Yeah, 3rd time his opponent gets there.
Wow. Oh man, I bet that is such a feel bad. And he knew the line was there too. Both the cards on top he was looking at, Crater Hoof, Gaddock Teague. Like one of these is the right choice, and just
Well, I don't think either is a right choice. I think if you know that Sneak Attack is on top, 1 is a better choice.
so Teague, like obvious choice.
So
Hoof.
so getting a Teague allows you to attack for 2, but you just have a 2/2, another 2/2, and a 1/1. And your hand is Forest. Because the hand is Forest, you don't really have a good follow-up. You don't have much added pressure.
I guess I don't have lethal now, but I have lethal next turn as long as I don't die. A little bit of a gamble.
Yeah, you're hoping that the Ponder... I mean, it's just so hard that Ponder Keep into Ponder Keep doesn't
has to be
find...
something.
Yeah, just something just like gas
Yeah.
right on top.
Like you see that and it's like, okay, he has to be floating something. Absolutely has to.
Maybe the Ponder Keep is to find Force of Will and Pyroclasm. I would guess that would be a line that Max could find those 2 cards and keep with the Ponders.
All right. Now the nice thing is we get to punch in the finals.
We get to punch in the finals.
But which side they're going to be on, we have no idea. So, finals. Reset this. And where's the map? Now, good job for Max there winning, I guess, sort of.
Winning, I guess.
Sort of.
So
So,
definitely not biased commentary in the booth today.
man, just if only you went for that Teague. But then again, they would have given Max a couple more turns.
Yeah, Teague would have been a much harder.
It's
harder
good in
line
that
to go with.
it's good in that situation and in within like a turn or 2. But then afterwards it gets kind of tricky. There's double. We saw him board in 2 Pyroclasms that could just easily deal with it. Could have just went show and tell and put in the sneak attack. Could have been a lot of things.
Yeah, show tell.
So very unfortunate for John there. But now going into the finals, we have Mr. No Splits Kill 'Em All, Cyrus Cormangill,
So
Magic Celebrity.
if you wanted to watch 10 rounds of Magic, you got your wish because Senior Cyrus heading to the feature match.
Once again, the judges asked if they were going to split. And Cyrus said, I actually have a really good story about a split situation. He's in the finals. Game 1 gets Trinisphered on turn 1, and his opponent's asked if he wants to split again, and he says, no, sir. Tendrils him twice in a row. Wins the finals.
All right, so Cyrus on the right, Max will stay on the left.
I mean, Max is king of the hill right now.
It is the showdown between two people with fairly long names.
And I did let Max know that chat had Cyrus winning. That chat is on his side. But Sneak and Show does get to go first.
Yeah. So,
Yeah,
who's
Sneak and Show higher higher seed.
now?
Cyrus was
Seventh.
seventh.
Seventh, yeah.
But you know,
So,
you
yeah,
know how this
so-
tournament goes. The low seed usually wins.
So yeah, he
Yes.
should have played Max in the first round
I agree.
due to a mispair. Some
something
word
happened there.
shenanigans.
Something interesting happened. Not
Thank
quite
you,
sure what
Ryan.
it was. All right, so
Let's see. Yep.
being on the play for Max,
Chat is for Max.
how's this matchup look?
What do we think, chat? Chat, who do we like? Do we like Max or do we like Cyrus?
This chat is for Max.
Now, also for some
Easy
nice,
Max victory.
some nice clarification, we have Cyrus, who is known legacy player, does a lot of legacy, knows his game. Max, I know, barely plays any legacy. I'm pretty sure he doesn't even own the deck. So maybe this is an underdog story.
Maybe.
Do you guys want to talk to John at all? Or?
Do we want to
Oh.
talk to John?
Yeah, while they're still shuffling, sure. John, come on in.
Yeah.
John, come on in, man.
So I had an interesting line.
Of getting
we,
Galactic?
we were
Yes.
there with
Oh,
you.
yeah. No, we
so
actually wanted
the
you to
thing
get
is, now I'm
Galaxy.
thinking about it. I think it was more incorrect to go get Hoof, because if I get Teague, if he's forcing something like my duress,
Mhm.
that should be a dead giveaway that he has something, right? And so thinking about it now, I think Teague might. I mean, obviously it feels worse to have lost that way.
Yeah.
Because if he gives him one turn to find it, but him forcing that, it should be like a dead giveaway, because he would be like reluctantly let it resolve and then allow me to take whatever it was, and then I would natural order, and then he'd be able to force.
So, I mean, the wrinkle that we saw
Okay.
is the Sneak was on top.
Oh, it was.
Yeah, we saw it off double.
So,
we saw it off
so
Ponder.
he went Ponder Keep.
Okay. Yeah, I know, he had the double ponder turn.
So we were trying to figure out what is a scenario where he doesn't keep
Why
a
was he
kill.
so scared of duress then?
Probably protect information. Probably hide his hand a little bit.
Yeah.
So he gets one less turn. Yeah.
So if he keeps the Lotus
I
Petal,
think that was wrong. Then.
if he keeps the Lotus Petal, he can kill you.
Right, but still, I think the potential of me going natural order and then killing him.
Oh, we got a game. All right,
Anyways,
so
Yeah, game has started. So
that's I don't know.
chill with us.
yeah, come hang out.
We appreciated the finally we got to see some elves
Yes.
on camera.
Yeah. Did you guys enjoy the Sylvan Library?
Oh, that Sylvan Library
yes.
off from that Emrakul hit.
You nearly winning that game.
You
So
maxed out your
close.
library card,
Yeah.
just like kept going back.
Well, the worst was having only the fetch land in hand, right?
Yeah.
And then not being able to the first
Ooh.
turn be
So
able to get shuffle away the
Alright.
that natural order on top.
it's like Max just playing two
Yeah,
lands.
it
go.
was. I was
Oh,
surprised
I think
that you even
I think
kept.
Cyrus is going
uh,
for it
library.
here.
Yeah.
I figured a lot of people would be surprised.
I thought best keep was Lenore.
All right, Cyrus
Yeah.
leading on a Lotus Petal and then playing Duress. Max's went
I
land
didn't think I was
land.
gonna win if I kept Lenore Elf. I needed to see cards.
I mean, but you couldn't shuffle.
Right.
Like you were at 5, you couldn't take an extra draw.
Right. But
So
I needed to. Yeah, I don't know.
I
It was a tough
like your
decision.
line. I like your line.
Okay.
I think Max is contemplating a Spell Pierce on this Duress.
Interesting.
In game 2,
Right,
when you hardcast the hoof,
Yeah.
you could have natural ordered
Of
paid,
course. Yeah.
and
I just was like, rather than lose the potential to cast Hoof the next turn in case he drew anything, I wanted to just cast Hoof there.
Alright.
And then he had Ancient Tomb, so if he tapped it and fetched,
But he would
he'd
only
kill
go to-
himself.
you would only go to 4.
Right. But he would kill himself. So if
Ooh.
he tapped on his end step to find anything,
Oh, if he
Yeah.
ends up. Okay.
yeah. So I
Alright,
figured he
so-
had Cunning Wish or something.
All right, Max is Spell Piercing this Duress, and Cyrus is gonna fetch in response.
So we might get a Dark Ritual, right?
Yeah, Dark Ritual, paper Duress, and then kill you.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
Cyrus's hand is very good.
So I was surprised because I would have let this happen.
Yeah, I even-
and then
I-
Brainstorm.
I even see the tendrils in his hand.
Yeah.
So, all right, fetch is gonna resolve. Cyrus consulting his hand, making sure he has his lines.
Yeah.
Chat asking, what did you cut for the main deck library? Library is normally a main deck card in Elves now.
So it's okay. So it's like kind of on and off. So library is it can be so like we saw at Reed Duke's latest list, he played Acolyte. And for library, I usually just cut down. I'm not doing like 4 Heritage Druids, so that gives me some space. And besides that, yeah, at library you can play library pretty easily. I'm playing 3 natural orders as well.
Ooh, brainstorm
that
in
makes any
response to your
difference.
spell pierce.
Interesting.
So
Well, I feel like he's looking for Dark Ritual here.
a little bit of a stack.
Yeah.
He
Well,
already
there it
has
is.
one.
has
There's
it.
a dark ritual.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Does he have the LED too?
I
don't see an LED. A lot of ritual effects, and I think I saw multiple tutors. Yeah, there's 2 tutors in his hand, and I saw the
Oh, that's a
tendrils
bit
from
awkward.
earlier.
So you shuffle with the tutor, maybe? I don't know.
So 2 cards back.
You can get another Cabal Ritual.
Cyrus taking his time here, and
Yeah.
all of this is over a turn 2 duress.
Right.
There's
I
a,
guess it's just how much Cyrus fears whether or not.
there is a slight chance that Max goes untapped, play land, and then kills Cyrus, right? There's like a
Right.
slight chance here.
Right. So you could go like show and tell, put in sneak attack, and then Lotus Petal, activate sneak attack, and then hit Cyrus for a bunch.
Yeah, he does have Omnis, so
Yeah.
he could just Omni in
Right.
Emrakul.
So 2 cards back, maybe not, for this brainstorm. I think I saw tendrils go back.
Yeah, I would not want a Tendrils in this spot.
All right, brainstorm resolves.
We
Spell
could
pierce
use
on the
the
stack.
tutor as a fetch,
Fetch,
or as a shuffle to
Crack
get rid
Lotus
of.
Petal.
Yeah.
Cast Dark Ritual. I would like to use 2 mana to pay for spell pierce. He has 1 black floating. Duress resolves. And we're
Oh,
pulling
here
out
we
the storm
go.
counters.
That's gonna be pretty intimidating for Max.
And because of that spell pierce plus the brainstorm, storm count is already really high. It's already 5. So brainstorm, cutting wish, lotus petal. Ooh, absolutely nothing. Just take a brainstorm.
Well, nothing but brainstorm.
Yeah, I mean Max does have brainstorm into
Yeah.
emergency force, like panic brainstorm into emergency
Yeah,
force.
could have fire on top.
yeah,
Dark
but
Ritual.
There's no hesitation by Cyrus. You
Right.
should just go for it here.
Storm 6.
Yeah.
Storm 7 with brainstorm cast.
Ooh, so this is a
So he's
response
responding to the Dark Ritual.
Ritual.
Okay. No, he found nothing.
Found nothing.
Oh, this game is quite over. All right, 3 black, Dark Ritual resolves. Cabal Ritual, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 has threshold. Go to 6. Petal, storm count goes to some number amount. There you go, 9. Inferno Tutor, and he is Hellbent.
Yep.
And this is get tendrils,
Jesus.
Does
Force-
this resolve?
right? And 11 drills.
And he knows. Why is he searching his deck? He knows where the
Yeah, he knows it's on top. off
yeah
of
he
brainstorm.
knows where the tendrils is.
Yeah. There he is. Tendrils.
Oh, there it is.
Trigger storm. All copies target you. Max, that is a slow scoop of a defeated man. And Cyrus is beating himself about something. He always kind of beats himself about something.
No, I feel like he's telling his opponent, hey, maybe save the cells from soldiers? I don't know.
All right, so Cyrus picks up the game. Wow, that was actually really fast. Oops.
All right, I will leave you guys.
All right.
Thanks for
Thanks
commentating.
for
Well
dropping
done,
by.
sir.
All right,
All right,
see you
congratulations on top 4.
guys. Yep.
All right. Now, Cyrus is a very, very vocal person about people playing certain ways, whether they're good or they're bad. So if you make a bad play, Cyrus will tell you about it. If you make a good play, Cyrus will tell you about it. If he made a bad play, he will also tell you about it. All right, so sideboard. What is Sneak bring in?
So he doesn't have too much to bring in because he is a Cunning Wish deck. He could bring in, I think he has a Fluster and a Surgical.
And there's a consideration maybe for Pyroclasm, like just as an out to empty, but he's got Cunning Wish, so he can wish for it. So Cyrus looks like he's trimming a little bit. I saw Dark Petition come out. And for Cyrus, I would assume more Disruption if he's got any. Xanid Swarm being very, very good here. What else? Back in the day, I know Storm decks played, what's that card?
Defense Grid?
Yeah, Defense Grid. So Sneak and Show sometimes also plays Defense Grid, but it doesn't seem like a matchup where you want it. Well, Cyrus, yes. Max, no. So if there's a defense grid, probably not coming in. So a little bit of sideboarding. A lot of the times these combo decks, they don't cut a lot of the combo. They just do a little bit of trimming. Maybe a Ponder here. Maybe like a Sneak Attack. Sometimes I see people like trim an Emrakul.
Definitely don't want to dilute your main game plan.
And Cyrus. Oh, being very, very careful with sideboarding here. Alright, so man, I'm trying to figure out if that game would have panned out a little bit differently if, say, for example, say that Cyrus or the Max just let the rest resolve. Like, I wonder if that would have been a little bit different. But then Cyrus probably would have just had to kill anyway.
Yeah,
Like,
I think
duress resolves, takes a permission spell if there is any.
probably just takes the Spell Pierce.
Yeah, probably just takes the spell pierce. And he had 11 storms, so it would have been exactly 10 drills anyway. Maybe it was just all panned out perfectly for him.
Chat asking about, is Ant a Wish sideboard? So Ant, so there's basically two Storm decks, Ant and Tess.
Oh god, those sign brainstorms.
And Ant, short for Ad Nauseam Tendrils, is mostly a Grixis mana base.
Sometimes splashing green, sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes splashing green for Abrupt Decay. Usually wins by tutoring through its own deck, making a bunch of mana, and then Past in Flames. Whereas Tess is...
It's a Rite of Flame Chromox kind of
yeah,
deck.
it's more of a... I guess, is it still Grixis?
I think it's Grixis mostly, but it is a little bit faster.
Yeah, a little bit faster, plays Rite of Flames, plays, instead of just Infernal Tutor, it also plays
Burning Wish.
Burning Wish, which is a red card, which, is a wish. So you can go to the sideboard and get a sorcery. Just sorcery?
Sorcery, yes.
Yeah.
A lot of the differences I know about is that Tess, even though it is faster, folds a little, or doesn't really care about Gadokee, where Ant, you actually do care about Gadokee, because you need to cast these like large cards, where Tess can make a lot of red mana really fast, like Rite of Flame, where you see Ant is a little bit it's black heavy, so it's more of a black based storm deck.
Yeah, Tess usually wins with
Empty the
early
Warrens.
Rite of Flames into Empty the Warrens. Making like 10 or 12 goblins on turn 1 is usually enough to just kill your opponent over the course of 2 more turns. Whereas Ad Nauseam Tendrils, the deck that Cyrus is piloting, puts 10 copies of Tendrils of Agony onto this deck.
Alright, so players have all sideboarded. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Max consulting sideboard one more time. And Max will be on the play here. So player is going to take a look at their 7s.
So Max going first, he does not have access to discard spells, which Cyrus does, but he can sculpt his hand with Ponders.
That's very land heavy. But looks like Max is going to keep. Cyrus, look at his hand. Tropical Island, so we know there's green. Looks like Cyrus also keeping a 7. Max is going to lead on Volcanic Island, probably a Ponder here.
Ponder, and he does have the play that I mentioned in the Elves matchup. He does have the play of turn 1 Ponder, Lotus Petal, Flusterstorm, protect my kill, untap kill.
Yeah, just in case.
It looks like he's missing all of his combo pieces, so unless his Ponder is just hot fire.
Yeah. Is he leaning kind of heavily on this Flusterstorm? Like, one Flusterstorm is pretty easy to beat. Right. Top 3 cards. Did not get a good look at them.
Looked like land, X, and I would not keep that.
Land, sneak attack. Oh,
Land, sneak.
That's... If you take the sneak attack, you don't have anything to follow it up on.
I think you can be...
Oh, he's going to keep it.
Yep, he's keeping.
He's going to take the land, float the sneak attack on top in case there's like a thought.
I think you can be very greedy with how your ponders are.
Right. Cyrus, land go. Max playing land number 2. He's got 3 mana with that Lotus Petal. He's going to pass it back. And it is a fetch land, but looks like this is a end step brainstorm for Cyrus. He went kind of quick. I didn't quite catch it. If this is end step brainstorm,
Wow, the converted mana cost of Cyrus's hand is high.
quite high, yeah.
He has an ad nauseum. He has
Past in Flames.
Past in Flames. He has Duress. He has a Flusterstorm, and it looks like a Xanad Swarm.
So 2 cards back. Okay, Ponder or Brainstorm resolves. Upkeep,
Upkeep, untap, draw step.
draw a card. Misty,
Xanad
go.
Swarm.
Xanad Swarm. Xanad Swarm being very, very good against this Flusterstorm that Max has.
Yep. When this creature attacks, it is an 0/1. Just silences the opponent.
Yes, they cannot cast spells. Can't cast Brainstorms. Oh wait, so looks like Max put a Brainstorm on the stack. I think Cyrus asked for a pause if he had any like responses, because Max went for it a little bit quick.
I think maybe he was asking, at what point are we?
Oh, at what point of the game are we at end step, or
Are we doing this in response? So Max could be Force of Willing, or are we on the main phase so Cyrus can just duress?
Alright, so Cyrus is gonna fetch off this Misty. If this is a black source, I would say maybe a discard spell, Duress, Thoughtseize. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. I think this is Xanad Swarm being in play. It's going to be very, very strong for Cyrus here. Alright, there's a Duress.
And I would imagine Flusterstorm, hope to rip Fatty, and kill. That's how I would play Max's hand.
Alright, fetch. And it looks like Max is going to go for the line here.
Yeah, he has Sneak Attack and Show and Tell in hand. He has a Brainstorm as well. So he gets Draw Step, Brainstorm, draw 3 more cards if he finds any Fatty. It's not lethal, but it's going to be very powerful.
Alright, so Flusterstorm? Alright, so wait, what just happened?
Where'd we go?
Yeah, where'd the wait. What happened with the Duress? Wait, can you grab the judge? Oh, there it is. Okay, they got it.
Yeah, I think they announced the Fluster,
Yeah.
and then it's
So I think Max shortcutted a little bit and just forgot to put the Fluster into his graveyard, which is a little bit sloppy.
well, yeah. I think if he had just announced, like verbally announced, I'm casting Flusterstorm.
Yeah, we did see Cyrus put the Duress into his graveyard to acknowledge it there, but you would like to see them put the card physically on the table. But they're able to catch it. All right, so this is Max's
here we
main
go.
phase 1.
Brainstorm into Fatty.
Brainstorm.
Do we like Gristlebrand?
1,
Or do we like
2,
Spaghetti?
3. City of Traders, Force of Will. Not quite enough there.
And keeping Force of Will is not great against.
Yeah, there's a Xanad Swarm right there in
Xanad
play.
Swarm.
Oh, I think Max made a mistake. He put the 2 cards off Brainstorm. He's asking for a rewind.
Yeah, I think he can rewind. No other game actions have happened. I think he's just looking for a better land to play.
All right, put 2 cards back. City of Traders. Pass it back. Oh, with the Xanad Swarm attacks, this could be game, right?
Xanad Swarm.
Attack you. Trigger. And because it has attacked and the trigger's on the stack, there's nothing Max can do now, right? So trigger resolves. I take 0 from the Xanad Swarm. Go to main phase 2. And this is a forced F6 here for Max.
Does Cyrus have a kill?
Let's see. Lucy's got multiple Cabal rituals, but no threshold. Only 3 cards in his graveyard. Okay.
Threshold, gain 1 mana.
Oh, here go the Storm counters. So this Cabal ritual only making 3 mana, so only +1. Second one,
Up to 4 mana.
going for an ad nauseum.
Ad nauseum, already playing land drop. Oh, you know what? Max really needed to impulse
Right,
because he
19,
needs to clear the top of
18,
his library.
So, all right, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Sorry, still falling down to 5. Wow, that ad
Falling down to
nauseum
4.
is. Or 3?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 plus 8 is 17.
So he's down to 2. Ooh.
Oh,
Ooh. Is this just enough? Like,
he doesn't have any mana. He doesn't have any kickstart mana.
uh-oh. So Cyrus adjusting the left total for us here. Should be at 2. Yeah. Ooh, this is awkward. But he has to stop here. Pedal or LED, LED.
He doesn't have to.
Oh, crack LED.
Crack LED because he has the Past in Flames.
Yeah, has access to the Past in Flames. So he's gonna make 3 black, 3 red, and then flashback Past in Flames, Storm 6, 1 black.
We have some Dark Ritual somewhere.
I think there's 1.
Yeah, it got flipped off the
Dark Ritual, Storm
10,
7,
ad nauseum.
3 black.
Now, Cabal.
Oh, Max is gonna sweep here.
Duress.
Yeah. So Cyrus is like, I have multiple lines here. He can Cabal Ritual, Cabal Ritual, Cabal Ritual, Tutor Chain to get up Storm count, and Max is gonna concede.
Yep.
All right.
Could have Duress Max just to make sure,
Yeah.
check if there was, I don't know.
With that Xanastorm trigger
Yeah.
active too, there's literally nothing Max could do. He
Max-
has to just sit there.
Max could use activated abilities such as
Grim Lavamancer?
Grim Lavamancer. Well, activated abilities of creatures in his actual hand.
Oh.
So, Nimble Obstructionist is one that I can think of, or Fairy Macabre.
Oh, those would have been nice. But there we go. We have our Legacy 4K champion, again, Cyrus Harmon-Gill, on
Surprise
Ad Nauseum's Tendrils.
to no one.
He was favored coming in. Yeah. Another day, another victory. Cyrus is running hot.
I think he's favored in every tournament that he's in. Is it Cyrus versus the field? It's easy money to just
He's
bet
doing
on
really
Cyrus.
well. He's making a name for himself. But good job for Max making it all the way to the finals. Coming
Good
up
job
to
for
the
Max.
coming up to the end boss, Cyrus Harmon-Gill.
I think there was one play. So Max knew the top of his library, knew that it wasn't great for him. So end step, he was going to likely try and cast Impulse, and then say, "Oh wait, I can't cast it." So he needed to cast the Impulse before, just to clear the top of his library, and then have a
Yeah.
potential.
It has also been like a really long day. We did 7, 8, 9, 10, 10 rounds of Legacy.
Max has played 10, yeah.
Sometimes the exhaustion gets to you. Like, you're here, you're really late, your friends are
You
waiting.
guys want Cyrus, right?
We
Yeah,
want Cyrus.
pull Cyrus in.
I told him to come back here. He's still
let
just
me throw-
sideboarding.
Yeah.
Cyrus likes to take his time. Let me throw these away. You want to talk to Cyrus really quick about?
Sure. So, Cyrus finding second LED allowed him that victory. Going to 2. Going to 2 life, and I don't know the configuration of what is the likelihood of finding. I guess Lotus Petal is probably lethal there too, because he had a Dark Ritual, Cabal. So flipping one of his artifacts there, you gotta go for it in that situation. And Cyrus did. We should have him in a little bit. Does Ant play Angel's Grace? No. Ant does not play white cards.
Grabbing Cyrus now.
Senior Cyrus coming in.
What up, homies?
grab a seat.
Or we'll talk really quickly, and then we'll be done and out.
Sit here.
This one.
Yeah.
Cyrus, tell us what's up.
What up, guys?
Why no splits? Why kill them all?
Well, I think that splitting is bad EV if you know you're going to win. And if you
Fact, if you know you're going to win.
and if you don't know you're going to win, why are you playing the event? Like, I think I'm gonna win every event I play in, and so far I've been right a good percentage of the time.
So is there any deck that you would know that is a bad matchup for you that you think you might?
Well, I had
split
one
against?
loss in the Swiss was my finals opponent. I still immediately no split him and then beat him 2-0. So I'm just kidding. My opponent was very good, to be clear.
That was Max?
Yeah,
Or-
my finals opponent beat me in the Swiss.
Okay. But is there other decks that you're afraid of?
No, you have to have principles. I mean, Eldrazi is a terrible matchup. But if you told me I was playing against Eldrazi and I was on the draw in the finals, I'd still say no splits.
So if it was literal 7 players in the top 8 plus you, all of them playing Eldrazi.
Yep, no splits, kill them all.
No splits, kill them all.
You don't register Tendrils of Agony to split, so.
So hardest matchup all day?
Well, I would say, well, let's see. I played against Grixis Tezzerator with Forces and Chalices.
Force and Chalice.
I also played against 5-color humans, and they had Gedok T, Meddling Mage, Thalia, Canonist, Fairy Macabre, which kind of blew me out a little bit, so that was pretty hard.
Was it hard because you weren't sure on deck list?
Deck list, yeah, and also just like, there was just so many hate permanents. And then also, my Sneak and Show opponent was pretty good. They definitely crushed me in the Swiss and were a good player. I mean, I played a lot of really good people today, so it was a tough tournament, as CFB always is. And I was lucky enough to win in the spots I needed to, top deck when I needed to.
All right. Opposite question. Easiest matchup all day? Is there an opponent that you just killed on turn 1, 2 games in a row?
Let's see. I had a couple turn 1s today. I turn 1 my round 1. I got to play against like Nick Fit and Lands, and those are both like definitely losable matchups. But I had really strong hands. Like,
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, Ant doesn't turn 1 that often, but I had 2 turn 1s today, so it was pretty above, maybe not above average, but kind of good.
So how about just in general, legacy format? We can talk about Storm and its position, or just the meta in general. Your pick. You're the champ.
Well, I think Ant is obviously very good right now because it seems like every time there's an event, it's in the finals.
If it is not you, is Ant well positioned?
Yeah, I think it is. I think that the deck, I mean, I'm not really that great at Magic. I think the deck is a lot easier to play than people think, and then people are intimidated. I think that there's lots of good decks right now. I think any deck with Brainstorm is going to be good, and obviously, like, as Jack showed, Elves is a great deck. Like, that deck just continues to top 8 and put up results. And I think what's great about Legacy is, since the Sensei's Divine Top and Deathrite bans, like both of them, especially since the Deathrite Pro ban, I just feel like it really we are to a spot again where I don't know the best deck for any given tournament. I don't just feel wrong for sleeving up Storm. Like, when Deathrite was legal, when Top was legal, I felt wrong for playing Storm. I just played it because I loved it. But now I really feel like sometimes Death and Tax is the right call, Elves is the right call, Storm is the right call. So I think any deck is pretty viable in Legacy right now, and you need to play what you know and, you know, get a little lucky, obviously. And, yeah.
Get a little lucky, be at 2 life, and flip another
That was
LED.
a sweat. That was a sweat. Lotus Petal or LED kills there, but it was definitely a
So
sweat.
yeah, it was a 7-outer.
Something like that, yeah.
'Cause you-
I just figured I was dead, though, so we
You
gotta lay it
just
on the
kept
table.
going. So yeah, we were trying to keep up, and we're like, well, he just took. Whoa, that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, that
And
card
then you
is,
and you flipped another card.
yeah, that card is, I think it's a really miserable card to resolve in Tournament Magic just because it's so stressful for both players. Like, one of you're both worrying about losing the game right then.
Yep.
And it takes forever. Like, if people write down, you have to do a lot of life total changes, but it's a necessary evil. And, you know, a lot of times in the post-board games, you can't quite get to a full Past in Flames kill because you know, a little bit more disruption. So it's definitely a necessary evil. And my least favorite card in the deck, but it's won me some tournaments, so I can't complain too much.
Any thoughts on upgrading your white border Underground Sea?
I just need stores to have them in stock. I have Card Titan store credit. I have ChannelFireball store credit. I have an SCG check. I just need someone to sell me one. So,
Just need it in stock. Well, I'm sure there's plenty more white border duels that you can buy.
and then sell, yeah, or something like that.
Yeah, but somewhere, somehow, someone's gonna get you that second Underground Sea black border.
I hope so. Yeah, thanks.
Anything else you got? Any
yeah.
shout outs?
Shout out to Eric Kubo for ruining my three-peat. I got first in the last 3 CFBs I've gotten first, second, first. So shout out to Eric Kubo for dream crushing me in the finals of the event and taking it all down with Merfolk last time.
If it was Eric Kubo with Merfolk and you, would you crush him or would you no split?
I would still no split and I would lose. Exactly what happened for the finals last time.
All right.
So yeah, shout out to all my opponents and everyone here for CFP for putting on a great event. I mean, I'm just really lucky to have a great place to like a 108 person legacy event like in the middle of winter and have commentators and a lot of just really great opponents with sweet decks. Like I saw lots of Nick Fit today, Elves. Like there's all these great decks.
We are super blessed in this area for Legacy.
Yeah.
Are you sponsored by ChannelFireball yet?
I'm not, but I did just win 2 events wearing a ChannelFireball shirt, so maybe they should hook me up.
If we need a legacy guy, we got him right here.
Yeah, they hook up.
Now there's a small joke rule over in the base stream. The last person to win a major event can't play, has to do commentary.
Yeah, I'm not into that.
Yeah, no splits, kill them all.
No
Always.
splits, kill them all. Also, shout out to Zach Wong, the Lands Master. Today was my first time ever beating him. He was 5-0 against me before
You
this.
finally beat him, yeah.
So it was I was a little stressed out. All my matches were really close and stressful today, and I got luck. So
Nice. Alright, should we call it a night?
Holla holla, get dollars.
yeah, thank
Cyrus,
you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for putting on the event and doing it for commentary. Appreciate it.
All right, that's it for Magic. We played 10 rounds, and we've had some bonus rounds in between. And guess what? It's raining outside. It's stormy outside. Stormy in here.
We would like to. It is a dark and stormy night.
Our champ, Ad Nauseum Tendrils,
We would
with
like-
Cyrus CG. Oh wait, no, that's Cyrus fighting Ad Nauseum Tendrils.
We would like to go home. So thank you for viewers. Thank you for judges for running the event. Thank you for players coming out. Thank you, David, for hanging out with me in this box.
Thank you. No longer Cyrus.
Thank you, Brian, for flying out here from Utah, coming out 03, and then joining us in the box.
Yeah, 03, joining the commentators bracket. So
Now, the next Magic event we have in the Bay Area is GP Oakland, or sorry, Magic Fest Oakland in beginning of January.
first weekend.
And then I think the next GP in general is like GP Vancouver, which is Ultimate Masters or something like that.
Yes. So yeah,
So-
you can definitely catch the players that were here, probably grinding the side events at Oakland.
Yes.
So
Send
if you're
me- I'm
watching
actually-
and
I'm
you're
actually-
going to Oakland,
I'm playing the main event in Oakland.
you're playing main event. What are you
Yeah.
playing?
Mardu Powermancer.
Mardu Power Man.
I like the deck. It's fun. It's not a green mid-range deck, but Devoted Druid's bad right now, so can't play that deck. So that'll be fun. So if you're in Oakland, come say hi.
Come say hi. Come play some Legacy
Yeah,
or play main event.
Come lose
Play
to some
some
side. Come lose in some side events because we got some really strong players.
And so, as Cyrus pointed out, we bumped this up to a 4K. All of that 4K, that 4,000 CFB bucks, can be spent at ChannelFireball.com. Did CG win? Of course he won. No splits, kill them all. Come down to the website. We have an awesome promo running.
7% off, I think, for
yeah.
till the end of this year or something like that.
Yeah, to the end of the year, gifts ungiven, I believe is the promo code. It's just right on the head page. Just go there, buy Magic singles.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can stock some black bordered duels and
So
Cyrus
Cyrus
can
can
buy
buy it.
them out.
If anything, it also helps support the Game Center. The people who run the Game Center encourage, like, we want a lot of these large events for players, not just Legacy, but Modern, Standard. Like, we get these Legacy events quarterly, but we used to get them a lot more. So the more the Game Center is supported, the more that we see people have a passion to play Legacy out here, we'll get more events, we'll stream some more stuff.
Yeah, CFB usually has the biggest event in our area, maybe nationwide. Who knows?
Possibly. It's hard to find, like, high-level, like, Legacy, $4,000 worth of payout just for Legacy.
Yep. But it is a lot to run this tournament. So the more people that support the stream, more people that support the website,
Yeah.
makes it easier to have tournaments here.
Yeah. All right. So from us over here at the stormy, cold Bay Area, thank you as always. And I don't know when the next time will be, unless you watch Bay Area Eternal, twitch.tv/Bay Area Eternal. We stream every Thursday.
Bay Area Eternal every Thursday.
You see noted players like Zach Wong and me punt terribly.
So unfortunately, we don't know the next schedule for the next 2K.
No, we do not know.
It would likely be February or April.
Somewhere around there, yeah.
At the soonest.
And at the very least, I'll be back. I'll be doing more commentary.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah. Don't forget to go back.
I don't want to give it up.
Don't forget to go back, check out our VODs if you missed any matches. Feel free to clip something, send it to me. tryhardtrong TRUONG on Twitter. You can
Yep.
bother me there.
We've been live for 10 hours. Go through all the awesome matches and let us know what was your favorite one.
All right.
For everyone here, we're done.
Bye guys.
Goodbye.
All right. Turn us off.